Lu Dongliang instantly realized something, looked sharply at Sumu, and blurted out, "Unless someone in the team is too strong, the matchmaking system only includes newbies to maintain balance, and the nightmare difficulty will increase along with that person's strength." Both of them looked at Sumu, their eyes filled with shock. This could only the reason. Mr. Su's strength was too great, causing the difficulty of the entire nightmare to increase dramatically. Sumu smiled gently. Perhaps. From their conversation, he gained a deeper understanding of the nightmare world and also realized why he had encountered a deity this time, because of the eternal life. Venerable. The power of the eternal celestial venerable remained in his soul, and the nightmare world attributed this power to itself. After it intruded into Yang Dongqing's nightmare, the balance was disrupted. Or perhaps it is a mutual attraction between gods. It doesn't matter anymore. We've already entered, so analyzing the reasons for entering is pointless. Ah! A siren! Suddenly, the crew members cried out in alarm on the deck. Everyone's expressions hardened, and they hurriedly went out of the cabin. They saw more than a dozen undead sea monsters crawling onto the deck, and even more sea monsters were emerging from the sea and climbing onto the ship. The smell of decay filled the air, and seawater dripped from the siren, soaking the deck. The crew members were thrown into chaos. Someone tried to take out the sea stone to drive away the sea monster, but as soon as he raised the sea stone, a black fleshy tendril ignored it and wrapped around his hand. In an instant, the man's body stiffened, his skin lost its color, and he fell to the ground without a sound. Ordinary people are basically powerless against the immortal sea monster. Its black fleshy whiskers can steal souls, and touching them is certain death. Only extraordinary individuals like Yang Dongqing could withstand a few blows, but not for long. Don't panic. Get behind me. Lu Dongliang's body began to expand strangely, his muscles bulging and his skin turning crimson. He charged forward and easily defeated the sea monsters with a single punch. But it was no use. The shattered siren turned into seawater and flowed back into the ocean, and then more and more siren climbed onto the ship. His eyes were bloodshot, the symptoms of his berserk state becoming increasingly obvious. Damn it! I told you not to panic, run! Get the boat and leave! If he knew how to sail a boat, he wouldn't care about these people's lives or deaths. He overestimated these pampered citizens of the Sea Kingdom. In the past, they relied on the sea stone to drive away the immortal sea monsters, which meant they had hardly ever fought. Now that the sea stone had failed, they were completely panicked. Some were even terrified and stood there waiting to die. Thump! The snakeskin cane tapped lightly on the deck, producing a crisp sound. Quiet. The calm voice seemed to possess some kind of magical power. When Sumu spoke, the chaotic sounds on the entire deck abruptly ceased. Then, the panicked crowd strangely calmed down. They ran in an orderly fashion, lined up, and ran into the cabin to begin navigating the boat to escape. This bizarre scene startled Lu Dongliang, who exclaimed, as expected of Mr. Su, binding. Bu stretched out her fair little hand, her fingers opening like flowers blooming. The next moment, countless thorny vines sprouted from the ship, tightly binding the undead sea monsters. After binding them, the thorny vines exerted their power, throwing them off the ship one by one. Although her silver rank is low, it is a rare area of effect attack, making it ideal for clearing out mobs. The ship accelerated wildly, leaving behind the undead sea monsters that had gathered in the sea. After the crisis was over, Lu Dongliang returned to normal and spat into the sea. Damn! If these things weren't so unkillable, I would have killed them all. Yang Dongqing was taken aback. What you said makes perfect sense. The ship sailed further and further away, and soon the sea kingdom was no longer visible to the group. All around them was a vast ocean. Although sea monsters would occasionally attack, they could not cause any waves under the suppression of the group's powerful strength. Going out to sea doesn't seem dangerous. Lu Dongliang downed his coconut wine in one gulp, a look of satisfaction on his face. Just as he was about to casually throw the bottle into the sea, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared in the water. The dark shadow rose from the seabed, growing larger and larger, and the color of the shadow became darker and darker. To the naked eye, it was dozens of meters long. The terrifying dark shadow on the seabed was several times larger than this ship. It rose from the bottom of the boat, causing the surrounding water to surge and the boat to rock violently, as if it might capsize at any moment. "Oh no! It's going to capsize our boat." Lu Dongliang's expression changed drastically. "Mr. Su, quickly tell them to speed up the boat." Sumu gazed intently at the enormous shadow in the sea and said, calmly, "This is already the ship's maximum speed." Bang! A giant tentacle, over 10 meters long, burst out of the water and slammed onto the ship like a fallen giant tree. Click! The metal-reinforced wooden boat was immediately smashed and developed several cracks. Then came the second, and so on. 7 tentacles landed on the ship, tightening and binding it tightly, causing the ship to creak and groan under the strain. "Go to hell!" Lu Dongliang roared, his skin instantly turning crimson, and he slammed it at one of the thick tentacles. Bang! The terrifying force smashed the tentacle in half, the broken end already reduced to a bloody pulp. "No!" Mu King exclaimed as several vines from under Lu Dongliang's feet and wrapped around his body. "What are you doing?" Lu Dongliang glared angrily and was about to tear the vines off his body. "You can't keep smashing it. The ship can't withstand your force." Lu Dongliang was startled and looked towards the spot where the tentacle had broken off, where he saw a large hole in the deck. Damn it! His anger surged, and he dared not unleash his full strength. If this were on land, I could take on 10 of these guys. Although a bloody berserker would lower his IQ, he hadn't used his full strength yet, so his IQ hadn't dropped to 0. He also knew that once the ship was gone, and he fell into the sea, it would be the siren's domain. Helpless, Lu Dongliang could only try to move the tentacles with his hands, hoping to throw them back into the sea. Mu King, on the other hand, kept manipulating the vines, repairing the ship that was about to break down, as if she were knitting a sweater. As for Yang Dongqing, he was frantically attacking one of the tentacles, his steel-like arm plunging into it and tearing at it, but the tentacle was too huge, and he couldn't cause any effective damage. In a short time, as the situation grew increasingly critical, everyone had no choice but to turn to the mysterious and powerful Mr. Su for help. Sumu did not stand idly by. He was simply waiting for the black tentacles on the giant octopus body to appear, since he didn't possess any wide-range attack skills. Although the primordial angel's eye of God is very powerful, its attack range is very small, making it useless against such a behemoth. Moreover, fighting at sea is far too restrictive. A slight mistake could damage the ship, while sea monsters can attack at will. Seeing that the ship was about to give way, and the black fleshy tendrils had not yet emerged, Sumu knew that he could not wait any longer. So he did something that shocked everyone. He jumped into the sea. "Mr. Su!" Lu Dongliang exclaimed. "Everyone knows that the sea is the domain of sirens, and even superhumans need to breathe. They can't possibly fight while treading water, can they?" Underwater, Sumu's eyes shone with a crystal blue light. His powerful mental strength gave him unparalleled perception, allowing him to clearly see the full appearance of the sea monster. It was a gigantic octopus, its body so large it resembled a moving black island, its skin covered in dark, wrinkled skin like old tree bark. Countless thick tentacles churned in the seawater, covered with suckers of varying sizes, like a dense network of holes, which was enough to make one's scalp tingle. At this moment, the octopus spotted Sumu, and a thick tentacle swept across. Sumu narrowed his eyes slightly, and a massive amount of spiritual power surged into the silver ring on his left hand, causing it to burst with a faint light. The next moment, this spiritual energy was transformed into powerful physical strength. Facing the approaching tentacles, he did not dodge, but instead used both hands to grab them hard. He inserted both hands directly into the suction cups on the tentacles, then flipped his body to use the momentum to climb up the tentacles. The tentacles thrashed wildly, but couldn't shake off Sumu at all. He pulled hard again, seemingly trying to pull the octopus down, but because there was no foothold in the sea, the powerful reaction force sent Sumu rushing towards the octopus. This was exactly what Sumu wanted to achieve, because he saw the bottom of the octopus, where thousands of black fleshy tentacles floated among its tangled tentacles. He would have a hard time killing such a behemoth in the sea, but his bodyguard, the eternal celestial venerable, could. Like a torpedo, Sumu pierced through layers of tentacles and plunged straight into the dense black fleshy tendrils, his body instantly swallowed up. The black, fleshy tendrils sensed the arrival of the soul and instinctively began to frantically coil around Sumu, trying to pull his soul out, and then nothing happened. A brilliant, boundless beam of blue light, as if descending from a high latitude, flashed out. Whoosh! The island-like octopus monster disappeared. The disappearance was so sudden that the surrounding seawater seemed not to have reacted at all, only surging in from all directions a moment later to fill the vacuum left by the octopus's disappearance. The people on the ship were startled. In their view, they only saw Sumu jump into the sea, and then a flash of blue light appeared. The tentacles that had been wrapped around the ship's hull were covered by the blue light and disappeared in a flash. No, it's gone. Dongliang rushed to the side of the ship, only to find that the huge shadow in the sea had also disappeared. He stared in disbelief, exclaiming in horror, "Is this the power of Mr. Su's Eye of Annihilation? It annihilated the sea monster in an instant. This is simply an unreasonable act of annihilation." Mu King was equally shocked, and she slowly pulled her small hand out from her bosom. Even Yang Dongking, who knew Sumu well, was stunned. He really had the Eye of Annihilation? Just how many laws did he have? On the vast and boundless sea, sunlight spills onto the shimmering surface, creating layers of golden ripples. Suddenly, a figure emerges from the sea, wet hair plastered to his forehead, water droplets sliding down his angular face, sparkling in the sunlight. It was Sumu. Sumu came to the side of the boat, grabbed the metal bar used for fixing the boat with one hand. His arm muscles bulged slightly, and with a sudden burst of strength, he was lifted out of the water, like an arrow, and landed on the deck. "Chief, a towel." A crew member who had been waiting for a long time respectfully handed over a white towel. Sumu took it casually, took off his brown glasses, and wiped his cheeks and wet hair. This was the first time everyone had seen the eyes hidden behind the brown glasses. The eyes, like black gemstones, shimmered with a deep, dark light. You can tell if a person has energy and spirit by looking at whether their eyes have light. Sumu's eyes do have light, but it's a dim and indistinct light, unusually deep, like a vortex that makes people unconsciously want to lose themselves in it. "Mr. Su, you are truly amazing," Lu Dongliang exclaimed excitedly. He was a straightforward person and did not hide his admiration for the strong. "Let's get out of here quickly." The monsters in the sea are unkillable, and the octopus sea monster will soon be back. Mu King reminded them, not forgetting their current situation. Yes, yes, let's go quickly. Lu Dongliang hurriedly urged the crew. While drying his hair, Sumu said calmly, "This octopus won't come back because it's already dead." Dead? Mu King's pink lips parted slightly. Aren't they supposed to be invincible? Mr. Su, do you think you can kill them? Sumu nodded. There is no such thing as immortality in this world. Even if there were, it would never happen to an octopus. Everyone was even more shocked. Was the curse of immortality broken so easily? Was this Mr. Su's true strength? The ship continued its voyage. Time slowly passed. The octopus sea monster truly did not return. In the dark depths of the sea, a humanoid creature covered in slippery green scales stared intently at the ship. It had a pair of scarlet eyes, and its back was covered in countless thick, black tendrils that seemed to bloom, surging silently in the seawater. It shifted its gaze to the spot where the octopus sea monster had disappeared, sensing the residual power in the seawater, a hint of apprehension appearing in its eyes. The power of a god. He is also a chosen one. But which god is he the chosen one of? It seems we cannot act rashly. We need to continue probing. Suddenly it bent down to look at the dark seabed and uttered strange mutterings. Buzz! Strange murmurs traveled with the current to the seabed. And then a shocking scene unfolded. Deep in the ocean, countless scarlet eyeballs lit up, some of them enormous, the largest reaching 10 meters in diameter. On the boat, Sumu did not change out of his wet clothes. Yang Dongqing asked, puzzled, "Aren't you uncomfortable wearing wet clothes?" Sumu shook his head. "Because we're going into the water soon." Yang Dongqing was taken aback. Before he could react, Sumu had already walked to the side of the boat, looking intently into the unfathomable sea. "We're here." The calm sea surface began to shake violently the next moment, as if some enormous creature was about to break through the water. Such a huge commotion naturally attracted everyone's attention. When they looked into the sea, they were instantly terrified to see that a strange red light was shining in the water. The red light was very wide, covering an area of almost a kilometer, and it was getting brighter and brighter, as if the red light on the seabed was rapidly approaching the ship. Upon closer inspection, everyone was horrified. What they saw was not red light at all, but rather enormous scarlet eyeballs that flickered with an eerie red glow, connecting to illuminate a kilometer-wide area of the sea. Bang, bang, bang. Giant tentacles burst from the water, dancing in the air like pillars supporting the sky. Following them, sea monsters as large as mountains slowly rose up, their rough skin like ancient reefs, their bodies radiating a dark luster. They surrounded the ship, and the huge shadows cast by their bodies in the sunlight were terrifying. They were incredibly deformed, resembling a haphazardly pieced-together amalgamation of various fish and octopuses. Not only that, but along with the sea monster appeared a dense swarm of undead sea monsters. Their bodies were not fully exposed above the surface. Only their rotting heads were visible, making it look from a distance like a sea of rotting human heads floating on the sea. Such a terrifying scene filled Mu King and the others with despair. They had no choice but to despair. Dozens of terrifying sea monsters the size of mountains and tens of thousands of immortal sea monsters, even on land, they would not be a match for such a lineup, let alone in the sea. At this moment, there was truly no way out, not even a heaven or earth. Mu King's expression changed drastically. She quickly took out 4 bottles of light blue potion from her bosom and threw them at the crowd. This is a fish swimming potion. After taking it, you can move underwater like a fish for an hour. Drink it quickly, or the boat is definitely doomed. As soon as she finished speaking, several thick tentacles descended from the sky and slammed down on the crowd. Everyone present was an extraordinary being, so their reactions were naturally incredibly swift, and they scattered in all directions to avoid danger. However, just as Mu King had predicted, the ship was beyond saving. Under the sea monster's attack, the small boat instantly shattered into countless pieces of wood, which scattered across the sea, and everyone fell into the water. Without the slightest hesitation, they drank the fish-swimming potion in their hands. Soon, they felt a strange sensation in their bodies, as if their skin had become as smooth as a fish's, and they felt more at ease with the seawater. Being in the ocean at this moment is like being in the air. Breathing and speaking are not affected. The resistance of the seawater was no longer an obstacle at this moment. However, the fish-swimming potion only lasted for an hour. The moment they fell into the water, a group of immortal sea monsters swam up from the seabed beneath their feet. Looking at the terrifying number of enemies, Sumu smiled mysteriously. "It's time for you to show your skills, eternal heavenly venerable." He turned to the panicked crowd. Such a large number of sirens acting in unison must be controlled by the sea god's retinue. "You all save yourselves. I'm going to find the sea god's retinue." After saying that, he plunged into the deep sea without waiting for anyone's reply. As expected of Mr. Su, Lu Dongliang praised. Faced with such a large number of enemies, he actually chose to charge into the fray alone, intending to capture the leader first. A fierce fighting spirit ignited in his eyes, and dense crimson light spread across them. His body swelled up strangely, and his skin turned crimson as he charged towards the surrounding undead sea monsters. Although Mu King was a woman, she displayed unparalleled composure. Her eyes flashed with a cold light, and her hands moved rhythmically. In the next moment, countless seaweeds extended from the seawater, frantically strangling and killing the enemies around them. Even Yang Dongqing, who was the weakest, was fighting desperately. Their courage in choosing to go to sea, instead of waiting to die in the Sea Kingdom, is enough to prove their bravery. Now that they are in danger, it is only natural that they would risk their lives. In the dim seawater, the undead sea monsters around him seemed to have sensed Sumu's intentions and rushed towards him madly. Sumu didn't indulge them either. A massive amount of spiritual power surged into the silver ring energy, devouring ring on his left hand, and the continuous spiritual power was transformed into physical strength, giving him tariff speed. With a sudden burst of strength, he moved like a ghost from the seabed, constantly dodging the attacks of the undead sea monster while reaching out to touch its black fleshy tendrils. All the undead sea monsters he touched were instantly annihilated by a flash of blue light. At that moment, he seemed like a god who could erase everything. Without any violent movements, with just a simple touch, the surrounding sea monsters were all reduced to ashes. The undying sea monster is not strong. Its individual strength is even inferior to of a bronze-level first-tier transcendent. It only relies on the advantages of the seawater and its immortality to wreak havoc. Once these two advantages disappear, they will be nothing more than cannon fodder. At this moment, a huge sea monster resembling a tiger shark opened its blood-red maw and attacked Sumu from behind. The gaping maw was so large and its coverage area was so wide that Sumu, who was in the sea, had no way to escape the attack range. However, Sumu did not run away and let the other party swallow him into its mouth. After swallowing Sumu, the tiger shark sea monster swam to the other side with undiminished momentum. Deep in the ocean, a humanoid creature covered in green scales is hiding in the shadows, observing the situation. It is the sea god's servant who is controlling this attack. Was it really that easy to solve? It had a vague feeling that something was wrong. With its sharp eyes, it quickly noticed a human-shaped shadow in the spot where the tiger shark had just swum. It was a human's shadow. Shadow? The sea god's retinue sensed something was wrong. And sure enough, the humanoid shadow twitched, and Sumu emerged from the shadows unharmed. What? The sea god's servant exclaimed in shock. It can actually avoid physical damage. Just as he was about to control the tiger shark to turn around, he saw Sumu shoot out and land on the tiger. Back. His fair and slender hand, without any fluctuation of power, gently placed on the black whiskers on its back. Whoosh! A flash of blue light, and the tiger shark vanished. Upon witnessing this scene, the sea god's servant felt his heart sink to the bottom. His body silently sank down and disappeared into a patch of coral. The green scales on his body instantly turned into the color of the coral upon contact with it, as if they had completely merged into one, making them indistinguishable to the naked eye. The divine power carried by Sumu was too terrifying, making it dare not confront its power. After dealing with the tiger shark, Sumu looked around, trying to find the sea god's followers behind the scenes. His gaze swept over the coral without lingering, and having found nothing, he had no choice but to swim away into the distance. In the coral reef, the sea god's servant had a gloomy look in his eyes as he pondered a countermeasure. After the recent probing, he had gained some understanding of Sumu's abilities. With its powerful physique, it can hide in the shadows to avoid damage, and can even directly wipe out the undead siren. It didn't care much about the first two abilities. What it cared about most was the divine power to erase the sea monsters. This power was simply unreasonable, and even though it possessed the power of the sea god, it dared not try it lightly. After all, no one can guarantee that the sea god will definitely be able to defeat the opponent's divine power. Damn it! We're both chosen by God, so why can he use divine power without limit? Is he still a chosen one? It's practically divine possession. No wonder the sea god's followers thought that way, because using the power bestowed by the gods comes at a price. Who would use divine power to clear out even the minions like Sumu? It seems we need to find another way. Sea god's attendant's eyes flickered as he carefully analyzed Sumu's process of annihilating the sea monsters, the scenes flashing through his mind like a slideshow. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual. Sumu always the black fleshy tendrils on the sea monsters with his hands when he killed them. There's a problem. A big problem. Why did he have to touch the black fleshy tendrils to kill the sea monster? Is divine power such an inconvenient thing? If he could truly unleash divine power without limit, he could easily control the blue light to wipe out all the sea monsters and sea monsters around him in an instant. Why bother with the trouble of touching it? And why does it have to be fleshy tendrils? If the condition for exercising divine power is contact, can't we contact other places? As a follower of the sea god, it naturally knew what the black fleshy whiskers were. They were a special organ that existed between the soul and the body, capable of reaching the soul of the other party and then extracting it. The soul? The soul? I understand. A glint flashed in the eyes of the sea god's servant. It finally understood the condition for Sumu to release his divine power. Soul contact. It seems the power wielded by the deity behind Sumu is related to the soul, which explains his obsession with the black fleshy tendrils. If that's the case, wouldn't it be better to simply kill him with overwhelming force, without giving him any opportunity to touch them? Friend, what are you expecting? A gentle voice suddenly rang out behind the sea god's retinue. What? The sea god's servant was shocked and turned around in disbelief, only to see Sumu, dressed in black, standing behind him with a smile. His black clothes blended perfectly into the dark, deep sea, and if you didn't look closely, it would look like a fair human face floating on the seabed. That's impossible. The sea god's servant was terrified. It had clearly seen Sumu swimming away into the distance, so how could he suddenly appear behind it? However, he didn't have time to think, because Sumu had already reached out his hand to it. The sea god's retinue tried to dodge, but due to the sneak attack, Sumu ultimately gained the upper hand. The fair, slender hand precisely grasped a black, fleshy tendril on the back of the sea god's servant. The sea god's companion's eyes widened suddenly. At this moment, it finally understood what those immortal sea monsters felt like. The black fleshy whiskers fell into Sumu's hands and directly connected with his soul. Then a brilliant, boundless azure light suddenly rose up, spreading along the black fleshy whiskers and body of the sea god's retinue. At that moment, the immortal creature felt death, just as its body was about to be annihilated by the blue light. Driven by the instinct for survival, countless mournful roars of souls suddenly resounded within its body, and those souls continued to perish. Instead, a vast, mysterious, and irresistible force, like the ocean, emerged. This power seemed to come from a higher dimension, completely beyond the human imagination. Whoosh! A rich blue light emerged from the body of the sea god's retinue, meeting the azure light of the eternal heavenly venerable. Two beams of light, one blue and one cyan, shot into the sky, their brilliance reflecting each other and coloring the entire sea in blue and cyan hues. The two beams clashed fiercely, locked in a stalemate. However, this stalemate only lasted for a moment before the azure light began to repel the blue light and spread towards the sea god's retinue. The sea god's retinue was terrified, not because the sea god's power was failing, but because as the souls it had accumulated over the years were being rapidly depleted, causing the sea god's usable divine power to weaken rapidly. It's terrified. Taking advantage of the stalemate between the two divine powers, it suddenly stretched out its hand covered with green scales and slashed fiercely at the black fleshy whiskers on its back. Ah! The sea god's followers screamed in agony at the sight of their souls being torn apart, but they managed to escape Sumu's clutches. Sumu naturally couldn't let it go and immediately chased after the sea god's retinue. Unfortunately, in the ocean, he had no chance of catching up with the sea god's retinue, which was determined to escape. Within a few breaths, the sea god's retinue vanished into the deep sea, disappearing without a trace. Sumu narrowed his eyes, stopped in his tracks, and watched the other person's disheveled retreating figure, a profound and unfathomable smile appearing on his lips. "You can't escape." His lips parted slightly, and his soft words drifted away with the seawater. He sensed his soul and discovered that the blue light that was supposed to cover his entire body in 2 days had faded somewhat. Although the fading was not significant, it had successfully extended his life by 1 day. For this reason alone, the sea god's retinue must die. Afterwards, Sumu went upstream and met Mu King and the others. Their battle with the sea monster had already reached a fever pitch. Mu King and Lu Dongliang are indeed silver-ranked experts. Even though their own rank is not high, they cannot be defeated by the sea monster in a short time. Mu King manipulated the seaweed in the sea, often killing a large number of sea monsters with a wave of her hand. Facing the huge sea monster that attacked, she was equally fearless. She took out a light green potion from her bosom and threw it directly into the sea monster's gaping maw. Then, her slender little hand moved silently. Countless thick trees, vines, and flowers bloomed from the sea monster's enormous body, bursting and piercing it alive. Unfortunately, no matter how overwhelming the battle was, it was of no use. The dead sea monsters, turned into seawater with a bang, and soon came back to life from the seawater. Compared to the visual appeal of Mu Qing's battles, Lu Dongliang's fighting style was simple and brutal. His entire body was crimson, and he resembled a human meat grinder. He plunged headfirst into the sea monster's body, frantically tearing at its flesh and bones with both hands, and soon dismembered it. As for Yang Dongqing, let's not even mention him. At this moment, he was hiding listlessly inside the mouth of a giant man-eating flower, clearly having been attacked by black fleshy tendrils, and then protected by Mu Qing. As time went on, the battle between the two became increasingly difficult. Facing an unkillable enemy, they were expending far too much energy. At this moment, Sumu made his move. He drifted past the giant sea monsters like a ghost. Because of their enormous size, the sea monsters were clumsy and easily caught by Sumu. With a flash of blue light, a breathtaking scene unfolded. Wherever Sumu passed, all the giant sea monsters in the sea vanished into thin air, leaving not even a trace. Those who witnessed this scene almost forgot about the battle, staring dumbfounded at the unbelievable sight before them. Anyone who witnessed this scene would be shocked. A monster that they couldn't kill even if they fought to the death was wiped out by Mr. Su with just a wave of his hand. The shock was beyond words. Mu Qing and Lu Dongliang even suspected that Sumu had been lying before. Mr. Su, you still say you're not a gold-level expert? With the sea monsters dealt with, everyone finally had a chance to catch their breath and began to gather around Sumu. Mr. Su, have you found the sea god's companions? Mu Qing asked, breathing heavily. Her slightly swollen chest heaved, and the seawater made her body lines particularly prominent. It got away, Sumu said calmly. Upon hearing this, Sumu's power was immediately elevated in the minds of the two. He could even frighten away the legendary god's chosen one. Even a gold-level expert might not be able to do that. What? Do now. The effects of the fish swimming potion are almost over, and I've only made these few bottles. There aren't any left. Sumu's eyes flickered, and he was about to speak when he heard a sound like a conch shell horn coming from the depths of the sea. As the sound spread, the sirens and sea monsters seemed to receive some kind of signal, and they retreated continuously until they all disappeared into the deep sea. What's going on? Could it be that the sea god's retinue is afraid? The listless Yang Dongqing emerged from the mouth of the man-eating flower, looking at the retreating sea monster army with a joyful expression. Sumu shook his head. He's not afraid. He probably just thinks it's hard to kill us this way, so he's planning to try a different approach. In what way? Yang Dongqing asked. Sumu did not answer, because Dahai answered for him. Whoosh! On the boundless sea, the wind howled and the waves surged. At the horizon, a white line suddenly rose. It's a tsunami! Yang Dongqing exclaimed. He stared intently as the white line in the distance rose higher and higher until it was fully revealed, revealing a towering wave nearly 100 meters high. The white waves roared like ferocious beasts, surging towards the crowd with overwhelming force. Before the waves even arrived, the various undercurrents in the sea were already surging wildly, even forming deep-sea whirlpools, making it impossible for the people swept away to maintain their balance in the sea. Mr. Su, the effect of the fish potion is running out. What should we do now? Should we sink to the bottom of the sea and continue to search for the black mist? Or should we return to the Sea Kingdom for the time being and wait for me to refine a new batch of fish potion before setting sail again? Mu Qing asked anxiously. Looking at the towering waves that were crashing in, Sumu's lips curled slightly. Miss Mu, is the fish potion your own creation? Through his connection with Nangong Mengli, he was no longer a novice in the realm of extraordinary abilities. He was familiar with all the various extraordinary potions available on the market, but he had never heard of the swimming fish potion. Mu King was taken aback, not understanding the meaning of the question, but still nodded and said, "That's right, I specially made it after I came to the Sea Kingdom just in case." Sumu smiled, slightly, understanding in his heart. "Let's go back." After saying that, he turned and swam towards the Sea Kingdom. The others were a little confused, but given the current crisis, they had no choice but to follow Sumu closely and return the way they came. Sumu chose to go back because he discovered something interesting. The true purpose of the sea god's familiar seemed to be that they didn't want them to find the black mist. The giant wave, which appeared to be an attack, was actually forcing them to go back. All of them are extraordinary beings, and this kind of giant wave can only be considered troublesome. It is simply unrealistic to kill them with this kind of power, especially since they have already revealed their ability to breathe underwater in front of the sea god's followers. The most troublesome thing about seawater is that humans cannot breathe in it. Once the breathing problem is solved, the threat of seawater will be greatly reduced. Moreover, the fish potion was created by Mu King, so how could the sea god's followers know that the potion's effects were about to expire? Without knowing the potion's duration, the sea god's followers should have clearly understood that seawater alone could not kill everyone, and even if it could kill everyone, it could not kill Sumu, who could escape into the shadow space. Even so, why did the sea god's minions still choose to launch a tsunami attack? Simply venting anger? Sumu didn't believe that a god's favorite, who could control his desire for souls and keep the entire sea kingdom under his control, would be so irrational. Logically, if someone capable of killing you appears in your territory and their goal is to leave, you can hide in the deep sea, wait for them to leave, and then continue to lord it over you, instead of launching useless attacks and constantly provoking the opponent. Therefore, Sumu guessed that the true purpose of the sea god's followers was to use the tsunami to force them back to the sea kingdom, because when the tsunami surged and various whirlpools were created on the seabed, they would have no way to swim to the end of the sea to find the black mist. Combining the previous doubts, he gradually guessed the truth about the Sea Kingdom. If he was not mistaken, there would be an even grand performance to be staged in the Sea Kingdom. Things are getting more interesting. The group accelerated, moving forward rapidly like fish swimming in the ocean. But no matter how fast they went, they could not outrun the whirlpools formed by the various undercurrents in the ocean. The whirlpools of varying sizes were like black holes, frantically pulling at the surrounding seawater. The people's bodies were constantly being pulled by various forces. If it weren't for the superhuman physique, the turbulence alone would have been enough to tear their bodies apart. To the sea! Sumu gave the order and rushed towards the sea, with the others following closely behind. When they reached the sea, they didn't have to exert much effort. The surging tsunami carried them forward. The waves, powerful enough to smash houses, caused them physical pain, but no fatal injuries. Of course, Sumu must be excluded from this group. In terms of physical strength alone, he is undoubtedly the weakest among them. Mu Qing and Lu Dongliang are both silver level, so their physical qualities are beyond question. Although Yang Dongqing is weak, he can completely ignore the damage caused by the waves, thanks to his iron will and unending recovery. Only Sumu's physical attributes are entirely enhanced by Yi Giant Power Fist. But this is mainly reflected in his strength, while his defense is much weaker. Fortunately, he also has the Energy Davering Ring. A steady stream of spiritual energy flowed into the ring, transforming into physical strength, enough to keep him safe and sound during the tsunami. No one knew how far they had been swept away by the giant wave. When the wave disappeared, a blurry island appeared in their sight. At this point, it was clearly in a much worse state. Their skin was pale from being soaked in the water, and they no longer sank to the bottom of the sea, but instead chose to swim freely on the surface of the sea, because the effects of the fish medicine had long since worn off. Soon, everyone made it safely ashore. Yang Dongqing collapsed on the beach, panting heavily. The intense battle and struggle in the sea had exhausted all his strength. Lu Dongliang was also in poor condition. His bloody berserk was an explosive skill that consumed a lot of strength. He had fought against sea monsters and swam for an unknown distance. Even an Iron Man couldn't take it anymore. Mu Qing maintained a basic level of decorum. She supported herself on her knees with her slender arms, her wet hair clinging to her delicate cheeks, and glistening water droplets dripping onto the beach. She reached into her pocket, pulled out a bottle of extraordinary potion to restore her strength, and drank it all in one gulp. Her pale complexion quickly improved. "Mr. Su, do you need it?" Mu Qing asked, holding up the extraordinary potion in her hand. Sumu smiled and shook his head. "I'll just sleep for a while." After saying that, to Mu Qing's astonishment, he casually leaned against a coconut tree and sat down, one leg stretched out and the other bent, then placed his hands on his knees, lowered his head, and fell asleep. Because of the constant conversion of his spiritual energy, even though his spiritual energy was vast, it was starting to run out. In order to deal with what might happen next, he chose to sleep first. A minute later, Sumu woke up, full of energy, and apart from being soaking wet, he was completely unharmed. "Mr. Su, didn't you want to take a nap?" "It's all right, you go to sleep. I've taken the extraordinary potion and my strength has recovered. I can keep an eye on things here," Mu Qing said with a hint of surprise. "I'm awake." Sumu slowly got up, took out his brown glasses from the sheepskin storage bag, and put them on. Mu Qing suppressed the strange feeling in her heart and said seriously, "Mr. Su, I thought about it carefully while you were resting. I think the most urgent thing is to go to the palace and meet up with the other nightmare apostles. We need more manpower. This voyage has proven that the sea god's followers are not invincible. One of the reasons they are afraid is that the sea monsters are simply unkillable. Since you, Mr. Su, can kill the sea monster, then with your call, surely more people will be willing to go to sea together." "That's right." Lu Dongliang's eyes lit up. "Even if those cowards still don't dare to go into the black mist, they will definitely be willing to fight the sea monsters with us. The siren is a common enemy of everyone. If they stay, they will still face more and more siren. To protect themselves, they will definitely join us." "A good suggestion." Sumu nodded, seemingly agreeing with everyone's suggestion, but a mysterious look appeared in his eyes, behind his brown glasses. Afterwards, the group returned to the simple palace of the Sea Kingdom. "Come back." Finance Minister Purst's reaction upon seeing everyone was surprise. Then, he sneered slightly. "What? You encountered setbacks at sea, so you're planning to give up? I told you long ago that you should just stay in the Sea Kingdom, but you young people just won't turn back until you hit a brick wall." Yang Dongqing immediately retorted angrily. "Who said we were planning to give up?" Lu Dongliang, who was standing to the side, also said angrily, "Do you think we are all cowards like you? Let me tell you the truth. If it weren't for the sea god's companion running away quickly, it would have been killed by Mr. Su long ago." Pang Yang was taken aback and asked doubtfully, "Kill the sea followers? Are you kidding me? The sea god's followers are immortal, just like the sea monsters. I'm too lazy to talk to you. Where's Huji? Call him out now, and summon all the other nightmare apostles well. Mr. Su is about to make a big move. You don't believe me, But don't you believe Mr. Su, who has returned from the black mist? Pang Yang's eyes flickered as he glanced at Sumu, who stood to the side with an elegant expression. In the end, he said nothing, and went directly to find Hu Ji. Before long, the king's banquet hall was filled with more than 20 people, including not only the nightmare apostles who had entered, but also the nightmare apostles who had entered earlier and stayed the Sea Kingdom to serve. King Hughes arrived late, after everyone had gathered. Miss Su, it's wonderful that you're all alive. I thought this might be the last time I'd see you. Hu Ji looked and the others, who were safe and sound, with great emotion. Lu Dongliang's face turned cold. How dare you talk like that? Spit it out, you jinx! Despite being publicly criticized as the king, Hu Ji was not angry. Instead, he smiled and apologized. Sorry, I'm not good at speaking. I was just excited to see everyone return. By the way, Miss Su, I just heard from Pang Yang that you almost killed the sea god's followers. Is that true? Mr. Su, please don't misunderstand. I didn't mean to question you. It's just that this matter is very important, and I must confirm it. Sumu looked at the excited Hu Ji and said, with a half smile, it's true. I have mastered a law called Eye of Annihilation, which can annihilate enemies at the atomic level. Those sea monsters, including the sea god's followers, are only relatively immortal. Once they are wiped out at the atomic level, they will die just like that. Others can prove this. Mr. Su is right. I saw him kill countless sea monsters and more than a dozen mountain-sized sea monsters. In the end, he even defeated the sea god's minions. It's just a pity that they escaped. Lu Dongliang spoke with pride, as if he was very proud to have participated in the battle. Mu King and Yang Dongqing both gave affirmative answers. Such shocking news exploded in everyone's hearts like a bomb. Everyone's first reaction was disbelief, as if they had heard some news that defied common sense. For so many years, the immortal sea monsters have never been truly killed, yet now someone has managed to kill them and even defeat the sea god's minions. This news is truly unbelievable. In the hall, the old and new nightmare apostles discussed amongst themselves. Some with doubt, some with ecstasy. Their expressions varied. Mr. Su, if what you say is true, then the fate of the entire Sea Kingdom may be rewritten because of you. Hu Ji's face lit up with ecstasy. What do you mean by it? Lu Dongliang glared at him. We saw all of this with our own eyes. Are you saying we're all lying? Hu Ji apologized repeatedly. No, that's not what I meant. I just find it hard to accept for a moment. That's an immortal sea monster. You newcomers may not know much about it, but we old folks have fought countless times against the immortal sea monsters over the years. We don't know how many of us have died, but not a single immortal sea monster has ever died. All right, I'm too lazy to listen to your nonsense. Lu Dongliang stepped forward, his tiger-like eyes sweeping over everyone. Let me tell you, Mr. Su came back this time to recruit soldiers and horses. We need more manpower to surround the sea god's followers. As long as we don't let that bastard escape, Mr. Su can kill him. Everyone, Mu King added, I know you are unwilling to go to the Black Mist with us. After all, the Black Mist is dangerous and we will not force you. However, when it comes to dealing with the sea god's followers, everyone's interests are aligned. If you want to live peacefully in the Sea Kingdom, then the sea god's retinue must die. Otherwise, with the increasing of sea monsters, you simply won't have enough souls to fill the void. The pros and cons were so simple and clear that everyone present understood them perfectly. Well, even without the two of them explaining them. However, no one stepped forward to respond yet, because deep down they still didn't quite believe it. The idea that the immortal siren cannot be killed is deeply ingrained in people's minds, and it is absolutely unbelievable. unless one sees it with their own eyes. Old Hu, don't you have a few immortal Sia monsters locked up in your dungeon? Why don't you release them so Mr. Su can show them off? Pang Yang suddenly said. Hu Jai suddenly realized. Right. I captured a few sirens and locked them in the dungeon to study the secrets of their immortality. Someone, bring one of them up here. Yes, Your Majesty. 2 soldiers in silver armor immediately went to the dungeon, and soon after, a fully enclosed iron box, taller than a person, was carried. Up at Hu Ji's signal, a soldier took out a key and unlocked the iron box. He then quickly stepped back, fearing that the undying sea monster might suddenly rush out from inside. Perhaps sensing the presence of living beings, the previously quiet iron box suddenly emitted a violent crang sound, bang. The door was smashed open. An undead sea monster, its body rotting and revealing its white bones, with several wraithing black whiskers, emerged from it. The stench of decay, mixed with a hint of the sea, permeated the entire venue, causing many people present to frown in disgust. However, no one showed any fear. Everyone present was an extraordinary being, and naturally, they would not be afraid of a sea monster that was not much stronger than an ordinary person. At this moment, Sumu strolled forward leisurely, and the sea monster roared and launched an attack directly on Sumu, who was closest to it. Everyone watched Sumu's movements closely, wanting to see if he could actually kill the sea monster. Just as the siren rushed in front of Sumu, he calmly extended a finger and gently touched the black fleshy whiskers that were attacking him. Whoosh! A flash of blue light, and the sea monster vanished into thin air. Everyone was startled and didn't even see what had happened. They quickly looked down at the ground and saw that there was no seawater where the sea monster had died. The immortal siren is dead. It's really dead. Pang Yang rubbed his eyes hard and looked closely. He found that there was really no seawater. He said in disbelief, "This is impossible. We tried all sorts of methods before, but we just couldn't kill the sea monster." Now, Mr. Sus killed the sea monster so easily with just a flick of his finger. Quickly, bring all the sirens from the dungeon up. You son of a bitch. A bloodthirsty glint appeared in Lu Dongliang's eyes as he grabbed Pang Yang's sleeve and said fiercely, "What do you take Mr. Su for?" "Hey, Mr. Lu, don't ruin everyone's harmony," Sumu said with a smile, trying to stop him. Lu Dongliang snorted coldly at Pang Yang and released his grip. Pang Yang realized his words were inappropriate and quickly apologized to Sumu. "Mr. Su, please don't misunderstand. I didn't mean anything by it, I just..." Sumu waved his hand and said gently, "I understand Pang's concerns. After all, it is indeed hard for people to believe." Pang Yang nodded repeatedly, his face full of a smile. "Mr. Su, I'm glad you understand. So I have a better suggestion, Mr. Pang. Why don't you experience it for yourself?" Sumu smiled and extended his hand to Pang Yang. Pang Yang's expression changed drastically in an instant, and he retreated frantically in fear. No. I was wrong, Mr. Su. I shouldn't have questioned you. I believe you. What a joke. That finger strike could kill even a siren. He didn't want to suffer the same fate as the siren. Sumu smiled slightly, his gentle gaze sweeping over everyone's faces. "If any of you still do not believe it, you are welcome to come forward and try it." The crowd's expressions changed slightly, and no one dared to utter a sound. They had realized that this unfathomable Mr. Su, who appeared polite, easy to get along with, was actually far more dangerous than Lu Dongliang, who was quick to resort to violence at the slightest provocation, like a brightly colored venomous snake hidden in a primeval jungle. "Ha ha." Hu Ji laughed heartily and began to smooth things over, Ladies and gentlemen, today is a day of great joy. The siren crisis that has been threatening the Sea Kingdom has finally seen a glimmer of hope for a solution with the appearance of Mr. Su. I wholeheartedly agree with the suggestions made by Mr. Lu and Miss Mu just now. Even if we are unwilling to venture into the black mist, killing the sea god's retinue and the sea monsters is a beneficial thing for everyone, and even the entire Sea Kingdom. I believe you all think so too. I have already arranged a sumptuous dinner. Please come over so we can discuss our specific strategies over dinner. With the kind-hearted Huji appearing, the crowd naturally had no reason to refuse. Moreover, they also wanted to use Sumu's power to solve the problem of the sea god's followers, so they gladly accepted the invitation. At the banquet, Huji raised his glass and said, "I propose that we all toast Mr. Su. If it weren't for Mr. Su's appearance, the Sea Kingdom would not have seen the light of day, and it would probably have been completely destroyed before long." Respectfully, Mr. Su. Mr. Su is truly the savior of the Sea Kingdom. It's human nature to curry favor with the powerful, so the crowd naturally didn't let it go. They quickly toasted Sumu and Pang Yang, who had offended him earlier, even chugged the bottle to express his apology. The guests and hosts enjoyed themselves immensely. Only Mu King and a few others looked indifferent. Looking at the smiling faces of everyone at the banquet, Mu King felt an overwhelming sense of disgust. She wished she could immediately discuss countermeasures, divide tasks, and head out to sea, instead of wasting time here celebrating prematurely. These people living in the sea country have long lost their fighting spirit. They are all good-for-nothings. She picked up her wine glass in frustration, took a small sip, and her expression changed slightly after that one sip. "The wine is poisoned." She feigned composure and glanced at Sumu, who was being toasted by everyone. As she watched Sumu drink one cup after another, she became increasingly anxious. Just as I was about to speak up to warn them, I noticed something touching my leg under the table. She looked down and was startled, because what was touching her leg was not a person at all, but a large, shadowy hand. The large, shadowy hand, Mu King's leg, and instantly melted, turning into a puddle of shadow on the ground. The shadow writhed and traced several shadowy characters on the ground before rapidly receding like ripples in water, eventually returning to Sumu's shadow. Mu King's pupils suddenly contracted, as if she understood something. She continued eating the seafood on the table as if nothing had happened, glancing at Sumu out of the corner of her eye. Sumu didn't look at her, seemingly completely absorbed in the banquet. While drinking, the group discussed their strategy. Finally, with Huji's approval, they decided to implement the plan to lure the enemy. Under the guise of a sacrifice, they would try to trick the sea god's retinue into coming. In his words, he was the only one who could contact the sea god's retinue, and he was the one who handed over the sacrifices to them each time. With him in charge, there's a high chance he can deceive the sea god's retinue. If he can, all the better. If he can't, it's all right. He can just kill a group of sea monsters first, then launch a proactive attack and annihilate them step by step. After a hearty meal, everyone returned to their rooms to rest and recharge for the big battle the next day. Night. Sumu stood alone by the window, admiring the beautiful sight of the moon rising over the sea. The silvery moonlight spilled onto the sea, creating a shimmering silver expanse. Thump, thump, thump. "Mr. Su, are you resting?" Huji's respectful voice rang out from outside the door. Sumu's eyes flickered slightly, and a mysterious smile appeared on his lips. "No, please come in, Mr. Hu." Squeak. The wooden door was pushed open, revealing Huji's figure. He stood in the doorway, the moonlight shining on him and casting a long, dark shadow on the floor of the room. Mr. Su. A worried look appeared on Huji's face. I thought carefully about the countermeasures we discussed before, and I feel that there are still some areas that can be improved, so I came here specifically to discuss it with you. Please forgive me if there is anything inappropriate. His brown-tinted glasses gleamed with the silvery light of the moon, making it impossible to tell what Sumu was thinking. His gentle voice rang out in the darkness. How could it be inappropriate? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Huji was taken aback. The feigned worry on his face vanished completely, and the expression on his face, hidden in the shadows, became inscrutable. Did Mr. Su know I was coming? Sumu pushed up his brown glasses, smiled slightly, and stepped out of the shadows, leaning on his snake-patterned wooden cane. The cool moonlight cast from the window illuminated his tall and slender figure like ripples on water. Of course I knew, but I didn't expect you to arrive so late. I've been waiting for quite a while. But good things come to those who wait. So, is everything ready? Mr. Su, what are you saying? I don't quite understand. Huji narrowed his eyes and his tone became low. Put away your clumsy acting, Mr. Hu. Or rather, I should call you a member of the Poseidon's kin. Huji's pupils suddenly contracted, and the hypocrisy on his face vanished completely, replaced by endless coldness. When did you discover it? The first time I saw you. Huji sneered. That's impossible, my disguise is flawless. Sumu shook head slightly in disappointment. The more absolute a person's knowledge is, the less it proves their erudition. On the contrary, it only proves their ignorance. What you call flawless is merely your own perception of flawlessness. To me, it's riddled with holes. No matter how convincingly you disguise yourself, you can't hide the fact that you have no soul. Huji's face was ashen. How did you know I have no soul? My physical body can clearly block mental probes. Sumu's expression grew increasingly disappointed, and he sighed. Do you know what it means to protest too much? Huji was taken aback, instantly understood the meaning behind Sumu's words. The so-called no silver buried here meant that someone buried 300 taels of silver in the ground, and then, fearing that others would steal it, deliberately put up a sign on the ground that read no silver buried here to tell others that there was no money there. His expression turned slightly grim. His physical body could block spiritual probing, but others could not. Wasn't this telling others that there was something wrong with his soul? He asked somewhat defiantly. Perhaps I possess some kind of magical artifact that blocks mental detection? What makes you so certain? Because you're not good enough. Huji was stunned, not understanding the meaning of those words. I learned from your harem that you haven't favored them for many years, and even allowed them to have affairs with soldiers and ministers. None of your children are your own. Furthermore, you rarely eat at banquets. I asked the maid who serves you, and she said that she brings the food to your room every day, and no one has ever seen you eat heartily. Except when entertaining guests, you usually eat in your room. Cleaning toilets should be the most dreaded task for all the maids, but they would vie to clean the king's toilets because they didn't need to clean them at all. As a king, yet living like a monk, abstaining from women, alcohol, and meat, and largely delegating power, willingly becoming a puppet, do you think that's realistic? Huji remained silent. He did not refute it again. If you had no strength, it would be normal for you to be a puppet. But as a silver-level expert, and the only one who can communicate with the sea god's followers, you are by no means without strength. The only reason for this is that you are not human at all, but a monster like the undying sea siren. You have no soul, your body is just a shell, so naturally you won't have any human-like feelings, you don't need to eat or excrete, and you can't reproduce with women. Enough. Huji roared, his cold eyes filled with fury that had been reopened. Sumu, do you think you're the only smart in the world? You think you've seen through everything, but little do you know you've already fallen into my trap. His burly figure slowly approached Sumu, his eyes filled with icy killing intent. Why do you think I didn't deal with sea, but instead forced you back to the Sea Kingdom? You can indeed kill sea monsters, but that power has its limitations, right? Huji revealed a smug smirk. Only soul contact can trigger that divine power. You are the nemesis of sea monsters, but unfortunately not the nemesis of humans. You can't be killed in the sea, but you can on land. You want to fight me on land? Sumu pushed up his brown glasses, the moonlight shining on the lenses, making them gleam silver. You couldn't even do it in the sea, are you sure you can now? Ha ha ha. Hujai sneered. Sumu, your strength is indeed not weak, but how much of it can you use now? Do you really think I'm just bored and want to listen to your reasoning? You're wrong. I'm stalling for time. Judging by the time, the medication should be taking effect soon. Sigh. A long sigh echoed in the room. Sumu looked at Huji, whose face was contorted with rage, with a disappointed expression. He sighed and said, Mr. Hu, do you know that I have been looking forward to this for a long time and have been waiting for a long time, hoping that you can put on a wonderful performance. For this, I have been doing my best to cooperate with you. But how have you repaid me? Can you understand that feeling? The enemy you placed so much hope in, only to find out in the end that they were utterly useless. Huji's expression changed slightly as he looked at Sumu, who was still standing in front of him, and said in surprise, You weren't poisoned. Impossible. I saw you drink several cups of poisoned wine with my own eyes. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of the snakeskin hitting the ground echoed continuously. Sumu walked step by step towards Huji. His steps were steady and elegant, making him look like a gentleman about to extend an invitation to a ball. However, in Huji's eyes, this scene was filled with an indescribable sense of oppression. Suddenly, Sumu stopped in front of Huji, his brown-tinted glasses obscuring his dark, unfathomable eyes. He said calmly, I'll ask one last time, is there any more surprises? Whoosh! Huji retreated rapidly, escaping from the room like an arrow. Pang Yang! Bring your men over here immediately and kill him, he roared, and a series of hurried footsteps immediately followed from not far away. A dark mass of soldiers surged in from all directions, along with a dozen ministers from the Sea Kingdom. They arrived at Huji's side almost instantly, moving with incredible speed. These dozen or so people were all nightmare apostles from the previous batch, who had come to the Sea Kingdom and had already joined the ranks. The weakest among them was at the second level of bronze, and there were even a few at the first level of silver. Such a terrifying display was all for the purpose of dealing with Sumu alone. Looking around, enemies were everywhere. Huji, hiding in the crowd, said solemnly to Pang Yang and the others beside him, Sumu wasn't poisoned, so we have no choice but to kill him ourselves. Everyone's faces darkened. This was clearly not good news for them. In their minds, Sumu was extremely powerful. Even if he wasn't a gold-level expert, he was at least a silver-level expert. If he were poisoned, they might be able to defeat him easily, but now they'd no choice but to fight him head-on. Pang Yang took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Mr. Su, don't blame us. We had no choice. If you have to blame someone, blame yourself for having the power to kill sea monsters. Actually, long before you returned, the sea god's followers informed Huji that we should kill you, otherwise, it would break the previous agreement and unleash a tsunami to flood the entire Sea Kingdom. For the sake of all the citizens of the Sea Kingdom, we beg Mr. Su to die. As Pang Yang spoke, the crowd grew increasingly solemn. like warriors vowing to defend their country to the death. Ironically, the enemy they were preparing to kill was not the siren, but the one capable of killing the siren. "Mr. Su, I know you must think we are despicable," Huji said with a regretful look. "You clearly wanted to help the heroes of the Sea Kingdom, but we turned against you with swords. But we really have no choice. We really can't give up the Sea Kingdom where we've lived for so long and go to fight our lives in the black mist with you. That's not going home, that's going to our deaths. Besides, even if you reeled the sea god's followers, so what? As long as this ocean still exists, new sea god followers will appear sooner or later. When that happens, you can just leave, but it will be us, the Sea Kingdom, who will suffer. Therefore, for the sake of the Sea Kingdom, please make this sacrifice." Huji waved his hand, and the massive army and a dozen or so extraordinary individuals began to press forward step by step, constantly tightening the encirclement. It was thanks to Sumu's well-established persona as a powerful figure that everyone was so cautious. Otherwise, they would have rushed forward long ago. Clap, clap, clap! A burst of applause suddenly broke out in the somber atmosphere. It was Sumu who was clapping. "Finally, you've piqued my interest a little." Sumu smiled and praised. "Since Mr. Hugh is putting on such a great performance, then I'll perform a magic trick for everyone as well." Huji's eyes narrowed, and his mind raced. He guessed that Sumu was going to reveal the truth in public and expose his identity as a member of the sea god's family. However, he quickly sneered because he was prepared and not afraid at all. People will only believe what they think is the truth. The name of this magic trick is the Great Disappearance of a Person. Huji was stunned. A sudden appearance of a living person? Could it be? "Please look carefully, everyone. I am about to disappear from your sight." Upon hearing this, Ji's lips curled into a barely perceptible sneer. His previous encounter at the bottom of the sea made him realize that Sumu possessed some kind of illusion technique, which explained why he had watched Sumu walk away, but then suddenly reappeared behind him. He wouldn't fall for the same trick twice. So the moment he saw Sumu, he activated the siren's ability to sense souls. He was absolutely certain that the Sumu in front of him was the real person, because the cloned by illusions did not have a soul. "Mr. Su, stop pretending when you're about to die. Attack! Kill him!" With Huji's order, the surrounding soldiers and the dozen or so superhumans led by Pang Yang launched an attack simultaneously. Almost instantly, several terrifying attacks struck Sumu, tearing his body to pieces and turning him into a pile of severed limbs and remains. Everyone was stunned. What happened? He was killed so easily? Even Huji himself was stunned. He guessed that apart from the strange blue light, Sumu's strength might not be as strong as he had imagined, but there was no reason for him to be this weak. "Make way!" Huji pushed through the crowd and squeezed to the front. He stared intently at the tragically dead Sumu, his eyes filled with an unyielding sense of confusion. He bent down and picked up Sumu's head. The elegant smile on his fair face was still striking in the darkness. But at the next second, Huji's expression changed drastically. He stared intently at Sumu's head, only to find that the head had somehow transformed into a woman's. This is the Empress." Pang Yang's expression changed drastically as he incredulously snatched the Empress's head from Huji's hands. "No, no, no. Why is it the Empress?" He looked grief-stricken, as if his wife had died. Huji's face darkened completely. He vaguely guessed the truth. The Empress must have been unable to wait any longer and hid in Sumu's room before Sumu returned. As a result, she was controlled by Sumu and turned into a puppet. Search! Go search for me now. Search the whole country or the whole country to find Sumu. Peng Yang roared at his men, his eyes bloodshot. Wait, he can't handle this alone. He might need to go and meet up with Mu King and the others. Let's go check on him first, Huji said grimly. He hurriedly led several extraordinary individuals to Mu King and the others' room, only to find that there was no one in the room at all. Damn it! Huji roared in fury. He realized he had been tricked. Sumu had seen through his plan long ago and arranged everything in advance. The entire Sea Kingdom was mobilized. Countless people were awakened from their sleep, and large numbers of soldiers moved through the streets and alleys. The outsider Sumu has angered the sea god by going to sea. The sea god has issued a decree that if Sumu is not killed within 3 days, a tsunami will be unleashed to flood the entire Sea Kingdom. Countless soldiers shouted in the streets, mobilizing the entire nation to capture Sumu. These people might dare to disobey the king's orders, but they would never dare to disobey the sea god. They grew up listening to the legends of the sea god, and their fear of the sea god was ingrained in their very souls. Inside a residential house, Sumu and the others were gathered intact. Mr. Su, no wonder you said before that the king was a follower of the sea god, and asked me to detoxify Yang Dongqing and the others in advance. It turns out it was true. Huji's every plan was exactly what you expected. Mu King said softly, listening to the commotion outside. At this moment, Mu King and the other two were filled with shock. They found it hard to believe that Huji was the so-called follower of the sea god, the king of a country, and the protector in the eyes of the people, who was actually the one who persecuted them. Sumu smiled slightly. Don't you think the entire Sea Kingdom operates much like a farm? The farm owner feeds and waters the livestock, lets them reproduce, and then slaughters them in the end. The three were taken aback. After Sumu's reminder, they suddenly realized that the fact that the king was a follower of the sea god was not so unreasonable, but rather quite reasonable. Sure enough, there's nothing new under the sun, Mu King said with her mouth slightly open. It's just that this time the livestock have been replaced with people. Mr. Su, so should our next plan be to make it public that the king is a follower of the sea god? We must expose the truth. Yang Dongqing gritted his teeth and said, This beast not only treats people like livestock, but now he's using innocent citizens to attack us. If we expose the truth, the citizens under Ji's command, as well as those superhumans, will definitely rise up against us, and then the situation will be reversed. Sumu smiled without saying a word. Mu King noticed Sumu's expression and couldn't help but ask, Mr. Su, do you think this method is inappropriate? What's wrong with that? Yang Dongqing looked puzzled. I think this is the best way. If we don't reveal the truth, it's like the four of us are going to be enemies with the entire Sea Kingdom. We can't fight like that. Sumu shook his head. You still don't understand human nature. Mu King's heart skipped a beat. Mr. Su, worried that the people don't trust us? That's certainly possible. After all, Huji King and we are just outsiders. If we openly say that the king is a follower of the sea god, no one will believe us. However, we can carry out the decapitation plan. I had already inquired about Huji's abilities. After all, he had lived in the Sea Kingdom for 10 years, so his abilities were no secret. His silver law was Sequence 32 paper-cutting evil spirit, which specifically manifested as the creation and control of paper dolls. I guessed that the reason Huji could maintain his human appearance was because he put his true body into a paper doll. As long as we can attack him, we can break through the paper doll's disguise and expose his true form. Then the people will definitely be on our side. Great! Lu Dongliang became excited and started rubbing his hands together. I've been annoyed with Huji for a long time. Give this task to me. After activating Berserk mode, Mu King, you can use the vines to throw me at Huji. In my fully Berserk state, I'm sure I can hurt Hujiu. At this moment, young Dongqing, whose IQ was below average, became unusually clever, proving that even a fool can have a stroke of genius. Yang Dongqing's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed in delight, "There's no need for all that trouble. I have a way to see through Huji's true identity without taking any risks." Mu King looked at him suspiciously. Yang Dongqing smiled smugly. Sumu has an illusion ability. As long as he uses this ability on Hujai, he can make Hujai look like a member of the sea god's retinue. After revealing this method, he became increasingly proud, feeling that he was a genius who could come up with such a perfect plan. The inspiration for this method mainly came when Sumu faked the rotting on Taifeng's body as burns when he was making the statue of gods and demons. Mu King and her companion, both surprised and delighted. They hadn't expected Sumu to be so versatile and possess such skills, which gave them even more confidence. Unexpectedly, Sumu sighed at this moment. I told you, you don't understand human nature. If you really understood it, you would never have come up with such a useless method. The three were stunned, especially Yang Dongqing, who had finally managed to show his worth, who said, impatiently, how could it be useless? As long as we reveal the truth, we're guaranteed to win. No matter how strong Huji is, can he withstand the siege of all the superhumans in the entire Sea Kingdom? This isn't the sea, it's land. Sumu's expression was inscrutable. He said calmly, do you really think that Huji was able to gain the support of the entire Sea Kingdom because of his status as king? As long as it is revealed that he is a member of the sea god's family, those extraordinary individuals, and even the people will turn back to him. You're wrong. The reason those extraordinary beings obeyed Huji's orders was actually because they were the followers of the sea god. As long as the sea god's followers say that they'll unleash a tsunami to engulf the Sea Kingdom if they don't kill us, then we're destined to stand against the entire Sea Kingdom. Whether Huji says on behalf of the sea god's followers, or whether he himself becomes a member of the sea god's followers and says it, the effect is the same. How can these be the same? Yang Dongqing, in disbelief. The sea god's retinue are monsters, while the king is human. Once everyone knows they've been deceived by the king, they certainly won't listen to him. Mu King, standing to the side, seemed to have figured it out, and her face grew even uglier. Mr. Su is. We were thinking. Simply, this world is not black and white, and not everyone is willing to stand on the side of justice. Mr. Yang, you can imagine what would happen if, according to your plan, everyone found out that Huji was a member of the sea god's family. Will people really rebel against Huji? Why didn't you resist? Yang Dongqing thought Mu King was talking nonsense. Sigh. Mu King sighed, her slightly childish face revealing a maturity beyond her years. If Hujai said that he would launch a tsunami if anyone dared to make a move, Mr. Yang, you have guts and no relatives here, so you can fight to the death. But what about the others? The people here have long been worn down and are used to this kind of life. Hujai only needs to say lightly, as long as you continue to listen to me, everything will remain the same. Do you think people will listen? If you don't listen, you'll both perish. If you listen, everything will remain the same, you'll have food, drink, and women. If you were in that situation, what would you choose? Yang Dongqing's excited expression instantly cooled, and his face turned pale. Sumu said calmly, the key to this matter, compared to us outsiders, the people are more afraid the long-established power of the sea god's retinue. Even if the other party may not have the ability to launch a tsunami on land, as long as he says, the people and superhumans will definitely be terrified. Then, driven by fear, us. Hey! Yang Dong forced out a suppressed laugh. So even if we're on the side of humanity, on the side of justice, even if the truth is laid bare before everyone, they'll still choose to help. The monster. Damn it! He pounded the ground hard, his heart filled with a pent-up anger that had nowhere to go. Why is this happening? Because the people of this island nation only fear power and do not cherish virtue. Sumu's calm words revealed the coldest truth. Ha ha ha! As expected of Mr. Su, your evaluation is spot on. King Hu Ji's praise suddenly came from outside the house. Mu King and the others' expressions changed drastically, and Lu Dongliang, who reacted the fastest, was the first to strike towards the source of the sound. Bang! The wall shattered with a crash, and a paper figure was sent flying. After floating in the air for a few moments, the force from Lu Dongliang dissipated, and it landed safely. The paper-thin figure's face was outlined with simple, crude features, like the clumsy work of a down-on-his-luck painter. It had no aesthetic appeal whatsoever, but rather exuded a sense of eeriness. If you look closely, you'll find that the paper figure's features bear a striking resemblance to Hu Ji's. The paper figure looked at everyone with a strange smile. I didn't expect Mr. Su to see through the true nature of this place, after only 2 days on the island. As you all said, so what if my identity is revealed? The reason I hid my identity was simply out of compassion for the people, not wanting them to live in fear all the time, which is not conducive to reproduction. What good is it if they know truth? The truth has never mattered. What matters is whoever instills fear in them. They will obey. They're here! The paper figure suddenly roared, the loud voice piercing the night sky and immediately attracting the attention of nearby soldiers and civilians. The dark streets echoed with a cacophony of hurried footsteps as a massive surged forward like a tidal wave. Mu King and the others were extremely anxious. Mr. Su, what do we do now? Sumu remained calm, stepped forward and stood in front of the crowd. You go first, I'll cover the rear. At the same time, a soft voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Wait for me at the beach. Knowing that there was no time to delay, the group nodded heavily, and then the three of them split up and broke through to the surrounding areas. Many people chased after the three, but most remained where they were, surrounding Sumu. They all knew very well that Sumu was the backbone of the team, and as long as Sumu was killed, the remaining members would not be able to cause any trouble. The three running frantically looked at Sumu, who was already surrounded. They were anxious, but also a little moved. After all, not everyone would stay behind alone to cover the retreat for a companion they had only known for a few days. However, this feeling of being moved lasted only a second before it ended. Because Sumu died, Hu Ji's paper doll severed its head in one blow. The head fell to the ground, revealing a dark-skinned, dull-looking face, clearly belonging to an unknown native of the Sea Kingdom. Upon seeing this, Yang Dongqing, whose eyes were already red with emotion, turned even redder. He was so angry that he wanted to curse. Is this what you call covering the rear? With Sumu's fall, all the pressure suddenly fell on the three of them. Want to leave? Not so easy. A nightmare apostle rushed over, and for his own safety, he went straight for the weakest one, Yang Dongqing. You should pick the softest persimmon to squeeze. Yang Dongqing is only a second-tier bronze level, so who else should you go after? The man leaped into the air, his figure streaking across the night sky, hurtling towards Yang Dongqing like a cannonball. Feeling the strong wind coming from behind, Yang Dongqing's expression changed drastically. He instinctively rolled away to avoid the attack. Covered in dust, he looked closely and his heart tightened. He saw that the spot where he had just stood had been smashed into a deep crater. A man in a denim jacket emerged from the pit with sinister grin, staring mockingly at Yang Dongqing. "It's you!" Yang Dongqing said with a grim expression. "You were one of the Nightmare Apostles who entered the Nightmare Apostles in the same batch as Mu King and the others. Why are you helping Hu Zhao?" The cowboy sneered. "Judging from your tone, you seem to be blaming me?" "Bah, I've been annoyed with you guys for a long time. You're the only ones who have the courage to go to sea. And we're all cowards, aren't we? Yes, I admit I'm a coward. But why do you have to anger the sea god if you're going to go to sea? How are those of us who decided to stay supposed to live? It wasn't us who angered them, it was all Hu Ji's lies. He was the one who—" Yang Dongqing said hurriedly, but was interrupted by the cowboy. "Stop talking nonsense. You have the guts to do it, but not the guts to admit it. Go to hell." A burst of dazzling metallic light suddenly erupted from the cowboy man's body. The light was so intense that it almost made him look like a metal man. Yang Dongqing was horrified. The follower of power! He recognized it as the silver law follower of power, his superior law, a silver law that could only be advanced to after collecting iron. Will, unending recovery, and mighty fist. We can't beat them. We can't beat them at all. Boom! A fist gleaming with metallic light, carrying terrifying force, came crashing down. Yang Dongqing felt the pressure of the punch, gritted his teeth, and raised his hands to block in front of him. But the next second, a dull metallic clang rang out, mixed with the sound of bones breaking. Bang! Yang Dongqing's arms were instantly broken, and even part of his chest collapsed. He was sent flying backward and crashed into a row of houses. Weaklings. The cowboy sneered as he walked towards the ruins of the houses. If it weren't for the king's order to keep you around to reproduce, I would have killed you in one move. His hand, gleaming with a cold light, reached into the ruins and dragged the heavily injured Yang Dongqing out, like a dead dog. Yang Dongqing's body was flashing with a white light of endless recovery, and his injuries were constantly healing themselves. The cowboy immediately threw a series of punches, breaking all four of Yang Dongqing's limbs. "Ah!" Yang Dongqing screamed, but there was no fear on his face. Instead, his eyes turned bloodshot as he bit down hard on the cowboy. Click! He had lost several teeth, while the other person's skin only had a row of faint white marks. The defense of Power Servant is too strong. As Yang Dongqing's superior law, it is simply impossible for him to break it. Take a nap first. Bang! The cowboy delivered a karate chop to the back of Yang Dongqing's neck, instantly turning Yang Dongqing's eyes white and causing him to lose consciousness completely. Battles broke out elsewhere as well. Lu Dongliang was surrounded by several superhumans who had arrived. He entered a state of complete berserk mode, his entire body turning crimson, like a red-haired demon crawling out of hell, and he frantically attacked all living things around him. This is the disadvantage of warriors. Being limited to physical attacks, they are easily surrounded when encountering enemies stronger and more numerous than themselves. In contrast, Mu King had it much easier. She stretched out her delicate white hand and slammed it onto the ground. A vibrant green light emanated from her body, flowing down her palm into the ground. In the next instant, countless vines and trees shot into the sky, trapping the pursuers within. Some ordinary soldiers were even pierced through the body by tree branches on the spot, and their bodies continued to rise with the trees, hanging on the branches. As she continued to exert her strength, the trees continued to grow wildly, and in the blink of an eye, a dense forest rose up, concealing her figure. Using the cover of the forest, she fled frantically. Whether it was an illusion or not, Mu King seemed to be moving even faster in the forest. Unfortunately, while trees can stop ordinary people, they cannot stop extraordinary individuals. A dark figure flashed out of the forest like a ghost, the mithril dagger in its hand gleaming in the moonlight, following Mu King almost like a shadow. With a slash of his dagger, he immediately left a deep, bone-revealing gash on Mu King's back. Mu King groaned, enduring the pain as she turned around and sprinkled a handful of black powder. The man's gaze sharpened. Not knowing what the black powder was, he dared not take it head-on and had no choice but temporarily avoid its attack. He wasn't in a hurry. Mu King's Silver Law natural call sequence ranking was very low. Only somewhat effective against ordinary people, and completely inadequate against extraordinary individuals. Moreover, Mu King had already been injured, so her speed would definitely be affected. Just as he was thinking this, he saw Mu King seem to be unable to hold on it any longer and stumble headfirst into the bushes. He walked toward the bushes with a cold smile, his eyes flashing with wicked thoughts. Mu King, this little girl, was not in the same league as the women of the Sea Kingdom at all. Her fair and delicate skin and petite figure had long been stirring his heartstrings. There was no reason to do it before, but now that Mu King has been caught, the consequence is that she will be reduced to a breeding tool. Since that's the case, I might as well try it myself first. He cautiously parted the bushes with his mithril dagger, wary of Mu King's sneak attack, but he was stunned when he did, because there was no sign of Mu King in the bushes, only a patch of withered weeds. The weeds seemed to have been drained of their life force, turning yellow and withered, crumbling at the slightest touch. His expression changed drastically. Damn it! This bastard's law is definitely not nature's call. It can actually absorb the life force of plants and trees. What kind of law is this? In the woods not far away, Mu King crawled forward cautiously, and the deep, bone-revealing bloodstain on her back had long since healed, revealing a glimpse of snow-white skin through the torn fabric. The most amazing thing is that she seemed to have become invisible. Even though she was in the enemy's line of sight, the enemy could not see her. Mu King walked step by step toward the sea. She believed that the mysterious and powerful Mr. Su must have his own plans, and what she needed to do was to survive as long as possible and meet up with Mr. Su at the seaside. Of the 4 members of Sumu's group, only Mu King managed to escape using her unique abilities. Yang Dongqing was captured immediately, while Lu Dongliang held out for a long time for finally being captured after exhausting himself in the face of the group's attack. As for Sumu, he didn't appear at all from beginning to end. Sometimes the difference between people is huge, even greater than that between people and dogs. While everyone else was in grave danger, and even 2 of them were captured, Sumu, the leader, was leisurely sitting on a rock by the sea, admiring the reflection of the bright moon in the water. No one knows when he arrived, just as no one knows what he was doing at the beach. Mr. Su! A joyful voice came from the woods not far away, and Mu King, with her hair disheveled and her chest heaving, ran out. Sumu did not turn around, still calmly admiring the sea view. I thought no one would reach seaside, but I didn't expect Miss Mu to actually do it. If I'm not mistaken, your silver law should not be sequenced through nature's call. Mu King paused for a moment, not giving a direct answer. Whether it is or not is not important. Now is not the time to discuss my laws. Since Mr. Su saw through Hu Ji's plan so early on, and even has the leisure to enjoy the sea view here, he must have already come up with a way to turn the tables, right? Sumu turned around, cool moonlight shining on his angular face, as if it were coated with a layer of silver light. He smiled slightly. What comeback? Mu King was taken aback. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Sumu's gentle voice continue. His voice was like a spring breeze, gentle and soft, without a trace of sharpness or impatience, showing confidence and composure. The overall situation is in our hands. They are the ones who are truly in dire straits. His voice seemed to possess a magical power that brought peace to people's hearts, and Mu King, who was originally tense and anxious, was slowly soothed. We're being hunted down by the entire Sea Kingdom, and 2 of our teammates have even been captured. Isn't this a desperate situation? Mu King, now calmer, even had the mood to joke. Sumu pushed up his brown-tinted glasses and said with a faint smile, "Actually, on the first day I arrived in the Sea Kingdom, I already had a way to break the Sea God's curse and leave this place." A look of surprise flashed in Mu King's beautiful eyes. "Then why haven't you taken action yet, Mr. Su?" Sumu gazed at the sea and said softly, "Because that would be too boring. I don't like things that are too easy, so I try my best to cooperate with Huji in his acting, hoping he can give me more surprises." As it turned out, he really was a good-for-nothing. While he brought a little surprise, it wasn't much, and this farce should probably come to an end now. He slowly stood up, gazing at the boundless sea in the darkness. No one knew what he was thinking. Mu King watched his back as the sea breeze blew, making her feel a little cold, and she unconsciously tightened her clothes. She couldn't understand why there were people like this in the world. Was it just because she found it boring? "Mr. Su, is it possible that your strength is already enough to contend with the entire Sea Kingdom, including those 20-odd extraordinary individuals?" Mu King asked, because she couldn't think of any other possibility. The most likely explanation is that Sumu is an unparalleled expert, confident enough to take on an entire nation single-handedly, which is why he watched Huji perform. Sumu shook his head, "No." Mu King was taken aback. "Then you, Miss Mu, can concoct extraordinary potions, is that right?" Sumu suddenly asked. Mu King's eyes flickered, and she nodded. "I once worked for a period of time at the largest pharmaceutical company in the real world, Federal Pharmaceuticals, so I learned how to refine extraordinary potions." Sumu had long heard of the Federal Pharmaceutical Company. Most of the extraordinary drugs that Nangong Mengli had previously acquired were purchased from the Federal Pharmaceutical Company. Its business covered the 7 empires, and any extraordinary person who wanted to buy extraordinary drugs would definitely choose the Federal Pharmaceutical Company first. Legend has it that this company is already incredibly wealthy, and if they wanted to, they could even establish the 8th empire of humankind. Do you have any extraordinary potions like Mighty Fist that can permanently enhance physical abilities? Yes. Mu King rummaged through her bosom and pulled out a bottle of pale silver potion. It looked like silver glitter sprinkled on water, sparkling, and very pretty. "I have the most common Heart of Steel supernatural potion on the market. I made it to make money, but before I could find a suitable buyer, I entered the nightmare world." Sumu smiled slightly. "That would be wonderful." She walked over to Sumu, handed him the extraordinary potion, and asked with a puzzled look, "Mr. Su, could this potion be helpful to your plan?" No wonder she was puzzled, because she simply couldn't fathom how Sumu would use a bottle of bronze potion to deal with the entire Sea Kingdom. Sumu took the medicine and smiled. "No." For some reason, she suddenly felt an urge to hit someone. Why did she ask me to get the medicine if she wasn't going to help you? But it's very helpful to me. Sumu opened the lid of the potion and then drank it all in one gulp, much to Mu King's astonishment. "Mr. Su, you..." She stared in disbelief, her cherry-pink lips slightly parted. She couldn't understand why Sumu, who was suspected to be a gold-level expert, would swallow a bottle of bronze-level potion at this moment. After drinking the potion, Sumu slowly closed his eyes. In his vision, a vast net of stars covering the heavens and the earth appeared. Stars of different colors and emanating different aura shone brightly in this net. Suddenly, he felt his consciousness float above the net and land on a steel-like star. Buzz! The steel stars trembled, and a beam of light descended from the sky, landing on Sumu and connecting with his soul. In an instant, a metallic sheen, just Yangdongqing's, began to appear on his skin. His physical abilities surged at this moment. Unlike Mighty Fist, this increase focused more on defense. His skin became as hard as steel, and so did his bones. Suddenly, Sumu felt a sense of relief. The enormous mental energy no longer caused any burden on his body. If his body was a wooden bucket filled with water before, it was now an iron bucket with a larger capacity than before. As the metallic color on the body surface intensified, this sensation became more pronounced. Just as the metallic color reached its peak, the immaculate heart, which had already been digested, suddenly emitted a shimmering white light. White light surged into his limbs and bones, mingling with the metallic color. Sumu suddenly noticed that the metallic color began to weaken, as if a rough iron block had been forged in a raging fire hundreds of times, with all impurities removed, turning it into a piece of refined iron. He smiled silently. The Immaculate Heart was the first bronze law he obtained, and it could even be said to be the weakest law he possessed. Its enhancements in all aspects were minimal, and it had no offensive capabilities whatsoever. It was entirely passive. But after these experiences, he realized that being passive is the strongest strategy. The Immaculate Heart purified his spirit, causing a sharp decrease in the total amount of his spirit, while rapidly increasing its quality. When he consumed the Mighty Fist and became all muscle, it was the Immaculate Heart that removed impurities from his body, resulting in the purer power unleashed by his Mighty Fist. The current Hearts of Steel is even more so, having transformed crude iron into refined iron, greatly enhancing its defensive capabilities. The changes in Sumu's body lasted for a moment. After a while, the metallic color on his body surface completely disappeared, and it finally turned it into a white jade color. He clenched his fist, feeling the power within his body, and smiled slightly, quite satisfied. But the next second, a look of surprise appeared on his face, and his hand unconsciously went to his throat. His throat is itchy. Not the physical throat, but the soul. He could feel a mysterious change happening in the throat, the part of his soul. Suddenly, the crystalline blue in his eyes surged, so much so that even his brown-tinted glasses couldn't hide it. A full minute later, this change quietly stopped, and another law appeared deep within Sumu's soul. It was the second law to appear out of thin air after all things in the world. And its name, endless demonic sound. I see. The crystalline blue in Sumu's eyes had disappeared, replaced by a look of enlightenment. He had finally figured out the origins of all things in the world, and endless demonic sound. They are like an independent law, already existing within one's own soul. And whenever one's spiritual power reaches a sufficient level, it will trigger the opportunity for them to appear in the world. The appearance of all things in the universe is due to the enhancement of spiritual power after connecting with the Immaculate Heart. The endless demonic sound is due to the iron will, increasing mental strength. Previously, when hypnotizing Yang Dongqing, it was discovered that iron will has a certain mental resistance, and its defensive power will also increase when emotions are aroused or beliefs are strengthened. All of this shows that iron will enhances mental strength. Actually, it makes sense when you think about it. If the three bronze laws, heart of steel, mighty fist, and unending recovery, only strengthen the body and not the spirit, then the extraordinary person who possessed the silver law power, servant, would definitely become a muscle-bound idiot. The soul is too weak to control its powerful body. Even a random mental superhuman, even if the opponent is only at the bronze rank 1, can easily toy with the power servant. In conclusion, Sumu concluded that his own unique laws would naturally manifest once his mental strength reached a certain level, and he would possess them immediately upon the right time, even without taking any other extraordinary drugs. Taking the extraordinary drug only shortens the time required for this process. The reason why these laws are contained in one's soul is probably related to that special dream, a dream that even the gods coveted. Mu King, close your eyes. Sumu suddenly turned to Mu King and said. His voice seemed to have changed. It was still the same voice, but it was deeper and more magnetic. As soon as he spoke, people couldn't help but want to quietly. Mu King looked puzzled, but still obediently closed her eyes. Mr. Su, why are you asking me to close my eyes? Sumu narrowed his eyes slightly and did not answer. He was naturally experimenting with endless demonics. Unlike the visual illusion of myriad manifestations, endless demonic sound is a sound illusion. It can control others through sound, arouse emotions, enhance persuasiveness, and even simulate various sounds, as well as launch sonic attacks. With the combination of endless, demonic sound and all things in the universe, the illusions he creates will be more realistic, with every movement sounding like it has voice acting, and they can even speak on their own, making the effect more significant than the noble phantasm silent heavenly music. After all, silent heavenly sound can only imitate sounds, but the sound emitted by endless demonic sound also has illusionary properties. When facing ordinary people, it is practically equivalent to words becoming law. He can now make an ordinary person commit suicide on the spot with just one sentence. Mu King was his first test subject. However, simply closing her eyes wouldn't reveal anything. Mu King trusted herself quite a bit, and even without the endless demonic sound, the other party would most likely choose to close their eyes anyway. Therefore, to test the power, you must make the other person do something they strongly resist. So Sumu continued, "Take off your shirt." With her eyes tightly closed, Mu showed a hint of resistance on her face, but her body seemed to be out of control as she reached out and grabbed the hem of her clothes, then began to lift it up. A slender, fair waist, adorned with pink open-work patterns. The scene abruptly ended there. Mu King abruptly put down her clothes. Her fair face flushed red, her big eyes glare angrily at Sumu. Her little fists clenched tightly. "You, shut up." Her cherry-pink lips seemed to be pinched shut by someone's hand. Her small mouth pursed and closed completely. Sumu seemed to be deep in thought. It seemed that the endless demonic sound could slightly affect silver-ascendant beings, provided that the other party trusted him a certain extent, or was on guard. This influence depended on the other party's will. Closing your eyes is a simple matter that goes smoothly. But if you go against the other person's wishes, the more serious the violation, the greater the resistance you will encounter. To give a simple example, if I were to ask Mu King to commit suicide right now, she probably wouldn't even lift a finger. Mu King's pink lips kept pouting and closing like a girl pouting cutely. Her face turned red, and it took her a while to break free from her restraints. With a soft pop, her little mouth opened. "Sumu!" She seemed genuinely angry, calling Sumu by his full name. Just as she was about to utter some outrageous words, her expression suddenly changed, becoming solemn. He said urgently, A large group of people is rushing here from 500 meters to the southwest. They have touched my plants. If you have any solutions, use them quickly, or we will really die here." Sumu's lips curled up slightly. Miss Mew seems to have a deep attachment to life. Whether it was following me out to sea or now, I can sense that you are not someone who is afraid of death. You must have something very important to do, so you don't want to die. The footsteps in the forest grew closer and Mu King cried out anxiously. "Is this the time to talk about these things? Who wants to die if they can live?" "Haha." Sumu's smile grew even brighter. "What a coincidence, I want to die." Mu King was stunned. Before she could understand what Sumu meant, she saw him walk step by step toward the sea. The cold, dark seawater submerged Sumu's calves, and tiny waves kept lapping against him. But he ignored them and continued to walk step by step into the sea. "What are you trying to do? Escape from the sea? It's no use. The sea is the territory of the sea god's followers. If we can't deal with it on land, what's the use of going to the sea?" Mu King was almost frantic. Sumu continued walking, his gentle voice echoing from the seaside. "Of course I'll die in the sea. Don't forget, the souls of all the drowned belong to the sea god. Maybe the sea god will take a liking to me and make me a servant of the sea god." Mu King was dumbfounded, thinking that Sumu was a madman. What kind of method was this? "I will be back in 5 minutes. Please wait patiently for 5 minutes, Miss Mu. Of course, if I don't return, you can use the poison sac hidden in your molars to commit suicide." Mu King was shaken to her core, completely losing her composure. She didn't know what Sumu was up to, or how he knew she had poisoned him, but all she knew now was she had no choice but to trust Sumu. She could not possibly defeat the entire Sea Kingdom by herself alone. If Sumu did not return in 5 minutes, she would bite through the poison sac and commit suicide, because she knew perfectly well what awaited her if she fell into the hands of these beasts. Gradually, Sumu's body completely disappeared into the dark sea. He emptied all the oxygen from his lungs and swam continuously toward the deep sea. Before long, a feeling of tightness and shortness of breath came over him, and a sickly redness appeared on his fair face, but he was still downstream. He wasn't lying. His purpose in entering the sea was to drown himself. This was a plan he devised on his very first day in the Sea Kingdom. For him, the real threat was never the Sea Kingdom or the Sea God's retinue, but the eternal celestial venerable who existed in his soul like a time bomb. As long as the divinity of the eternal heavenly venerable is not cleared, then even if he kills the Sea God's retinue, it will be of no use. Previously, when they made contact with the Sea God's retinue, the Sea God's divinity on the other party did slow down the speed of the longevity celestial venerable's invasion. However, the Sea God's divinity available on the Sea God's retinue was too weak. Even if the Sea God's retinue were killed, it would only delay the invasion for a few days at most. Therefore, from the very beginning, he set his sights on the Sea God. This sea is an extension of the Sea God's power, and the souls of all the drowned will belong to the Sea God. His plan was to drown himself in the sea, so that the Sea God would take his soul. Then the interesting part would begin. His soul was already considered by the eternal heavenly venerable to be his for the taking. The thought of the two gods fighting over his soul made Sumu want to laugh. How interesting! How truly interesting! Undeniably, this was a high-stakes gamble, a gamble with lives at stake. But he enjoyed the thrill of the gamble, and the feeling of controlling the gods with his mortal body. The celestial venerable of longevity wants my soul, doesn't he? I'll just put it in the hands of the Sea God. Come and take it if you dare. As for Huji, a follower of the Sea God? Sorry, I've never taken him seriously. With such a crazy idea in mind, Sumu's consciousness began to blur, his senses became dulled, and the whole world seemed to fall silent. The intense feeling of suffocation made his lungs feel like they were about to explode. He could only feel himself sinking endlessly. Ashore, Mu King was already surrounded by Hu Ji and the others who had arrived. The seriously injured Yang Dongqing and Lu Dongliang were also dragged along by Pang Yang like dead dogs, leaving 2 long trails of blood on the ground. Thanks to the fact that both of them were superhumans, Pang Yang wasn't afraid of killing them at all, and simply dragged them along for convenience. "Miss Mu, where did Sumu go?" Hu Ji asked in a sinister tone, his eyes narrowed. Mu King suppressed her panic and calmly said, "I don't know." Hu Ji sneered. "It seems that Sumu has already abandoned all of you and run away alone. It's a wise choice. If it were me, I would definitely run away when faced with the siege of a country." Mu King's heart tightened. She also had some about whether Sumu had really run away. Otherwise, why would he want to commit suicide in the sea? She has her doubts, but some people don't. Ha ha ha. He won't run away. A faint laugh suddenly rang out. Hu Ji frowned and turned to look. The one who laughed was Yang Dongqing. This kid must have woken up at this moment because he was being dragged. "Kid, looks like you and Sumu have a good relationship. You're actually hoping he'll come to save you." "Save me? Ha ha ha." Yang Dongqing, his face covered in blood, laughed even louder, tears welling up in his eyes, as if he had heard a hilarious joke. "What are you laughing at?" Hu Ji's eyes flashed with cold light. "I laugh at you all for not understanding that madman. I said he wouldn't run away, not because he was worried about me and was planning to come back to save me, but because he's a madman. He wouldn't run away. How could he possibly run away? The whole country is at odds with him. He won't miss such an interesting opportunity. I bet he's hiding among you right now, probably laughing at you." The slightly manic words that came out of Yang Dongqing's mouth, coupled with his blood-stained face, gave people a chilling feeling. The chill intensified when they thought that Su Muzhen might be lurking among the crowd, silently watching them like a ghost. Suddenly, the sea breeze seemed even colder. Funpans Yu Ji's gloomy gaze swept over everyone. He also suspected that Sumu might have already blended into the crowd. If the other party could disguise others as himself, he could naturally disguise himself as someone else as well. However, he was not afraid of Sumu's sneak attack because this was not his real body at all, but a paper doll clone. "Sumu, no matter where you hide, you can't escape. After I deal with them, you're next. Make your move." At Hu Ji's command, several extraordinary individuals attacked Mu King. Having been on high alert and fully prepared, Mu King rushed to the nearby woods immediately. Bang, bang, bang. Several mithril bullets shot out, among which were more than a dozen of 5-finger flame bullets. Mu King's body was covered by the attack. She desperately twisted her body and narrowly avoided vital parts, falling into the woods. Even so, she was shot several times, and had burn marks on her thighs and forearms. Her once fair and delicate skin was now charred and blackened, but these injuries healed instantly at a speed visible to the naked eye after she touched the trees, while a large number of the trees she touched withered, as if their life force had been drained away. Upon seeing this, Hu Ji, the nightmare apostle who had survived for 10 years, was shocked. He recognized the law that Mu King was using. This is not nature's call. It is Silver Sequence 111, a breath of the wood spirit. What? It's actually the legendary breath of the wood spirit. A greedy glint flashed in Pang Yang's eyes. Legend has it that the breath of the wood spirit has extremely high affinity with plants and is a darling of nature. It can not only control plants, but also extract the essence of various extraordinary materials, perfectly fuse them, and refine extraordinary potions. More than 50% of the world's Extraordinary potions were created by wood spirit breath. This is why wood spirit breath, which is relatively weak in attack, is ranked so high. Old Hu, we've struck it rich this time. As long as we catch Mu King, we'll have a never-ending supply of extraordinary potions. A fiery glint appeared in Hu Ji's eyes. He even wondered if he could use Mu King to create some extraordinary potions that would give him human perception, so that he would never have to live like a turtle again. Although he was a follower of the sea god, he was once a living human being. He longed for fine wine, delicious food, and beautiful women. Being a follower of the sea god granted him immortality, but he lost the joys of being human. Everyone, attack together! We must capture Mu King! Remember, she must be alive. No one can hurt her! Hu Ji shouted urgently. Originally, he only wanted to Ying as a breeding tool, but now his thoughts have completely changed. Such a talent must be locked in a dark room and made to refine extraordinary potions 24 hours a day. Give up. Give up. Your abilities are extremely valuable. As long as you surrender obediently, I, Hu Ji, guarantee that I won't lay a finger on you. In fact, I'll treat you like an honored guest. You won't have to do anything in the future. All you need to do, refine extraordinary potions. I'll guarantee you a lifetime of wealth and honor. Deep in the woods, Mu King, who was running at top speed, heard these words and her eyes revealed a chilling coldness, as if recalling some unpleasant memory. Suddenly, she took out a bottle of light red potion that was constantly bubbling from her bosom. Her eyes resolute, opened the cap and drank it all in one gulp. A violent force surged from her petite body, and her delicate face was contorted with pain. At the same time, the trees in the entire forest began to grow wildly, and countless wooden thorns and snake-like vines began to spread. In an instant, all the plants seemed to come alive, frantically strangling the surrounding enemies. Some soldiers died on the spot, their bodies crushed by plants. The situation was also very bad for those superhumans who had not reached the Silver Realm. Under the attack from all 360 degrees, casualties began to appear. However, Mu King's situation was still very difficult. Although her attack range was large, she could not hurt the Silver Transcendent at all. The Power Servant, who had defeated Yang Dongqing earlier, completely ignored the crazy trees around her, and almost pushed forward, while enduring the attacks. The superhuman, whose figure moved like a ghost, weaving through the gaps in the tree attacks without a single leaf touching him. When he encountered trees that he couldn't dodge, his mithril dagger flashed up and down, cutting them to shreds. Before long, Mu King was blocked by the two men, and her situation was extremely dangerous. At this moment, Sumu was already dead. In the icy seawater, a pale corpse floated. His face showed no fear of death, only a perfectly curved smile, as if he were expecting something. From a perspective invisible to the naked eye, the deep sea emits an eerie buzzing sound at this moment. Suddenly, a vast, mysterious, and irresistible force, as boundless as the ocean, emerged. This force seemed to come from a higher dimension, completely exceeding the limits of human imagination. A rich blue light surged into Sumu's body and began to tug at his soul. The ocean is the domain of the sea god, and the souls of all the drowned belong to the sea god. So the sea god's power began to collect Sumu's soul, as always. However, something unusual happened. Under the influence of that powerful force, Sumu's translucent soul began to slowly float out of his body. The next second, his soul suddenly stopped, as if pulled by something, and then whooshed back into his body. At the same time, another supreme power emerged, and a terrifying blue light almost dyed the entire sea blue. In his dream, Sumu excitedly examined the statue of the eternal heavenly venerable before him. The towering statue's face showed a look of fury, as if it had been provoked. The power of the celestial venerable of immortality continued to erupt, driving away the blue light that had invaded the dream. How could he not be angry? He had his prey in his sights, and was about to succeed, when another god interfered. Even gods have anger. Similarly, the sea god was also enraged. Since ancient times, the souls of all those who drowned belonged to him, and the actions of the eternal life celestial venerable were tantamount to stealing food from his bowl. Boom! Suddenly, dark clouds gathered over the sea, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and a suffocating atmosphere of terror swept across the entire ocean. The cold, dark seawater churned wildly, and towering waves hundreds of meters high frequently appeared, creating a scene reminiscent of the end of the world. On the shore, Mu King, covered in wounds, collapsed to the ground. The trees around her already turned into raging flames and burned to ashes. The best way to deal with her is to clear away the surrounding trees, so that she no longer rely on the vitality of the trees to regenerate herself, and she will eventually be defeated. Just as Hu Ji and his men were grinning and preparing to capture her, a huge thunderclap sounded in the sky, and the terrifying lightning almost illuminated the entire sea kingdom, making it as bright as day. Hu Ji and the others were startled. Looking around, they were instantly terrified. The once calm sea was now boiling violently like water in a pot. Furthermore, blue and cyan colors emerged from the seabed, even staining the pitch-black sky. Two opposing supreme divine powers slowly spread out, and everyone was instantly horrified, their faces turning deathly pale, and they all froze on the spot. What on earth is going on? Hu Ji exclaimed in horror. Mu King, who had fallen to the ground, struggled to lift her head. Blood blurred her vision. She looked at the sea shrouded in blue and cyan, and suddenly smiled. Her once snow-white teeth were now stained red with blood, but she smiled very happily, her beautiful eyes filled with a strange light. 5 minutes, it's over. Minutes far up. What are you talking about? Hu Ji looked at Mu King in horror. Among everyone present, he was the most terrified, because no one understood the power of the sea god better than him. A deity entered the sea and is now clashing with the sea god. He dared not even imagine a battle between gods. Such beings could destroy the entire sea kingdom with a single glance. Mu King gave him a cold smile. Your day has come. After saying that, she seemed to have been drained of her last bit of strength, and her head lolled to the side as she fainted. Hu Ji's eyes widened in horror. Mu King's words had triggered a deep unease within him. Deep sea. Blue and green light had already completely covered Sumu's, and they were fighting each other fiercely, as if vying for territory, neither giving way. This is merely an external manifestation. The real, intense confrontation takes place in dreams. In his dream, next to the towering statue of the eternal heavenly venerable, a monster of the same height appeared out of nowhere. This monster's body was similar to a human, but its head was like an octopus covered with writhing black fleshy tentacles. The fleshy tentacles were incredibly thick and studded with scarlet eyeballs. Its body is covered with dense green scales, its limbs are huge claws, and it has a pair of huge bat-like wings on its back. Its abnormal deformity and unnatural appearance constantly challenge human cognition. At this moment, countless translucent tentacles emerged from beneath the wide robes of the eternal life celestial venerable, frantically coiling towards the sea god. The sea god, naturally unwilling to be outdone, caused his black fleshy whiskers to swell dramatically. The scene became extremely bizarre. with billions of translucent tentacles and billions of black fleshy tendrils intertwined, tearing and tangling wildly. From a distance, it looks like two gods devouring and merging with each other. Sumu stared intently, the two completely different murmurs wildly affecting his reason, yet he became increasingly excited. What a wonderful scene! He was practically clapping and cheering from the sidelines. It's still unclear whether the celestial venerable of immortality or the sea god is stronger, but Sumu feels that the celestial venerable of immortality is stronger because the power he used only came from the statues in the immortality temple. The sea god is this ocean, and it is difficult for humans to intuitively understand the levels of strength of this power. They can only roughly distinguish them by size. The eternal heavenly venerable is a statue, and the sea god is this ocean. Now the two are locked in a stalemate, and it is obvious who is stronger. It seems the true form of the sea god is not here. Sumu's eyes flickered. He didn't know what form the sea god existed in, but he knew that what was in front of him was definitely not the true form of the sea god. If all the oceans in the nightmare world are sea gods, then this ocean can only be considered a part of the sea god. This was something he had anticipated. If the true form of the sea god was indeed here, then there would certainly be no living person in the sea kingdom. In other words, the size of this nightmare was simply too small to accommodate a true god. That is why Sumu thought of suicide. If the sea god's true form were gone, he would definitely not suicide, because that would be certain death. No matter how strong the eternal heavenly venerable is, he cannot fight against a complete god with only the divinity attached to the statue. At this point, the celestial venerable of immortality and the sea god were almost completely covered by tentacles and fleshy tendrils, making it impossible to see their true forms. The stalemate between them continued. Sumu smiled silently. This was the best outcome for him. No matter which of the two gods won, he would die forever. So the best outcome was for them to remain locked in a stalemate. Of course, he knew this stalemate wouldn't last long, like two strong men arm wrestling. After a long stalemate, one of them would eventually run out of strength, and the other would win. However, while they were locked in a stalemate, Sumu was able to free up his hands to do something else. Whoosh! In the endless depths of the sea, Sumu's corpse suddenly opened its eyes. He lived, but not fully. To be precise, his current state is similar to that of an immortal siren. His body has been affected by the power of the sea god, making him immortal. This is how the immortal sea monster came to be. Drowning in the sea, its soul was taken away by the sea god, and its body became an immortal sea monster, driven by the sea god. He had completed all the steps, and the dead body was also affected by the power of the sea god, naturally turning into an immortal sea monster. However, he succeeded, but unfortunately the sea god failed to take away his soul, which resulted in Sumu's still possessing human perception. He is now an immortal sea monster with human perception, a state that Huji has always dreamed of. Furthermore, because the power of the sea god resides within his soul, he possesses a sea god divinity far exceeding that of Huji, a follower of the sea god. Ashore, Huji and the others looked at the sea, still shaken. The sea had calmed down and seemed as if nothing had happened. What exactly happened just now? Did the sea god get angry? Peng Yang asked, his voice trembling slightly. Huji's eyes flashed, and he followed the other person's words. That's right. It must be that the sea god is angry. He is angry that we haven't killed Sumu yet. Everyone listen up. We must find and kill Sumu before the sea god is completely enraged. A chill ran through everyone, a sense of urgency washing over them, and they were about to take action. But just then, someone in the crowd suddenly cried out, "Ah! A siren! The siren is here!" Everyone was instantly shocked and quickly looked towards the sea. What they saw made their scalps tingle. A sea of people thronged the vast ocean. A dense mass of human heads floated on the water, and those heads continued to rise, revealing their full form. Those were rotting bodies, empty eye sockets, and writhing black tendrils. The undead sea monsters. The endless sea monsters seemed to occupy the entire ocean at first glance, while in the deeper sea, colossal creatures, hundreds of meters tall, rose like mountains rising from the sea. What's going on? Didn't the sea god give us 3 days to kill Sumu? The time hasn't come yet. They're not planning to completely destroy the sea kingdom, are they? Oh, old who? Old who? Can't you contact the sea god's familiar? Go and explain to him. Pang Yang shook Huji with a face full of fear. But Hujai seemed not to hear, staring intently at the dark, monstrous army of sea monsters, his mind reeling. Go back! Go back! Who let you out? He kept urging himself on, trying to control the immortal sea monster as usual. But none of the sea monster army paid him any attention. Instead, they continued to approach the shore. Old who? You damn well better say something. Huji's mind was in turmoil, and he had no idea what had happened. Suddenly, he saw a giant sea beast slowly extend its huge tentacles and stand on top of tens of thousands of sea monsters. At the tip of the tentacles stood a tall and slender human figure, wearing a sharp black suit, carrying an elegant snakeskin cane, and sporting a gentle smile. Sumu stood quietly atop the giant tentacle, like an elegant gentleman who had stepped out of a classical painting. Beneath his feet lay a surging sea and an endless army of undead sea monsters. He looked down from the sky, appearing like a god or demon emerging from the deep sea. The moment he appeared, the world could no longer accommodate any other sound. Only his voice echoed throughout the entire world. Gentlemen, I heard, you've been looking for me. Splash, splash. The waves crashed against the rocks, like war drums beating for him. The gale whipped up dark clouds, like a trumpet being sounded for him. Huji and the others on the shore, including the soldiers and citizens of the Sea Kingdom, were all completely silent, a deathly stillness. Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. They stared dumbfounded at the figure standing in midair, whose gentle smile was unusually dazzling. Sumu! Ji cried out in a terrified voice, his voice even distorted from shock. What on earth is going on? Why can he control the sea monster army? Isn't this the authority of the sea god's followers? Peng Yang's fat body trembled incessantly. Even the two of them didn't know what had happened, so the others were even more confused. They had originally been ordered by the sea god's followers to hunt down Sumu. But in the end, Sumu appeared with a sea monster army. Yang Dongqing stared in disbelief at Sumu, who appeared as if a god had descended, forgetting even the pain in his body. He knew Sumu wouldn't run away, but he never expected such a powerful return. In his limited understanding, he thought that Sumu was just hiding in the crowd, hypnotizing a few of his underlings, and then launching a sneak attack and counterattack. Now it seems this wasn't a sneak attack at all, it was clearly a planned sweep. What have you done? How can you control these sea monsters? Huji roared in disbelief. Sumu smiled slightly. It's very simple, I'll just become a member of the sea god's family. He slowly scanned the astonished crowd, the moonlight reflecting off his brown-tinted glasses, making it impossible to see the deep eyes hidden behind them. All citizens of the Sea Kingdom, heed my command. King Huji has angered the sea god. Kill Huji before dawn to ensure the safety of the Sea Kingdom. Otherwise, I will raze the Sea Kingdom to the ground and leave no one alive. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Why did this word sound so familiar? It seemed like they had just heard it not long ago. Isn't this a poem by King Huji? The way people looked at Huji began to become strange, and some even secretly tightened their grip on their weapons. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Huji's eyes flashed with fear, and he said, his voice trembling with fear, "Don't listen to his nonsense. I haven't angered the sea god. I haven't. Sumu, you're lying. You're fucking lying." On the tentacle, Sumu silently pushed up his brown glasses and said calmly, "I am a follower of the sea god. I said you have angered the sea god, and you have angered the sea god. Aren't you going to make your move?" As he calmly questioned, a massive army of undead sea monsters began to slowly approach, with dozens of 100-meter-tall sea beasts roaring violently. They twisted their massive bodies, instantly creating towering waves on the sea, their power astonishing. The crashing waves even lapped at everyone's feet, submerging their calves. Such terrifying power turned everyone's faces pale. They didn't care about the truth or who had angered the sea god. All they knew was that if they didn't listen to Sumu, they would die. Under the pressure of life and death, more and more people began to turn their weapons around and aim them at Huji. Even his best friend Pang Yang was the same. Pang Yang pressed closer, a ferocious glint flashing in his eyes. "Old Hu, don't blame me. Although I don't know why Miss Su suddenly became a follower of the sea god. The power to control sea monsters and the sea cannot be faked. For the sake of the people of the Sea Kingdom, I can only ask you make this difficult." "Pang Yang, you!" Huji's eyes were bloodshot. He never dreamed that such a ridiculous scene would actually happen to him. Just now, Pang Yang was saying that he would let Sumu die for the sake of the people. But now he turned around and applied the same words to himself. "Alas, I had no choice but to do this. As you know, we have always been livestock living in the Sea Kingdom, and the sea god's retinue are the masters of the livestock. We really cannot disobey his orders." Seeing that Pang Yang was about to make a move, the other hesitant superhumans also turned fierce and surrounded Huji. You can't do this to me. I. He hesitated for a long time, but finally gritted his teeth and said, "I am the one who belongs to the sea god." Finally, Huji revealed his biggest hidden secret, but no one believed him at all. "Old Hu, what nonsense are you talking about? We've known each other for 5 years. Do you think I don't know whether you're a member of the sea god's family or not?" Pang Yang said with a look of regret. "Don't worry, after you die, I will take care of your concubines and treat your children as..." "Fuck you, Pang Yang. You're a fucking idiot." Huji's face suddenly contorted into a ferocious grin. He roared at the approaching crowd like a madman. "I am a member of the sea god's family. I am the true member of the sea god's family." At this moment, Sumu's calm voice rang out. The sinner Huji not only offended the sea god, but also dared to impersonate a member of the sea god's retinue. His crime, compounded. You citizens of the Sea Kingdom had better give me a satisfactory explanation, or the Sea Kingdom will be completely submerged before sunrise. Pang Yang was immediately alarmed and no longer cared about their past friendship, so he ruthlessly attacked Hu Jia. The other extraordinary individuals were no different, unleashing countless, terrifying attacks towards Huji. In an instant, Huji's body was torn to pieces, turning into scraps of paper on the ground. Pang Yang's eyes flickered uncertainly as he said, in a gloomy tone, "This is his low-utility paper-cutting evil spirit. I know him best. This ability can only be activated within a kilometer. He can't run far." "Leave it to me," said a middle-aged man dressed as a minister from the Sea Kingdom. He picked up a scrap of paper from the ground and put it in his mouth. "Hindsight, Suddenly he saw Huji fleeing through a row of houses. He's heading northwest. Go after him. So, a large group of people went after Huji Yang Dongqing, who had been thrown to the ground, struggled to his feet. He felt as if he were in a dream, as if the roles of offense and defense had been reversed. He couldn't help but recall what Sumu had said to him and the others before. The people of this island nation only fear power and do not cherish virtue. They listen to whomever they fear more. On the streets of the northwest corner of the Sea Kingdom, Huji ran for his life, his mind in turmoil, frantically searching for a solution. Where should we escape to? His first thought was to escape into the sea, but then he realized that Sumu had completely taken away his power, which meant that the ocean was also under the other party's control. Wouldn't escaping into the sea be suicide? You should know that these superhumans can't kill him, but Sumu can. Ah! Damn it! What on earth is going on? As the figure behind him kept getting closer, Huji became more and more distraught. He clearly still had the power of the sea god within him. Why couldn't he summon the sea monster? He was clearly the true servant of the sea god, so why did the entire ocean listen to Sumu? Logically speaking, only the sea god should be able to control the sea beyond himself. Whoosh! A flash of cold light slashed across Huji's throat. It was that silver-ranked superhuman who moved like a ghost. He was the fastest, so he naturally caught up with Huji, the fastest, and attacked with a killing move. With the sound of paper being torn, Huji's throat split open, but what was revealed was not flesh and blood, but green scales. Upon seeing this, Huji was not angry at all, but rather overjoyed. He stopped and quickly tore off all the paper covering his body, revealing his true form as a follower of the sea god. A humanoid monster covered in green scales. Did you see that? I am the real sea god's servant. You've all been fooled by Sumu. Huji patted the scales on his body, trying his best to prove himself. He wanted to hide his identity as much as he did back then, and now he wants to prove it just as much. Everyone was stunned, looking at Huji, who had turned into a monster, with surprise and uncertainty. For a moment they hesitated, not understanding the situation at all. At this moment, 4 figures walked out from the end of the street. They were Sumu and the seriously injured Mu King and others. Behind them was a dark, overwhelming army of sea monsters. The pungent stench of decay spread wildly through the streets of the Sea Kingdom as the Siren's army entered, causing widespread nausea. The dull thud of their footsteps and the dripping of the seawater awakened the nightmares in everyone's hearts. Having lived in the Sea Kingdom for many years, their fear of sea monsters was ingrained in their bones. Now, seeing the sea monster army land, some people even trembled with fear, afraid that the Sea Kingdom would be forcefully destroyed at any moment. It seems you are all people of great loyalty and righteousness. Since you are unwilling to kill Huji, then let's die together. Sumu slowly raised his palm and waved his hand. The Siren's army behind him was about to launch an attack. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Pang Yang shouted, "Sir, please wait. We will kill Huji right now." Sumu raised his hand to stop the sea monster army behind him and smiled. There's still an hour until sunrise. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines and dared not any more time. Hurry up. Don't keep the sea gods familiar waiting. Pang Yang was the most enthusiastic. Huji's current appearance is definitely a disguise using the paper cut evil spirit. Kill him. Huji was so angry. He almost vomited blood, but unfortunately he had no blood left. The world's magic has exceeded his imagination. He once used the paper-cut evil spirit to disguise himself as a human, and everyone believed him. Now that he has taken the initiative to expose his true form, he is considered to be a fake. Is there any justice left? More than 20 extraordinary individuals attacked together, and even someone as strong as Hu Ji found himself in grave danger. Countless paper figures flew out from his body and joined the fray. Standing behind Sumu, Mu King was already numb with shock because she had been unconscious before, so she had no idea what had happened. She only remembered that Sumu had agreed to meet her in 5 minutes. When the 5 minutes were up and she woke up again, she saw Sumu leading a sea monster army to surround the Sea Kingdom. The people of the Sea Kingdom, who were once enemies, had now turned against her and began to besiege Hu Ji, the true follower of the sea god. The most bizarre thing is that Hu Ji, who originally wanted to hide his identity, actually revealed it himself. And nobody believed him. She couldn't help but look at Sumu's tall and straight back, her beautiful eyes sparkling with wonder. She now completely understood why Sumu said there was no need to turn the tables. It's really unnecessary. It's always Hu Ji who's in dire straits. She also realized how ridiculous her previous plan to expose Hu Ji's true identity had been. The truth was never important. The people of this island nation take sides regardless of justice or truth. They side with whoever is stronger. In a short time, Hu Ji had already sustained multiple injuries. It was true that he was a follower of the sea god, but his greatest power came from the sea and the army of sea monsters. But now all of those reliance were gone. Now he can only rely on the paper-cut evil spirit and the immortality of the sea god's retinue. Die! The superhuman power servant seized the opportunity and punched Hu Ji in the head from behind. Bang! The ugly head shattered instantly, and the attacks from the others followed closely behind. In almost an instant, Hu Ji was torn to pieces. Whoosh! His mangled body turned into a pool of foul-smelling seawater, scattered on the ground. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. After death, it turned into seawater. Isn't this a sea monster? Actually, everyone wasn't stupid. Some people had already vaguely sensed something was wrong. The sea god's familiar first said that he wanted to hunt down Sumu. But then Sumu turned around and became the sea god's familiar, wanting to kill Hu Ji. If there wasn't something fishy going on, no one would believe it. Even if they knew there was a problem, they couldn't possibly say it, much less question the identity of Sumuhai's followers, unless they wanted to die. Pretending to be ignorant when you know the truth is the way to survive. Suddenly, the pool of foul-smelling seawater surged and transformed back into Hu Ji's appearance. Ha ha ha! Now, believe me, right? I am the true follower of the sea god, and I am unkillable. Pang Yang glanced discreetly at Sumu, who was surrounded by the sea monster army, and immediately shouted at Hu Ji. Everyone, don't believe his words. I know old Hu best. Besides the paper-cut evil spirit, he also has a hidden illusion ability. All of this is an illusion he created. Quickly capture him and hand him over to the sea god's familiar. Pang Yang, you son of a bitch. When did I hide my illusion abilities? Hu Ji completely broke down, cursing wildly. Pang Yang's eyes flickered. He naturally knew that Lao Hu was innocent. After all, only those who wronged you knew how wronged you were. He had no choice but to go along with Sumu's words if he didn't want to die. Among the Nightmare Apostles were many intelligent individuals who naturally understood Pang Yang's meaning. They immediately shouted, Pang Yang, why waste your breath on him? Charge at him side by side. You all! Hu Ji's eyes were bloodshot, his madness growing as he faced death. I'm gonna kill you traitors. At this moment, Sumeru's refined voice rang out. What he said is true. In fact, Mr. Hu is the real sea god's favorite, while I am just an imposter. Everyone's expressions froze instantly, not understanding why Sumu would expose this obvious lie. Was he going to settle scores with everyone? Ha ha ha! Did you all hear that? He admitted it. He admitted himself. He's a fake, I'm the real one. Huji laughed maniacally. Sumu stared at him, a handsome smile curving his lips. That's right, Mr. Hu is indeed a member of the Sea God's family. So, for the future of the Sea Kingdom, for the sake of human justice, I'll trouble you all to capture this true member of the Sea God's family. Yes, Mr. Su. Pang Yang was the first to respond, and he attacked Hu Ji without any mercy. Hu Jia, you damned follower of the Sea God, for all these years you have disguised yourself as the king and secretly devoured the souls of your people. Your crimes are unforgivable. We are fortunate to have Mr. Su uphold justice today, and we will certainly act on behalf of heaven. At that moment, everyone seemed to be the embodiment of justice. Heroes acting on behalf of heaven, fearlessly charging towards the dumbfounded Hu Ji. If we disregard the process and only look at the outcome of this scene, everyone would think it's a fairy tale ending where the hero exposes the monster king's true identity and leads his deceived people to fight and defeat evil. Mu King and the others, who witnessed the whole process, felt only deep irony. All this talk about being a follower of the Sea God, about fighting for the Sea Kingdom, about justice, it's all just a facade, all just slogans. And so, surrounded by a group of immortal sea monsters, the 20-odd nightmare apostles and the Sea God's retinue engaged in a life-or-death struggle. I want you all to die. Die! The roar of countless souls echoed with Hu Ji's body, and his body began to expand strangely, with black fleshy tendrils on his body extending rapidly, like countless venomous snakes. The two nightmare apostles, unable to dodge in time, were directly struck by the black fleshy whiskers, letting out violent screams before their souls were ripped away. Hu Ji completely lost his mind and launched a frenzied attack on the remaining nightmare apostles. Faced with the immortal Hu Ji, they could only parry his attacks. After killing or wounding more than a dozen nightmare apostles, Hu Ji was finally brought under complete control. Its body was pinned to the ground by a spear, and it was also bound by a dense array of chains, with its hands and feet removed. The battered and bruised Pang Yang and his men approached Sumu, their faces filled with exhaustion and obsequiousness. Mr. Su, I have not failed you. Sumu smiled slightly. You did a good job, you can go die now. Pang Yang and the others' expressions changed drastically. No, no, no. Mr. Su, you can't kill us. We are the backbone of the Sea Kingdom. We can provide you with souls as before. Haven't you become a new follower of the Sea God? Can't we continue as before? You still need souls. Sumu frowned and said righteously. How dare you? I have already said that I am not a member of the Sea God's family. How dare you slander me? Guards, kill them all! With a wave of his hand, an endless army of undead sea monsters surged out from behind him like a tide, surrounding Pang Yang and the others. Some of them cursed angrily, while others knelt down and begged for mercy, but the only response they received was the roar of the undead sirens. The wounded Pang Yang and his companions were no match for the army of immortal sea monsters. They fled frantically, but to no avail. Sea monsters were everywhere, and the Sea Kingdom was an island nation. Escaping to the sea was tantamount to suicide, so their fate was already sealed. Ha ha ha, you bunch of bastards, you deserve to die! You all deserve to die, Hu Ji laughed maniacally. Have you laughed enough? It's time for you to get going. Sumu's gentle voice rang in Hu Ji's ears, like a warm breeze in spring. Hu Ji's body trembled, and he laughed maniacally. Sumu, you think you've won? Ha 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 ha. Being a follower of the Sea God isn't so easy. From now on, you will lose your soul, lose all the joys of being human, and you will forever be like me, a monster." Sumu smiled and reached out his palm to grasp a black, fleshy beard behind Hu Ji. "Come feel if my soul is still there." Hu Ji's laughter faltered. The moment his palm touched the black fleshy beard, he felt the soul within Sumu's body with crystal clarity. "No!" he roared in disbelief, his face filled with utter despair. "Why?" "Ah!" Before he could even ask a question, a flash of blue light appeared, and Hu Ji died in utter despair. He died with his eyes wide open in disbelief. He had thought that Sumu would suffer the same pain he had endured all these years and live on forever as a monster. But he found that Sumu had already achieved the state he had always dreamed of. After dealing with Hu Ji, Sumu turned to Mu King and the others and said, "You guys can clean up this mess. I have other things to do." After saying that, he disappeared into the night. He randomly found a deserted place, stopped, closed his eyes, and entered a dream. Having just used the power of the eternal celestial venerable to kill Hu Ji, the balance in his soul was somewhat disrupted. Originally, the eternal celestial venerable and the sea god were in a stalemate, but Hu Ji also possessed a small portion of the sea god's power. Normally, this power would not have affected the eternal celestial venerable, but now it has become a key factor in breaking the balance. In the dream, the sea god began to gain the upper hand, and more black fleshy tendrils extended out, constantly spreading towards the body of the eternal heavenly venerable. Sumu's eyes flickered. He could not let the sea god win, because if the sea god won, his soul would be taken away by the sea god, and he would be completely reduced to a monster like Hu Ji. Without a soul, it would be the same as being dead. Suddenly, the silver mark between his eyebrows cracked open, and a divine silver vertical pupil emerged from it. Only gods can stand against gods, and the primordial angels are his last trump card. Whoosh! A dazzling holy light struck the flashy tendrils, instantly obliterating countless of them. The celestial venerable of immortality, who was initially at a disadvantage, began to exert his strength, extending billions of semi-transparent tentacles to counterattack the sea god. Sumu watched silently from the side. He couldn't let the eternal heavenly venerable win. The outcome would be the same death. For him, the best outcome would be for both gods suffer heavy losses. The eternal celestial venerable, who held the upper hand, continued to wear down the sea god's power. 2 hours later, whoosh! Another beam of holy light struck the eternal celestial venerable. Poseidon instantly rallied again and began to exert its dominance in the opposite direction. Seeing this, Sumu smiled silently. Gods are nothing more than this. He continuously used the power of the primordial angels to micromanage, trying his best to keep the two gods in a stalemate, continuously deplete their divinity. This process was very long, but he had no shortage of patience once Sikong Zen walked through a dense forest and onto a winding bluestone path, where a secluded Taoist temple soon came into view. It is the Changsheng Taoist Temple. Stepping into the Taoist temple is like entering a tranquil world, with only the occasional birdsong echoing in the air. In the courtyard, several ancient pines and cypresses stand proudly, their vigorous trunks seemingly telling the story of time. Ah! A scream shattered the peaceful atmosphere inside the Taoist temple. Jun Wushang ran out of the main hall, covering his head and fleeing in panic. Behind him was the old Taoist Zuanqing, who was furious and holding a sword. You unfilial disciple! I asked you to clean the statue of the celestial venerable of longevity, and you actually broke it. Today, I will punish you. Jun Wusheng cried out that he was innocent. It has nothing to do with me. I just wiped it lightly, and the statue just shattered on its own. Nonsense. This statue has been worshipped by your master for many years without any problems. How could it break as soon as you touch it? You unfilial disciple, how dare you argue? Take this sword from your master." The old Taoist Xuanking's eyes flashed, and he shouted fiercely, but his attack was very weak and powerless, and Jun Wushang dodged it several times. He knew, of course, that the statue wasn't broken by Jun Wushang. Rather, it had broken when he last met Sumu, and he had glued it back together. The reason he had Jun Wushang wipe it this time, of course, intentional on his part. The usually carefree Jun Wushang was genuinely terrified this time, because he knew that the statue of the eternal celestial venerable was his master's lifeblood. In the past, no matter how much he misbehaved, even if he pointed his finger at his master and cursed him, his master would never truly get angry. But now, finally, Jun Wushang was cornered by the old Taoist Xuanqing, and the gleaming sword was raised high, flashing with cold light. Jun Wushang turned deathly pale with fright, his eyes filled with guilt. "That statue really isn't—" "Shut up! You unfilial disciple! Even now you still want to argue? Do you really think my precious sword is useless?" Master Xuanqing roared in fury. Feeling guilty, Jun Wushang lowered his head. "Master, I was wrong. I am willing to accept punishment." Seeing Jun Wushang's remorse, the old Taoist Xuanqing chuckled inwardly. He knew he had achieved his goal. Ever since he learned that this kid's future achievements were limitless, he had been thinking about how to keep him in check. After all, the mess he had made in the past, well, let's not dwell on it. Today's performance was a self-inflicted injury scheme that he had been racking his brains for a long time. First, let this kid feel so ashamed he wants to disappear, then I won't be able to bring myself to do it. I'll drop the sword, tears streaming down my face, and the master and disciple will embrace and weep. Ha ha ha. Seeing that the time was right, the old Taoist Xuanqing brandished his sword, while Jun Wushang hurriedly covered his head and dodged in panic. He did not resist his master, and in his heart he did not want to believe that his master would kill him. As the sword was about to fall, the old Taoist Xuanqing quietly released his grip, waiting for the sword to land with a clang so he could begin his performance. Tears were already welling up in his old eyes. But just then, bang! A pebble flew through the air and knocked the sword out of Xuanqing's hand. "Master Xuanqing, spare his life." Sikong Zen walked over from a distance. Xuanqing, the old Taoist, froze completely. He looked at Sikong Zen, who was walking rapidly towards him, the sword that had fallen to the ground, and Jun Wushang, whose expression was complicated. He was numb, completely numb. "Master, this is your only disciple after all? He does not deserve to die." "Please show mercy," Sikong Zen said solemnly. His idea was simple. Xuanqing Taoist would definitely not live long, and Jun Wushang would inherit the mantle of the longevity Taoist temple sooner or later. If Jun Wushang went to the capital in the future and was sought after by the nobles like Xuanqing Taoist, then he could say that he was doing this in advance. It's just a small favor, but it might earn me the friendship of a future celebrity in the capital. After all, it's a life-saving favor. Master Xuanqing. With a complicated expression, Jun Wushang picked up the sword from the ground and placed it in Xuanqing Taoist's hand. "Master, I didn't expect you to really want to kill me because of this. Anyway, you saved my life, so kill me if you want." Master Xuanqing. "Young brother, your master is just angry. How could he kill you? You should leave first. I'll try to persuade him later. Besides, I've come here with important business to discuss with your master." Sikong Zen stood between the two and persuaded Jun Wushang to leave. Fearing that Xuanqing the old Taoist would not let it go, he dragged and pulled him into the main hall. Inside the main hall, Sikong Zen frowned. He didn't understand why Master Xuanqing was looking at him so strangely. Was it anger? Resentment? Master, please don't blame me. Your disciple has a good character, he... It's all your fault! Master Xuanqing suddenly roared, his old face flushed red with anger. Who the hell told you to meddle? Do you know how close I almost... Master, calm down. He is your only disciple. Even if you kill him in a fit of anger today, you will definitely regret it later. Outside the main hall, Jun Wushang, who had not gone far, heard Master Xuanqing's furious voice and became even more dejected. He left Changsheng Taoist temple without saying a word, his figure forlorn. You want me to calm down? How can I calm down? Ah! It's all ruined. You've ruined everything. Who the hell is going to take care of me in my old age now? The distraught Xuanqing squatted on the ground, repeatedly pounding his chest and stamping his feet. Sikong Zen's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. He had no intention of getting involved in the mess between the master and disciple anymore, and said directly, Taoist Master, I have come here today to ask for your help with an important matter. I've already reported your deductions about the deadly sins to the royal family. They've given you a strict order. You must deduce the true identities of the 7 deadly sins. Even if you can't deduce pride, any one of the others will do. No, I'll have to find another job. The dejected old Taoist Xuanqing refused without even thinking. Sikong Zen narrowed his eyes slightly and calmly took out a small square box from his pocket. The royal family knows that your lifespan is coming to an end, so they specially asked me to give you the 3-leaf longevity grass. Taoist, you should know very well that even the great nobles covet this kind of precious, extraordinary material. You can imagine the royal family's determination to capture the 7 deadly sins. Xuanqing, the old Taoist's eyes flickered. He naturally knew the value of the 3-leaf longevity grass. It was a divine object that could prolong life. The more leaves it had, the higher its value. The 3-leaf longevity grass could extend one's life by 3 years. He knew very well that he couldn't refuse the royal family's offer of such a treasure. It wasn't that he coveted the 3-leaf longevity grass, but rather that refusing it would inevitably lead to his annihilation. So he snatched the small square box from Sikong Zen's hand, his old face revealing a greedy, covetous look. You should have said so earlier if you had this treasure. Sikong Zen smiled faintly. Since the Taoist priest has agreed, please begin the ritual immediately. My wicked disciple smashed the statue of the celestial venerable of longevity. You have to wait for me to repair the statue first. Also, the effects of the 3-leaf longevity grass don't work immediately after they appear. How about this? Come back in 5 days. Sikong Zen looked displeased. Taoist Master, I have already said that the royal family takes this matter very seriously. Master Xuanqing glared and said, What's the use of paying attention? If I say 5 days, then it's 5 days. If I can't fully absorb the medicine's effects, what if I run out of lifespan and die halfway through the calculation? You don't want to be unable to calculate it, do you? In that case, I will come again in 5 days. I hope you will keep your promise, otherwise... Sikong Zen did not finish his sentence, but the threat was evident in his words. Okay, 5 days is 5 days. After Sikong's left, Taoist Xuanqing looked the 3-leaf longevity grass in the box and began to worry. He was thinking of a solution, calculating it was definitely not an option. Pride, the first of the 7 deadly sins, was the messenger of the eternal life celestial venerable, and lust was that wicked disciple Jun Wushang. Strictly speaking, he was one of the 7 deadly sins. The divine messenger's creation of the 7 deadly sins must have been at the behest of the eternal heavenly venerable. As the eternal heavenly venerable's most devout follower, he would never betray him, even at the cost of his life. He wanted to ask the divine messenger Sumu what to do, but Sumu had gone to the nightmare world and had not yet returned, so he could only delay for the time being. In a private residence of the Murong family, Murong Yun was smashing everything in the room. Expensive vases, porcelain pieces, and priceless artworks and sculptures were all thrown on the ground and smashed to pieces. He vented for a while, and finally sat on the sofa with a gloomy face, picked up a bottle of wine, and frantically into his mouth. "Bitch! You lowly bastard, a worthless wretch born of a slave! How dare she!" Bang! The wine bottle was smashed to pieces. During this period, Murong Yun was extremely frustrated. Since Murong Zhuo's death, he had been actively fighting for the family property. He worked very hard every day, getting up earlier than the chickens and going to bed later than the dogs. He was busy building relationships, and didn't even have much time to play with women. Even with all his efforts, the position of family head was getting further and further away from him. And the cause of all this was that damned illegitimate daughter, Murong Mengli. Murong Zhuo once said that whoever finds the golden eye will be the next heir of the Murong family. Murong Mengli found the golden eye, although it was stolen by arrogance, but she still found it. In addition, she dared to confront arrogance when everyone was afraid, thus saving some face for the Murong family. There are growing calls for her to be the successor, because she has the moral high ground. Especially the arrogant last comment, "I didn't expect the Murong family to be all useless. You have a lot of courage." The comments from the gold-level expert, especially since this gold-level expert dared to defy the world and kill a nobleman in public, and his arrogant reputation soared, also boosted Murong Mengli's prestige. There were even rumors circulating outside the Murong family had no men, and that only Murong Mengli, a woman, was carrying the banner. A remarkable woman who survives a great ordeal, confronting the empire's greatest criminal, arrogance. Rumors also published various inspirational stories about Murong Mengli, such as her father's dislike and her brother's bullying, and her rise to power as an illegitimate daughter. Everyone else doubted you, but you were the one who proved them wrong. Even more outrageous is the forbidden love. I fell in love with the man who killed my father. No matter how outrageous the news is, it's clear to anyone with eyes that Murong Mengli has indeed become the most favorable candidate to succeed the family head. Indeed, no one knows better than Murong Yun how much of an advantage Murong Mengli currently possesses. Besides her reputation, Murong Mengli also gained Sikong Zin's support, because she had already promised a portion of the Murong family's assets to Sikong Zin. Whenever he thought of this, Murong Yun couldn't help but fly into a rage. That damned bitch! She hadn't even become the head of the family yet, and she had already started selling off her family property. In fact, he had also approached Sikong Zhen in private and reluctantly promised him some of his family property, but the man didn't even look at it. Later, he secretly inquired and found out that Murong Mengli's asking price was 10 times his. It can be said that Murong Mengli gave away almost half of her family fortune in order to become the head of the family. He couldn't do that. In fact, none of these are the decisive factors. No matter how high Murong Mengli's reputation is, or how much money she is willing to spend, she still has a fatal weakness, which is, she is not a superhuman. How could an ordinary person compete with a silver tier 2 superhuman like myself? But this weakness was eliminated today because Murong Mengli's bloodline awakened, and she awakened the Murong family's silver law speed of Yof Wind and Shadow, leaping to become a silver tier 1. Transcendent. This is also why Mirang Yun was so angry today. He couldn't understand why this damned bastard was so lucky, awakening his bloodline at the crucial moment and making up for his last weakness. Mirang Yun knew perfectly well that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he was doomed. Fortunately, an unexpected incident still occurred. He sat on the sofa in silence for a long time before finally dialing the phone. "I agree to join you." A hoarse laugh came from the other end of the phone. "A smart choice. If Mirang Zhuo were as smart as you, he would never have died like this." After a long while, a blood-red figure appeared out of thin air in front of Mirang Yun. The figure solidified at a speed visible to the naked eye, eventually transforming into a handsome young man wearing a burgundy suit. The man was also holding a glass of red wine, which contained a deep red liquid and emitted a pungent, bloody smell. He looked at the gloomy Mirang Yun, a wicked smile curling at the corner of his mouth, and drank the blood in the cup in one gulp, a look of intoxication appearing on his pale face. Indeed, the blood of a virgin is the sweetest. Mirang Yun raised his head, his bloodshot eyes flashing with the madness of someone who had reached the end of their road. "Can you really help me become the head of the family?" The man in the red suit scoffed. "Is your ambition just to be the head of a minor, noble family in this small town? With our help, you should broaden your horizons, and like your father, return to the capital, to the center of power in the Crimson Flame Empire. Stop spouting nonsense. Going to the... Well, that was a matter for the future. Right now, I just want to know if I can become the head of the family." The contempt in the man in the red suit grew even stronger. "Joining us will not only make you the head of the family, but also grant endless lifespan. You'll gradually understand how weak humans are, and that only vampires are the superior race." Mirang Yun sneered. "You vampires from the Blood Moon Empire always boast about the superiority of your race. If you are truly superior, then why is the world's #1 empire the Dragon Abyss Empire, and not your Blood Moon Empire?" The man in the red suit's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and glass in his hand shattered instantly. "The Blood Moon Empire will eventually dominate the world, and the Dragon Abyss Empire will fall into our hands sooner or later. Just like what you did to the Crimson Empire. If I'm not mistaken, quite a few nobles in the Crimson Flame Empire have also been transformed into vampires, haven't they? You'll understand these things once you join us. One last question, why did my father refuse you?" "Your father was indecisive. He wanted longevity, but didn't want to controlled by vampires, so he pinned his hopes on the Golden Eye. He originally planned to join the vampires before his lifespan ran out if he couldn't find the Golden Eye. It was this hesitation that ruined him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have died at the hands of arrogance." Mirang Yun gave a cold smile. "That's his style of doing things, so I will never follow in his footsteps. Come on." The man in the red suit slowly opened his mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and bit down hard on Mirang Yun's neck. Mirang Yun lost consciousness due to the loss of a large amount of blood. He woke up after an unknown amount of time, feeling an indescribable sense of ease and full of energy. He got up from the ground, only to find that the man in the red suit had already disappeared, leaving behind only a note that read, "Congratulations on joining the Great Vampire Clan. We will help you become the head, the Mirang family. What you need to do is, after becoming the head of the family, try your best to enter the power center of the capital." Mirang Yun tore the note to shreds. The gloom on her face was gone, replaced by a confident air of complete control. "This feeling really great. Father, I never expected that you would leave me such a good legacy after you died. It is thanks to you that you did not agree to the Vampire Clan that I was given this opportunity. Rest assured, under my leadership, the Murong family will regain its glory. It's just a pity that by then the Murong family might no longer be nobles of the Crimson Flame Empire, but rather of the Blood Empire. But it doesn't matter. Being a noble family anywhere is the same. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he clutched his abdomen tightly. A strong feeling of hunger surged through his body, and he couldn't help but want to drink blood. This thought was so strong that he even forgot his obsession with being the head of the family. He quickly picked up the phone and called over all the women he kept. An hour later, the room was filled with 7 female corpses. Their beautiful faces were filled with disbelief and terror, and there were 2 bloody holes in their necks. Murong Yun, however, did not care at all. Instead, he leaned back on the sofa with a satisfied look on his face. This feeling is really good. It's just that I didn't control my strength well the first time and accidentally killed them all. It seems that I need to find a new batch of women. After feeling cooped up for several days, he felt relaxed and happy for the first time. In a good mood, he turned on the record and started listening to music. A clear, ethereal female voice came from the record player, like a young girl in the throes of first love, slowly narrating her beautiful expectations for the future and love. I look forward to a bright future, my dreams shining brightly in the distance. I long for love to arrive, like stars illuminating my heart. I look forward to the lush green of holly reflecting the light of time. I look forward to your expectations. This is a very popular song in Changsha recently, and it's also one that Murong Yun really likes. Every time she hears this song, it's as if she can see a young girl in love singing softly in front of her, smiling gently. Song title: I'm looking forward to it. As the song ended, Murong Yun slowly opened her eyes and smiled. I'm looking forward to it too. By the way, the woman who sang this song seems to be from Changsha as well. The final moment has finally arrived. In his dream, Su remarked that he had been in the dream for 3 whole days. Apart from occasionally returning to reality to eat something and handle some affairs of the Sea Kingdom, he had been staying in the dream doing micromanagement. Thanks to his tireless efforts, both the celestial venerable of immortality and the sea god have been severely injured. The 2 towering giants in the dream had long since disappeared, leaving only 2 orbs of light, 1 green and 1 blue. These 2 orbs of light seemed to be embedded together, constantly squeezing into each other's bodies. As expected of the divinity of gods, even when they were about to perish, neither side stopped fighting. It was truly a fight to the death. The next moment, Sumu arrived in front of the 2 orbs of light, reached out, grabbed the orbs, and stuffed them directly into his body. He wants to completely control the divinity of the eternal heavenly venerable and the sea god, just as he controls the divinity of the primordial angels. Previously, those 2 divine powers were too strong for him to handle, but now, the snipe and the clam fight, and the fisherman benefits, as he devoured the 2 divine essences. A violent tearing sensation came, as if it were about to rip his soul apart. However, as the silver vertical pupil between his brows forth with silver light, the tearing sensation was slowly suppressed. He used the divinity of the primordial angels to continuously merge with them. And after a full day, he finally completely digested the 2 divine powers. At this point, Sumu already possessed the divinity of 3 gods: the primordial angel, the eternal heavenly venerable, and the sea god. These 3 divine qualities also granted him 3 different abilities. The primordial angel is the eye of God, possessing powerful annihilation abilities. The celestial venerable of immortality has an interesting ability. He waved his hand, and a semi-transparent tentacle extended from his body, waving it around casually. This tentacle is not aggressive, but it has the ability to extract lifespan. In other words, it can now extract the lifespan of others to replenish itself or bestow it upon others. If used properly, the ability to extract lifespan is essentially equivalent to immortality. However, due to the limitations of his own life level, his body cannot store much lifespan. If he wants to live forever, he can only extract the lifespan of others every once in a while. Sumu had no interest in immortality. Endless life only brought endless boredom. As soon as he had a thought, the translucent tentacle suddenly turned black, somewhat resembling a combination of the black fleshy whiskers of the sea god and the tentacles of the eternal heavenly. Venerable. At this point, the tentacles can extract not only lifespan but also soul. After thinking for a while, Sumu finally named it Touch of God. Aside from the touch of God, the greatest gain was the immortality that came with the divinity of the sea god. True immortality, which even Mithril cannot counter, belongs to the realm of gods. However, due to his soul, although he possesses human perception, this is also the greatest weakness of his immortality. If he encounters a powerful soul attack, he will still die. In contrast, the immortal sirens do not have this concern, because their souls are in the hands of the sea god, and unless the sea god is killed first, their souls are absolutely safe. Overall, the increase in combat power is not significant, but the ability to survive is maximized, as it is both immortal and eternal. This also made Sumu somewhat dissatisfied, because he enjoyed the feeling of dancing on the edge of a knife, and suddenly not being able to die really reduced some of the fun. Mr. Sumu King knocked on the door, but there was no response from inside the room. She pushed open the door, only to find the room empty. Sumu was nowhere to be seen. Mu King looked puzzled. Where was Mr. Su? Sumu had been sleeping in his room these past few days, so why wasn't he here today? From her unseen perspective, Sumu was standing in front of her, watching her with great interest. Miss Mu? He even called out to Mu King, but Mu King seemed not to hear him and did not react at all. Sumu walked up to Mu King and reached out to touch her body, but his hand passed straight through Mu King's body. Upon seeing this, Sumu couldn't help but smile slightly. Interesting. Is this the new ability of dreams after absorbing divinity? He is experimenting with new abilities of dreams. Just as his dreams became more and more real after he devoured the divinity of the primordial angels, he can forcibly pull the souls of ordinary people into his dreams. Now that it has devoured the divinity of the celestial venerable of immortality and the sea god, the dream's nature has become even stronger. It can not only pull people's souls into dreams, but also their physical bodies. This peculiar dream is increasingly resembling a real world. The reason why Sumu disappeared in reality was because he had completely entered the dream world. Then he covered the sea kingdom with the dream world, which created its current ghostly state. Simply put, under his control, dreams and reality completely overlap. He appears to walk freely in reality, but in reality, his true form is hidden in the dream and will not be discovered by anyone. In my current dream state, it seems that I have no effect on reality. Compared to reality, I am a non-existent person. Sumu's eyes flickered slightly. He tried to activate his mental power to penetrate the boundary between dreams and reality. As expected, his mental power entered reality very smoothly. After all, this is his dream. He can now even pull his physical body into his dream. So it's no problem for him to extend his spiritual power while in a dream. In an instant, many ideas about manipulating dreams flashed through his mind. Suddenly, endless demonic sound was activated. Miss Mu, what can I do for you? Sumu's gentle voice echoed in the empty room. Mu King was startled and quickly turned around, only to find that there was no one behind her. She was quite surprised, kept scanning her surroundings with her beautiful eyes, trying to find Sumu's whereabouts, but to no avail. "Mr. Su, where are you? I'm right next to you." Mu King was even more surprised. She even reached out and touched around, but all she could touch was air. "Mr. Su, what's going on? Why can't I see you? Are you invisible?" "I'm here." To Mu King's astonishment, Sumu's figure appeared out of thin air before her eyes. "Mr. Su, I never imagined you could become invisible." Sumu smiled slightly. "What do you need me for?" Mu suppressed her surprise and said frankly, "I'm going back to the real world. I've had a vague feeling of returning these past few days, so I came here to say goodbye. Mr. Su, thanks to you this time, I was able to break the sea god's curse in this dream. Otherwise, I might never have been able to go back." Sumiyu nodded, not at all surprised, because Lu Dongliang had already returned to reality yesterday. Previously, this nightmare was shrouded in the power of the sea god, so the nightmare apostles who entered could not return. But now that the power of the sea god has been consumed and devoured, the shroud of this power has naturally been lifted. "Mr. Su, you probably already know that my law is not natural breath, but wood spirit breath. I will no longer hide it. I will definitely repay this life-saving grace. This is contact information. If you need any extraordinary potions in the future, you can contact me at any time." Mu King handed over a small note and said with slight hesitation, "To be honest, I have quite a few enemies in real life, so I may change my contact information. But if conditions permit, I will contact you in advance before I change it." Sumu did not take the note because his current body was fake, a manifestation of all things in the universe. "I don't need your contact information. I'll contact you when I need it." Mu King was taken aback. She wanted to ask how the other party could contact her, but with thought of Suo's previous amazing performance, she suddenly felt that it shouldn't be too difficult for the other party to contact her. She nodded in agreement. "By the way, when you get back, prepare to refine the unending recovery extraordinary potion as your reward for this. I'll come back to collect it from you once you've finished refining it." Mu King nodded, about to say something, but found that she couldn't make a sound. She looked down and saw that her body was gradually becoming transparent, a sign of returning to reality. She simply stopped talking, waved at Sumu, and disappeared completely. Sumu naturally wouldn't let go of Mu King, a humanoid repository of extraordinary potions with exceptional potential. The reason he didn't want her contact information was because he had better methods. That is to communicate through dreams. This is also one of the new abilities of the dream world. It can build bridges with other dreams. No matter where Mu King is, as long as she is still sleeping, Sumu can contact her through the dream world. It can even achieve dream teleportation, using one's own dream to invade another's dream, and then walk out of that dream. For example, right now, the Sumu phantom in the room is shattering inch by inch. His true form in the dream instantly appeared beside Yang Dongqing. Although he couldn't teleport in reality, in the dream, he could not only teleport, but also fly and disappear into the ground. At this time, Yang Dongqing was accumulating wealth. He discovered a lot of extraordinary materials plundered from the Sea Kingdom in Hu Ji's treasure trove. Although they were not particularly rare, they were still extraordinary materials. In the real world, they could be sold for at least tens or even hundreds of thousands of dollars. I don't know where he got a leather bag from, but his eyes lit up. He started stuffing things into it like crazy. With so many extraordinary materials, imagine how many clothes I could buy for Jasmine if I converted them into money. Ha ha ha! Can't we buy something else? Sumu's voice suddenly rang out from behind Yang Dongqing. Holy crap! Yang Dongqing was startled, almost dropping the animal skin bag he was holding. He turned around and yelled angrily, "You walk so quietly. You almost scared me to death." Sumu smiled slightly. He wasn't walking silently. He wasn't walking at all. He used his dream to teleport to this place, and then his real body stepped out of the dream, creating the effect of teleportation. However, this teleportation has a serious limitation. It can only be done once. If he wants to continue teleporting now, he must first sleep, enter a dream state, and then control the overlap between the dream and reality to teleport. Your bag is too small. It can't hold much at all. Let me do it. With that, Sumu took out a storage treasure, a sheepskin bag, and to Yang Dongqing's astonishment, put all the extraordinary materials in the entire warehouse into his pocket. These extraordinary materials are mainly composed of seaweed, which is of average value, and can be used to refine some water-based extraordinary oceans. Damn it, leave me some. I found this place first, Yang Dongqing was shouting when he suddenly realized to his surprise that he couldn't make a sound. Then his body began to gradually become transparent. Is it time to return? Sumu's eyes flickered slightly. He looked at himself and found that there was no change. This surprised him. Could it be that those who entered at the same time could not return at the same time? Or is it that you are special and unable to return on your own initiative? He didn't delve any deeper, because time was running out. If he really couldn't return on his own, he would be left in the Sea Kingdom once Yang Dongqing left, unless he found the source of the nightmare in the Sea Kingdom and completely destroyed the dream. For him, the Sea Kingdom no longer held any appeal, and it was time to leave. Yang Dongqing, relax and don't resist. Although Yang Dongqing didn't know what Sumu was going to do, she still obediently did as he was told. A crystalline blue light flashed in Sumu's eyes, instantly hypnotizing Yang Dongqing into sleep. Then he closed his eyes and hypnotized himself to fall asleep. The next moment, Sumu appeared in the dream, disappearing from reality. He invaded Yang Dongqing's dream with his own dream. Soon, Yang Dongqing's body became completely transparent and disappeared into the Sea Kingdom. Changsheng Taoist Temple. In a guest room to the side of the main hall, Yang Dongqing's figure appeared out of thin air, lying straight on the floor, fast asleep. The air rippled like water as Sumu slowly emerged from his dream. Looking around at his surroundings, he knew he had returned to reality. Bang! The door to the room was flung open, and the old Taoist Suanqing rushed in excitedly. Divine Envoy, I sensed someone's presence just now and came over as quickly as possible. Seeing that you are safe and sound, I am relieved. Huh? He shifted his gaze to Yang Dongqing, who was fast asleep on the ground, and asked in confusion, My lord, who is he? Yang Dongqing, member of the Bronze Coffin team. Suanqing the old Taoist did not ask for details. He seemed to remember something and hurriedly said, Divine Envoy, I have something important to report. Not long after you left, Sikong Zen came again. He gave me a 3-leaf longevity grass, prolong my life. He did this so that I could calculate the 7 deadly sins again. This time, the royal family has given a death order that the 7 deadly sins must be found. I dare not make a decision on my own, so I deliberately delayed for 5 days. Tomorrow will be the 5th day, and Sikong Zen will come to my door then. Divine Envoy, what do you think? Sumu became interested upon hearing this. It seems that the Crimson Flame royal family will not give up until they find the 7 deadly sins. In that case, let them find them. The old Taoist priest Xuanqing was taken aback. Divine Envoy, could he that you intend to? Sumu's gaze shifted, scrutinizing Xuanqing Taoist from head to toe. Suan King felt a little uneasy under his gaze and gave a dry laugh. Divine Envoy, why are you looking at me like that? The Taoist priest said earlier that, regardless of the loss of lifespan, one could fight against a gold-level expert. Was that true? Suan King swallowed hard, feeling that something bad was about to happen. But he dared not deceive the divine messenger, and had to admit it with a forced smile. That is indeed the case, but I don't have many years left to live. Even if I eat the 3-leaf longevity grass, it will only increase my lifespan by 3 years. If you want me to deal with Sikong Zhen, I can deal with him for a while, but if I want to win the battle, this amount of lifespan is probably not enough. Sumu smiled slightly, and with a gentle lift of his arm, a semi-transparent tentacle emerged from his sleeve, emitting a faint blue light, slowly revealing the supreme aura unique to the eternal celestial venerable. Master Xuanking's face immediately lit up with fervor, as if he were admiring the most beautiful work of art in the world, his eyes shining. This is the divine power of the celestial venerable, of longevity. That's right. I possess the divine power of the celestial venerable of longevity and can control my lifespan just like him, so you don't need to worry about the consumption of your lifespan at all. I will obey the orders of the divine messenger. Master Xuanking's face showed no more hesitation or worry, only fervor. Seeing Master Xuanking's reaction, Sumu's eyes shone with even greater anticipation. It's time for the 7 deadly sins to make their appearance. He turned and kicked Yang Dongqing, waking him from his dream. Let's go back to the bronze coffin and see what kind of surprises these people have prepared for me while I was away. Sumu said expectantly. I'm not going back to the bronze coffin. I'm going to find Jasmine, said Yang Dongqing, who was obsessed with love. Bronze Coffin Company. Sumu met Nonggong Mengli, whom he hadn't seen for many days. Despite having avenged her great enemy, she still had a furrowed brow, as if she had encountered some difficulty. However, when she saw Sumu return safely, her tightly furrowed brows relaxed, and a smile returned to her beautiful face. She gently brushed a stray strand of hair from her cheek, and smiled sweetly. Welcome back, Susu. How was the nightmare world this time? Did you encounter any danger? Sumu nodded slightly and said calmly, There was no danger, I just died once. Nangong Mengli was taken aback at first, then burst out laughing. You've become even more humorous these past few days. Sumu smiled noncommittally, but only he knew that this so-called death was not a joke, but a real death. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Nangong Mengli solemnly closed the door and drew the curtains. The spacious CEO's office suddenly became dim. Sumu frowned slightly. Could it be that they're having another child? Something has happened, Nangong Mengli said gravely. Sumu's furrowed brows relaxed. It's good that something happened. If reality remained calm, he could consider settling down in the nightmare world. Do you remember I said before that if I couldn't find the golden eye, I would leave Star City? I didn't tell you where I was going then. I remember. Judging from your expression, the trouble you mentioned is related to this matter. Nangong Mengli's expression grew increasingly solemn, her brows furrowed with an unyielding frustration. Actually, my plan at the time was that if I couldn't find the golden eye, I would join the Revolutionary Army. Because I want revenge, I want to deal with the nobles, and only the Revolutionary Army can help me in the whole world. Sumu suddenly realized. So you contacted the Revolutionary Army in advance, but because I found the golden eye, it disrupted your plan to join the Revolutionary Army? That's right. Revolutionary Army has come knocking. This doesn't seem like a bad thing. Isn't your ultimate goal take on the royal family? With the help of the Revolutionary Army, you can achieve your goal faster. Sigh. Nangong Mengli sighed. That's what I thought at first too, so I met with the revolutionaries and told them that I would stay in Xingcheng and secretly help the revolutionaries after I took control of the Mirong family. The Revolutionary Army agreed, but they made another demand. What are the requirements? Nangong Mengli looked at Sumu with an inscrutable expression and slowly said, They want to see you. Sumu's eyes flickered slightly, and he immediately understood the subtext of those words. They want to see arrogance? That they wanted to see arrogance, and this is partly my fault. Nangong Mengli said with some annoyance, because I am a nobleman, it is difficult for me to join the Revolutionary Army. They were also afraid that I was a spy, so I revealed part of my purpose. To kill Mirong Zhuo. I didn't reveal that I was a descendant of the Nangong family. Instead, I told them that Mirong Zhuo had killed my mother, and that I had witnessed too much darkness within the nobility. So I wanted revenge and to overthrow the nobility. Hearing this, Sumu understood completely. Only the Revolutionary Army knew that your goal was to kill Mirong Zhuo, and you had already made arrangements with them to leave Xingcheng and join them before the banquet. In the end, not only did you not leave, but Mirong Zhuo was also killed by Ao Man. Most importantly, you stood up and questioned Ao Man, and Ao Man did not kill you. At this point, he said, In this way, even a fool can see that you are related to arrogance. Otherwise, all of this would be too much of a coincidence. Nangong Mengli nodded with a grim expression. That's right. Although I fooled the Enforcement Bureau, I couldn't fool the Revolutionary Army. They know my purpose and naturally guessed that I was acting with arrogance at the banquet. So they concluded that I know arrogance, and this time they made it clear that they wanted to see arrogance. If I disagree, they will expose my secret contact with the Revolutionary Army, ensuring my demise. Ha ha ha. Sumu laughed even harder. No wonder the Revolutionary Army was able to survive the siege of the Crimson Flame Empire. If they were just a bunch of naive and hot-blooded idealists who wanted to overthrow the nobles for justice, they wouldn't have served long. Nangong Mengli agreed wholeheartedly. It's normal for those who achieve great things to be ruthless. It's just that they used it on me. How many of them came? 1. Oh! This arrogant person dares to come looking for someone who is suspected to be a gold-level expert all by himself. And with Sikong Zen currently in charge of Star City, it seems that this person is also a gold-level expert. The one who has arrived is Yan Moxie, one of the 3 deputy commanders of the Revolutionary Army, a gold-level expert. Upon hearing this name, a clear look of fear flashed in Nangong Mengli's eyes. The words Golden Realm experts piqued Sumu's interest. Sikong Zen and Yan Moxie, 2 Golden Realm experts, are both searching for arrogance. Things are getting more and more interesting. Especially Yan Moxie, he knows you're connected to arrogance, yet he still threatens you. This shows his goal isn't to recruit arrogance into the Revolutionary Army. A cold glint flashed in Nangong Mengli's eyes. They won't let arrogance join the Revolutionary Army. Why? Arrogance killed the nobles. Ha ha ha! Sumu suddenly burst out laughing. So that's how it is. I didn't expect the Revolutionary Army to be so interesting. They have never killed any nobles. Even when they capture nobles, they only use them to exchange for ransom with the Crimson Flame Empire. They are afraid of touching the Crimson Flame Empire's bottom line and provoking a crazy counterattack from the Empire. Could their true purpose in forming a revolutionary army be to gain amnesty? I don't know about that. In their words, the Revolutionary Army is still relatively weak compared to the Crimson Flame Empire, and it's far from the point of breaking ties with the Empire. At present, the Crimson Flame Empire is beset by internal and external troubles. The Blood Moon Empire is eyeing it covetously from the outside, and the various nobles within the empire are not of one mind and are fighting each other. Therefore, the empire doesn't have much power to deal with the revolutionary army. But once the revolutionary army crosses the line, it will likely anger all the nobles, causing them to unite against the revolutionary army. A faint hint of sarcasm appeared on Nangong Mengli's lips. That's human nature, Sumu smiled. For nobles, they don't care who becomes emperor, as long as they remain nobles. The revolutionary army understands this, so they dare not offend the nobles too much. Just like in ancient times, the powerful families remained, while the dynasties changed. In the end, it was the commoners who died in the wars. No matter who came to power, they still had to rely on these powerful families. Let me guess. Yan Moxi's purpose in seeking out arrogance is quite obvious. He probably wants to use the 7 deadly sins to kill some nobles, throw the Crimson Flame Empire into chaos, and incidentally draw fire for the revolutionary army. What are your plans? Nangong Mengli asked worriedly. Only she and Su knew best that the so-called 7 deadly sins was just an empty shell. It was not the organization composed of 7 vicious gold-level experts as rumored. Even the leader of the 7 deadly sins, Pride, was only a bronze-level transcendent. Of course we must see them, and not only that, we must see them openly and honestly. Whether it's Sikong Zen or Yan Moxi, since they are sincerely visiting, how can the 7 deadly sins be negligent? Gradually, a grand plan emerged in Sumu's mind. It was time to let the name of the 7 deadly sins resound throughout the world. In a quiet villa in the downtown area, Yang Dinging stood up in front of the door, holding a bouquet of jasmine flowers. I'm back. Thump, thump, thump. He knocked hard on the villa door. This villa was bought by him and Jasmine together. After joining the Bronze Coffin, he made some money and also earned a good income by releasing records. So the two of them bought a villa to live in, bidding farewell to their old, dilapidated bungalow. Outperforming again? Yang Dongqing scratched his head. His phone and keys had long been lost in the sea in the land of the sea, so he couldn't get into his house at all. He glanced at the expensive gate, but was reluctant to break it down, so he simply ran to a public phone booth and called Jasmine. Beep, beep, beep. The number you dialed is currently switched off. Please try again later. No one's answering? Looks like she's really performing. Let's go to Jasmine's company and wait. She'll definitely go back to the company after her performance. Yang Dongqing hailed a taxi and headed straight for Jasmine's company. The roads in the lower district are congested and narrow and have been in disrepair for years. Many places are full of potholes. In the taxi, Yang Dongqing's body bounced up and down with the vehicle's bumps. The jasmine flower in his hand was the same. Its petals were somewhat deformed from being shaken around. Driver, slow down. My flowers are going to rot. Amidst Yang Dongqing's complaints, a delicate jasmine petal silently drifted down. Soon, Yang Dongqing arrived at the company where Jasmine worked, Dream Chasing Media Co., Ltd., which was actually controlled by Sumu and belonged to one of the companies under the poisonous Snake Gang. At the time, Sumu wanted to better control Yang Dongqing, and since Jasmine's dream was to hold concerts and become a singer, he arranged for Jasmine to join this company. Jasmine certainly has the talent to make a living in this industry. She is outstanding in both appearance and voice. With her beauty and sweet voice, she made her official debut with the song I Look Forward not long after. Although she is not a big star, she is at least quite famous locally. In Xingcheng, I occasionally participate in commercial performances, which has helped the company earn a lot of money. Yang Dongqing walked into the company building with ease. This was not his first time here. He used to come here almost every day to see Jasmine. Everyone in the company knows that he is Jasmine's boyfriend. Hey, Lao Li, where's Jasmine? Yang Dongqing called out to Jasmine's agent as he hurriedly ran through the company corridor. The agent, named Lao Li, looked up and saw Yang Dongqing. His face immediately showed anxiety. Mr. Yang, you've finally arrived. Something terrible has happened. Yang Dongqing's expression changed slightly. What happened? Is it related to Jasmine? Jasmine has been missing for 3 days. What? Yang Dongqing's expression changed drastically. The jasmine flowers slipped from his hand and scattered on the ground. He asked anxiously, what happened? Why did Jasmine disappear? Old Li was all sweating profusely with anxiety, sighing and saying, I don't know no either. 3 days ago, Jasmine finished a commercial performance and went backstage to change clothes, and then she just disappeared. I searched everywhere but couldn't find her. Later, I reported it directly to the Law Enforcement Bureau, and now the Law Enforcement Bureau is also looking for her, but there has been no news for a long time. Yang Dongqing's breath hitched, as if a large hand was gripping his neck, making it hard to breathe. His heart pounded wildly, and an ominous premonition surged into his heart. Then what are you still standing here for? Hurry up and go find it, he roared with bloodshot eyes, unleashing the aura of a superhuman, which terrified old Li. Yes, I'll go find it right away. With her heart pounding, Yang Dongqing, also out of the company. Jasmine, please don't let anything happen to you. He wandered around the main road like a headless fly, attracting the attention and whispers of passers-by. After running for a while, Yang Dongqing stopped because he had no idea which direction to look in. Calm down. Calm down. Think carefully about what to do. Sumu. That's right, Sumu is the leader of the Viper Gang. He has so many men under him, he must be able to find Jasmine. He ran frantically toward the nearest phone booth, his hands trembling with anxiety as he dialed the number repeatedly. After several incorrect attempts, he finally got through. Hello? Sumu's gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. Jasmine is missing! Yang Dongqing shouted anxiously. The people at the company said she's been missing for 3 days. Sumu, please help me find her quickly. You must find her. Wait for my message. Sumu's voice remained gentle on the phone. For some reason, hearing that familiar voice calmed Yang Dongqing's anxious heart a little. What's wrong? Nangong Mengli looked at Sumu in surprise. Yang Dongqing sounds very anxious. Jasmine is missing. Nangong Mengli frowned and asked, Is it the little girl I'm looking forward to? Singing? Sumu nodded. Jasmine is just an ordinary person. The only thing that's not ordinary about her is she has a superhuman boyfriend. I suspect that someone is coming for the bronze coffin. After all, Yang Dongqing is an employee of the bronze coffin. I'll go out for a bit. With Sumu's departure, a vast intelligence network covering Star City was instantly activated. He wasn't idle during his time with the bronze coffin. As the head of the intelligence department, how could he function without an intelligence network? So he often used his spare time to randomly hypnotize some lucky viewers. Currently, his intelligence network has spread across most of Star City, with people in both the upper and lower districts. Several hours later, Sumu's intelligence network reported that the last place Jasmine was seen was a commercial performance venue in the upper city district. Surveillance footage showed that Jasmine went backstage and never came out again. During the period when Jasmine disappeared, a total of 127 vehicles left the scene. After checking the vehicle ownership, it was discovered that among the departing vehicles were the CEO of Xinghao Chamber of Commerce, a director of Kunxing Film and Television, and a reporter from Xingcheng Radio. Sumu looked at the long list in his hand, and finally his eyes settled on the 3 words, Murong family. There was a black minivan at the scene that was registered under the Murong family's name. His eyes flickered slightly as he sensed something strange. First of all, only a few directors of major business associations and nobles in the entire Star City could have managed to abduct Jasmine at a commercial performance, without anyone noticing and without the intelligence network's knowledge. Xingcheng is not home to only the Murong family, but the Murong family is the most powerful noble family in the area. Some lesser noble families have not even a single bloodline awakener and rely entirely on the legacy of their ancestors to survive. The reason for suspecting the Murong family is that at this time, the Murong family's children should not have the leisure to come and watch commercial performances. Murong Zuo has only been dead for a short time. Instead of being busy with funeral arrangements and fighting for the family property, they are starting to entertain themselves. And if anyone really wants to target the bronze coffin, it will definitely be one of the Murong family's children, since Nangong Mengli is currently very popular and is seen as a thorn in the side by all her brothers and sisters. Sumu judged that this was most likely done by someone from the Murong family, but he didn't know which member of the Murong family it was. The Murong family owns many properties, and nobles value privacy highly. The intelligence network he casually set up is currently not capable of investigating nobles. The only thing that puzzled him was why they would target Jasmine. Were they really so naive as to think they could use Jasmine to threaten Dongqing and then bring down Nangong Mengli? Nangong Mengli's public persona is that of a silver tier 1 transcendent who has awakened wind shadow speed. In reality, however, Nang Mengli found a wind-controlling artifact and then used it to add a wind effect to herself when casting flower blooms in an instant. In their minds, Yang Dongqing was only at the first level of bronze, and the gap between them was too great. Even a sneak attack could not make up for it. If the goal was to gather information about the bronze coffin, then even less appropriate to approach Yang Dongqing. Those involved in the specifics were just ordinary employees. Most importantly, if you want to turn Yang Dongqing against his will, you should at least do it secretly, right? What's the point of kidnapping Jasmine for 3 days straight and making it known to everyone? Even someone as intelligent as Sumu sometimes cannot anticipate such sudden situations arising from a whim. Bang! The office door suddenly opened, and Yang Dongqing rushed in, his face full of anxiety. Any news? One thing is certain. This matter is related to several of the Murong family's children. The Murong family. I'm going to find them right now. Yang Dongqing was furious upon hearing this and immediately tried to rush out the door, but Sumu stopped him. The Murong family's businesses are all over Xingcheng. Do you know where they've hidden their people? If you go there rashly now, you'll only alert them. What should I do? Am I just supposed to stand here and wait? Jasmine has been missing for 3 days. What if something happens to her? Don't worry, I have a way to find Jasmine. What method? Entering a dream. At night, Sumu lay in bed and fell asleep. He waited until very late to make sure that Jasmine was asleep. After entering the dream, he began to perceive Jasmine's dream. Soon, in the vast and boundless dream, a star representing Jasmine appeared. Found it! Sumu murmured to himself, gazing at the star. The next moment, the dream extended and surged into the star, taking him into Jasmine's dream as well. This is a nightmare. Ha ha ha. Can't suppress your thirst for blood anymore. I love watching a stubborn girl like you fall into depravity. I don't like forcing people, so if you spend 1 night with me, I'll give you blood. How about it? In the prison-like room, Morongyun laughed wildly, his eyes flashing with an eerie scarlet light. He seemed to have changed. His skin was as pale as paper, and two sharp fangs gleamed coldly at the corners of his mouth. Jasmine, on the other hand, was imprisoned here. She was also pale, with sharp teeth growing from her bloodless lips. "No! I don't want blood, take it away." Jasmine struggled in terror, but she couldn't break free from Morongyun's control. Suddenly, a child appeared in Morongyun's hand. He grabbed the child by the neck and held the child to Jasmine's mouth. "You can't resist this instinctive temptation. You've been turned into a vampire by me. Accept reality." Ha ha ha. With a scream from Jasmine, the surrounding scenery changed rapidly. This time it was a manor, and she was shackled and tied to a huge stage, singing "I Expect," crying as she sang. Meanwhile, Morongyun, sitting in the audience, looked satisfied. It really does feel better to hear a live singer sing. The scene changes again, this time to Jasmine and Yang Dongqing's home. The two embraced tightly. But the next moment, Jasmine sprouted sharp teeth from the corners of her mouth and bit down hard on Yang Dongqing's neck. Yang Dongqing is dead. Jasmine, like a child who has done something wrong, holds Yang Dongqing's body and cries bitterly. "Sorry. I'm so sorry." Upon seeing this, Sumu frowned slightly. A vampire? Dreams are a manifestation of the subconscious mind and are usually chaotic, especially nightmares, but they reflect reality to some extent. He tried to guide Jasmine's dreams to reveal what had actually happened in those 3 days. A moment later, countless images flashed before his eyes, and he finally understood the cause and course of events. The reason is actually because of Jasmine's song. I'm looking forward to it. In this era of aristocratic rule, fame was sometimes not. Jasmine, whom I was hoping to become famous, was targeted by Morongyun simply because he liked the song and Jasmine's voice. Such things are common among nobles, but this time it happened to Jasmine. Then Morongyun kidnapped Jasmine and imprisoned her. He was disgusted by the women in the upper city who were eager to please him, but Jasmine, a commoner from the lower city, who didn't care about her noble status at all, gave him a different feeling. At first, he tried to coerce and entice Jasmine, hoping to see her cry and give in, but he failed. So he devised a plan to turn Jasmine into a vampire and force her to drink blood. Vampires who have drunk blood cannot resist that temptation, and Morongyun's goal was to watch her fall into depravity. Sumu's eyes flickered slightly. He extended his own dream, spreading it outwards like an unfolding domain. After breaking through Jasmine's dream, he saw the real environment in which Jasmine herself was. In a dimly lit room, there were many dried blood stains on the floor, the marks still very fresh. Jasmine was imprisoned in an iron cage, fast asleep with tears streaming down her face. Sumu did not wake Jasmine, but walked out of the room. In his dream, he completely ignored the heavy iron door in front of him and walked straight through it. He moved through the house like a ghost, without interacting with the real world at all. A moment later, he entered the room on the top floor and met Morongyun and a man in a dark red suit. "Lord Blood Abyss, I have successfully gained control of the blood clans these past few days, and can begin to eliminate the other heirs of the Morong family. However, I am not entirely confident in dealing with Morong Mengli," Morongyun said with a troubled expression. Xu Yuan sneered. "Morongyun, I really overestimated you. As a Silver 2, and possessing the power of the Blood Clan, you can't even handle a Silver Eye woman?" Morongyun's expression grew increasingly grim, but the bloodline suppression among vampires prevented him from refuting it. He could only explain, "No, Lord Blood Abyss, that woman Morong Mengli is extremely wicked. In fact, before I became a vampire, I secretly dealt with her once, using a silver-tier third-order treasure with ranged attack capabilities. But this woman's wind shadow speed is just too fast. Despite being a silver rank 1, she managed to dodge that noble phantasm's attack. I even suspect her speed is almost comparable to Mirang Zhuo's. I can defeat her easily, but killing her would be very difficult. So, I can only trouble you to take action. You are a gold-level expert. Killing Mirang Mengli would be a piece of cake. Useless trash. Suo Yuan sneered. If you had spent less time on women, you wouldn't be so bad at this. You've only been a vampire for a short time, and you dare to give someone your first embrace? Do you know how much blood you need to drink to replenish it after one embrace? Mirang Yun was immediately filled with fear. You knew everything? With my senses, I could detect even a fly in this villa, let alone the fact that you've hidden a woman. Blood Abyss spoke with great pride in his vampire senses. Standing beside him, Sumu nodded approvingly. It seems that even a gold-level expert is nothing special. To test the other party's perception, he deliberately slapped Xu Yuan across the face, his palm passing right through Xu Yuan's face. Yet the other party remained arrogant and completely unaware. Didn't you bribe Mirang Mengli's secretary? Go and find out where she frequents, then tell me, and I'll take action. With that, Xu Yuan turned and left. Sumu watched Xu Yuan's departing figure thoughtfully. Another gold-level expert. In such a small star city, more and more gold-level experts are coming. Ultimately, it all stems from the 7 deadly sins. That damned bitch. She made me get scolded by Lord Blood Abyss, Mirang Yun said with a gloomy face, and naturally attributed the blame to Jasmine. He turned and walked downstairs, arriving at the door of the room where Jasmine was imprisoned. A cold smile appeared on his lips. This bitch hasn't drunk blood for a day. She probably can't suppress her physical instincts anymore. I want to see if she'll still submit obediently in this state. Just Mirang Yun was about to open the door to the room where Jasmine was imprisoned. A dull thud suddenly came from the villa's main gate. There was a loud thud, as if something was banging on the door. Mirang Yun's expression immediately changed slightly. This was his private villa, which was very secluded. How could someone be knocking on the door so late at night? He released his grip on the doorknob and walked towards the villa's main entrance with a ghostly figure. He listened cautiously at the door, but there was no further sound outside. After a slight hesitation, Mirang Yun suddenly opened the door. The outside was empty, with nothing but the lawn outside the villa. His face darkened. With his level of strength, how could he possibly be hallucinating? The door must have been knocked just now. Just as he was about to search, he caught a glimpse of a low clump of grass swaying slightly out of the corner of his eye. The next moment, an orange cat poked its head out, its vertical pupils gleaming with emerald light, giving Mirang Yun a cautious look before it ran away. Mirang Yun frowned slightly. Is it a cat? He closed the door and walked back towards the room where Jasmine was imprisoned. What he didn't know was that Jasmine was gradually disappearing, her body becoming transparent little by little, until she finally vanished completely. Jasmine was pulled into a dream by Sumu. Since absorbing more divinity, the dream has become increasingly similar to the real world and can now initially support the matter of the real world. For example, people. However, this ability to pull people into dreams is limited. Dreams have limited capacity and cannot carry a large amount of real-world matter. Ideally, the objects should be inanimate, because inanimate objects do not move or resist. If a living creature enters the dream and struggles violently in the dream, it will affect the stability of the dream and cause the dream to collapse. Ordinary people are fine, but if a superhuman enters the dream and causes trouble inside, the dream will inevitably collapse. Moreover, the more powerful the superhuman, the stronger their own power, and the greater the damage they will cause to the dream. Therefore, this ability is not very offensive at present, and can only attract ordinary people or superhumans who voluntarily enter without any resistance. Jasmine has now become a vampire, transcending the realm of ordinary people. However, she is in a coma and therefore does not resist. She was easily pulled into a dream by Sumu and taken away. Click! Mirong Yun opened the door, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Little wildcat, can't you hold back any longer? As long as you obediently submit, I'll... Mirong Yun stopped mid-sentence, as if she had a choke point, her eyes fixed on the empty room. Where did they go? He searched the room frantically, overturning all the clutter and cabinets, but Jasmine was nowhere to be found. Undeterred, he activated wind shadow speed, his figure instantly sweeping across the entire villa like a gentle breeze. No! Not anywhere! Jasmine vanished into thin air, as if she had evaporated into thin air. In his rage, Mirong Yun was overwhelmed by a chilling feeling. Jasmine could not have escaped on her own. Having just become a vampire, and not having eaten for a long time, she certainly wouldn't have had the strength to run away. This means that someone just came to my villa, and took Jasmine away without me noticing. How is this possible? Mirong Yun's face was full of disbelief. He knew that Lord Xoyuan had only left recently. When did that person arrive? How could he have escaped Lord Xoyuan's notice? Xoyuan is a gold-level expert. Anyone who can deceive his senses must also be a gold-level expert. But why would a gold-level expert come and take Jasmine away? Unless... He considered one possibility, and his expression suddenly turned grim. Unless it was Lord Blood Abyss who did it! The moment the thought crossed his mind, it spread like a plague. Just now, Lord Blood Abyss had clearly expressed his dissatisfaction with him turning Jasmine into a vampire. And only Lord Blood Abyss, that Jasmine was being held captive in this villa. Could it be that Lord Blood Abyss deliberately took Jasmine away to give him a warning? Damn it! Mirong Yun roared in fury, but he dared not go to Xoyuan to confirm. His actions had already displeased the other party, and if he were to ask further questions now, he would be in even more trouble. He knew that he was not irreplaceable to Xoyuan, because the Mirong family had other children. The reason they chose him was simply because he was the strongest, a silver 2, while the other children were all silver I. Moreover, he was the eldest son and the rightful heir. You are the best choice, not the only choice. In the Xiecheng district, at Yang Dongqing and Jasmine's home, at this moment, Yang Dongqing sat on the sofa, with bloodshot eyes and a near-collapsed expression, his hands clenched tightly between his hair. Jasmine, where did you go? Please don't let anything happen to you. She's all right. Sumu's voice suddenly came from the second floor. Teng! Yang Dongqing suddenly stood up and saw that Sumu had already appeared on the second floor stairs. He didn't even have time to wonder how Sumu had appeared, and rushed to Sumu in 3 steps. Found Jasmine? Sumu nodded, gesturing with his eyes that Jasmine was in the bedroom on the second floor. Yang Dongqing's near-collapse expression instantly turned into wild joy, and he rushed straight to the bedroom on the second floor. Bang! The door was flung open, and he saw Jasmine lying on the bed, her skin unusually pale. It was this loud banging of the door that woke Jasmine from her deep sleep. Jasmine seemed to wake from a nightmare, her face streaked with tears and her expression terrified. Her slender, pale arms flailed wildly. No, no! I don't want blood. Yang Dongqing's heart was breaking. He rushed to the window, grabbed Jasmine's flailing hands, and cried out with red eyes, It's me, Jasmine, it's me. As if waking from a dream, Jasmine looked at Yang Dongqing. She was stunned for a moment, her eyes widening in disbelief, and then tears welled up in her eyes. She trembled as she reached out to touch Yang Dongqing's face. Huh, is it really you? Am I dreaming? You're not dreaming, it's me. Are you all right, Jasmine? Where have you been these past few days? Yang Dongqing held Jasmine's small hand tightly and pressed it against his cheek. The touch was icy cold, without any body temperature, like holding the hand of a corpse. He felt increasingly distressed. How did I get here? Wasn't I? Jasmine stammered. Sumu brought you back. You were missing, and he just found you and brought you back. What happened, Jasmine? Did someone kidnap you? Who is that person? Tell me, and I'll kill him. Yang Dongqing almost ground his teeth to powder, his soaring anger almost overflowing from his chest. Jasmine opened her mouth, but her expression suddenly turned, terrified, and she quickly stopped herself. With tears in her eyes, she said, Dongqing, don't ask anymore. We can't afford to offend him. Don't go, you'll die! Enraged, Yang Dongqing felt Jasmine trembling and grew even more furious. Who is that person? Even if I die, I will kill him. No, I don't want you to die. Please stop asking, okay? Jasmine was terrified again and couldn't stop crying. She had been having nightmares about Yang Dongqing being killed several times in the past few days. In her mind, Murong Yun was a nobleman, and nobles were the heavens of the Crimson Flame Empire. Ordinary people who offended nobles were doomed, and even extraordinary individuals were no exception. This deeply ingrained concept of hierarchy had long been firmly rooted in the hearts of every citizen of the Crimson Flame Empire. Yang Dongqing hugged Jasmine tightly, comforting her. I won't ask anymore. Don't cry, Jasmine. Everything is all right now. I'm here. I won't let anyone hurt you. Jasmine felt Yang Dongqing's long-awaited embrace. She rested her head on his shoulder, and soon that spot was wet with tears. Jasmine, why are you so cold? Did you catch a chill? You've also lost weight. I'll go make you a bowl of hot noodle soup. You must be starving. Yang Dongqing gently comforted her, but the anger in his heart not only did not subside, but instead intensified due to the temporary suppression. He did not want Jasmine to worry, so he planned to ask Sumu while he was cooking noodles. Since Sumu was the one who rescued Jasmine, he must know who kidnapped her. What he didn't notice was that the words starving seemed to remind Jasmine of her joy at their reunion, and the instincts hidden in her body were frantically stimulated by hunger. Standing at the doorway, Sumu calmly looked at Jasmine. His pale and eerie face was reflected in his brown-tinted glasses, and two sharp fangs slowly emerged from Jasmine's mouth. Jasmine's eyes changed as well, as if she had lost her humanity in an instant. Her eyes filled with a bloodthirsty beast. Clang! A metallic clang rang out against Yang Dongqing's neck, his sharp teeth blocked by his steel-like skin, even faintly sparking from the friction. Jasmine, you... Yang Dongqing was stunned. He had no idea what Jasmine was doing. The next moment, her steel-like skin was finally pierced, and her sharp teeth fell into her flesh. His blood seemed to flow uncontrollably, rushing wildly towards the pierced wound. Jasmine sucked deeply, a look of satisfaction flashing across her bewitching face, her bloodthirsty gleam intensifying. Yang Dongqing, in pain, quickly pushed Jasmine away. When he saw Jasmine's current state, he was shocked. Jasmine, your teeth. What is this? Before he'd finished speaking, Jasmine, with limbs together on the bed, glared fiercely and instantly leaped into the air, like a vicious dog, pouncing on its prey, biting hard at Yang Dongqing's neck. Although Yang Dongqing was panicked, he was ultimately a second-tier bronze-level superhuman and quickly pinned Jasmine down on the bed. Jasmine struggled violently, screaming repeatedly, her beautiful lips stained crimson with blood. Blood. Give me blood. Calm down. What's wrong with you? It's me. Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing shouted anxiously, his eyes filled with worry and heartache. Perhaps it was the name Yang Dongqing that awakened Jasmine's rationality. The bloodthirsty beast in her eyes slowly receded, replaced by a brief moment of confusion. When she saw the bloody hole in Yang Dongqing's neck, her pupils suddenly contracted, and an emotion called collapse erupted. This is what I did?" she said in a trembling voice, her words filled with heartache and guilt. "Jasmine, what's wrong with you?" Jasmine trembled. "Quick, tie me up. I can't control myself. Please, I don't want to become a blood-sucking monster." "What blood-sucking monster?" "This, Jasmine. Jasmine!" Yang Dongqing exclaimed in shock, because Jasmine had suddenly fainted. "She's fine. I just put her to sleep." Sumu pushed up his brown-tinted glasses, concealing the crystal and blue light in his eyes. "By the way, you'd better find some chains to temporarily lock her up, because my hypnosis will soon be broken by her bloodthirsty instincts." After saying that, Sumuto went downstairs without looking back. After a long while, Yang Dongqing came downstairs with a complicated expression. He stopped in front of Sumu and said in a deep voice, "What exactly happened to Jasmine?" Sumu did not hide anything and told him directly about Murong Yun kidnapping Jasmine. After hearing everything, Yang Dongqing's face contorted into a ferocious expression, veins bulging on his cheeks, his killing intent almost uncontrollable. "Murong Yun! I'm going to kill him!" He abruptly stood up, his anger shattering any remaining reason. Sitting on the sofa, Sumu said calmly, "He is a silver tier 2 transcendent. What about you?" Yang Dongqing kept walking, completely unmoved. "After you died, did you think about Jasmine?" Yang Dongqing paused, his chest heaving violently. He stood there for a long time before he finally regained his composure. "Is there a way to turn vampires back into humans?" Sumu shook his head. "As far as I know, there isn't any at the moment. Now is not the time to think about these things. What you should do most right now is to get some blood for Jasmine. Otherwise she will go crazy if she is starved for a long time. As for dealing with Murong Yun, that's quite simple. I happen to have a plan in mind. I will kill him with my own hands." Yang Dongqing's eyes widened in anger, his fists clenched, and his teeth grinding together. His voice, filled with rage, was resolute as if he were making a vow. Sumu nodded. To him, Murong Yun was just a minor character. What he was really concerned about was the Golden Realm expert hidden behind Murong Yun, Xu Yuan. Thanks to the appearance of Blood Abyss, his plan became more complete and brilliant. Sumu then left, as Yang Dongqing and Jasmine were indeed not in a good position to meet with people. He returned to the bronze coffin to inquire about the vampire clan from Nangong Mengli. The Blood Moon Empire is composed of vampires and humans. There, vampires are like nobles, while humans are like livestock, being sucked blood by vampires every day. This pattern has continued for hundreds of years, and the people of the Blood Moon Empire are already used to it. There are even special laws in the country to protect humans, requiring vampires not to attack humans at will, but to pay money to buy blood. As Nangong Mengli narrated, the general operating system of the Blood Moon Empire slowly emerged in Sumu's mind, and he was not surprised. Problematic ad. Reported here, it sounds no different from the Crimson Flame Empire. Both involve nobles riding on commoners and sucking their blood. The only difference is that one is a metaphor, while the other is actual blood-sucking. But there's one thing I'm curious about. Where do vampires come from? Are they nightmare monsters? Nangong Mengli pondered and said, I'm not quite sure if they are nightmare creatures, but according to legend, the progenitor of the vampires was the immortal king who once founded the Blood Moon Empire. The Undying King? Sumu was somewhat unfamiliar with this title. The Undying King is one of the 7 kings, and the so-called 7 kings actually refer to the original founders of the 7 great empires, who are also recognized as the 7 golden kings. The Undying King of the Blood Moon Empire, the Dragon King of the Dragon Abyss Empire, and the Holy King of the Holy Empire, etc. These kings have vanished into the annals of history, but the titles of the 7 kings have been passed down and inherited by their successors, who have become the de facto rulers of the empires. Who is the king of the Crimson Flame Empire? Nangang Mangli shook her head. The Crimson Flame Empire has no king. Oh! This surprised Sumu. As we all know, there are only 6 of the 7 kings. The Crimson Flame Empire is the only one without a king. To be precise, it should have had one before, but for some unknown reason, the king disappeared. It's not just that he disappeared. His descendants and all the related historical records were also wiped out, completely vanishing from the world. Even the king's name has not been passed down. Current royal family of the Crimson Flame Empire are nothing more than ministers who once served the king. Interesting. Sumu smiled slightly. As he got to know more and more people, he found that the real world was almost as interesting as the nightmare world. This pleased him greatly, because it meant he wouldn't be bored in either reality or the nightmare world. By the way, Susu, you mentioned earlier that you wanted to meet with Yan Moxie of the Revolutionary Army. Was that part of a plan? Go tell Yan Moxie that the 7 deadly sins have agreed to see him. Sumu had a mysterious smile on his lips, and his brown-tinted glasses could hardly hide the deep light in his eyes. He then gave a few more detailed instructions and went to sleep. Of course, for someone like him, even sleeping wouldn't keep him idle. In the dream, Sumu controlled the dream to expand continuously, slowly overlapping with most of Star City. With his current level of mental strength, it was not enough to cover the entire Star City, but it was enough for the time being. The dream stopped when it expanded to the Changsheng Taoist temple. Sumu took a step, and as if shrinking the distance, he appeared in the Changsheng Taoist temple in an instant. Master Xuanqing, who was sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes and looked warily at the dark figure that had suddenly appeared in the room. After recognizing that the person was Sumu, he lowered his guard and quickly got up to pay his respects. Greetings, Your Excellency the Divine Envoy. Sumu nodded and casually handed over a silver mask. Master Xuanqing respectfully accepted the mask, examined it closely, and noticed that it depicted a lecherous, smiling face. He asked in confusion, "My lord, what is this?" From this moment forward, you will temporarily take the place of lust, one of the 7 deadly sins. Master Xuanqing's heart skipped a beat. He thought of the scene when he did the divination. He knew that Jun Wushang was the future lust, and he was Jun Wushang's master. He was also temporarily as lust. What the hell? So it turns out I was the first generation of lust. Oh no! Could it be that I met with some misfortune during the Divine Envoy's plan and died, and then passed on lust to Jun Wushang? No, I must call that wicked disciple back tomorrow and hold an ordination ceremony for him, so that he can gain the recognition of the Celestial Venerable of Longevity, and then practice the art of longevity. In case something unexpected happens tomorrow, the lineage of longevity will not be cut off. Sikong Zen will come tomorrow. Help him calculate some information about the 7 deadly sins. May I ask, Divine Messenger, what information do you wish to obtain? Sumu smiled mysteriously and whispered a few words. The old Taoist priest Xuanqing immediately showed a look of shock. Divine Envoy, could it be that you intend? Sumu smiled and nodded, then turned and left the Changsheng Taoist temple. He used his dream teleportation technique again. And this time he arrived at Murong Yun's home. It was already dawn, but Murong Yun had just gone to sleep. After becoming a vampire, he became nocturnal. Although he was not as afraid of sunlight as lower-level vampires, he instinctively hated sunlight and disliked going out during the day. Sumu enters Murong Yun's dream. It was a beautiful dream. In his dream, Murong Yun became the head of the Murong family and returned to the center of power in the capital, fulfilling his deceased father Murong Zhuo's long-cherished wish and bringing glory back to the Murong family. Seeing this, Sumu found it very interesting. In this world, it is the villains who have done all sorts of bad things who dream of sweet dreams all day long, while kind and good people are often plagued by all kinds of nightmares. Perhaps it's because good people have a harder life, and good people often feel guilty for a long time after doing one bad thing, while bad people do all sorts of bad things and still feel it's all justified. He used his own dream to cover up Murong Yun's dream, and then began to manipulate it. The scene instantly shifts to Murong Zhuo's birthday banquet. He stands arrogantly in the center, looking down on everyone with disdain, while Murong Zhuo lies in a pool of blood, his head falling to the ground, staring at Murong Yun with wide, unseeing eyes. This was the most terrifying day in Murong Yun's otherwise smooth-sailing life, and a nightmare he could never shake off. On that day, his father died tragically, and the Murong family became a laughingstock. Suddenly, Murong Zhuo's head opened its mouth, its lips moving repeatedly. "Yunner, why won't you avenge your father?" Murong Yun, who was hiding in the crowd, was startled and his face turned pale. "Father, please don't speak, I'm scared." At that moment, an arrogant gaze fell upon them, and they said mockingly, "What? You want revenge?" Murong Yun waved his hands repeatedly, about to say he wouldn't seek revenge, but found himself unable to utter a single word. His body then uncontrollably walked out of the crowd and stood before the arrogant man. "Very good, you have great courage. As a token of my appreciation, I allow you to go down and keep your father company." With a mere flick of his wrist, the arrogant man sent Murong Yun's head tumbling to the ground. But Murong Yun, whose head had just fallen, found that he was not dead. Instead, he was sitting next to his father's severed head, watching as Ao Man went on a killing spree, killing everyone present, including Nangong Mengli. The image then shattered. A new scene soon appeared. This time, Murong Yun witnessed an even more horrifying scene. It was still Murong Zhuo's birthday banquet, and what appeared were all 7 deadly sins: uniform black tailcoats, top hats, white gloves, and silver masks. The only difference is that each silver mask has a different expression, representing 7 different emotions: pride, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, lust. The 7 deadly sins, upon their arrival, went on a killing spree, slaughtering everyone at the banquet, including Nangong Mengli. After Murong Yun's death, the scene shifts again, like an endless cycle. This time, the 7 deadly sins come directly to the Murong family and wreak havoc, and Nangong Mengli dies each time. He repeated it again and again. Those 7 silver masks seemed to be engraved deep in Murong Yun's soul, making him unable to forget them for a long time. What's most interesting is every time the 7 deadly sins mobilize as a whole and wreak havoc, it's always envy, one of the 7 deadly sins, who kills Nangong Mengli. "Ah!" Murong Yun cried out in surprise, waking up from his nightmare. He was dazed for a moment before realizing that he was dreaming, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. But soon his face contorted with rage, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Damn the 7 deadly sins!" His feelings toward the 7 deadly sins were very complex, a mixture of fear and relief. He was afraid because of the 7 deadly sins' power and ruthlessness, having killed his father in front of everyone, and he was terrified of following in his father's footsteps. Fortunately, It was the 7 deadly sins who killed her father. Otherwise, she would never have become a vampire and had the opportunity to rise to power. Murong Yun calmed down after a while, and just then, his phone rang. He picked up his phone and saw a message from the undercover agent working on the bronze coffin. 2 days from now, at 6 p.m., Murong Mengli will leave Xingcheng for Lanshan, presumably to conduct a transaction with director of a chamber of commerce from another province. Upon seeing this message, Murong Yun sneered, "I've finally waited for this opportunity. With Sikong Zhen in charge of Xingcheng, it's difficult to make a move against you, but you insisted on courting death by leaving Xingcheng. Haha. A golden opportunity. A golden opportunity. No, we must contact Lord Blood Abyss immediately. This is an opportunity we can't miss." Just he was about to make the contact, he suddenly stopped, a flash of inspiration crossed his mind. His expression turned to ecstatic joy. The 7 deadly sins. That's it. The 7 deadly sins. I can totally use the 7 deadly sins in this plan. His mind raced, and a clear and feasible plan gradually took shape in his mind. Murong Mengli is a noble woman, and her murder would definitely cause a huge uproar, especially since Sikong Zhen is in Xingcheng. This is equivalent to killing someone right under his nose, which is a slap in the face to him. The killing of a nobleman by the 7 deadly sins had already shocked the nation, but then the capital sent an imperial envoy to investigate, and another nobleman died right under the envoy's nose. One can imagine the uproar this would cause. Sikong Zhen, who had been searching for the 7 deadly sins without success, must be furious. In order to prove his abilities to the royal family, he would definitely do his best to investigate the matter of Murong Mengli and give the royal family an explanation. He couldn't just do nothing after 2 nobles died in succession. As the biggest beneficiary after Murong Mengli's death, he would definitely be investigated. But if Lord Blood Abyss were to impersonate one of the 7 deadly sins to commit murder, and I happened to be present at some public event that day, providing a solid alibi, then, ha ha ha, Murong Yun laughed excitedly, praising his own cleverness. By shifting the blame onto the 7 deadly sins, Sikong Zhen won't notice me. It's perfect. The 7 deadly sins are truly my lucky star. After a while of excitement, he calmed down and continued to think. It can't be pride that made the move, because pride let Murong Mengli go once before, and it would be illogical for him to kill Murong Mengli again now. So the only option is to arrange for the other 7 deadly sins to be involved. 7 silver masks with different expressions kept flashing through his mind. Finally, a silver mask with a face full of jealousy was fixed in his mind. Bronze Coffin Company. An ordinary-looking middle-aged man stood expressionless in front of Sumu. "Chief, as you instructed, the message has been sent to Murong Yun." Sumu nodded. "You did a good job, you can go now." The middle-aged man turned and left, his expression returning to normal. Nangong Mengli leaned against the desk, her hands supporting her round buttocks slightly deformed by the edge of the desk. She gazed at Sumu with interest and asked, "Are you sure Murong Yun will definitely let Xu Yuan pretend to be jealous?" Sumu smiled slightly. "I'm sure, because I've already given him a hint in subconscious. In fact, many times when people have a flash of inspiration, a sudden whim, a sixth sense, etc., it's all the subconscious at work. What's interesting is when the subconscious comes out, even if it seems absurd, people often believe it firmly. Have you ever bought a lottery ticket? Do you think I need to buy lottery tickets?" Nangong Mengli asked with a smile. Sumu shrugged. "What I'm trying to say is that this feeling is a bit like buying lottery tickets. For example, you suddenly think of a string of numbers, and you always have a special feeling that this set of numbers is special, and that you are very likely to win the lottery, and you attribute it to intuition. In reality, it might be a subtle hint you noticed while looking at the date on the poster, the time on your phone, or other clues. Really? Nangong Mengli gently tucked a stray strand of hair into her ear, revealing her fair and delicate profile, and smiled slightly. Then Su, every time I see you I get a sudden urge. Is it because you've also planted a seed of suggestion in me? It could also be because you're more inclined to look down. Nangongli. She gave Sumu a reproachful look, then said, casually, so you're sure Xoyuan will listen to Murongyun? Why not? Actually, if they weren't so stupid, they should have thought of this plan long ago. If you don't die, Murongyun can't take over, which doesn't fit the purpose of Blood Abyss, wanting to infiltrate the Crimson Flame Empire. But if you die, Murongyun will be the biggest suspect. At this time, the best thing to do is to find a scapegoat. A scapegoat whose actions, even if they involve killing a nobleman, would seem justifiable. Susu, sometimes I think you are really scary. People's hearts are like toys in your hands. You just need to hide behind the scenes, and those gold-level powerhouses are like chess pieces on a chessboard, which you can control at will. She paused for a moment, then smiled and said, Of course, she's also very charming. Thank you for the compliment. All right, it's time for me to make my move. Nangong Mengli left and went to a secluded coffee shop. Perhaps because of its remote location and simple decor, there were no customers in the coffee shop at the time, only a young man dressed as a waiter. Hello. What would you like to drink? A cup of Emerald Estate's premium taste. No roses, cold brewed with nitrogen. 3 spoonfuls of sugar in the coffee. Also, I like the swan design. Please make the latte art in the shape of a swan. Thank you. The waiter smiled and nodded. Okay, please wait a moment. Before long, a cup of coffee with swan-like milk foam floating on the surface was placed on the table. Just then, a hoarse voice rang in Nangong Mengli's mind, like the voice of an old smoker who had smoked too much, or as if it had been honed by the years and was full of stories. It's nice to meet you again, Miss Murong. Nangong Mengli took a sip of coffee with an unperturbed expression. The pale milk foam stained her red lips. She gently licked it and said softly, Mr. Yan, are you not planning to show your face? Need to speak. This is my subordinate's ability mental link. You can think of it as making a phone call using your mind. I'm not in this coffee shop, so I'm communicating with you this way for now. So, any news from 7 Deadly Sins? Arrogance agrees to see you. Very good. Yan Moxie's hoarse voice revealed a hint of satisfaction. Time and place, Nangong Mengli put down her coffee. Mysterious smile playing on her lips. You don't need to know, because arrogance will come looking for you personally. Yan Moxie fell into a brief silence. This sentence revealed a lot of information. As one of the deputy commanders of the Revolutionary Army, he was a wanted person throughout the country. Naturally, he had to hide his whereabouts when he came to Xingcheng. It could be said that apart from himself, even his subordinates did not know his location. But arrogance says he'll come in person, which means his every move could be under the other party's control. Otherwise, how could the other party find him? However, he was, after all, a gold-level expert, and his temperament was naturally far beyond that of ordinary people. He calmly replied, All right, I'll wait. Then the mental link broke and Yan Moxie's voice disappeared. Nangong Mengli continued drinking her coffee. After all, wasting food is shameful. Right across from her, Sumu was sitting with great interest. He was sitting on a large leather sofa, which did not dent at all, and no one noticed that there was an extra person in the coffee shop. A mental link? It doesn't seem that difficult. With his powerful mental strength, he can master some mental techniques even without relying on the law. It's like someone who is naturally strong and runs extremely fast. Even if they don't know anything about rugby, they can achieve results with just a little training. The saying, "If you understand one method, you understand all methods," perfectly illustrates this point. He slowly stood up and watched as a thin thread of spiritual energy was pulled away from Nangong Mengli's body at an incredibly fast speed, imperceptible to the naked eye. But none of this could stop Sumu. He caught up with the disappearing spiritual thread as if he were teleporting, and his body passed through layers of walls and room after room like a ghost. Finally, his body sank into the ground and arrived at a small underground base. To maintain secrecy, the base was built to be very small, with only 3 staff members. One of them, a woman with short brown hair, was the one who had just used the mental link. Another spiritual thread is extending from afar, its origin unknown. Brother Yan, is the arrogant guy really that powerful? He was able to find you. Even the Crimson Flame Empire couldn't do that. The short-haired woman communicated via mental link. I don't know. Yan Moxie's voice was completely calm. I haven't told anyone my location, so there's no possibility that there's a spy within the organization who could have exposed my whereabouts. Perhaps arrogance has some unknown means of investigation. Brother Yan, you are also a gold-level expert, and you are very skilled in concealment. Otherwise, the organization would not have sent you here. So many gold-level experts in the Empire could not find you. Arrogance has never even seen what you look like. How could he find you? In my opinion, he is just bluffing. I've seen it now. Sumu in the underground base had already disappeared. Following the network cable, his mental teleportation teleported him to Yan Moxie's side. He carefully hid Yan Moxie. The man was wearing a tattered black trench coat, sunglasses, and had a cigarette dangling from his mouth. He was sitting at a small stall eating stinky tofu, with a full beard and a somewhat thin build, but with well-defined features and sharp angles. He appeared to be around 30 years old, exuding the air of a mature, older man. Sumu's purpose in coming here was to meet Yan Moxie, so that he could easily find him through dream teleportation. However, he did not expect that Yan Moxie would not show up, so he had to go through a lot of trouble. However, it wasn't a complete waste of time. At least I witnessed another use of mental power, mental linking. For many extraordinary individuals, the law is like a weapon. They possess the weapon and can use it, but they do not understand the principles behind it. But Sumu is different. Having squandered 100 years in the dream world, his control over mental power has reached its peak. He can easily understand the principles of some simple mental laws and then learn to use them. Yan Moxie was unaware that Sumu had already sat down opposite him and continued talking to himself. He has no need to bluff. A person who dares to challenge the bottom line of the air and kill a nobleman in full view of everyone would not do such a pointless thing. He should really be able to find me. Perhaps the organization should raise its rating for arrogance. The strength revealed by killing Murong Zhuo might just be the tip of the iceberg. The short-haired woman suddenly said with a wicked grin, "Brother Yan, how about this? You find a secluded place to hide. Aren't you very confident? I don't believe that if you really want to hide, no one in this world can find you. I'm not that bored, I'm hanging up." Yan Moxie disconnected the mental link. He then stopped eating the stinky tofu in front of him, hurriedly paid the bill, and then blended into the crowd and left. He cautiously sensed his surroundings, and, after confirming that no one was paying attention to him, he walked into a dark alley. Then, an unbelievable scene unfolded. Yan Moxie's body began to melt, as if swallowed by the shadows on the ground, and he sank into the shadows and disappeared. Seeing this, Sumu was speechless. Was the deputy commander of the Revolutionary Army really this arrogant? He said he didn't want it, but after hanging up, he didn't even eat the stinky tofu and turned around and hid. A shadow moved swiftly in the darkness, almost blending into the darkness itself, making it difficult to distinguish. Yan Moxie, now in shadow, arrived at the edge of the alley, where the ground was bathed in sunlight. Whoosh! He disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already attached to the shadow of a passerby. Silver Law Sequence 49, Shadow Walker? Sumu stared at the black shadow that kept flickering among the shadows of passersby, and roughly guessed some of Yan Moxie's abilities. Yan Moxie moved incredibly fast in the shadows, almost like teleportation. Under normal circumstances, even a gold-ranked expert of the same level would have difficulty catching up with him. Unfortunately, he encountered Sumu. No matter how fast Yan Moxie is, he can never match Sumu in the dream, because Sumu in the dream is almost omnipotent. The two sped along, and just 10 minutes later, Yan Moxie slipped into a magnificent building and lay in wait. Upon seeing the building, Sumu's expression turned slightly strange. He realized that Yan Moxie's thought process was truly different from that of normal people. He was genuinely fearless in his pursuit of hide and seek. This magnificent building is none other than the Star City Law Enforcement Bureau. He knew that Sikong Zen was in charge of the Xingcheng Law Enforcement Bureau, but he still chose to hide there. It was unclear whether he was skilled and daring or simply had a strong competitive spirit. Sumu smiled helplessly. He didn't care anyway. Even if the location was the Imperial Palace in the capital, it wouldn't make any difference to him. Then his figure disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he had arrived at the Changsheng Taoist Temple. Master Shuangqing is helping Sikong Zen with divination. Let me make this clear first. This is the last time. I want to live a few more years. After this, whether it succeeds or not, don't come again, Master Shuangqing said reluctantly. Sikong Zen nodded solemnly. I promise you, Taoist, this is the last time. He verbally agreed, but in reality, he already had a plan in mind. If he still couldn't figure it out, he would have to use Jun Wushang's life as leverage to force Master Shuangqing to do so. Master Shuangqing was already a dying man, so forcing him was useless, and he had no choice but to target Jun Wushang. Master Shuangqing's expression softened slightly, but he secretly chuckled to himself. They've fallen for it. He pretended to tell fortunes, resorting to the usual shamanistic rituals, which made Sikong Zen's temples throb. Master, please skip these tedious rituals. I don't have that time to waste. Seeing that Sikong Zen's expression was unfriendly, Master Shuangqing stopped what he was doing and got straight to the point, beginning to chant incantations over the newly carved statue of the Celestial Venerable of Longevity. A moment later, Elder Shuangqing's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, his body swaying precariously. Seeing this, Sikong Zen quickly helped up Taoist Shuangqing. Master Shuangqing shook his head weakly. It was successful, but the statue was newly carved, which caused the transmission of the divine power of the Celestial Venerable of Longevity to be unsmooth, so the future scene displayed could not be formed at all, and was intermittent. Fortunately, my heart is sincere, and I have glimpsed a corner of the future. Sikong Zen was overjoyed. Please speak frankly, Taoist Master. The Empire will never forget your contributions. I didn't dare to count pride, but instead settled for the other members of the 7 deadly sins. Other members will do. As long as we capture any one of the 7 deadly sins, we can obtain information about them. May I ask, Master, which one did you calculate? Jealousy. Jealousy? Sikong Zen narrowed his eyes slightly. Who is his true identity? I didn't figure out his identity, I only figured out his location. What location? Sikong Zen asked anxiously, mainly because he saw that Master Xuanqing was weak, as if he were giving his last words, as if he was about to breathe his last. Lan what? Taoist Master, tell me quickly, you can't die yet. Sikong Zen was extremely anxious. He quickly took out a bottle of valuable healing potion from his body, opened the cap, and was about to pour it into Taoist Master Xuanqing's mouth. But at this moment, Master Xuanqing seemed to have a sudden burst of energy before death. He stared at the bottle of extraordinary potion with shining eyes, snatched the potion away, and put it into his pocket. He stood leisurely to the side as if nothing had happened, appearing dignified and ignoring Sikong Zen's gloomy expression, and said indifferently, Lanshan. Master Xuanqing, Sikong Zen said in a deep voice, his eyes filled with gloom. Envy has invited greed to meet in Lanshan in 3 days. This is a good opportunity to capture the 7 deadly sins. Greed? Sikong Zen's anger faltered. 2 of the 7 deadly sins? Yes, what I saw in the future anyway. Jealousy seems to have something important to do. He met with greed. The 2 of them were acting suspiciously. They definitely weren't up to anything. You should go to Lanshan and ambush them. Upon receiving the news, Sikong Zen frowned deeply. What is the strength of those 2? Master Xuanqing pondered for a moment. It should be gold level. The 2 seemed to be at odds and even fought. They look like gold level experts. Upon hearing this, Sikong Zen's brows furrowed even deeper. Master Xuanqing gave him a disdainful look. You forced me to do divination, and now that I've figured it out, you're too scared to go. What good was my divination? If you can't handle it, why don't you go and call someone? Sikong Zen ignored Xuanqing Taoist sarcasm and said in a deep voice, 3 days is too short. There is no time to transfer people from the capital, and the commotion would be too great, which might alert the enemy. The royal family has given me the authority to transfer people from surrounding cities, but among the nearest cities, only the Shentu family head is a gold level expert. Without knowing the abilities of jealousy and greed, even with the support of a group of law enforcement superhumans, a 2-on-2 situation is by no means foolproof. What the hell is this 7 deadly sins organization? Is it really true, as the rumors say, that all 7 members are gold level powerhouses? Oh, I thought it was something serious. Who said it was 2 against 2? You can take advantage of the time difference and make it 2 against 1, Master Xuanqing said nonchalantly. Sikong Zen was taken aback. Time difference? He seemed to realize something and quickly asked, Taoist Master, are there still some details about the future that haven't been revealed? In the future, jealousy arrives at Lanshan a day in advance to wait, while greed arrives on the 3rd day. Do you understand now? You can send people to ambush Lanshan on the 2nd day to jealous first, and then capture greed on the 3rd day. Wouldn't that be foolproof? Sikong Zen was immediately overjoyed. Xuanqing the old Taoist continued talking to himself. Didn't you see the 7 deadly sins mask in the future vision before? If I were you, I would just impersonate greed the next day. Go to Lanshan as agreed, and then take advantage of jealousy's unpreparedness to launch a sneak attack. After jealousy is injured, you 2 gold-level experts can take on one of you. Surely you can handle it? Then, on the 3rd day, they repeated the same trick, impersonating envy to ambush greed, who had come to the appointment, easily defeating the 2 of the 7 deadly sins. Sikong Zen's eyes lit up as he listened, because Master Xuanqing's plan was completely feasible. When he heard about the time difference, he had already vaguely formed the outline of the plan in his mind. He didn't expect that Master Xuanqing would say it out loud now. Master, if we can successfully capture the 7 deadly sins this time, I will report your merits to the royal family. Also, I don't need that bottle of extraordinary potion anymore. The old Taoist Suang immediately glared and bristled. What's in my hands, you want back? No way! With a sense of relief, Sikong Zen hurriedly prepared to mobilize his troops. At this moment, the voice of the old Taoist Xuanqing drifted over. Don't blame me for not reminding you. The future is not immutable. If you know the future and do nothing, it will not change. But once you do something, especially if you make a big fuss, the impact on the future will be greater. Moreover, what I see is only a glimpse of the future, not the whole picture. No one knows what will happen after jealousy and greed collide. Despite Master Xuanqing's well-intentioned reminder, Sikong Zen paid no attention. He simply waved his hand dismissively to indicate that he understood, and then left Changsheng Taoist Temple. Sumu, who witnessed the entire event, maintained an elegant smile throughout, observing everything silently like a bystander. The situation at the Changsheng Taoist Temple is also progressing smoothly. Apart from the fact that the old Taoist Xuanqing is still hard to change and embezzled a bottle of extraordinary medicine from Sikong Zen, everything is proceeding according to plan. Master Xuanqing happily played with the extraordinary potion in his hand. He opened the lid, sniffed it, and immediately his face was filled with ecstasy. It tastes just right. It's definitely the divine healing potion produced by the Federal Pharmaceutical Company. Ha 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 ha. It's known as the gold-level extraordinary potion, can bring the dead to life and heal bones as if it were a divine cure. I'm rich. Master Xuanqing, I don't recall this step being part of the plan, is it? Sumu's soft voice sounded from behind Master Xuanqing. Master Xuanqing was startled, almost dropping the healing potion in his hand. Turning around and seeing Sumu, he immediately put on a smile that looked more like a grimace. Divine envoy, I was only thinking of you. You are of noble birth. What if something happens to you during this mission? So you deliberately tricked Sikong Zen into giving me the divine healing potion, right? Sumu smiled as he took the divine healing potion from Master Xuanqing. Yes, that's exactly right, said the old Taoist Xuanqing with a mournful face. You've put in a good thought. I will report your good intentions to the Celestial Venerable of Immortality. After saying that, Sumu left with the healing potion. Master Xuanqing seemed to lose all hope of living in an instant, and the light in his eyes disappeared. My miraculous healing potion! A moment later, a blood-curdling scream came from the Changsheng Taoist Temple. A truly horrific sound. Night. In the underground warehouse of the Xingcheng Law Enforcement Bureau, Yan Moxi sat quietly on a wooden box like a statue, now somewhat regretful. In his struggle against arrogance, he acted as if he were a criminal arrested by law enforcement, locked up in a warehouse all day without seeing the light of day. How carefree it would be to eat and drink while out in the world. He patted his empty stomach and hesitated. Should he go out for some barbecue and a beer? He had just gotten up, but then sat back down. Yan Moxi thought about it and decided against it. He had already suffered all day. If he were to be found by Aoman after going out, wouldn't all the suffering he had endured that day have been for nothing? Let's wait another day. If arrogance still hasn't appeared by tomorrow, it means the other party was just bluffing. After waiting a while longer, Yan Moxi couldn't sit still any longer. He transformed into a shadow and quietly sneaked into the Law Enforcement Bureau's office area. It was nighttime, so most of the law enforcement officers had already left work, leaving only a few on-duty personnel. Many areas of the office were dark, making it an ideal place for him to infiltrate. He searched back and forth in the office area, and finally found a bag of cookies that had been half-eaten on a workstation. Soon, A bizarre scene unfolded. The shadows beneath the workbench began to slowly wriggle, and a hand made of shadow quietly climbed onto the table. Then whoosh, he pulled the cookie into the shadows and it disappeared. In the underground warehouse, Yan Moxie ate some biscuits. The cookies seemed to have been sitting for a while and weren't crispy at all. But he still ate them with great relish. Just then, a soft laugh sounded behind him. I didn't expect the deputy commander of the Revolutionary Army to have a penchant for inspired cookies. Yan Moxie, who was stealing food, froze. He turned around and saw a man dressed in a black tailcoat and wearing a silver mask standing on a wooden box, looking down at him. Yan Moxie narrowed his eyes slightly to conceal the shock in them. He pretended to be calm and carefully examined the newcomer. The icy sneer hanging above the silver mask, sharp as an ice blade, curved slightly upwards, full of contempt and disdain, already revealing the newcomer's identity. Arrogance, Yan Moxie said in a deep voice. How did you know I was here? Sumu didn't answer, but instead asked, Are expired cookies tasty? Yan Moxie glanced at it out of the corner of his eye, and realized that the cookie was indeed past its expiration date. Although his face remained expressionless, his heart was in turmoil. Arrogance not only knew that he was in the law enforcement agency, but also knew that he had stolen cookies and that the cookies were expired. What did this mean? This means that your every move is under the other party's watchful eye, yet you are completely unaware of it. The feeling is almost like an invisible person following you the whole time, watching your every move, which is quite frightening. This was the second time he had felt this way since becoming a gold saint. The first time, when he first joined the Revolutionary Army and faced its leader. In fact, Yan Moxie's guess was correct. Sumu had indeed been following behind him, silently watching his every move. It tastes pretty good. Would you like to try some? Yan Moxie suddenly reached out and handed over the biscuit. Sumu smiled slightly. There's no need to test me. What's in front of you now is indeed not my true form, but just an avatar. Yan Moxie's eyes flashed. As a gold-level expert, after a brief moment of astonishment, he naturally noticed the arrogance's unusual nature. The other party seemed to be not a physical entity, but he did not expect the other party to admit it directly. Speak, what do you Revolutionary Army want to see me about? Your Excellency Pride, if I may be sold, our Revolutionary Army has come with sincerity this time, while you have only sent an avatar. In particular, since you 7 deadly sins always appear in person wearing masks, how can I be sure that you are? Yan Moxie did not directly state his purpose. He was not stupid to have reached the position of deputy commander of the Revolutionary Army. He would not reveal everything just because he saw a clone. Of course, he also believed in his heart that the arrogance in front of him was not someone else impersonating him. After all, such terrifying detection methods were not something that ordinary people could do. He said that as a way of testing the waters further. The Revolutionary Army's desire to cooperate with the 7 deadly sins was based on initial mutual understanding. Not like now, where they don't even know how many members the 7 deadly sins have, or their specific strength. A contemptuous laugh came from beneath the silver mask. Boring probing. I don't have time to waste on someone like you. You want to judge whether the 7 deadly sins are qualified to cooperate with the Revolutionary Army. Coincidentally, I have the same idea. Does an organization that has been suppressed by the Crimson Flame Empire for so long, constantly chanting slogans to overthrow the nobility, but daring not to kill a single noble, truly deserve to cooperate with the 7 deadly sins? Yan Moxie's expression was somewhat grim, and he said in a deep voice, It's not that we dare not, but it's Unnecessary. The Crimson Flame Empire would pay a large ransom to redeem a nobleman, and that money. The weak only know how to argue. If the Revolutionary Army is only this good, then don't waste my time. After he finished speaking, Sumu's figure began to slowly become transparent, as if he was about to disappear. Yan Moxie couldn't hold back any longer. He had come here because he wanted to cooperate with the 7 deadly sins, so he couldn't just stand by and wide leave like this. He quickly replied, "You arrogant sir, wait. How do you expect our revolutionary army to prove anything?" Beneath the silver mask, Sumu's lips curled slightly. It's simple. Strength is the foundation of cooperation. Show me your strength. If you can meet my standards, then cooperation can proceed. Yan Moxie's eyes narrowed. Then I'll let Lord Arrogance see if our revolutionary army is truly qualified. Where is your real body? Or are you planning to use a clone to fight me? Ha ha ha. Arrogance laughed uncontrollably, as if he had heard a funny joke, his laughter full of contempt. Deputy Commander Yan, it seems you not only enjoy stealing expired cookies, but also telling jokes. I hope you'll think before you speak in the future. Fight me? You're not worthy. Yan Moxie's face was icy cold, clearly indicating that he was truly enraged. If your commander comes, I might be somewhat interested in taking action. As for you, lust. Sumu suddenly called out to the air beside him. In an instant, a man dressed in the same style of tailcoat and wearing a silver mask appeared out of thin air in the warehouse. Yan Moxie's pupils suddenly contracted. If he hadn't noticed the sudden appearance of Arrogance just now, he could explain it by being unprepared. But now, another one of the 7 deadly sins had appeared out of nowhere, right under his nose, and he still couldn't detect any signs. What kind of ability is this? Teleportation? No, that's not right. There wasn't even the slightest spatial fluctuation. Lust said respectfully from the side, without glancing at Yan Moxie once, as if he were completely ignoring him. Go test its quality. Lust then slowly turned his head, and what came into Yan Moxie's view was a different silver-white mask. The eyes were more curved and narrow, and the corners of the mouth were upturned more, as if a person was lewdly smiling. Chief, what if we accidentally kill someone? Lust asked, his voice sincere, as if he were genuinely considering the question. The weak have no value in living. With that, the arrogant figure vanished completely. The vast warehouse was left with only Yan Moxie and Lust, who were staring at each other from afar, also known as Master Swanking. At this moment, Master Swanking had clearly disguised himself. He used Taoist magic to change his appearance, making his originally hunched body straight, and his whole body much taller. Yan Moxie stared intently at Lust. He knew very well that since Pride had chosen Lust to measure him, it meant that Lust was also a gold-level expert. Another gold saint. Who exactly are these 7 deadly sins? He originally thought that the 7 deadly sins, namely Pride as the leader, was a gold saint. After all, gold saints are not easy to come by. There are only 4 in the entire revolutionary army. They are the commander-in-chief and 3 deputy commanders-in-chief. Generally speaking, an organization can be considered first class if it has 1 gold-level expert. However, with the arrival of the 7 deadly sins, 2 gold-ranked experts appeared, already accounting for half of the revolutionary army's high-end combat power. And this was without the other 7 deadly sins showing up. If, as the rumors suggest, all 7 members of the 7 deadly sins are gold saints, then the organization's strength cannot be described as merely formidable. It is terrifying. Uncle, since the leader has said so, you'd better be careful. Don't blame me if you die. Master Schwanking shook his head slightly, his old bones making a cracking sound, but his voice was as young as a boy's. Clearly, he portrays himself as an innocent and beautiful young man. Having not made a move for many years, he could not hide his excitement at this moment. It was not that he did not want to make a move, but that the longevity technique would harm both the enemy and himself if used. Who would be so bored as to shorten their own lifespan? Play with it. But now, with Sumu's support, he no longer needs to worry about the limitations of his lifespan, and can fight a good battle. Before coming here, Sumu randomly selected more than a dozen social scum in the lower city, plundered their lifespans, and instilled them into Taoist Xuanqing. Because Master Xuanqing's strength is at the gold level, the quality of his lifespan is very high. The combined lifespan of these dozen or so ordinary people, amounting to several hundred years, is only enough to extend Master Xuanqing's lifespan by a few years, but it is still sufficient to deal a battle. Seeing that Lust was about to make a move, Yan Moxi's expression changed. Wait a minute. Do you want to take action in the Law Enforcement Bureau? Master Xuanqing was taken aback. Indeed, wouldn't it be suicide to make a move in the Law Enforcement Bureau? Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly remembered what Sumu had told him to do, to be as arrogant as possible. So the words that were on the tip of his tongue turned into disdain, like a teenager bragging. So what if I fight at the Law Enforcement Bureau? If they dare to come and bother me, I'll just kill them all. Yan Moxi felt a chill run down his spine. He realized that these 7 deadly sins were all lawless and arrogant. He had already witnessed the arrogance of the arrogant, but now this seemingly young man, Lust, was also so brazen. His words showed no respect for the Enforcement Bureau. Their revolutionary army was already the largest rebel organization in the empire, and they wouldn't dare to do such a thing under normal circumstances. But the 7 deadly sins dared to. What Yan Moxi didn't know was that Master Xuanqing didn't actually dare to fight here either. But that's how the game between people works. I know you don't dare, so I dare. Anyway, you'll have to persuade me later. As expected, Yanvi advised, there's no need to create unnecessary trouble. Come with me. Whoosh! Yan Moxi transformed into a shadow and slipped out through the crack in the window, disappearing into the darkness. A lustful, dissatisfied voice came from behind him. Don't go. I've never been in a fight at the Law Enforcement Bureau before. It's so much fun. Yan Moxi ran even faster, disappearing completely into the darkness in the blink of an eye. This time, it was Master Xuanqing's turn to be dumbfounded. Holy crap! This golden law is Shadow Demon! Damn it! The law that's supposed to be best at escaping and ambushing, and it's still nighttime. How am I supposed to keep up with this old Taoist? Just as he gritted his teeth, preparing to expend some of his lifespan to calculate Yan Moxi's location, Sumu's voice rang in Xuanqing Taoist's mind through the mental link. 100 li to the east. Master Xuanqing was taken aback at first, then overjoyed, as he had saved several more days of his lifespan. In a desolate wilderness, Yan Moxi emerged from the shadows and transformed into human form. He looked around at the empty darkness, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. His golden law, Shadow Fiend, is best at escaping. The reason he went all out to shake off Lust was to make his opponent suffer and reduce Lust's momentum. When true strongmen clash, sometimes the contest of momentum is also extremely important. Just as he was feeling smug, suddenly, a triumphant laugh, unique to teenagers, rang out behind him. Hey, got you! Yan Moxi was shocked and quickly turned around. He saw that Lu Yu was holding a gleaming long sword, was coming from 100 meters away like a sword immortal. Damn it! When did he get behind me? Yan Moxi, who was always extremely confident in his speed, was a little on guard at this moment. He was the one who came out of the law enforcement bureau first and chose the destination himself. But lust had actually run further than him. But he didn't have time to think about it. He spread his hands out, and the shadows around him surged silently, turning into thousands of thin black lines that converged in his palms, intertwining wildly like weaving a ball of yarn. Just as he was about to throw the shadow orb in his hand, an even stranger scene unfolded. Lust, who was rushing towards him from 100 meters away, disappeared as if by teleportation. Before he could even see how the other person disappeared, a bone-chilling coldness swept over him from behind, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. Without thinking, he threw the shadow orb behind him. The shadow orb instantly transformed into a curtain of shadow. Whoosh! A flash of sword light appeared, and Lust unfolded a curtain of shadow, emerging abruptly from within. They attacked Yan Moxie again, this time with Lust gaining the upper hand. In the rush, Yan Moxie could only defend passively. Standing to the side, Sumu smiled. Yan Moxie was quite strong, and he couldn't guarantee that Taoist Suanking would win, so he naturally had to lend a hand. With his current strength, although he can't hurt a gold-level expert, he can still distract them. The lustful figure who charged at them from 100 meters away with a sword was actually an illusion created by all things in the world, and endless demonic sound. The reason they were so far away was to prevent Yan Moxie from seeing through the illusion. Just as Yan Moxie was distracted, the newly arrived Taoist Xuanqing seized the opportunity to launch an attack, firmly gaining the upper hand. Yan Moxie, as expected of the deputy commander of the Revolutionary Army, quickly began to exert his strength after a brief moment of panic. He instantly disappeared into the shadows, teleporting away from Master Xuanqing. He reached out his palm, his powerful 5 fingers grabbing at the darkness. The darkness seemed to come alive as he held it firmly in his hand. Then, the darkness surged like water, and with a forceful swing, hundreds of shadow orbs, resembling miniature black holes, shot out. They covered everything, densely packed, completely sealing off the area around Master Xuanqing. Master Xuanqing's expression changed. He held his long sword upright in front of him and then made a hand seal with one hand. Longevity technique. 10,000 swords. Buzz. A crisp sword cry echoed across the wilderness as his longsword split in 2, then into 4. In an instant, it transformed into a sea of swords, meeting the shadow orb head-on. The sounds of fierce collisions were incessant. The shadow orb seemed to contain extremely high energy, annihilating the long swords it touched inch by inch. Fortunately, there were more long swords than shadow orbs, so it did not immediately lose. Yan Moxie seized the opportunity and pressed down with one hand. Dark surge. The darkness within a radius of several miles seemed to be dragged in by some force, frantically gathering at the feet of Taoist Xuanqing, with terrifying energy brewing. Boom! The shadow energy erupted like a volcanic eruption, and the violent torrent of shadow energy, carrying an aura of destruction, engulfed Master Xuanqing. Holy crap, are all young people these days this fierce? Master Xuanqing exclaimed inwardly, but his hands moved without slowing down at all. The art of immortality. The cycle of life and death of all things. A beam of azure light suddenly appeared beneath his feet, spreading out to form a massive azure light array that firmly blocked the dark current. The originally raging dark currents, upon contact with the azure light array, seemed to lose their strength and began to gradually weaken. Yan Moxie's heart skipped a beat. What kind of law was this? Did it involve time? As the caster, he could clearly feel the shadow power weakening, just like the blooming, withering, and decay of a flower, its power constantly diminishing. Meanwhile, the azure light array was growing stronger, like a seed taking root, sprouting, growing, and blossoming. Damn it! If lust alone is this troublesome, how powerful must their leader's arrogance be? He suddenly understood why arrogance had been so disdainful of him when he tried to fight it before. Judging from the current situation, he was indeed not qualified to fight arrogance. However, as a gold-level expert, he could not give up the fight, just because the enemy's methods were strange. He took a deep breath, his expression became solemn, and his aura began to surge continuously. The surrounding shadows were drawn by this invisible aura, and the darkness trembled like ripples on water. Strands of shadow constantly gathered towards Yan Moxie, like countless black ribbons wrapping around him. As darkness gathered, Yan Moxie's figure was almost swallowed up by it. At this moment, he had completely changed his appearance, as if he were wearing a layer of shadow armor. Long and sharp spikes grew from the joints of the armor, as well as from his hands and feet. 2 thick shadow horns also grew from his helmet. He was like a demon king emerging from the shadows. The shadows continued to pour in, and his body began to grow taller inch by inch, 2 meters, 3 meters. Holy crap, Celestial Venerable. This brat is going to fight me to the death. Divine Envoy. Do you even have any lifespan left? Quick, give me some more, or I won't be able to control him, Master Xuanqing exclaimed inwardly. Sumu naturally wouldn't let the two fight to the death. If they were both seriously injured, then the subsequent plans would be impossible to carry out. He hasn't fully absorbed the shadow energy yet. Attack him now, and I'll cooperate with you. Upon receiving the instruction, Master Xuanqing no longer hesitated. His lifespan burned wildly, and the dazzling sword light tore apart the shadow orbs blocking his way, attacking Yan Moxie like a ghost. He had to break through the shadow armor before the opponent was fully formed, or else things would get complicated. A ray of blue light burst forth from the tip of the sword, like the rising sun, instantly radiating boundless light and dispelling the surrounding shadows. Yan Moxie manipulated the surrounding shadow energy, and the dark ribbons floating in midair attacked wildly, immediately hindering Xuanqing Daoist's movements. Just as the opponent's transformation was about to be fully completed, at this crucial moment, Sumu activated Endless Demonic Sound. He came to Yan Moxie's side and directly used Endless Demonic Sound to simulate the sea god's murmur into the other's ear. Buzz! Evil, depravity, and ominousness indescribable. Terrifying whispers exploded in Yan Moxie's ears. Sumu, who possesses the divinity of the sea god, can be said to have the most realistic mimicry of the delirium in the world. Caught off guard, Yan Moxie was struck head-on by the sea god's murmur. His mind instantly went blank. The thousands of shadow energy bands he had been controlling immediately collapsed, and even the shadow energy covering his body briefly stagnated. However, Yan Moxie regained his senses in just a moment. But in a battle between masters, a slight mistake can lead to a huge difference in outcome, and a moment of distraction can be the key to victory or defeat. Xuanqing the old Taoist seized the opportunity. His longsword, glowing with azure light, slashed through the sky, and at the moment when the shadow energy stopped flowing, he thrust his sword into the gap in the thick shadow armor. Piffed! That was the sound of a longsword ping flesh. The swirling shadow energy slowly receded, and the tangible darkness around them returned to calm. Crimson blood flowed from Yan Moxie's abdomen. Lu Yu gracefully sheathed his sword, performed a sword flourish, and then put the longsword back into its sheath. Uncle, you're not good enough for this? You've lived to be this old for nothing. Master Xuanqing shook his head in disappointment, seemingly feeling that battle just now was not enough. Yan Moxie clutched the wound on his abdomen, his palms soaked with blood. The wound wasn't deep, clearly because Master Xuanqing had shown mercy. Otherwise, taking advantage of his momentary lapse in concentration, the other party could have easily pierced his body with a single sword strike. His face showed no disappointment after defeat, only heaviness. Victory and defeat are common occurrences in war, and he was not so intolerant of losing, even though the defeat was somewhat unjust. If it weren't for the strange sound that suddenly rang in his ears, he would have already revealed all his trump cards, and the outcome would have been uncertain. However, a loss is a loss. Just because you have a trump card doesn't mean you don't have lust. Judging from the fact that lust hasn't been fully satisfied, there must be some powerful trump card hidden. Even if you release it completely, you might not be able to win if you really fight. Alright, we can't expect too much from middle-aged and elderly people. Let's just say you barely passed. Master Xuanqing casually picked at his earwax and flicked it into the distance. Thank you, Yan Moxie said in a deep voice. Then tell us how your revolutionary army plans to cooperate with the 7 deadly sins. It would be best to stir up some big events. We don't have time to play house with you. Master Xuanqing seemed to have gotten into the swing of things, and his tone became increasingly arrogant. Rest assured, I will absolutely not disappoint you. However, this is a very important matter, and I hope to have a face-to-face meeting with Your Excellency. Tell me what it is, and I'll consider whether to inform the leader. If it's a minor matter, I can make the decision myself. Yan Moxie took a deep breath and said solemnly, Kill the nobles of the capital. What? Kill nobles in the capital? Master Xuanqing was suddenly shocked. He didn't expect the revolutionary army to be so bold now. Killing marginal nobles was not enough. They even had to go to the capital to kill nobles? After his initial exclamation, he realized he had lost his composure, so he sneered. Ha! I thought it was something important. Killing a few nobles, why would you need to cooperate with us? Yan Moxie was taken aback, gaining a deeper understanding of the lawlessness of the 7 deadly sins. Was killing nobles in the capital a trivial matter? If this were between nations, and another country killed a core noble of the Crimson Flame Empire, it would essentially be a fight to the death, and both empires would be engulfed in a full-scale war. For some reason, the Revolutionary Army cannot carry out the killing of nobles on its own, so it hopes that the 7 deadly sins can help. Your Excellency Lust can rest assured that the reward will be very generous. Master Xuanqing sneered. Sumu had already analyzed the Revolutionary Army's objectives with him before. For some reason, they clearly wanted to use the 7 deadly sins to draw the Empire's firepower, and take the opportunity to eliminate some nobles, who stood firmly on the side of the royal family. Uncle, don't treat everyone like fools. Your revolutionary army's goal is nothing more than to have the 7 deadly sins eliminate dissidents for you. The revolutionary army has grown so powerful because there must be people among the nobles in the capital. But because of the unspoken rule that nobles cannot be killed, you want to use the 7 deadly sins to eliminate the royalist nobles. Yan Moxie's heart sank. He hadn't expected that the lustful man, who appeared to be a teenager, would have such sharp eyes, seeing through the revolutionary army's plans at a glance. He simply admitted, "That's right, but this doesn't cause any loss to the 7 deadly sins, because you've already killed a nobleman and are now locked in a life-or-death struggle with the Crimson Empire. You're even ranked higher on the wanted list than the Revolutionary Army. Killing another nobleman won't hurt you, and the Revolutionary Army will give you a reward that will satisfy you." What kind of reward? Master Xuanqing, who had just lost a bottle of gold potion, was more concerned about this. Yan Moxie's brow twitched, somewhat surprised. Was this the power of the 7 deadly sins? They didn't care who they killed at all, as if it didn't matter who they killed, only the price. Royal treasure! Upon hearing these 4 words, Sumu frowned slightly, because he had no idea what a royal treasure was. Fortunately, Master Swanking, having lived to such an old age, was indeed very knowledgeable. You possess royal treasures? Taoist Swanking asked with suspicion. If you truly did, would you be being chased by the Flame Empire? Besides, even if you did possess them, why would you offer such treasures for trade? We do have the royal treasure, but it is incomplete. As you said, if we had the complete royal treasure, the revolutionary army would not be in this situation now. At this moment, Sumu transmitted his voice. What is the royal treasure? Master Swanking quickly replied in his mind. Divine Envoy, the royal power treasure is the most powerful treasure in the world. You know the 7 kings, right? The royal power treasure is an unparalleled divine weapon created by the 7 kings with the full power of their nation. Rumor has it that the reason the 7 kings were able to become kings and crush all the gold-level powerhouses was largely because of their royal treasures, which were divine weapons that surpassed the gold level and were above the gold-level treasures. The royal treasures are the national treasures of the 7 great empires. The 7 kings' weapons. Sumu's eyes flickered slightly, a hint of interest piqued. He hadn't expected such an unexpected surprise. However, he also knew very well that the royal treasures Yan Moxie could produce wouldn't be too powerful otherwise. The other party wouldn't have used them for the trade. As far as I know, the 7 royal treasures should all be in the hands of the various royal families. So why do you possess them? Master Swanking asked. His eyes slightly narrowed. Most of the royal treasures are indeed in the hands of the royal families of the major empires. But the sword of the Dragon Abyss Empire is now only in its scabbard. Master Swanking was startled. You possess the sword of royal power? Yan Moxie shook his head. As I said, it is a fragment of the royal power treasure. The royal power sword was shattered during the War of the 7 Kings 100 years ago. Those fragments fell into the hands of different forces. In order to recreate the royal power sword, they added many rare materials to their respective fragments, and finally forged 12 swords, which were later called the 12 Swords of Royal Power. We only possess one of them. Legend has it that if all 12 swords of the king's power are collected, the glory of the king's power sword can be restored. It's important to know that the Dragon King of the Longyuan Empire is revered as the world's strongest being, and also the most powerful among the 7 kings. Therefore, his sword of kingship is considered the greatest treasure. Master Swanking's breathing quickened as he listened. What a treasure! Your Excellency Lust. This is the greatest sincerity our revolutionary army can offer. The 12 swords of royal power are distributed among the 7 great empires, and we simply do not have the resources to collect them all right now. Otherwise, we would never have offered this treasure as a reward. Master Swanking suddenly sneered. It's not just that we don't have the energy to collect them, it's that we don't. The Sword of Kingship is a heirloom of the Dragon Empire. Whoever takes down the 12 Swords of Kingship will become a potential enemy of the Dragon Empire. Yan Moxie nodded. That makes sense, but I believe the 7 deadly sins shouldn't care. I don't care. That's the Dragonese Empire, the world's #1 superpower. Say yes, Sumu said calmly. Master Shuanking immediately said proudly. That's right, the 7 deadly sins are indeed not a concern. Then I would like to trouble Your Excellency Lust to invite the arrogant leader to appear for a discussion. Wait. Master Shuanking began to pretend to close his eyes, his lips moving slightly as he uttered incantations that were barely audible. A moment later, A figure in black appeared out of thin air next to Lust. "Your Excellency, arrogance," Yan Moxie said respectfully. His attitude was much better than the first time they met, because he had already categorized arrogance in his mind as someone on the same level as the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Only someone like a commander could control these powerful gold-level warriors. "I already know what happened. Tell me, who do you want to kill?" Sumu said indifferently. Yan Moxie glanced around warily before whispering, "Gongsun Quan, the cabinet minister of the capital. This man has not awakened his bloodline and is an ordinary person, but he is unparalleled in wisdom and strategy, deeply trusted by the royal family, and holds a high position and great power. He is the commander-in-chief of the secret guards and has repeatedly besieged the Revolutionary Army, causing us heavy losses. I humbly request Your Excellency to take action." An ordinary person. The arrogant voice turned cold, and those disdainful eyes looked at Yan Moxie. "You went to great lengths to find me, and in the end you only wanted to kill a piece of trash?" Suddenly, the atmosphere froze, and a powerful sense of oppression emanated from Aomen. Yan Moxie's body stiffened, and he felt as if he were a mortal standing on a stormy sea. Momentum is a very subtle thing. It has nothing to do with strength, but is entirely a psychological pressure. Take ancient emperors, for example. They were just ordinary people who needed to eat, drink, and relieve themselves. Yet, when the common people saw the emperor, they felt nothing but awe, and the timid ones couldn't even utter a word. For example, a child who fails an exam and comes home to find his father sitting silently on the sofa. These are all manifestations of momentum. Yan Moxie now had this feeling. He felt as if he were facing a terrifyingly powerful figure, who was invincible and had the whole world under his feet. That arrogant and disdainful gaze made cold sweat break out on his forehead. He couldn't even begin to imagine what kind of immense power it would take to cultivate such a terrifying aura. This is the aura unique to the bronze immortal Emperor Sumu. Even though he may be a bronze-level person, he still dares to think and dream. The power of aura only works when others have a preconceived notion of you. To put it bluntly, the other party must first know your identity and recognize that you are powerful before the effect of aura can be multiplied. Otherwise, no matter how imposing a beggar on the street may appear, others will only think that the beggar is putting on airs. But if someone were to say that this beggar was once a billionaire who later gave away all his wealth to charity, you would feel awe and respect for him, thinking that he had an extraordinary presence. Your Excellency, although Gongsun Quan is just an ordinary person, he has many experts around him, Yan Moxie explained in a slightly hurried tone. "Shut up." Sumu snorted coldly, causing Yan Moxie to stop talking involuntarily. The 7 deadly sins wouldn't lower themselves to such a point as to go to such lengths to attack an ordinary person. The Revolutionary Army has really disappointed me. Cooperation is terminated. After saying that, Sumu and Daoist Suang turned to leave. Yan Moxie immediately looked anxious. This time, he had witnessed the strength of the 7 deadly sins and learned about his own strength. If the cooperation failed, it would be a huge loss. "You arrogant sir, please wait." He hurriedly stepped forward and blocked their path. Sumu glanced at him disdainfully and said only one word. "Get lost." His behavior perfectly matched the arrogant persona, bringing that arrogance to life. The Taoist priest Xuanqing, standing to the side, readily drew his longsword. A brilliant blue light rose slowly from his body, and the powerful air pressure caused a sudden gust of wind. Tiny white wisps of air even appeared beneath his feet, and the surrounding grass was blown about wildly. Yan Moxie's heart sank. Despite the pressure from the 7 deadly sins, he forced himself to say, "Your Excellency, we sincerely want to cooperate with your organization. If you feel that killing an ordinary person is beneath your dignity, then we can discuss it further. In the capital, we have many targets we want to eliminate, including some powerful nobles. These are all negotiable." He spoke very quickly, as if afraid the other party would lose patience and take action. After listening, Sumu stopped and said indifferently, "We don't accept orders below the gold standard." Yan Moxie was shocked again. He had lost count of how many times he had been shocked, but the 7 deadly sins organization had indeed given too many shocks. "We won't accept orders below the gold level? Doesn't that mean we 7 deadly sins only kill gold-level powerhouses? This isn't just arrogance, it's downright lawlessness. No wonder the 7 deadly sins dared to kill nobles in public. Now it seems they've become much more restrained in doing so. It's important to understand that the entire Crimson Flame Empire only has a few dozen gold-level experts. Competition between empires is essentially a contest of the number of gold-level experts. Each gold-level expert is a pillar of the empire, and their death would cause a tsunami-like upheaval. Yet, the 7 deadly sins only kill gold-level experts. Yan Moxie took a deep breath, suppressing his shock, and said with a hint of difficulty, "Your Excellency, I need to discuss this matter with the commander." They originally only wanted to use the 7 deadly sins to divert the empire's attention and kill some nobles. They thought the incident was serious enough. But who would have thought that pride would openly talk about killing gold saints? The consequences of such a blatant act were immeasurable for the revolutionary army. "You mean you want me to wait for you?" Sumu's indifferent voice struck Yan Moxie's heart like a thunderclap. "Your Highness, we really need to discuss this," Yan Moxie said through gritted teeth. "Gold-level experts are very difficult to kill. They hold high positions and great power in the capital, and are surrounded by countless guards. If the battle cannot be resolved in a short time, they will be besieged, which is too risky." He said this not only to warn Sumu of the risks, but more importantly, he was worried that if the 7 deadly sins were to be defeated and captured when they went to the capital to kill the gold-level experts, and then revealed the revolutionary army, it would be a devastating blow to the revolutionary army. Sumu's lips curled slightly. "Have you forgotten? There is a gold-level expert who is not currently in the capital." Yan Moxie's pupils suddenly contracted. "Sikong Zen!" Sumu smiled and nodded. "Since he has the courage to investigate the 7 deadly sins, he should naturally be prepared to die. To tell you the truth, whether or not your revolutionary army exists, we will definitely kill Sikong Zen. Now that you've come to me of your own accord, I'll just have to take one of the 12 swords of Wang Quan while I'm at it, and then go kill Sikong Zen. In short, with Sikong Zen's death, the Crimson Flame Empire has lost a gold-level powerhouse, which is also beneficial to your revolutionary army." Yan Moxie stiffened, a forced smile appearing on his face. After hearing the arrogant words, he suddenly felt that he had been taken advantage of. "You won't renege on your promise, right?" Yan Moxie's smile grew increasingly stiff. After a moment he said, "Since we have already agreed, we will never go back on our word." "Heh." Sumu chuckled contemptuously, "Then hand over one of the 12 swords of royal power first." Yan Moxie chuckled dryly. I don't carry that sword with me. It's in the of the commander. Please rest assured, the 12 swords of Wang Quan will be presented to you with both hands after the matter is accomplished. Since that's the case, why don't you get involved in this matter? I don't really trust the character of your revolutionary army, and I seriously doubt whether you'll back out after it's all over." The 7 deadly sins will then bear the wrath of the Crimson Flame Empire and will have no time to extricate themselves. If you go back on your word, we won't have time to come after you either. So I can only feel at ease if we're all in the same boat. Yan Moxie's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, they were about to get on a pirate ship. Their purpose in finding the 7 deadly sins was to make them share the Empire's anger. If the Revolutionary Army also got involved, wouldn't they be shooting themselves in the foot? Sumu seemed to see through Yan Moxie's thoughts and sneered. Don't worry, I won't let you show your true face. Since your goal is to make the 7 deadly sins draw attention to you, you can pretend to be a member of the 7 deadly sins. As long as you send the 12 swords of kingship after the deed is done, then we'll be fine. Otherwise, I will make this public and let the whole world know that Deputy Commander Yan of the Revolutionary Army is one of the 7 deadly sins and participated in the murder of Sikong Zhen. Yan Moxie's heart sank. The other party had already gone this far. If he still refused today, he would probably die before Sikong Zhen did. All right. He nodded. I wonder how many people Your Excellency plans to send this time. Or are you going to take action personally? Sumu said calmly. My true form is not in Star City. The only 7 deadly sins nearby are envy and lust. Those 2 are enough. Now that you're here, if the 3 gold-level experts still can't kill Sikong Zhen, then you might as well just commit suicide. Master Schwunking complained from the side. Leader, why bring that? Guy here? I can handle Sikong Zhen on my own. Shut up, I have my own plans. Master Schwunking shrank back in fear, not daring to speak again, and began drawing circles with his hands, looking utterly aggrieved. Yan Moxie, standing to the side, was shocked. Another gold-level expert. Arrogance is gold, lust is gold, and now there's even jealousy. He's increasingly convinced of the rumor about the 7 deadly sins. 7 people and 7 pieces of gold. Deputy Commander Yan, let lust tell you the specific plan. I hope you won't disappoint me. After saying that, the arrogant figure slowly became transparent until it disappeared completely. It's that same trick again. No matter how many times I watch it, I can't see any clues. Yan Moxie frowned, staring at the spot where Sumu had disappeared. At this moment, Master Schwunking came over and patted Yan Moxie on the shoulder. Hey uncle, don't hold me back later. Hearing Lust's innocent voice, Yan Moxie's heart stirred. Lust was young, and perhaps he could obtain more information about the 7 deadly sins from him. Your Excellency Lust, Your Excellency Pride, just told me to pretend to be one of the 7 deadly sins. So tell me, who should I pretend to be? Of course it's gluttony. Master Schwunking pulled out a silver white mask with a wide-open mouth, as if it were swallowing food, from his bosom and handed it to Moxie. Yan Moxie was taken aback. Why gluttony? Because there's only one gluttony position left in our organization. The leader gave every member a gluttony mask so we could find a new member. So you can play the role of gluttony for now. As he said this, Master Schwunking suddenly leaned close to Yan Moxie's ear mysteriously. Let me tell you a secret. The people in the organization have bad tempers and often start fighting over the slightest disagreement. Only the arrogant boss can keep them in check. So you'd better not impersonate them, or they'll definitely cause you trouble. Yan Moxie's eyes flickered. The 7 deadly sins are divided? It seems they are only united by their arrogance and strength. This information is very important. Perhaps we can use this to turn some of the 7 deadly sins to join the Revolutionary Army in the future. He sneered inwardly. Although this lustful one was powerful, he was still too young. It seemed that he could extract more information from him. Your Excellency Lust, what kind of person is jealousy? Don't misunderstand. I don't mean anything by it. It's just that the 3 of us are going to act together. and I want to find out about him in advance to avoid any unnecessary trouble. Jealous of him. Old Taoist Swanking put his hands behind his head and stretched his body, saying, "He is a very strange person. He is very aloof, doesn't like to talk, and has pale skin, just like a mouse that hides in the dark all day without seeing the sun. So if you see him, you'd better not pay him any attention. You wouldn't believe it, but once he got into a fight with someone who was furious, and you'd never guess why they started fighting." Why did they fight? Yan Moxie played the role of a good straight man in order to gather intelligence. Master Swanking chuckled. Just because he spoke a few more words to him in a fit of rage, he became jealous and thought the rage's voice sounded better than his own. He was deliberately showing off, and then the two of them started fighting. Yan Moxie was stunned. What kind of ridiculous reason was this? They actually fought over something like this? Was this jealousy insane? Do you also think that jealousy is a sign of mental illness? He has quite a personality. He has no personality whatsoever. He's just a lunatic. He even got into a fight with me once, just because he was jealous that I'm younger than him. By the way, Your Excellency Lust, if Wrath and Envy were to fight, who would win? Neither of them won. The two had just gotten really into a fight when the arrogant boss stopped them. It seems Lord Arrogance has been quite busy lately. Yan Moxie replied casually, but his heart was in turmoil. Another gold-level expert. Jealousy is gold, so must the fury that can ignite a real fire between him. Based on this, there are currently 6 members of the 7 deadly sins, and all 6 should be gold-level powerhouses, 6 gold-level warriors. Their strength surpasses that of the Revolutionary Army. Damn it, where did these 6 gold-level experts come from? Yan Moxie's mind raced, but he couldn't figure it out at all. Gold-level experts weren't like cabbages. They weren't something you could just find anywhere. For any empire, gold-ranked warriors are truly strategic weapons. The number of gold-ranked warriors a country has is basically a measure of its strength. There's even a popular saying that a country needs 30 gold-level experts to establish itself internationally and qualify as an empire. This is called establishing oneself at 30. Similarly, if a country has 40 gold-level experts, then there is nothing in the world that can confuse it. This is called being free from confusion at 40. At 50, one knows the mandate of heaven means that when a country has 50 gold-level experts, other countries will know who the true mandate of heaven is. At 60, one's ears are attuned to the truth. With 60 golden-level experts, whatever this empire says will sound perfectly pleasing to other empires. The saying, at 70, one can do as one pleases without transgressing the rules, becomes easier to understand. With 70 gold-level powerhouses, the empire has the capital to do whatever it wants, and no other empire dares to violate the rules you set. Although it's just a nickname used by the public, it also reflects the weight of a gold-level expert. That's why Yan Moxie was so shocked. 6 gold-level experts could establish a small country if they were outside. Just as Yan Moxie was in shock, Master Swanking said again, "Hey, uncle, don't just stand there in a daze. I'm about to explain the battle plan, so be serious." "Oh, okay." Yan Moxie paused for a moment, forcibly pressing the chaotic thoughts in his mind, and listened attentively. Master Swanking chuckled and said, "This battle plan is quite interesting. It's a trap set by the 7 deadly sins specifically for Sekong Zen. He's been looking for us, so we decided to turn the tables and let him find us." "How do we get him to find us?" "By showing ourselves and then luring Sekong Zen out?" Master Swanking gave Yan Moxie a disdainful look. "Do you think Sekong Zen would fall for such a simple plan? Don't treat others like fools." Yan Moxie clenched his fists. If he weren't wary of Lust's powerful strength, He really wanted to give this brat a good beating. His words were so unpleasant to hear. A truly brilliant plan is one that lures the enemy into a trap. People may doubt clues that are handed to them willingly, but they will never doubt clues that they have painstakingly found themselves. Understand? I don't understand. In order to get more information from Lust, Yan Moxie could only suppress his displeasure and play the straight man. Hey, I knew that old man wouldn't understand. It hardened. Yan Moxie's fist hardened. Master Suang said smugly, I won't keep you in suspense any longer. I'll just tell you directly. Sikong Zen couldn't find any clues about the 7 deadly sins, so he wanted to use supernatural powers to find them by predicting the future. Foreseeing the future! Yan Moxie was shocked. He hadn't expected the Crimson Flame Empire to have such a hidden method. If it were used against the Revolutionary Army would probably be in grave danger. He couldn't help but feel fortunate that the Revolutionary Army hadn't dared to kill bulls before, allowing the Crimson Flame Empire to focus its energy on the Blood Moon Empire, which was its enemy. Unfortunately, the arrogant boss saw through it and deliberately gave Sikong Zen a false vision of the future to lure him into trap. Yan Moxie could hardly believe his ears. He considered himself a gold-level expert and the deputy commander of the Revolutionary Army, and he had seen it all. But the combination of words used by Lust was truly challenging his imagination. Can the ability to foresee the future and even see through it, and to provide incorrect visions of the future? How is this possible? If predicting the future involves the realm of time, does arrogance also possess the ability to interfere with time? The more information he learned about the 7 deadly sins, the more unfathomable pride seemed to him. Your Excellency, I must confess I don't quite understand, but can the future also be forged? Master Swanking glanced at him and said indifferently, just because others can't doesn't mean that boss can't. Don't ask too many questions. Just follow my lead when the time comes. After the two left, Sumu appeared out of thin air. He walked to the place where Yan Moxie and Taoist Swanking had fought and examined the blood stains on the ground. That was the blood that flowed after Yan Moxie was injured. The reason he wanted to see the blood wasn't actually because he wanted to see it, but because it wasn't white. After a period of unlimited spiritual nourishment, Bu Bai has grown strong, and his communication has become clearer, like a toddler learning to speak. While watching the two fight in the dream, Bu Bai saw Yan Moxie transform into a shadow monster and felt a strange reaction. But Sumu was helping Master Shuanking fight at the time, so he ignored it. When they asked Bu Bai again, Bu Bai conveyed a very interesting message. No, you mean Yan Moxie is from the same clan as you? Sumu asked. Bu Bai immediately expressed a negative emotion, and his chaotic thoughts continued to intertwine. It took Sumu quite a while to understand what Bu Bai wanted to express. You mean you and Yan Moxie aren't of the same race, and your race is the Shadow Demon? This time, I received a positive response from Bu Bai. Sumu was slightly surprised. The Golden Law Shadow Demon was clearly a law, so how did it become a member of the same race as Bu Bai? Although both sides used the power of shadow, how could a nightmare monster and a law be of the same race? Bu Bai tried to express himself in a babbling manner, but this time Sumu couldn't understand him because was saying a long string of words. He tried to guess based on the few words he could understand, and gradually formed some ideas in his mind, but he couldn't verify them for the time being. You want Yan Moxie's blood? Would it help you? Bu Bai emerged from Sumu's shadow, transforming into a 5-mil monster, and nodded vigorously. Okay, go get at it. Sumu nodded in agreement. Bu Bai immediately extended his shadowy hand, his slender, sharp fingertips touching the dark red blood stains on the ground. Instantly, like a straw, he drew out all the blood and absorbed it into his body. After doing all this, Bu Bai returned to Sumu's shadow and sent a message saying that he needed to sleep for a while. Under Sumu's coordination, the seemingly calm Star City began to stir with undercurrents. He wove a large net behind the scenes, encompassing the three forces of the Blood Clan, the Revolutionary Army, and the Crimson Flame Empire. The powerful figures they each represented were unknowingly drawn into the game, becoming pawns on the chessboard. 2 days later, Lord Blood Abyss, this is the jealousy mask I prepared for you, and the 7 deadlies style tuxedo. Murong Yun respectfully held up the clothes and mask and handed them to Blood Abyss. Sui Yuan took the clothes, a dismissive smile on his arrogant face. The style is not bad. It seems that the 7 deadly sins have some taste. Seeing that Xu Yuan was in a good mood, Murong Yun tentatively asked, Lord Xu Yuan, the woman I kept in the villa has disappeared. She... Sui Yuan glanced coldly at Murong Yun. Do you think I'm your babysitter? Murong Yun's expression changed drastically, and he said in a panic, This subordinate dares not. Useless. All you ever think about is women. Remember your mission. After Murong Mengli dies, you must seize control of everything in the Murong family. I don't want to hear another word from you. After Xu Yuan finished teaching Murong Yun a lesson, he picked up the jealousy mask and the tailcoat and disappeared. Murong Yun was left standing there with a gloomy expression. He couldn't even tell whether Jasmine had been taken away by Xu Yuan or not. Her words just now were somewhat ambiguous. 100 miles away from Lanshan, in a dense forest. Brother Shentu, I'll have to trouble you this time, Sikong Zen said to a middle-aged man with a towering figure and dark complexion. This man appeared to be around 50 years old. His rough skin seemed to have endured countless hardships. His thick eyebrows were like ink strokes, slanting into his temples. Beneath his eyebrows were a pair of large, bright eyes, like copper bells. His short hair stood straight up like steel needles, adding to his imposing and heroic air. Shen Tulai grinned. It is my duty to share the burden for the empire. Sikong Zen nodded politely, but inwardly he sneered. He knew the true colors of these imperial nobles very well. They all said nice things and that they were sharing the burdens of the empire, but in reality, they were all after their own interests. They paid Shen Tulai quite a bit to get him to help them this time. Thinking of the reward, his mood improved slightly, and he was able to make a small profit thanks to Shentu Li's insatiable greed. Brother Shentu, I have already transferred all the elites from the law enforcement bureaus of nearby cities, but to prevent jealousy from finding out, I have not let them get close and have them all lie in ambush 100 miles away. I will disguise myself as greed and meet with jealousy. Once my ambush is successful, I will fire a signal flare. At that time, you will lead them to completely surround and seal off Lanshan. Yes, don't worry with me here. Everything will be absolutely foolproof, and jealousy will definitely not be able to escape. Shen Tulai smiled fiercely, his words full of confidence. At the Bronze Coffin Company, Nangong Mengli boarded a black minivan and set off. On a skyscraper not far from the Bronze Coffin Company, a man dressed in a tuxedo and wearing a silver mask was watching the black minivan with great interest. The silver mask was etched with a twisted smile of jealousy. This person's identity is becoming increasingly clear. The 7 deadly sins, envy, blood abyss. Xu watched the van gradually disappear from sight, then leaped into the darkness and vanished. The vehicle drove for about half an hour before stopping at a gas station. Blood Abyss, hidden in the shadows, frowned slightly. He disliked eating and only wanted Murong Mengli to leave Star City and head to Lanshan as soon as possible. Then, he would kill her out of jealousy and leave behind a few eyewitnesses, thus completing the task. While waiting to refuel, the car door suddenly opened from the inside, and an ordinary-looking woman got out of the car and slowly stretched. Upon seeing this, Xu Yuan was completely stunned. Where was Murong Mengli? He clearly saw that it was Murong Mengli who got into the car, and that she was the only person in the car besides the male driver. How come a woman he didn't know got out of the car now? Xu Yuan suddenly sneered. Well done, Mengli. You are indeed cautious. You actually tried to play a trick on me. It seems that you were frightened by Murong Yun's assassination attempt before. But no matter how cautious you are, it's useless. As long as we know that your destination is Lanshan, that's enough. Xu Yuan disappeared from the spot and headed straight for Lanshan, intending to wait for his prey to come to him. What he didn't notice was that a pair of eyes hidden in the shadows were watching him closely. Sumu smiled slightly. The fish has taken the bait. The 7 deadly sins of envy and greed will finally meet. How exciting! After a long while, Xu Yuan's figure appeared on Lanshan Mountain. He moved through the shadows of the forest, his footsteps silent like a ghost. Once he reached the mountaintop, he casually leaned against the back of a large tree, his figure concealed by its shade, patiently waiting for his prey to come to him. Before long, his eyes narrowed slightly. The vampire's powerful senses allowed him to detect that someone was rapidly approaching the mountaintop. Has she arrived? Is it Murong Mengli? Or out-of-province Chamber of Commerce director she's supposed to meet? When the person reached the mountaintop, Xu Yuan slightly turned his head and subtly observed the newcomer from the shadows. He was stunned at first glance. The 7 deadly sins? He blinked, his eyes filled with a mixture of astonishment and confusion. The only difference was that the newcomer was wearing the same tailcoat as him and a silver mask. The only difference was that his mask was one of jealousy, while the other man's mask was a greedy, smiling face. What's going on? Could it be? An unbelievable thought suddenly flashed through Xu Yuan's mind. The person Murong Mengli wanted to meet was actually greed, one of the 7 deadly sins. His thoughts raced for a moment, as if he had discovered some earth-shattering secret. Arrogance killed the head of the Murong family, but Murong Mengli secretly met with greed of the 7 deadly sins. Could it be that Murong Zhuo's death was actually caused by Murong Mengli and the 7 deadly sins working together? Just as he was pondering, Sikong Zhen, who was disguised as greed, suddenly spoke up, "Come out." His voice was unusually hoarse, like 2 pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. This was a detail he had specifically asked Master Xuanqing about before. Master Xuanqing said that Greed's voice was very hoarse, and his build was similar to his own, only slightly taller. For this reason, he even wore height-increasing insoles. He wasn't sure if his disguise would fool the real 7 deadly sins before him, but he had no choice but to try. Even if he was exposed, it didn't matter. As soon as the signal flare went off, Shen Tulai would lead a large force to charge up. Blood Abyss, who was behind the big tree, felt a chill in his heart. The fact that he had been discovered meant that Greed was very likely also a gold-level expert. Most importantly, he is now wearing the mask of jealousy and has encountered the real 7 deadly sins, which is inexplicable. It seems that this battle is inevitable. He emerged from behind the tree with a somber expression, his silver mask concealing his face, leaving only his gloomy eyes exposed. Thus, the 7 deadly sins of envy and greed meet for the first time. In the dense forest, 2 men dressed in tailcoats and wearing silver masks gaze at each other from afar. The mountain breeze rustles the leaves and the hem of their clothes. Blood Abyss scrutinized Greed with a solemn expression. This direct encounter made him realize that Greed was incredibly strong, undoubtedly a gold-level powerhouse. He did not act rashly, as making a move without knowing the opponent's capabilities would easily expose his weaknesses. Sikong Zhen stared intently at Jealousy. The connection between the powerful figures made him realize that Jealousy was quite strong. Just as Master Xuanqing had deduced, Jealousy was a gold-level expert. The other party's gloomy gaze did not surprise him, because he had already learned from Master Xuanqing that Jealousy and Greed were incompatible, and that the two of them would even fight in Lanshan. In the future, the jealous look in her eyes was filled with gloom and hostility, but not with suspicion, which meant that her disguise had not yet been exposed. Jealousy and Greed stared at each other for a long time. The atmosphere was very silent, and neither of them spoke first. Sikong Zhen knew he couldn't stay silent any longer, or Jealousy might notice something was wrong, so he said in a hoarse voice, "We meet again, Jealousy." He didn't know if speaking like this fit his greedy persona, but at least giving a heads-up should prevent him from being exposed. Unexpectedly, as soon as he said this, he clearly felt the jealous person opposite him tense up. Oh no, has this flaw been discovered? Blood Abyss's body trembled. He suddenly realized that Greed had mistaken him for someone else. The other party had taken him for Jealousy. He had expected Greed to attack this imposter directly, but he never expected that the other party would actually mistake him for someone else. It seems that my physique is very similar to that of someone who is truly jealous, and coupled with wearing a mask, caused the other party to mistake me for someone else. Perhaps we can take advantage of this and use this mistake to extract some information about the 7 deadly sins. The 7 deadly sins openly murdered nobles and have become irreconcilable enemies with the Crimson Flame Empire. If handled properly, we might be able to use the 7 deadly sins for the Blood Moon Empire. Just as Sikong Zhen felt he had been exposed and was about to make a move, the jealous person on the other side spoke up. The words were brief, just a soft hum. This made Sikong Zhen breathe a sigh of relief. It's good that they didn't see through it. He also wanted to take the opportunity to find out some information about the 7 deadly sins, and why Envy had arranged to meet Greed, and what their purpose was. Both parties, sharing the same goal, waited for the other to speak first, resulting in another silence between them. Sikong Zhen frowned slightly. Had Jealousy and Greed become so incompatible? Not even willing to say a word? Then why did you invite Greed to this point? Helpless, he had no choice but to continue. Speak, what do you want from me? Suoyuan was stunned, completely at a loss for words, but he also realized from these words that the Greed before him seemed to be a genuine invitation from Jealousy. Broken. Doesn't that mean the real Jealousy will appear? Judging from his greedy attitude, Jealousy is very likely also a gold-level expert. If I'm exposed then, I'll definitely be attacked by 2 gold-level experts. That would be troublesome. No, we have to find a way to leave first. Blood Abyss was anxious, but in order not to give himself away, he had no choice but to bullet and say it's about the same thing as last time. This time, Sikong Zhen was stunned. What happened last time? Oh no! We're about to be exposed. He was silent for a moment, then said hoarsely, "That matter last time was indeed very troublesome. What do you plan to do?" He passed the buck back to the source of the problem. This lie wasn't just made up. He felt that the fact that Jealousy could summon Greed that was at odds with him was enough to illustrate how troublesome the last matter was, to the point that he had to resort to the power of Greed. I plan to. Xue Yuan's body tensed up. He knew he was about to be exposed, so he prepared to take action immediately. Just then, a flippant young voice rang out not far from the two of them. "Oh, everyone's here." A man wearing a lustful mask and carrying a long sword on his back appeared out of thin air. The two were instantly shocked, because neither of them had noticed when this person had appeared. Seeing the lustful mask on each other's faces, their hearts sank to the bottom at the same time. Sikong Zen realized that things were serious. The original plan was to capture jealousy, but another one of the 7 deadly sins had appeared. Damn it! Is this what Master Suanqing meant when he said that the future is not static, and that people now can influence the future to some extent by taking appropriate measures? No, I absolutely cannot reveal my identity now. I must play the role of the greedy one. With the two of them working together, I might not have time to fire the signal flare. Blood Abyss also realized something was wrong, alarm bells blaring in his mind. Damn it! Is today a gathering of the 7 deadly sins? Why is another one of the 7 deadly sins here? If they find out, we're likely to be in big trouble today. No, I absolutely cannot reveal my identity. Master Suanqing greeted the two with a smile. Looking at the two who remained silent, he complained, "You two are really something. So much time has passed, why are you still arguing? It's just... In the nightmare world, greed stole a golden treasure from you. Didn't they compensate you with other extraordinary materials later? In my opinion, let's just let this matter rest. After all, we're all on the same side." This passage contained a lot of information, prompting the two of them to keep thinking about it. So this is why greed and envy are incompatible. Nightmare world? No wonder we couldn't find any trace of the 7 deadly sins no matter how we investigated. How could several gold-level experts suddenly appear out of nowhere in the Empire? It turns out that the 7 deadly sins is an organization composed of nightmare apostles. Yuan snorted coldly. His gaze toward the greedy man was extremely unfriendly. In order not to reveal his identity, he tried his best to fit the character's relationship. Sikong Zen returned the gaze defiantly. He thought that since greed dared to snatch the golden treasure of jealousy, he must not be afraid of jealousy. Therefore, he could not show weakness. "Oh dear, you two, don't do this again when our arrogant boss comes later, or he'll get angry and won't let you off the hook," Master Suanqing earnestly advised, deeply concerned about the harmony among colleagues. Little did they know that these words were like a bolt from the blue for the two of them. Arrogance is coming too. At this moment, the same thought arose in both of their minds. They absolutely could not reveal their identities, otherwise they would be attacked by the 7 deadly sins, especially considering the awe-inspiring tone in his voice. The arrogant man must be incredibly powerful. Otherwise, how could he suppress these gold-level experts? Sensing the subtle emotions between the two, the old Taoist Suanqing was practically bursting with joy. Ha ha ha. Interesting. Truly interesting. Both of these gold-level experts have been completely intimidated by me. At that moment, Sumu's voice rang in his mind. Yan Moxie is here, 100 meters to the southeast, in the shadow of the crooked tree. The old Taoist Suanqing immediately understood the divine messenger's meaning. He casually waved his hand at the crooked tree and said, "Hey, gluttony uncle. Now that you're here, don't hide." What? Another one of the 7 deadly sins? Sikong Zen and Xu Yuan, stunned into silence. They watched as a shadowy figure writhed beneath the crooked tree, from which emerged a man dressed in a black tuxedo and wearing a gluttonous mask. Yan Moxie, who was impersonating one of the 7 deadly sins for the first time, was a little nervous, especially when he saw the 3 gold-level experts standing in the arena. However, when he thought that he had reached an agreement with the 7 deadly sins, his nervousness subsided. After all, the 7 deadly sins and the Revolutionary Army have no conflict of interest. On the contrary, they can even be considered allies. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. He slowly walked up to the 3 of them, and Master Shuanking warmly. Uncle Gluttony, why are you so slow? Something came up on the way and I was delayed, Yan Moxie said in a low voice, his eyes subtly glancing at the other 2 7 deadly sins he had never seen before. Greed was a large, imposing figure, exuding an air of authority, as if he had long held a high position. Jealousy, as described by lust, is characterized by pale skin on exposed hands, an overall thin build, and a somewhat gloomy appearance. He nodded symbolically at greed and envy, as if to say hello. Sikong Zhen and Xu Yuan nodded in response, not daring to show the slightest abnormality, while their eyes subtly observed Gluttony. That move of hiding in the shadows just now suggests that the 7 deadly sins gluttony ability is the golden law Shadow Fiend. The 2 were on guard. The Shadow Fiend's frontal attack ability was slightly weak, but its escape and ambush abilities were absolutely top-notch. Just like now, neither of them felt gluttony approaching. Very good, now we only need arrogant boss. Today's mission is just the few of us. The others aren't nearby. Master Swanking spoke casually, as if chatting with an old colleague he had known for many years. However, all that responded to him was endless silence. The more they said, the more mistakes they would make, so none of them dared to speak up. Only Gluttony Yan Moxie was really relaxed, and he had the least pressure to pretend, since he was only pretending with the consent of pride, which was considered official certification. He asked, "Chief, is this an avatar or your true form?" His question piqued the interest of Sikong Zhen and Xu Yuan, who listened attentively. There were many questions they couldn't bring themselves to ask, but since an insider from 7 deadly sins had taken the initiative to ask, they were naturally happy to listen. Of course it's an avatar. Master Shuanking put his hands behind his head and leaned against a big tree, looking very lazy and relaxed. This mission is very simple. It's just killing a gold-level expert. Does such a small matter require the boss's main body to come? Yan Moxie nodded calmly. He had already known the specifics of the mission beforehand, so he wasn't too surprised. But Sikong Zhen and Xu Yuan, standing to the side, were filled with utter shock. Kill a gold-level expert? No wonder the 7 deadly sins gathered together. They were planning to kill a golden one. Who exactly do they want to kill? For a moment, their curiosity reached its peak. Master Shuanking added, "If anyone is to blame, it's this gold-level expert who insisted on coming to Star City recently. Isn't he just walking into a trap? Recently? Coming to Changsha? Sikong Zhen. Are you talking about me? Blood Abyss. My whereabouts have been discovered." The 2 instantly tensed up, watching the other 7 deadly sins' movements warily, fearing they would be attacked by a group of them. "Is everyone here?" A haughty male voice suddenly rang out in the room, as if carrying a biting cold wind, cold and arrogant. Sikong Zhen and Xu Yuan were startled and quickly turned around to see a tall, slender figure standing behind them. The silver mask on his face was etched with a contemptuous smile, like an arrogant emperor looking down on all living beings, as if the whole world should submit to him. Pride, the first of the 7 deadly sins. The way he appeared out of nowhere made the 2 of them feel they were facing a formidable enemy. Their only consolation was that arrogance didn't seem to have noticed them. He walked past them without even glancing at them. "Greetings, Chief!" Master Shuanking was the first to react and quickly greeted him respectfully. "Gluttony Yan Moxie is the second," Leader. The pressure instantly fell on Sikong Zhen and Xu Yuan. After a slight hesitation, the two immediately followed the example of the others, bowed their heads slightly, respectfully. Greetings, leader. Sumu nodded indifferently, without any unnecessary words, and went straight to the point. Today's mission is very simple. My spy planted within the Empire obtained intelligence that the Law Enforcement Bureau somehow got information about the organization, saying that jealousy will appear in Lanshan today, and has specially set up an ambush to ambush jealousy. So I've decided to turn the tables and gather you all here so I can wipe out all these law enforcement officers in one fell swoop. Upon hearing this, Sikong Zhen and Xu Yuan were greatly alarmed. If it weren't for their masks, their unusual behavior would have been immediately noticeable. Sikong Zhen was completely dumbfounded. What on earth was going on? A time paradox? Because I consulted Master Xuanqing to predict the future and learned that the 7 deadly sins would appear at Lanshan, I deliberately laid an ambush there. The 7 deadly sins originally didn't plan to appear at Lanshan, but they learned about this mission from an imperial spy, so they came to Lanshan specifically to counter-ambush them. In other words, I created this future entirely on my own. If I hadn't gone to find Master Xuanqing, the 7 deadly sins wouldn't have appeared at Lanshan? Damn it! How could this happen? Didn't Master Xuanqing only see jealousy and greed in the future? He carefully recalled what Master Xuanqing had said earlier. Conversation we had came to mind. It failed? It was a success. However, since the statue was newly carved, the transmission of the divine power of the celestial venerable of longevity was not smooth. So the future scene displayed could not take shape at all and intermittent. Fortunately, I was sincere and still managed to glimpse a corner of the future. A glimpse into the future? Holy crap! It really is just a corner. I didn't see anything more. It was precisely because Master Xuanqing only saw one side of the story that he dared to bring his troops here, allowing things to develop exactly as they were going to happen. If he had known that so many of the 7 deadly sins had come, he would never have come to his death. That's it. Everything matches perfectly. For the first time, he realized what the real future was, and that he had been completely manipulated by the so-called future. Wait, what about the clash between jealousy and greed in the future? Was this incident a clash between jealousy and greed? Or was it actually not jealousy and greed battling each other, rather jealousy and itself? I'm about to be exposed. Sikong Zhen's pupils suddenly contracted. He was indeed a gold-level expert, but that did not mean he was not afraid of death. Blood Abyss was equally shocked. The Enforcement Bureau had ambushed jealousy. But I'm not jealous! What's going on? Where is the real jealousy? Sumu continued indifferently. I had already scouted before I came. The leader this time is Shen Tulai, along with a group of elites from law enforcement bureaus across the country, who are lying in ambush around Lanshan. Master Xuanqing immediately exclaimed, "Boss, I know that old bastard Shen Tulai. He's always bragging, but his actual strength is just so-so. I can handle this kind of guy by myself." Sikong Zhen's mood grew heavier. He hadn't expected that Lu Yu, despite his young age, would be so arrogant, showing no regard for Shen Tulai, who was of the same rank. Fortunately, these people didn't seem to have discovered his identity yet, so perhaps his chance to survive lay among them. Sumu shook his head. Shen Tulai couldn't have come by himself. Sikong Zhen, whom the royal family sent to investigate the 7 deadly sins, must have come as well, but he seems to have hidden himself. Jealousy and greed will lead the charge against Shen Tulai, while lust and gluttony will remain hidden waiting for Sikong Zen to appear before making their move. Sikong Zen was overjoyed. His opportunity had arrived. As long as the 7 deadly sins don't attack together, but instead spread out, I'll have a chance to ambush my rival's jealousy. If I handle it properly, I might be able to make them lose one of their key figures first. Then he and Shen Tulai could join forces to deal with lust and gluttony. Because arrogance comes in clones, he'd not taken it into consideration. Blood Abyss's heart sank. He and greed were going to lead the charge. Even if he and jealousy were similar in size, what about their abilities? They couldn't possibly have the same abilities, could they? As soon as he made a move, his identity would definitely be exposed. There are too many members of the 7 deadly sins. My only chance is to take advantage of the fight between the Enforcement Bureau and the 7 deadly sin escape. Aha! I can wait until Greed and Shen Tulai make their move, then launch a sneak attack on Greed. With one of the 7 deadly sins gone, only lust and gluttony will remain. With the Enforcement Bureau facing off 2 against 1, they will definitely be too busy to deal with me. You two go. With Sumu's order, the 2 with ulterior motives immediately sprang into action, heading towards Shen Tulai and his men who were lying in ambush at the foot of the mountain. Soon, the 2 figures gradually disappeared from sight. I'll take Shen Tulai, and you can have the rest, greedy Sikong Zen said in a hoarse voice. Jealous Blood Abyss nodded expressionlessly. Okay, Sikong Zen added, I don't like ambushes. After all, it's rare to encounter an opponent of the same level as Shen Tulai. Let's attack directly later. Blood Abyss was overjoyed. Greedy's words were exactly what he wanted. He wanted to use the Enforcement Bureau to escape. But he naturally didn't want the Enforcement Bureau to suffer heavy losses and not have enough power to fight against the 7 deadly sins. The 2 had a clear division of labor and soon arrived at the dense forest where Shen Tulai and the others were hiding. They made no attempt to conceal themselves and walked openly into the dense forest. Such an arrogant act naturally attracted the attention of Shen Tulai and the others instantly. They rushed out of the dense forest and stared nervously at the 2 members of the 7 deadly sins in front of them, wearing the same black tuxedo and the same silver-white mask. The 2 of them exuded an invisible sense of oppression simply by standing there. Shen Tulai, your death is near, Sikong Zen said coldly, his eyes frantically trying to signal Shen Tulai through the gaps in his mask. Shen Tulai immediately understood and put on an arrogant expression. I didn't expect you to find out. But you 2 think you can kill me? You're far from it! Sikong Zen took a step forward, his killing intent surging. I am enough to deal with you. Jealousy, don't interfere. So Yuan, of course, would not interfere. He stared intently at Sikong Zen's exposed back, waiting for the moment when he would unleash a thunderous strike. Boom! Shen Tulai charged forward like a raging chariot, cracking the earth beneath his feet with astonishing force. Sikong Zen also moved, his right hand clenched to a fist, as if gathering strength. Just as Shen Tulai rushed in front of him, Sikong Zen made his move. Great opportunity! A chilling glint flashed in Xu Yuan's eyes, and a dazzling crimson light appeared in his palm, fiercely striking Sikong Zen. Almost at the same time, Sikong Zen, who was originally going to fight Shen Tulai, suddenly turned around in a strange way, and a dazzling lightning bolt exploded on his fist, slamming it fiercely towards Yuan. What? X2 The 2 attackers, who were simultaneously attacking each other, were immediately taken aback. He found it. X2, although shocked, the attack had already been launched, and neither of them could stop. Their eyes flashed with a ferocious and violent light as they attacked with all their might, Boom! Blood and lightning instantly illuminated the entire sky, as if the sky had been split in two by two different beams of light, clashing fiercely. The two silver-white masks locked eyes, both revealing a deep sense of apprehension. The golden law of greed is actually known for its offensive capabilities. Reze. Jealousy is actually a vampire. This bloody power can't be wrong. It's the golden law blood angel. As the two were locked in a stalemate, Shen Tulai rushed over. Xu Yuan immediately sneered. I want to see how you greed will deal with being attacked from both sides. As a result, Shen Tulai didn't even glance at Sikong Zhen and threw a punch at Xu Yuan. His right arm swelled wildly, with countless muscle tumors surging, and in the blink of an eye, it became a fleshy arm as thick as a tree. What? Xu Yuan was shocked, but he had no time to defend himself and was struck in the chest by Shen Tulai. Boom! Blood abyss was sent flying. His chest completely collapsed, as if trampled by a giant elephant, with blood and white bone fragments clearly visible. Just as Sikong Zhen and his companion were about to give chase, two figures suddenly appeared in the scene: gluttony and lust. Looking at the pitiful Xu Yuan, Master Swanking joked, "All right, stop pretending to be dead. A mere fatal wound is nothing to your vampire clan. Come on, let's fight 3 against 2. We'll win easily." Blood Abyss, whose chest was rapidly regenerating, was stunned by these words. What was going on? What on earth was happening? Greed attacks me, doesn't it, because it senses I'm not jealous? But judging from lust's words, it still believes I'm jealous. Is jealousy truly a vampire? There are actually people in the Blood Moon Empire who have joined the 7 deadly sins. He instinctively felt something was wrong, but he didn't have time to think about it carefully because Sikong Zhen had already rushed towards him. Sikong Zhen's idea was simple. Rather than injuring all 5 fingers, it's better to cut off one. Since jealousy was already injured, it was the best breakthrough point. Kill jealousy first, and then deal with gluttony and lust. Asshole. Yuan quickly got up and engaged in a battle with Sikong Zhen. He had originally wanted to escape, but now he was unable to get away. His original plan was to make the 7 deadly sins fight against the Law Enforcement Bureau, but now it had become his own doing. Sikong Zhen, do you really think your disguise is flawless? Heh, we've just been playing along you all along. Master Xuanking's words revealed the truth, making Sikong Zhen understand why jealousy had suddenly led to a sneak attack. It turned out he had been seen through from the very beginning. But it's too late to say anything now. The battle has officially begun. Blood Abyss wouldn't be foolish enough to say he wasn't jealous while he was injured, because if he did, there would only be one consequence. He would be isolated and helpless, and offend both the Enforcement Bureau and the 7 deadly sins. The Blood Moon Empire and the Crimson Flame Empire are enemies. For now, the only option is to borrow the power of the 7 deadly sins to deal with these lackeys of the Crimson Flame Empire. Uncle Gluttony, I'm leaving Shen Tulai to you. I'll deal with those small fry and come back to help you later. Master Xuanqing was so cunning. He turned and rushed towards the group of law enforcement elites. This group of elites numbered no less than 100, all drawn from major cities in the vicinity. The weakest among them at the 3rd rank of bronze, and the strongest was at the 3rd rank of silver. Despite their seemingly large numbers, in terms of actual strength, these hundreds of people were no match for a single gold-level expert. Adhering to the principle of being afraid of death, Master Xuanqing chose the easy target first. Yan Moxie didn't waste any words and went straight into battle with Shen Tuli. He had just watched from the shadows, and now fully understood the cause and effect. The 7 deadly sins must have known about Sikong Zen's disguise all along. Otherwise, why would jealousy have attacked Sikong Zen from behind? Countless shadow orbs rained down on Shen Tulai. Shen Tulai roared, and countless deformed flesh and blood surged out of his body. His body collided wildly, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed to a flesh and blood giant more than 5 meters tall. He roared and waved his hands, shattering all the shadow orbs. Golden Law Kraken! Yan Moxie recognized Shen Tuli's law at a glance, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. He saw himself as an assassin, while Shen Tulai was undoubtedly a tank-type warrior, the enemy he least wanted to face as an assassin. Even with thick skin and flesh, it's difficult to play a crucial role even if you hit the opponent multiple times. Faced with Shen Tuli's attack, he could only keep leaping in the shadows and attacking from a distance. Damn flea, all you can do is jump around? If you have the guts, fight me head-on. Shen Tulai roared, sending rocks flying wherever he went. Compared to Yan Moxie's disadvantage, Xu Yuan's situation was even worse. He was injured and could hardly exert his full strength. He was constantly suppressed by Sikong Zen. The lightning flashing all over the sky restricted even his proud recovery ability. Every time he tried to recover, Sikong Zen would strike him with a bolt of lightning, causing his entire body to go numb and his newly grown flesh to immediately crumble. Most importantly, the two had completely different ideas. Sikong Zen felt that he was in a desperate situation, and that his only chance was to kill jealousy first in order to win. Blood Abyss, on the other hand, was determined to escape. For him, no matter who won between the Enforcement Bureau and the 7 deadly sins, he would find it difficult to have a good end. The most correct matchup would actually be a more flexible approach. Yan Moxie would fight Sikong Zen, while Xu Yuan, who is skilled at manipulating blood, would deal with Shen Tulai, who only knows melee combat. But how could Sumu let them succeed? He orchestrated all of this in secret, with the aim of depleting their strength as much as possible. Of all those present, only he and Taoist Xuanqing knew clearly that there were no 7 deadly sins. It was all a lie. When you're out in the world, your identity is entirely up to you. Xu Yuan identified himself as jealous, Sikong Zen as greed, and Yan Moxie as gluttony. The three of them put on their masks themselves. Since they had taken on the masks of the 7 deadly sins, they naturally had to work for the 7 deadly sins. The truth is that the so-called 7 deadly sins were created by deceiving the Revolutionary Army, the Vampire Clan, and the Crimson Flame Empire, making them wary and suspicious of each other and trying their best to hide their identities, ultimately forming the 7 deadly sins. Is this what it feels like to fool a gold-level expert? Interesting. Sumu, whose true form was hidden in the dream, smiled, his eyes behind his brown glasses gleaming with excitement, so much so that a sickly blush appeared on his fair cheeks. Suddenly, he turned his gaze to Xuanqing Taoist, who was being besieged, and transmitted his voice. Once Soyuan is seriously injured, you should join forces with Yan Moxie to deal with Shen Tulai. Boss. Divine Envoy, Master Xuanqing replied. He was currently getting into the role and was a little too immersed in it. Divine Envoy, could you please help me? These brats seem to be quite fierce. I don't have much lifespan left, and I need to save it to deal with Shen Tulai later. Master, who was frantically parrying the attacks of the crowd, said Tilly. Sumu frowned slightly. He had thought that Master Xuanqing was acting, which was why he seemed to be struggling. He hadn't expected that the other party would be in such a state. When fighting Yan Moxie, he said his lifespan was not long enough. Now, when dealing with a group of bronze and silver level warriors, His lifespan is still not long enough. Is the level of a gold-tier expert really this low? Sumu guessed that either Master Xuanqing was genuinely cunning, or Master Xuanqing was too shrewd and didn't want to waste all his lifespan in battle. He wanted to save more for himself. It seems most likely to be the latter, because Master Xuanqing is currently only using the powerful physical attributes bestowed by the Celestial Venerable of Longevity and his swordsmanship to fight. The Taoists of Longevity are completely useless. Just in case, Sumu decided to lend a hand to Taoist Xuanqing. No one could be sure if Shen Tulai and Si Kongzhen were hiding any trump cards, and he couldn't transfer lifespan to Taoist Xuanqing during the battle, so he should save some for now. He then teleported to the center of the crowd, and the elite law enforcement officers who were engaged in fierce combat did not notice his presence. The next second, endless demonic sound was activated. The sea god's murmurs instantly exploded in the crowd. A sneak attack is always the most cost-effective way to fight. These elites never expected that they would suddenly hear strange whispers in their ears. Buzz! As the sea god's murmurs echoed, the extraordinary beings beneath the silver instantly showed expressions of pain. Some with fragile souls even suffered splitting headaches and collapsed to the ground, clutching their heads. Although the silver-level experts did not react as strongly as the bronze-level experts, they were still significantly affected, their expressions momentarily dazed and slightly lost in thought. Master Xuanqing seized the opportunity and unleashed the longevity technique, myriad swords. A barrage of longswords rained down, killing and wounding countless elite law enforcement officers. Many were pierced through by the swords and pinned to the ground. That's about enough. Go help Yaxi, Sumu instructed. Master Xuanqing suddenly swung his sword, and a cold light flashed. In an instant, the air seemed to be torn apart, and a powerful force surged out from the sword. A huge sword aura shot out like a dazzling lightning bolt, its light dazzling and eye-catching. It moved forward at an astonishing speed, carving a deep trench in the ground wherever it went, sending stones flying and dust billowing everywhere. This sword swept away the remaining elite law enforcement officers, causing countless screams and leaving behind a pile of severed limbs and remains. Master Xuanqing then transformed into a sword light, attacking Shen Tulai from behind like a celestial being descending from the heavens. Shen Tulai, who was fighting Yan Moxie, sensed the sword energy behind him, sneered disdainfully, and made no attempt to defend himself. Piffed! The longsword pierced Shen Tulai's back, but he remained unharmed, continuing to fight without even showing the slightest sign of pain. Master Xuanqing sneered, "The Tao of longevity, the withering and flourishing of all things." A dazzling blue light burst forth from the longsword, faintly dyeing Shen Tulai a blue hue. The next moment, a continuous stream of life force, like water being pumped out by a water pump, gushed out wildly from the wound. Shen Tulai's expression changed drastically. He never expected Taoist Xuanqing would have such a strange method to seize the life force of the giant demon's body. He made a decisive move, withstanding Yan Moxie's shadow magic orb head-on, and turned around to strike Xuanqing Taoist with a palm. That powerful palm strike was like a falling meteor, carrying an unstoppable force, and accompanied by streams of white energy. Master Xuanqing's eyes narrowed, and a rare seriousness appeared on his face. He suddenly drew his longsword and slashed with force. Boom! The enormous, fleshy fist collided with the longsword, gleaming with a blue light, producing a tremendous sound. The powerful impact spread outwards, and the ground beneath their feet instantly cracked and sank, sending soil and rocks flying everywhere. "Shadow binding!" Yan Mox, he shouted, and countless shadows shot out from beneath his feet, instantly stretching into tens of thousands of thin shadow lines that tightly wrapped around Shen Tu Li's massive body, immediately restricting Shen Tu Li's movements. Taoist Xuanqing naturally wouldn't waste the opportunity. He brandished his long sword, and streaks of azure sword energy enveloped Shen Tu Li like an impenetrable net. His speed was so fast that the surrounding air was swirled up like a vortex, making it difficult to breathe. Swish, swish, swish. As 100 sword lights flashed past, Shen Tu Li let out a muffled groan, and countless blood flowers instantly burst forth from his massive body, which was over 5 meters tall. Blood gushed out, turning him almost into a blood-soaked figure, making him appear even more ferocious. Some of his weak points even exposed his bare bones. Even though he was riddled with 100 swords, Shen Tu Li's vitality remained tenacious. He roared, and his deformed flesh swelled up again, instantly breaking free from the shadow bindings. The blood enraged him, and like a dying beast, he charged towards Master Xuanqing. Boom! The ground where Master Xuanqing was standing was smashed to pieces, but fortunately he had taken cover in advance, thus avoiding the risk of being smashed into a pulp. Shen Tu Li attacked again after his first attack failed. He seemed violent, but he was not stupid at all. Yan Moxie had been hitting him for a long time, but the damage was not as high as that of Xuanqing Daoist's sword. Moreover, Xuanqing Daoist was not as agile as Yan Moxie, so he naturally focused his attack on Xuanqing Daoist. This is similar to playing a game. If a tank warrior is fighting two opponents, the dumbest thing to do is to attack one at a time, and then attack the other. You must focus fire on one person first. Xuanqing Daoist is like a marksman with high damage, but no mobility, while Yan Moxie is an assassin with mobility. You know who to kill first. The battle between the three became intense. Although Shen Tu Li's injuries continued to increase, he remained tenacious and did not fall down for a long time. Sikong Zhen, who was not far away, caught a glimpse of this scene out of the corner of his eye, and his heart sank. He knew that Shen Tu Li's defeat was only a matter of time, and he would definitely be worn down to death by the two of them. When the three members of the 7 deadly join forces against him, even if he is strong, he will die on the spot. No, we would deal with jealousy as soon as possible and rescue Shen Tu Li. Boom! Terrifying lightning burst forth from his body, and at the same time, a thunderclap resounded in the sky. It turned out that he had attracted the lightning in the sky, and dark clouds filled the sky with lightning and thunder. Sikong suddenly raised his right hand, and boom! A terrifying bolt of lightning, seemingly capable of tearing the heavens and earth in two, descended from the sky and struck him fiercely, yet the lightning did not cause him any harm whatsoever. Instead, the lightning continuously gathered on his body, transforming into a thunder armor. Countless bolts of lightning surged wildly around him, making him appear as if a thunder god had descended to earth. The surrounding air was ionized, constantly emitting a crackling and ear-piercing sound. Die! Sikong Zhen roared, and his entire body roared blood abyss like a bolt of lightning, his speed so fast that blood abyss was horrified. Su Yuan did not sit idly by and wait for death. Endless blood energy surged from his body, and his clothes on his back tore instantly. A pair of jet black bat wings, more than 2 meters long, grew from his back. With the help of the wings, he ran at high speed, trying to distance himself from Sikong Zhen. But how can a meat winging outrun a thunderbolt? The next moment, boom! Endless lightning pierced through blood abyss, and he was blasted away. His entire upper body was almost pierced and hollowed out by the lightning, revealing a huge hole. The flesh at the edge of the hole was already charred black, emitting a burnt smell. Is it resolved? Just as Sekong Zen was thinking this, a low shout suddenly rang out. Slaughter the royal court! A drop of blood fell between heaven and earth, spreading slowly like water in a pool. Instantly, the entire world was stained red with blood, turning everything crimson. The dying blood abyss stood still, his pale hand slightly raised. Whoosh! The crimson aura in the air instantly coalesced to tens of thousands of blood blades, forming a waterfall of blood blades that swept towards the elite members of the Law Enforcement Bureau. Ah! 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 Screams out continuously as the survivors were instantly chopped into 7 or 8 pieces, turning into piles of rotten flesh that lay on the ground. Because the speed of the blood blade was so fast, those limbs that had been cut into 7 or 8 pieces did not die immediately, but continued to twitch and writhe on the ground. Only some law enforcement officers who were relatively far away and had slightly stronger capabilities escaped unharmed. The blood instantly stained the earth red, almost forming a blood-red lake. Under Blood Abyss's control, the blood defied gravity and floated up, turning into streaks of crimson blood that converged towards him. The terrifying hole in his chest was filled with blood and healed at a visible speed. Is this the strength of a gold-level expert? It is indeed powerful. Sumu, who had been observing from the side, had a more intuitive understanding of the strength of a gold-level expert. It was indeed inhumanly powerful, and was not on the same level as bronze or silver-level experts at all. The gap was too great. These gold-level powerhouses could even instantly kill any silver-level transcendent if they so desired. Damn it! Sekong Zen's face suddenly turned ugly. Looking at the jealousy that had recovered quite a bit, he knew that he would definitely not be able to kill the other party in a short time, and what he most right now was time. On the other battlefield, Shen Tulai was already unrecognizable, his flesh and blood mangled. Such horrific injuries would have killed an ordinary person 100 times over. Yet he had not fallen. However, his increasingly slow movements indicated that he was at his last gasp. Seeing this, Sekong Zen knew that things were hopeless and the mission had failed completely. Once Shen Tulai was dead, he would face the siege of the 3 of the 7 deadly sins and would surely die. The only option now is to abandon Shen Tulai. Thinking this, he couldn't help but turn his gaze to jealousy, because he knew that jealousy's goal was to kill him, so it would definitely not let him escape. He had to find a way to severely injure jealousy and make it unable to pursue him. Sensing the intense killing intent emanating from Sekong Zen, Xu Yuan's heart sank. He had naturally seen Shen Tulai's impending defeat, which was not what he wanted. If the 7 deadly sins achieved a great victory, how would he, the fake jealousy, put himself? He instinctively wanted to escape, but looking at Sekong Zen, who was like a roadblock, he knew that he couldn't leave unless he severely injured or even killed Sekong Zen first. He couldn't possibly expose his back to the enemy while escaping. The two remained silent, their eyes blazing with murderous intent. The next moment, a bolt of lightning collided with a beam of blood. The 2 men went completely mad. In order to survive, they abandoned all defense and attacked each other frantically, hoping to temporarily cripple their opponent. In terms of attack power, Sekong Zen is naturally stronger, but Xu Yuan's recovery ability is too strong. Several times he has to withstand the thunderous lightning and exchange injuries for injuries. Both sides were bleeding profusely, indicating that the fight had become truly heated. Thunder illuminates the 9 heavens. Scarlet funeral. Terrifying lightning enveloped the entire Lanshan Mountain, and gushing blood covered the earth. Boom! The 2 powerful attacks from the Gold Saints collided at this moment, causing Lanshan to collapse instantly. with countless fragments of rock flying everywhere. Accompanied by two muffled groans, Sikong Zen and Xu Yuan were sent flying backward at the same time. Sikong Zen was covered in blood and had become a blood-soaked figure, while Xu Yuan looked even more miserable, his body broken and most of his head blown off. At this moment, Shen Tulai let out a desperate roar, and his massive body crashed to the ground under the combined attack of Yan Moxi and Xuanqing Daoist. To prevent the opponent from making a comeback, Master Xuanqing sacrificed his lifespan to unleash a sword strike, the brilliant cyan sword light directly severing Shen Tuli's head. Shen Tuli died. Sikong Zin's eyes widened in horror. A gold-level expert from the Crimson Flame Empire had been killed. This was the first time a gold-level expert had been killed since the beginning of peacetime. He could almost imagine the huge uproar this news would cause when he returned to the capital, provided, of course, that he could return alive. The moment Shen Tulai fell, he fled into the distance without a second thought. The lightning raged through his body, and he continued to flee even at the cost of exhausting his physical potential. Xu Yuan was overjoyed upon seeing this and shouted, "Don't rush!" He dragged his broken body after Sikong Zen, looking as if he was willing to be loyal to the 7 deadly sins. Just as Yan Moxi was about to give chase, he was stopped by Master Xuanqing. Under Yan Moxi's puzzled gaze, Master Xuanqing said calmly, "Uncle, didn't I tell you before that this jealous person has a very strange temper? Sikong Zen is his prey. If you interfere now, he might kill you first." Yan Moxi was taken aback. "But I think he seems to be seriously injured. Even if he is a vampire, such an injury could be life-threatening." Master Xuanqing patted Yan Moxi on the shoulder nonchalantly. "Relax, this guy won't die so easily. If he really dies, it just means he's nothing special." Yan Moxi remained silent. He suddenly realized that the 7 deadly sins were incredibly cold-hearted, showing no concern whatsoever for the life or death of their companions. Suddenly, a slippery tentacle emerged from Master Xuanqing's clothes, with a cell phone wrapped around its tip. "Once this matter is settled, I'll call the boss to report." Yan Moxi stared intently at the tentacle, startled. What was this thing? Just as he was completely absorbed by the tentacles, he did not notice the smile in the eyes of the old Xuanqing. Whoosh! Master Xuanqing acted swiftly, removing the gluttony mask from Yan Moxi's face. Yan Moxi was shocked. Just then, he heard the sound of a mobile phone taking a picture. A group photo of Yan Moxi, Lust, and Shen Tuli's corpse was completed. What's most infuriating is that Master Xuanqing's other hand, which was resting on Yan Moxi's shoulder, was making a scissor gesture. "You!" Master Xuanqing quickly dodged and said, with a smile, "Don't get excited. This is to preserve crucial evidence. As long as you obediently send one of the 12 swords of kingship afterward, there will be no problem. Otherwise, the headlines in the newspapers in a few days will be shocking. The deputy commander of the Revolutionary Army is actually a member of the 7 deadly sins." Yan Moxi was furious. He never expected that Lust would trick him at this time. Just as he was hesitating whether to snatch the phone, he saw Lust's body gradually become transparent and eventually disappear. "Uncle, see you next time." Master Xuanqing's playful voice echoed in the same spot, but he had already disappeared. Where did he go? Naturally, Sumu pulled him into the dream. Although the dream is difficult to contain a gold-level expert, it is still possible as long as the gold-level expert fully gathers his power and does not resist at all. "Boss, Divine Envoy, what do we do next?" Smiled slightly. "Naturally, it's kill Blood Abyss." Master Xuanqing was taken aback. "Aren't you going to kill Sikong Zen? Shen Tulai is dead, and the goal of deterring Crimson Flame Empire has been achieved. The death of another Sekong Zen will not bring any additional benefits. Xu Yuan is different. He secretly supports Mirong Yun, wanting to control the Mirong family, but I already consider the Mirong family as my own. Therefore, he must die. With a thought, Sumu instantly teleported to Sekong Zen's location. At this moment, Sekong Zen was surrounded by lightning, and he was running at an extremely fast speed through the dense forest. He kept looking back and saw that jealousy wasn't chasing after him, so he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that jealousy was badly injured and couldn't catch up at all. What he didn't know was that jealousy didn't chase after him at all. After disappearing from everyone's sight, Blood ran away on his own. "My lord, weren't you supposed to be killing Xu Yuan? Why are you here looking for Sekong Zen?" Sumu watched Sekong Zen flee in a disheveled state, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Naturally, I'll have him deliver a message to the Crimson Flame Empire." Immediately, endless demonic sound was activated. "Hey. Sekong Zen, you can't escape." Xu Yuan's ferocious voice suddenly rang out behind Sekong Zen. Sekong Zen was instantly shocked and quickly turned around to look. He saw a blurry figure rapidly approaching from a great distance behind him. "Damn it! He actually caught up with us!" Sekong Zen dared not look any longer and ran for his life. Fearing that jealousy would catch up with him, if he were to become entangled with it, he would surely die once gluttony and lust arrived. "Sekong Zen, I can give you a chance to live." Xu Yuan's deep voice, like a devil's whisper, lingered in Sekong Zen's ears. Sekong Zen did not answer and continued to flee with all his might. What made him feel desperate was that his speed, which he was so proud of, seemed to have failed him at this moment. No matter how fast he accelerated or turned, the ghostly figure of jealousy was always hanging 100 meters behind him. As a gold-level expert, don't you feel it's a pity to die like this? As long as you join us, I can turn you into a vampire and give you near-eternal life. The Crimson Flame Empire is already corrupt. The future belongs to the Blood Moon Empire. You don't need to lose your life for the corrupt Crimson Flame Empire. To tell you the truth, many nobles within your empire have already become vampires. With their combined efforts from within and without, the Crimson Flame Empire will surely be defeated. Seeing that you're quite strong, I'll give you a chance to live." Sekong Zen's pupils instantly contracted to needle size. The shocking secret revealed by jealousy made him unable to suppress the surging emotions in his heart. Have the vampires already infiltrated the empire? Those damned idiots! How dare they betray their country? He knew all too well what kind of people those nobles were, but he never expected them to be so short-sighted. Becoming a vampire was equivalent to being controlled by the Blood Moon Empire for eternity. What difference was there between that and being a dog? Do you really think that becoming a vampire makes you one of us? In the Blood Moon Empire, because there are too many vampires, there aren't enough humans to go around, leading to widespread cannibalism among vampires, even among their own people, let alone these critters. He realized he had to survive and pass this information on to the Crimson Flame royal family. Although he was greedy, he at least understood the principle that no egg remains intact when the nest is overturned. With this thought in mind, Sekong Zen took out a bottle of extremely high-quality berserk potion from his pocket, drank it all in one gulp, and the capillaries on his body surface burst instantly, turning into wisps of blood vapor as he rushed at high speed. At the same time, his speed also suddenly increased. After drinking the berserk potion, the old face of Master Shuanqing involuntarily appeared in his mind, making him so angry that his teeth started to itch. If Master Shuanqing hadn't embezzled the healing potion, he would never have ended up in such a miserable state. As his speed increased, Xu Yuan's furious voice rang out from 100 meters away. "You can't escape." The sound grew farther and farther away until it disappeared completely. Sikong Zhen felt a sense of relief and continued running without looking back. Little did they know, the blood abyss, who had been pursuing them, had mysteriously stopped in place, its figure shattering inch by inch like a dream bubble. That's right, the blood abyss is fake, and the sound is fake too. It was all simulated by Sumu using all things in the world and endless demonic sound. The reason it's so far away is naturally to prevent Sikong Zhen from discovering anything amiss. Exhausted and seriously injured, Sikong Zhen did not notice anything unusual. Sumu's goal was to send it back, deliver the message to the Crimson Flame royal family, and expose the vampires hiding within the empire. Only by throwing the Crimson Flame royal family into chaos, and even making them believe that the 7 deadly sins are connected to the Blood Moon Empire, can the royal family's attention be successfully diverted. Although he had completely outmaneuvered the group of Goldal experts, he held no contempt for the Crimson Flame royal family. Underestimating the enemy was the most foolish thing to do. The fact that the Crimson Flame royal family was able to discover the 7 deadly sins through Master Xuanqing's fortune-telling does not mean they cannot continue their search through other means. This time it was mainly by chance that he successfully subdued Master Xuanqing. And, because Jun Wushang is the future lust, Master Xuanqing did not reveal the information about the 7 deadly sins. Otherwise, Sumu can imagine that he would already be a wanted criminal. After designing Sikong Zhen, Sumu activated dream teleportation again and found Xu Yuan, who was also exhausted from running around. Blood Abyss, his body mangled, dared not remove the mask of envy from his face, for he had previously witnessed the lurking shadow of gluttony and the sudden appearance of lust and pride. Therefore, he was afraid that a member of the 7 deadly sins might suddenly appear and discover that he was not envy. Now, wearing a mask and a tuxedo, at least when he encounters a member of the 7 deadly sins, he can still fool them by saying that he lost Sikong Zhen. We can just make up some excuse about being seriously injured and get the other side to chase after Sikong Zhen. Just as he was thinking this, the figure of lust appeared out of nowhere right in front of him. "Oh dear, how did you end up here?" "Sikong Zhen is in the opposite direction," Master Xuanqing sighed. Xu Yun was shocked. "What? That damned Sikong Zhen? I'm going after him." He was about to turn around when he suddenly groaned and stopped in his tracks, looking like he couldn't catch his breath. "I can't take it anymore. I'm too badly injured." Master Xuanqing immediately asked with concern, "Are you all right? I have a bottle of healing potion here, which should help with your injuries." As he spoke, Xuanqing took out a bottle of healing potion and threw it toward Blood Abyss. Xu Yuan was overjoyed. As a gold-level expert, he had naturally heard of the divine healing elixir, a treasure known as the one that could revive the dead and heal the wounded. With the divine healing elixir, his chances of escaping would be much higher. However, just as he was using the healing potion, bang, the bottle of healing potion suddenly exploded, turning into a thick purple mist that enveloped Blood Abyss. What? Corrosive toxic gas spread across his body, sizzling as it corroded flesh. Heh, jealousy, huh? You're so naive. You actually thought I'd help you? Do you know I've had my eye on you in the organization for a long time? If it weren't for you last time, I wouldn't have been punished by the arrogant boss. It's time to settle that score today. Master Xuanqing made up a reason, drew his longsword, and charged towards Blood Abyss. Soyuan was shocked and felt like he had been cursed for 8 lifetimes. He never expected that the 7 deadly sins would be in such a mess, and that he would be in such danger of death, even if he hadn't been exposed. Already severely injured and attacked with poison, he hastily retaliated, his hands covered in thick blood as he met the longsword. After a few brief exchanges, his movements became increasingly sluggish, and he was eventually pierced through the chest by Master Xuanqing's sword. A mere fatal wound is of no consequence to a vampire, but Master Xuanqing immediately activated the longevity Dao technique. The withering and flourishing of all things. Xu Yuan felt his life force being frantically drained from his body. His eyes were bloodshot, and in his panic to survive, he didn't care about anything else. He directly removed the mask of jealousy from his face and roared, "Look carefully, I'm not jealous." Master Xuanqing looked at the pale, panicked face and said with a faint smile, "No, it is you." Xu was stunned. At this moment, he finally realized something. Many things that were not right before came to mind and gradually formed a line, but it was too late. "You knew all along that I was an imposter." Master Xuanqing smiled, but remained silent. At this moment, Xu Yuan understood everything. He had been tricked. How could there be so many coincidences in this world? Jealousy was similar in size to him, and was also a vampire. It turns out that of the 7 deadly sins, only lust and gluttony are real, while self and greed are false. But we all thought the other was real, and fearing that the other had more people and strength, we desperately hid our identities and dared not reveal them. Damn it! If I had realized this sooner, I could have easily escaped. In fact, this whole thing was a setup from the very beginning. I came to Lanshan specifically to track down Murong Mengli, and the mask was provided by Murong Yun. Could it be Murong Yun? No, that's not right. Murong Yun has become a vampire and can't betray me. What's going on? Who's the mastermind behind this? He suddenly thought of someone who was always high above, someone who was rarely seen, someone arrogant. Knowing the truth, Yuan no longer had the strength to reveal it. His body collapsed weakly, and the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. "Don't kill him yet." Sumu's voice suddenly rang out. "Yes, boss." Master Xuanqing immediately his longevity technique, and Sumu, wearing a silver-white mask, slowly walked to the front of the fallen Xu Yuan. Blood Abyss's dim eyes were filled with resentment and bitterness. The feeling of being played was worse than death for him. He struggled to raise his pale hand and gripped Sumu's trouser leg tightly, as if he would rather die than lose a piece of Sumu's flesh. Sumu smiled slightly, the contemptuous smile on his silver mask deeply imprinted in the eyes of Xu Yuan, a golden-level expert. He raised his leg and then slowly stepped down, firmly pressing Xu Yuan's hand under his foot. He gently chased after him, and Xu Yuan let out a painful groan. The hatred and murderous intent in his eyes were like those of a demon crawling out of hell. Sumu slowly bent down, his gentle eyes fixed on the dying Xu Yuan, and said with a faint smile, "How ugly." It turns out that even a gold-level expert is no different from an ordinary person when he is about to die. "I want," Blood Abyss roared, veins bulging on his face, his mouth full of blood. Foam. But the next second, a pale blue tentacle suddenly pierced into him. Blood Abyss's eyes suddenly bulged out, and his lifespan drained away rapidly. Moments later, he turned into a dried-up corpse. Master Xuanqing looked at Sumu's divine touch with envy, feeling the great power of the eternal heavenly venerable emanating from it. His eyes filled with even greater reverence. Although he also has tentacles, they were obtained through the blessing of the eternal heavenly venerable. And compared with the true divine touch, they are simply inferior imitations. Sumu's divine touch, in particular, possessed the ability to absorb and store lifespan, which Sumu greatly envied. As a follower of the celestial venerable of longevity, although he could also extract the lifespan of his enemies, it was no different from being a worker for a capitalist. No matter how much profit he generated, the money would only be earned by the capitalists, and he would not be able to keep a single penny. But Sumu is different. He possesses divine speed, which is equivalent to owning shares. He can take a share of the profits. After dealing with the blood abyss, Sumu felt the lifespan he had absorbed and frowned slightly. It's only less than 10 years? Aren't vampires supposed to have endless lifespans? Master King immediately explained. My lord, don't listen to the vampires boasting. They claim to have unlimited lifespans. But that's all nonsense. They live by constantly sucking the blood of living people. If they stop sucking for a while, they'll just die. In reality, their bodies cannot store much lifespan, and even with an unlimited supply of blood, they will die sooner or later. This is because the body can live on blood, but the soul cannot. As their souls gradually age and die, they eventually become monsters called ghouls, completely devoid of reason and only knowing how to eat people. These soul-related symptoms worsen with the more blood they consume, because when they drink the blood of living people, they inevitably absorb some of the other person's thoughts, affecting their soul. I see. Sumu nodded. He felt that this made more sense. If the vampires really had unlimited lifespans, then the Blood Moon Empire would have unified the world long ago. How come they still couldn't even take down the Crimson Flame Empire, which had no king? Well, Your Excellency, you see, I also contributed a lot this time, and even sacrificed a lot of my lifespan. The old Taoist Suanking walked over with a fawning expression. Sumu was also very generous. At that moment, he flicked his divine touch, which landed on Taoist Suanking, transferring the lifespan of Blood Abyss to him. He doesn't need lifespan at all, because he is already a dead man in the true sense, with 0 lifespan, and he lives entirely by relying on the divinity of the sea god. Besides, longevity is something he can get all over the place. He can take it whenever he wants. At the Xingcheng Law Enforcement Bureau, a bolt of lightning suddenly flashed, shattering a window and plunging into the lobby. The law enforcement officers on duty were immediately alarmed, and many of them drew their weapons, thinking it was an enemy attack. However, they put down their weapons after they saw what the newcomers looked like. The visitor was none other than Sikong Zen. Lord Sikong, what happened to you? How could you be so seriously injured? An officer from the Law Enforcement Bureau exclaimed in surprise. At this moment, Sikong Zen looked extremely disheveled, covered in blood and with torn clothes, as if he had just experienced an extremely fierce battle. Quickly call your chief here, quick! Sikong Zen shouted anxiously. He wasn't sure if jealousy would come after him, but his severely injured body, coupled with the overdose of the berserk drug, meant he was too weak to run back to the capital. He could only return to the Law Enforcement Bureau first. At least when jealousy strikes, these cannon fodder from the Law Enforcement Bureau can hold out for a while. Before long, Sikong Zen met the bureau chief and, ignoring the man's shocked expression, repeatedly ordered, "Quickly, get me the best healing medicine in the bureau. Also, prepare a car and take me to the capital. Hurry!" Yes. Faced with Sikong Zen's instructions, the bureau chief dared not utter a word of dissent and hurriedly went to prepare. The enforcement bureau was incredibly efficient. In less than 5 minutes, Sikong Zen had already gotten into his car and left. Just in case, he had arranged for multiple cars to depart at the same time to mislead the 7 deadly sins. However, what he didn't know was that the jealousy that was chasing him was actually long dead. In the car, Sekong Zen took out his encrypted phone and dialed a number that only he knew. "What is it?" came an old voice from the other end of the phone. Sekong Zen said urgently, "I need to speak with Majesty the Crimson King. Quickly. It's crucial information about the 7 deadly sins." The aged voice on the end of the phone paused slightly, then said calmly, "Wait." A moment later, a young yet authoritative female voice rang out from the other end of the phone like that of a powerful empress. "What is it?" Sekong Zen hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, something terrible has happened. Jealousy, a member of the 7 deadly sins, is a vampire. I learned a huge piece of information from him. The vampires have infiltrated the Empire. The 7 deadly sins had prior knowledge of this encirclement plan. There's a traitor within the Empire. Furthermore, all 7 members of the 7 deadly sins are suspected to be gold-level experts. Envy and lust and gluttony were the ones who attacked this time. Pride only appeared in an avatar once. Shen Tulai was brutally murdered, and I was also severely injured. I request your Majesty to send reinforcements." "Okay, I understand." The Crimson King's tone remained calm. Even though Sekong Zen had brought such astonishing news, the confidence in her tone was not affected in the slightest, as if the 7 deadly sins and the vampires were no threat to her. Thump! After hanging up the phone, Sekong Zen breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that as long as the message got out, he would be basically saved, because he had absolute confidence in the Crimson King. Even if the other 7 kings do not acknowledge that the Crimson King is one of the 7 kings, and consider her and her family to be usurpers who have proclaimed themselves kings, the true king of the Crimson Flame Empire is that erased being. However, Sekong Zen was willing to believe that the Crimson King's abilities were definitely no weaker than the other 7 kings, and might even be stronger. Inside the Crimson King's palace, a woman over 1.7 meters tall sat on the throne, wearing a magnificent dark gold robe embroidered with lifelike phoenix patterns that shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. Her long, ink-black hair was piled high, with a few strands falling naturally on either side of her face, adding to her charm. Her face was stunningly beautiful, her skin as white as snow, delicate and smooth as if it could be broken with a touch, and her slightly raised eyebrows carried an innate majesty. Her whole person exuded a noble and unapproachable kingly aura. However, as soon as she hung up the phone, the noble and unapproachable aura of a king on the Crimson King's face instantly dissipated, and her originally upright body slumped down, and she collapsed on the throne like a dejected housewife. "Ugh! This is so annoying!" The Crimson King angrily kicked his long legs, his slender, fair calves slapping against the edge of the throne. At this moment, an elderly man with white hair stood to the side and reminded him expressionlessly, "Your Majesty, the Crimson King, mind your image." "Oh dear, there's no one else here, why bother with appearances?" The Red King pouted his red lips in dissatisfaction, and casually took off his crown and tossed it aside. She still seemed uncomfortable, so she swung her long legs forcefully, throwing off her heavy shoes to reveal her fair feet with black nail polish. And then San sat cross-legged on the throne. "Your Majesty, what brings Sekong Zen to see you? What else could it be? He said there are 7 people in the 7 deadly sins. All of them are gold-level experts, and they even killed Shen Tulai. Also, the 7 deadly sins seem to be related to vampires, saying then that many nobles have already become vampires." The Crimson King said nonchalantly. The old man, who had been expressionless, grew increasingly shocked and gloomy with each sentence he heard. By the time he had heard everything, he was furious. These damned imperial parasites! How dare they betray their country? This is a matter that threatens the very foundation of the empire, Your Majesty. Hey, take this seriously. The old man reprimanded him, his tone neither too harsh nor too gentle. The Red King didn't listen at all. Instead, he noticed that his nail polish was fading. He rummaged around in his pocket and finally pulled out of black nail polish. Then he stood on his little feet and started applying it. What kind of behavior is this? What kind of behavior is this? The old man was so angry that he puffed out his beard and glared at his opponent. The Crimson King, without even looking up, said, "Now what kind of behavior this is? You all insisted on making me the Crimson King, and I said I didn't want to, but you insisted. I didn't want to be this damned Crimson King, you—" "Enough!" the old man roared. Red King curled his lip in disdain and continued applying nail polish. Looking at the Crimson King's reckless demeanor, the old man's chest heaved rapidly, and finally he let out a heavy sigh. "Alas, do you know why you were chosen to be the Crimson King? Isn't it just because my bloodline power is the strongest?" The old man shook his head. "Because you're heartless." Red King frowned immediately and angrily threw the nail polish in his hand at the old man, but the old dodged it. "Who are you cursing, old dang? Do you believe I'll order you to be torn apart by 5 horses?" The old man remained unmoved and continued, "Among all your brothers and sisters, some are too cunning and ambitious, while others are all bark and no bite, cowardly and afraid of death. Only you have truly achieved the demeanor of a king, remaining unmoved even when you hear about something of great importance. Old Deng, keep praising me, I'm listening." The Red King pulled out a bag of potato chips from somewhere and started eating them without washing his hands after touching his feet. The old man's eyelids twitched. To put it nicely, it's the demeanor of a king. To put it bluntly, it's heartless. I even suspect that you wouldn't care if the Crimson Flame Empire were to perish one day. Since you know that, why don't you hurry up and find my stupid father and bring him back from the nightmare world? Take charge." Crunch. The Red King took a bite of potato chip. "Your Majesty, we have been searching for you. Until then, we can only rely on you to take charge." The Crimson King waved his hand impatiently. I know, just pretend like before." As she spoke, her expression turned serious, and she reverted to her previous domineering Empress persona. But only for a second, because she still had potato chips in her mouth. Sigh. "Judging by appearance alone, you are definitely the closest to the late king among all the princes and princesses. It's a pity that the Red King has a mouth." The Red King glanced at the old man and said, "Old Deng, if you have nothing else to say, get lost. I'm busy." The old man's expression gradually turned serious. "Your Majesty, the actions of the Blood Moon Empire have seriously threatened the safety of the Crimson Flame Empire. The 7 deadly sins are suspected to be related to them, and the nobles have also been infiltrated by the vampires. If this matter is not dealt with, the Crimson Flame Empire will be in grave danger." "Then what do you suggest we do?" "Use the highest heavens," the old man said, emphasizing each word. The moment the words, "Supreme Heaven," were uttered, even the usually carefree Crimson King became serious. She paused for a moment and then said, "Jasmine, please eat something. You haven't eaten for days." Yang Dongqing looked at Jasmine, who was tied to the bed, with a pained expression. At this moment, Jasmine looked extremely haggard. She had lost a lot of weight, her skin was pale and bloodless, and her lips were chapped. Yang Dongqing placed a bowl of blood in front of Jasmine, who immediately looked terrified. "No. Take it away. I don't want to become a blood-sucking monster. I never want to hurt anyone again." Yang Dongqing felt even more distressed. "Jasmine, this isn't someone else's blood, it's my own. Don't worry, you can drink it without worry." Wah! Jasmine curled up and cried out in pain. There were burn marks on her left arm. Holly, I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore. I have nightmares every day, dreaming that the child I sucked blood to death comes to ask me why I killed him. I'm a monster that can't be exposed to the light. Just let me die. Jasmine was on the verge of collapse. She couldn't forgive herself for what she had done. Even though she had been forced by Murong Yun, the child had really died because of her. She wanted to atone for her sins by committing suicide. The injury on her left arm was from when she ran out into the sun while Yang Dongqing wasn't looking, but Yang Dongqing saved her in the end. Jasmine, it's not your fault. It was that bastard Murong Yun who forced you to this. He's the one who deserves to die. It has nothing to do with you. Don't worry, I will definitely find a way to cure you, and we can live like before. I can't go back. I can't go back anymore. I can't even stand the light, let alone sing in front of an audience. Sometimes I even worry that I'll go berserk and rush into the audience to suck their blood. Yang Dongqing clenched his fists tightly. Looking at Jasmine's devastated state, he almost wanted to rush over and kill Murong Yun immediately. He hugged Jasmine tightly, his eyes red-rimmed as he comforted her. Jasmine, don't worry, everything will be all right, everything will... Jasmine? He suddenly stopped and looked at Jasmine in disbelief. At this moment, Jasmine began to slowly come transparent, as if she was about to be erased by something. Jasmine! What's wrong with you? What happened? Yang Dongqing panicked like a child, completely losing the composure of a superhuman. He tried to grab Jasmine's hand, but grasped only empty air. Jasmine's hand disappeared. Her limbs had all turned transparent and disappeared completely, and her remaining torso and head were also becoming increasingly transparent. Jasmine! Jasmine opened her mouth to respond, but no sound came out. She seemed to understand something, and her slightly panicked expression turned into relief. I'm leaving. Yang Dongqing. Jasmine's bloodless lips opened and closed, and although there was no sound, Yang Dongqing still understood. No. Don't go, Jasmine. Don't scare me. Yang Dongqing panicked, completely unaware of what was happening. He could only sense that Jasmine was disappearing from the world. He frantically tried to grab Jasmine, attempting to keep his lover in this foolish way, but all to no avail. His hand couldn't even touch Jasmine. It passed straight through her translucent body. As a child, he would see the smoke from firecrackers during festivals and try to hold it in his hand, but his only made the smoke dissipate faster. He is the same now. When faced with things in life that are destined to leave you, trying to hold on will only hasten their departure. Jasmine dissipated even faster, gradually leaving only a translucent head, with drops of tears sliding down her cheeks, but disappearing before they could fall. In her final moments, Jasmine managed a smile, her eyes filled with endless longing as she looked at Yang Dongqing. She parted her lips and said, "Forget me, Yang Dongqing." At this point, the Jasmine completely disappeared. Jasmine? Yang Dongqing's eyes were bloodshot as he frantically searched the room, trying to find the missing Jasmine, but he found nothing. He didn't understand why Jasmine disappeared, nor did he want to understand. He just wanted Jasmine back. Jasmine was like a ray of light in his gloomy life, allowing him to feel the warmth of humanity for the first time. He would never forget how the delicate Jasmine mustered the courage to hold a dagger to Sumu's neck and threaten him to let her go. Why did this happen? Why did Jasmine suddenly disappear? Enraged, Yang Dongqing roared wildly, smashing the furnishings in the room into a mess. But he only felt powerless, deeply powerless. Meanwhile, inside the Murong Manor, Murong Yun, who was leisurely embracing two beautiful women, suddenly realized that he could no longer sense the presence of the beauties beside him. He suddenly opened his eyes and found that the beauty was still on the bed. It turned out that the beauty was not gone, but his arm was gone. "Where's my arm?" Mirong Yun stared in shock at her own body, the color of which gradually faded and slowly became transparent. The two beauties screamed when they realized something was wrong. "Ah! Young Master Yun, your body... Shut up!" Mirong Yun was startled by the scream and instinctively wanted to tell the other person to shut up, but no sound came out when the words reached her lips. "What on earth is going on? No, 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 no! I don't want to disappear." In his despair and collapse, he vanished from the world. This scene wasn't just playing out in Star City. Similar scenes were constantly occurring in various magnificent noble mansions throughout the Crimson Flame Empire. It was as if an unimaginable power had descended at that moment, simultaneously erasing the existence of all these people. The disappearance of a large number of nobles triggered a series of chain reactions, causing a huge upheaval throughout the Crimson Flame Empire. When Sumu returned to the Bronze Coffin Company, he saw Yang Dongqing, who was pale and had bloodshot eyes. Upon seeing Sumu, Yang Dongqing rushed forward as if he had seen a savior. "Sumu, Jasmine is missing. She's vanished. Please help me find her." Sumu frowned slightly. Jasmine had disappeared again. Had she been kidnapped by Mirong Yun again? At this moment, Ngong Mengli walked over quickly, her expression solemn. "Something has happened. My undercover agent, who was planted next to Mirong Yun, sent word that an hour ago, Mirong Yun's body suddenly became transparent and eventually disappeared completely." "What?" Yang Dongqing was suddenly stunned. "He disappeared too? Also? You mean Jasmine disappeared in the same way as Mirong Yun?" Suming. Yang Dong nodded quickly and recounted what had happened. "Boss, latest intelligence from the Empire." An employee of Bronze Coffin rushed over, waving a piece of paper covered with intelligence. Looking flustered, Nangong Mengli took the intelligence report and her pupils dilated slightly, her eyes filled with disbelief. "What happened? Take a look for yourself." Nangong Mengli handed over the intelligence report in her hand. Sumu looked closely and saw that it contained two announcements. It was just released by the Crimson Flame Empire's royal family. The content is quite long. The main point of the report is that Blood Moon Empire's infiltration has been discovered within the country, and some nobles have betrayed the country. The Empire has taken severe measures to eliminate all traitors, and demands that the Blood Moon Empire provide an explanation and compensation. Otherwise, war will be launched. The second announcement concerns the 7 deadly sins. In the announcement, the 7 deadly sins have been designated as the most vicious and heinous terrorist organization in the history of the Crimson Flame Empire. Their crimes are extremely heinous, including the deaths of 2 imperial nobles, Murong Zhuo and Shen Tulai, as well as nearly 100 law enforcers. The royal family has issued a bounty. Anyone who can capture any one of the 7 deadly sins will be granted a noble title. Below the report is some intelligence about the capital. There was a riot in the capital today, and a large number of law enforcement officers took to the streets to maintain order. Many nobles had their homes ransacked, and in some public places, many people witnessed several nobles disappearing in full view of the public. Seeing this, Sumu roughly understood what had happened. This was a countermeasure by the Crimson Flame royal family against the Blood Moon Empire's invasion. However, what he didn't expect was that this countermeasure was so bizarre, even beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. It wipes out all those who have become vampires? What kind of power this? Whether it was the nobles in the capital who had already joined the Vampire clan, or Murong Yun and Jasmine far away in Star City, they were all basically wiped out by this unknown force at the same time. Is this kind of targeted annihilation that ignores spatial location really something that superhumans can do? It's practically the work of a god. No wonder the Crimson Flame Empire, despite its internal corruption and external troubles, has managed to stand firm. As long as this force is not eliminated, the Crimson Flame Empire will never fall. As is well known, there are only 6 of the 7 kings. The fact that the Crimson Flame Empire, which has no true kings, can stand alongside the other 6 great empires speaks volumes. What does it say? Yang Dongqing asked anxiously. He could roughly guess that the information was related to Jasmine's disappearance. Ponent Sumu handed over the intelligence, and Yang Dongqing read it impatiently. As he continued reading, his face grew paler, and finally, he couldn't stop trembling. What does this mean? Jasmine, she's dead? Yang Dongqing asked in disbelief. Seeing the other person's near-collapse expression, Nangong Mengli felt a pang of pity and said tactfully, Jasmine's life or death is still uncertain. After all, no one knows what methods the imperial family used. She might have been imprisoned in another dimension. Yes. Jasmine isn't a traitor, she's just a victim. The ones who deserve to die are those nobles, Murong Yun. Besides, how can someone who's dead not even have a body? The royal family arrested the wrong person. I'm going to the capital. I'm going to tell them Jasmine is innocent. Yang Dongqing muttered like a madman, as if trying to deceive himself. He rushed out, intending to go to the capital to find Jasmine. Nangong Mengli watched Yang Dongqing's departing figure, then turned to Sumu and asked, Are we just going to let him go to the capital like this? In truth, she knew very well that Jasmine was probably dead. Since the Crimson Flame royal family dared to issue such a proclamation to the Blood Moon Empire, they must have been absolutely certain of wiping out all the vampires within the country. Sumu watched Yang Dongqing's disappearing figure and said calmly, The kind of person he is, once he sets his mind on something, he will definitely do it. Unless he dies, there is no way to stop him. But Nangong Mengli's face showed a hint of worry. If he goes to the capital like this, he is very likely to be executed as an accomplice of the vampires. Sumu shook his head slightly. He promised to work for me for 3 years. He won't die before the 3 years are up. By the way, more importantly, do you know what power the Flame Royal family uses? I don't know. Although I am a noble, I am only a border noble and an illegitimate daughter. When it comes to the secrets of the Crimson Flame Empire, I know even less than Murong Yun. Sumu narrowed his eyes, intrigued by this power that was comparable to that of a god. Satisfying his curiosity was one of his few pleasures. At night, Sumu went directly into his dreams to find the answer. In Sikong Zen's dream, Sumu found himself in a void, with nothing but emptiness as far as the eye could see. This means that Sikong Zen wasn't dreaming, but that doesn't matter. Sumu can help him dream. Under Sumu's control, the dream gradually began to change and arrogance appeared. Sikong Zen fled frantically, with arrogance following him like a ghost. Thunder illuminates the 9 heavens. Boom! In the thick darkness of night, countless winding bolts of lightning suddenly lit up, crashing down towards arrogance, their destructive spectacle illuminating the heavens and earth. Such a powerful attack was wiped out with a mere wave of arrogance's hand. Sikong Zen's eyes were bloodshot, and he ran towards the palace without looking back. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! He roared towards the palace. Before long, countless extraordinary guards poured out of the palace and attacked arrogance. Just as Sikong Zen breathed a slight sigh of relief, Omen pressed down with one hand. instantly stirring up the thick night sky. The darkness condensed wildly, becoming almost tangible, and finally transformed into a giant palm that crashed down from the sky. Boom! This single blow not only killed or wounded countless guards, but also caused the magnificent palace to collapse, turning it into ruins. What? Sikong Zen was horrified, clearly terrified by the arrogant strength. Arrogantly, he walked toward him step by step, the contemptuous smile on his silver mask piercing his soul. Sikong Zen, you can't escape. In this world, no one can save the person I want to kill. These words seemed to remind Sikong Zen of something. His pupils contracted, and he immediately shouted into the ruins of the palace. Your Majesty, the Crimson King, save me! The next moment, a young woman dressed in a dark gold phoenix robe, with unparalleled beauty, emerged from the ruins. Her steps were light, and the rubble on the ground did not pose any obstacle, because wherever she passed, all the rubble was melted by the terrifying heat. As she drew closer, the dark golden phoenix seemed to come alive, and a burst of blazing flames suddenly rose, turning the night into day with terrifying light. Beneath the arrogant mask, Sumu narrowed his eyes, carefully examining the legendary Crimson King, the supreme ruler of the Crimson Flame Empire. He didn't know the Crimson King, but it was enough that Sikong Zen knew him. This was Sikong Zen's dream, and with deliberate guidance, the other party would naturally conjure up everything in the dream. I never expected that the Crimson King was a woman. Feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from the Crimson King, as if the sky were about to collapse, she emerged from the sea of fire like an empress of fire, born to dominate the world. Sumu didn't know how strong the Crimson King was in reality, but judging from Sikong Zen's dream, the Crimson King must be very strong. Only if Sikong Zen subconsciously believed in the Crimson King's strength could such a terrifying aura manifest in his dream. No matter how strong he is, it's useless. If this were reality, Sumu would admit that his opponent was indeed very strong. Unfortunately, this is a dream, and he can only say that he still needs to train. With a gentle wave of his hand, the surrounding sea of fire instantly converged, transforming into a 100-meter-long fire phoenix. The terrifying heat distorted even the space itself. The next moment, the giant fire phoenix let out a cry, then flapped its fiery wings and charged toward Sumu, leaving a long trail of flames behind it. Without even looking, Sumu made a grasping motion in the air. The thick darkness around him surged wildly, turning into countless threads that tightly bound the fire phoenix, wrapping it into a huge black sphere. With a squeeze, the black sphere suddenly contracted, and the fire phoenix was instantly refined. The Crimson King suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his once peerless face turning pale. Sikong Zen stared in disbelief at the scene before him, completely unable to believe that the Crimson King couldn't even withstand a single blow from arrogance. You dare call yourself king? His arrogant and disdain voice resounded throughout the heavens and earth as he walked step by step toward the Crimson King. Use whatever trump cards you have. You'll miss your chance. With this hint, the Crimson King moved in accordance with Sikong Zen's subconscious. The Crimson King slowly took out an ancient, dark gold ring from his pocket and solemnly put it on his slender ring finger. Arrogance, you are indeed strong, but no matter how strong you are useless against the supreme heaven, a royal treasure. Go to hell. The Crimson King pointed a finger at pride, and an inexplicable power descended, like an eraser from an unseen perspective, wiping away pride's body inch by inch. After dealing with arrogance, the Crimson King seemed exhausted, his body swaying precariously. Sikong Zen quickly ran over and carefully helped up. Your Majesty, are you all right? The Crimson King shook his head, It's all right. A look of worry flashed in Sikongzin's eyes. Your Majesty, the principle of using the supreme heaven is equivalent exchange. How could you possibly be unharmed after using it to kill a powerful full figure like Arrogance? I'll go get some healing potions right away. Please wait a moment. The video ends there. Sumu also obtained the information he wanted. Royal treasure, supreme heaven. Is it an equivalent exchange? It seems this is the power to wipe out the entire Crimson Flame Empire's vampire clan. No wonder the Crimson Flame Empire, despite possessing such formidable power, rarely uses it until its very foundation is threatened, at which point it finally decides to unleash it. Among the nobles who transformed into vampires, there must have been many powerful individuals with the gold rank. The royal family paid a terrifying price to eliminate these powerful individuals. Therefore, the use of Supreme Heaven should not be limited to the user paying the price. Otherwise, even if the Crimson King is strong, how could one person pay the killing several gold-level experts and a group of vampires? The following day, the two announcements concerning the imperial family went viral, with major media outlets vying to report on them, spreading throughout the country. This time, the news was not only reported nationwide, but also internationally. The 7 deadly sins have reached their peak in popularity. Not long ago, they publicly killed an imperial nobleman, and not long after, they directly killed a golden nobleman. They have already caused quite a stir in the Crimson Flame Empire. The 7 deadly sins have also appeared in news reports from other empires. According to the current trend, the 7 deadly sins are showing signs of developing into the world's #1 evil organization. With 7 gold-level experts gathered together, they would be a force to be reckoned with in any empire. The Blood Moon Empire, Royal Palace. On an oval table, several pale-faced men and women gathered together. They were all high-ranking officials of the Blood Moon Empire, each of whom was a figure whose every move could shake the entire Blood Moon Empire. At this moment, the group of people had solemn expressions and were staring intently at the intelligence on the table. The leader was a young man with an extremely handsome face, even to the point of being eerily handsome. He had a pair of ruby-like eyes, and his slender, white fingers tapped lightly on the table. He slowly raised his head, his majestic gaze sweeping over everyone present. As he looked up, the red teardrop shearing hanging on his right ear swayed slightly. Gentlemen, what are your thoughts on the Crimson Flame Empire? Your Majesty, I believe the plan in the Crimson Flame Empire needs to be slowed down. The previous intelligence was clearly wrong. Supreme Heaven did not disappear in the nightmare world with the former Crimson King. It seems that the former Crimson King left Supreme Heaven behind. A man in a black trench coat said solemnly, Your Majesty, I second that opinion. The power of Supreme Heaven is too great. Even if we launch a strong attack on the Crimson Flame Empire, our national strength will be greatly depleted. At that time, we may be attacked by other empires. In addition, I believe that the Minister of Intelligence should be punished. He transmitted incorrect information, which led us to mistakenly believe that Supreme Heaven was lost in the nightmare world. This misjudgment led to this heavy loss. Upon hearing this, a cold and aloof woman with purple lipstick sitting at the end immediately turned pale, but she didn't say anything more, only gritted her teeth and said, Please punish me, Your Majesty. The Undying King glanced indifferently at the aloof woman, his lips pursed. Go to the ancestral land and serve the progenitor for a month. The cold and beautiful woman's originally pale face instantly turned bloodless. Her body trembled slightly, and she gripped her thighs tightly with both hands, barely managing to keep herself from losing her composure. Yes, Your Majesty. The others looked at her with expressions of anticipation, as if they were watching a good show. Now let's move on to the second topic. The Undying King slowly crossed his arms, his ruby-like eyes narrowing slightly, radiating a dangerous, cold light. Which of you secretly supported the 7 deadly sins? The crowd's expressions varied, their eyes darting between their colleagues, but no one admitted to it. Nobody acknowledged it? Then can anyone tell me why Blood Abyss became the envy of the 7 deadly sins? The crowd remained silent, because they truly did not know. At this moment, a man to the right of the Undying King hesitated slightly and said, "Your Majesty, wasn't it you who supported him?" The Undying King's gaze darkened. "Are you implying that I'm the one crying stop thief?" No, that's not what I meant. I just can't think of anyone else in the entire Blood Moon Empire, besides your Majesty, who has the ability to command the Blood Abyss, and establish such a powerful organization as the 7 deadly sins. As far as I know, the members of the 7 deadly sins are all unruly individuals, yet they obey pride. This demonstrates pride's strength. However, no matter how strong pride is, cannot be betrayed by Blood Abyss. Blood Abyss is a vampire and cannot betray his own bloodline. Pride can kill him, but he cannot make him submit. That is why I have this guess. Your Majesty, please forgive my boldness, but has your soul problem become more serious recently, to the point that you have some memory problems? Intelligence indicates that arrogance has never shown his true form. He always appears in disguise. At this point, he glanced cautiously at the Undying King and continued, "What I mean is it possible that you are arrogance?" The Undying King's face darkened completely. "You go into the Ancestor for 2 months. Ah!" 3 days later, Yan Moxie returned to Xingcheng to fulfill his promise. He found Nangong Mengli and asked her to help contact Aomen. Nangong Mengli simply replied with 2 words, "Wait." Then Yan Moxie began to wait patiently. He already knew that the arrogant man was incredibly powerful, so he didn't even bother to give the address, and just started waiting. Sumu didn't keep the other party waiting for long. Just 10 hours later, he went to see Yan Moxie. The 10-hour period is quite necessary. After all, as the leader of the 7 deadly sins, he must be quite busy on a daily basis. If he could just show up with a single phone call, it would seem too cheap. In the Revolutionary Army's underground base, the figures of arrogance and lust appeared out of nowhere. The Revolutionary Army members in the base were startled. Although they had heard of the 7 deadly sins' elusive nature, they were still horrified when they actually saw them. "Hey, does this pretty short-haired lady have a boyfriend? Does she like men younger than herself?" As soon as Master Xuanqing arrived at the base, his gaze was fixed on the woman he was mentally linked to. The short-haired woman did not respond. Her eyes filled with solemnity and apprehension. Anyone facing the now famous 7 deadly sins would inevitably feel apprehensive. "Why are you ignoring me?" "Humph! Actually, you're not that pretty. I was just being polite." "Arrogant lord, lustful lord." Yan Moxie stepped forward and greeted them solemnly. Sumu nodded. "Where are the things?" Yan Moxie slowly pulled out a stick-shaped object wrapped in black cloth from behind him and handed it over. Master Xuanqing, with great insight, took the stick-like object, then lifted the black cloth covering it, revealing a sword that was entirely black and had no guard. This sword is as straight as a stick, with a black hilt and scabbard, and is very smooth. The moment Master Xuanqing grasped the sword hilt, his expression changed drastically. "This sword is devouring my power." This sword is one of the 12 swords of royal power, named the Demon Sword. Void, Devourer. It has the special ability to devour energy. This is not only of external energy, but also of the user's energy. Many sword wielders have died from this devouring, being sucked dry by this sword. Yan Moxie said solemnly. In addition, this sword is suspected to be a living being. It must be fed for a long time, and it must be fed before each use. Otherwise, it will not fight the enemy, but will devour its master first. So sinister? Master Shuanking quickly picked up the black cloth and covered the demon sword void devourer with it again, thus isolating himself from the devouring sensation coming from the sword. He examined the black cloth and found that it seemed to some kind of extraordinary array that could isolate energy. Your Highness, I have done what I promised you. But what about that photograph? Not enough, Sumu said indifferently. Yan Moxie's face darkened. What do you mean by this? Your Excellency? We made an agreement beforehand. I'm so jealous because of this mission. Yan Moxie was taken aback. Jealous of Your Excellency? He's dead too? Sumu nodded. No need to pretend. The Revolutionary Army's intelligence shouldn't be that outdated. The entire Crimson Flame Empire's vampires have been wiped out by the Supreme Heaven, including jealousy. If it weren't for this mission, jealousy wouldn't have been exposed, much less died. We need to pay more. Yan Moxie's eyes flickered, a little gilly. He naturally knew about this information. In fact, he had long suspected that jealousy would lead to death, but he was worried that this situation would happen, so he kept quiet. Strictly speaking, the fact that envy died this time was indeed related to the Revolutionary Army, since it was a joint operation between the 7 deadly sins and the Revolutionary Army that led to envy's exposure of his vampire identity. However, the root cause, envy himself. Jealousy is an eccentric character who doesn't want others to interfere in his battles, which led to Sekong Zin's escape and the transmission of information to the Crimson Flame royal family. You arrogant sir, I regret that you died of jealousy, but this has gone beyond the scope of our agreement. Yan Moxie, I'm not negotiating with you, I'm informing you, understand? Either pay more, or you go down and keep company with jealousy. Sumu's indifferent tone remained unchanged, but anyone could hear his disregard for life. He wasn't joking at all. The atmosphere in the room froze instantly, and the faces of the Revolutionary Army members visibly tensed up. My God, the celestial venerable of immortality, he even squeezes the value out of the dead. No wonder he's a divine messenger, Master Shuanking exclaimed inwardly. Yan Moxie's face darkened. He had already guessed that the 7 deadly sins were not easy to deal with. He had opposed the leader's proposal to cooperate with the 7 deadly sins. Trying to negotiate with a tiger would only lead to disaster. What does Your Excellency, the arrogant one, desire? Gold-grade extraordinary potion. Yan Moxie gasped. You arrogant sir, the Revolutionary Army does not possess any gold-level extraordinary potions. Lust, go and make the photos public. The Crimson Flame Empire suspected that the 7 deadly sins were related to the vampires, so they used the Supreme Heaven to wipe them out. I'm curious, once they find out that the 7 deadly sins are related to the Revolutionary Army, will they use the Supreme Heaven again to wipe out the Revolutionary Army? Okay, boss. Wind! Moxie gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his face. I'm telling the truth. The Revolutionary Army has been besieged by the Crimson Flame Empire for years. How could they possibly keep the gold potion unused? Not only the gold potion, but even the silver and bronze potion were used immediately after they were obtained. For us, the only way to survive is to desperately strengthen ourselves. Sumu nodded and said very understandingly, I fully understand what you've been through. Lust, what are you waiting for? Master Shuanking immediately took a step and prepared to leave. Yan Moxie quickly stopped the other party. What? You want to make a move, uncle? Don't forget how you lost last time. Want to try again? Master Schwenking said frivolously. You arrogant sir, I am willing to exchange all the extraordinary abilities possessed by the Revolutionary Army. Would it be acceptable to use them instead of extraordinary potions? Sumu narrowed his eyes slightly. Extraordinary paths fall into the category of knowledge. Sometimes, having extraordinary potions but not knowing the extraordinary paths will only lead to nothing but wasted effort if one blindly advances. Call. Yan Moxie breathed a sigh of relief. Please wait a moment. After saying that, he turned and went to an office, where he took out paper and pen and began to write. As the deputy commander of the Revolutionary Army, he knew all the secrets that others did not. Soon, 3 extraordinary paths were written down. Sumu took the paper and saw that it listed 3 extraordinary paths. The Golden Law Troll, Shadow Fiend, and Elemental Master. Each Golden Law has corresponding silver and bronze laws. This knowledge may seem simple, but it is actually invaluable. Such simple knowledge is enough to stump most superhumans. Apart from the chosen ones, any superhuman who advances by taking superhuman drugs will not know the subsequent advancement path. They don't even know what kind of drugs they are taking, so how can then they advance? If taken incorrectly, it can trigger a supernatural conflict, resulting in the direct collapse of the soul and death. Of these 3 extraordinary paths, the one that interests Sumu the most is Troll, because it is the path to advancement for the Silver Law Power Servant. Now he possesses 2 Bronze laws, Mighty Fist and Iron Will. And once he acquires unending recovery, he will have the potential to advance to Silver Eye. This extraordinary path is one he must take. Although it is known as the most common extraordinary path, its enhancement to the body is indeed strong, making it the most suitable path for him. At this moment, Yan Moxie said solemnly from the side, Your Excellency, the item has been given to you, and we are now even. His subtext was that this was the last time, and even if Sumu became greedy again and used the photos to threaten them, the Revolutionary Army was prepared to fight to the death. Perhaps still worried, he added, strictly speaking, the 7 deadly sins are allies of the Revolutionary Army, and once I am exposed, it is uncertain who the Crimson Flame royal family will ultimately use the Supreme Heaven to eliminate. After all, it seems that the 7 deadly sins pose a greater threat to the Crimson Flame Empire than the Revolutionary Army. Sumu smiled slightly. The Supreme Heaven cannot kill me. Yan Moxie's pupils contracted. He instinctively disbelieved it, but upon hearing the arrogant and disdainful tone, he wavered slightly and tentatively asked, Your Excellency, please don't joke. The royal power treasure is one of the most powerful forces in the world. As far as I know, there is no one in this world that the Supreme Heaven cannot kill. Beneath the silver mask, his eyes glanced indifferently at Yan Moxie. Have you seen the Supreme Heaven? Could it be that you've met Lord Arrogance before? Yan Moxie's breathing suddenly became rapid. Of course I've seen it, so I know it can't kill me. Sumu's deep and magnetic voice slowly rang out, calm yet carrying an air of arrogant arrogance. He wasn't lying. He genuinely believed that the Supreme Heaven couldn't kill him. Although the Supreme Heaven's power to erase people out of thin air was terrifying, it couldn't surpass the power of a god. Having the divinity of the sea god, he is already immortal. To kill him, one must first get past the sea god. Even if one gets past the sea god, there are still the primordial angels and the eternal heavenly beings to come. The divinity of the 3 gods has been integrated into the soul. If the Supreme Heaven wants to erase the divinity of the 3 gods along with it, the price the user has to pay would be immeasurable. Sumu did not believe that anyone in this world could afford such a price. If that's true, then all he can say is, "I guess I'm just unlucky." Yan Moxie was slightly out of control at this moment. Even as a gold-level expert, he was still shocked when he heard the arrogance didn't even put the royal treasure supreme heaven in his eyes. There's a sense of absurdity, as if common sense has been shattered. Reason told him that arrogance was bluffing, because no one could resist the high heaven. But he also felt that a powerful being of arrogance's caliber had no reason to bluff on something so obvious. Unless... He suddenly realized a possibility. Only the noble phantasm of kings can counter the noble phantasm of kings. Could it be that pride also has a noble phantasm of kings? Although there has been no news of the loss of royal treasures from various countries, royal treasures are the foundation of a nation. Apart from the fact that the news of the broken royal sword of the Long Yuan Empire could not be concealed, other empires would never make a fuss, even if they lost their royal treasures. Yan Moxie took a deep breath and didn't delve too deeply into the matter. He knew that even if arrogance truly possessed a royal treasure, he wouldn't reveal it. "You arrogant sir, you say you have seen the supreme heaven. May I ask what kind of weapon the supreme heaven is?" Sumu's lips curled slightly. "You want to know? You'll have to pay more, Yan Moxie. The revolutionary army has 3 vice commanders and 1 commander, all of whom are gold-level experts, but you only provided 3 paths to transcendence. You must be missing the commander's path, right? Tell me the revolutionary army commander's path to transcendence, and I can tell you the information about supreme heaven." Yan Moxie's expression darkened slightly. "Your Excellency, only the commander himself knows his extraordinary path. Even as one of the deputy commanders, I have no right to know. However, I can exchange it for a new technology that the Revolutionary Army has recently researched." "Oh, what technology?" "Mithril activation," Yan Moxie said slowly. "Mithril activation is the latest successful research of the Revolutionary Army. It can make the indestructible mithril active. This active mithril can be integrated into the human body, so the human body's flexibility is not reduced, while also having the defensive power of mithril. In other words, using mithril activation technology can instantly grant a person defensive capabilities comparable to a power servant. Even stronger, because mithril, besides being incredibly hard, also possesses a certain resistance to supernatural powers. Similar to a fully cyborg, but definitely stronger. Becoming a fully cyborg effectively locks off any path to advancement. While there's no potential for advancement, mithril activation eliminates this concern, perfectly combining human potential with the properties of mithril. Sumu's eyes flickered slightly. If this technology was real, its value would be immeasurable. If all the revolutionary soldiers used the mithril activation technology, wouldn't that mean that on top of laws, there would be another silver law? Moreover, it would be a law that does not conflict with the existing system at all. If used by an ordinary person, it would be roughly equivalent to half a power servant. Artificial silver? Let's get straight to the point. If this technology were really as good as you say, the Revolutionary Army would have overthrown the Crimson Flame Empire long ago. Your arrogance is right. This technology does have a major flaw. Ordinary people cannot use it, and even most low-level superhumans who are not power-type cannot use it. Because activated mithril is something that people with weak bodies simply cannot withstand. Forcing oneself to endure it would cause genetic collapse. According to our experiments, the minimum physical requirement for conducting mithril activation experiments is a bronze 3 level via the troll pathway, or a silver transcendent via other pathways. Sumu nodded, not surprised at all. The more powerful the technology, the higher the requirements. There must be other flaws, right? Otherwise, all the silver-ranked and above superhumans in your revolutionary army should have mithril bodies by now, including you. Yan Moxie nodded. That's right. Even if you meet the minimum physical requirements for the experiment, you've only passed the first hurdle. The second hurdle is willpower. When the active mithril is integrated into the body, it will cause unimaginable pain, which is even worse than being slowly sliced into death. The slow slicing can involve up to 1,000 cuts, but when active mithril is incorporated, it acts on every cell, like billions of knives, cutting the body simultaneously for a full 3 days. We conducted this experiment many times, but only one was successful. The test subject was Silver Saint's power servant. After the success, he gained defensive power far exceeding that of his peers. Although he became stronger, he also went mad. The experiment destroyed his psyche, turning him into a completely irrational madman. At this point, Yan Moxie hesitated. Your Excellency, I know this technology has significant flaws, but its future is immeasurable, so... A ring, Sumu said indifferently. What? Yan Moxie was taken aback. Supreme Heaven is a ring, a dark gold ring. Sumu raised his hand slightly, and countless lights and shadows were pulled into his palm, slowly weaving into a dark gold ring with mysterious. Yan Moxie stared intently at the ring, even forgetting to breathe, desperately trying to memorize it, afraid of missing a single detail. In the Crimson Flame Empire, any information about the Supreme Heaven is a top secret. The outside world only hears legends about the Supreme Heaven, and no one has ever seen it with their own eyes. In the past, various empires sent people to infiltrate the Crimson Flame Imperial Palace in an attempt to find the Supreme Heaven. However, the problem was that they did not even know what the Supreme Heaven was. So the search was like looking for a needle in a haystack, and in the end, it naturally ended in failure. No wonder Yan Moxie was excited, because the Supreme Heaven was an insurmountable obstacle for the revolutionary army. The key to overthrowing the rule of the Crimson Flame Empire lay in how to seize the Supreme Heaven. Otherwise, no one could defeat the Crimson Flame royal family that possessed the Supreme Heaven. The rule for using the highest heaven is equivalent exchange. Equivalent exchange? Yan Moxie grew even more excited, as if he had heard the highest secret of the world. He trembled and asked, "What else?" Also, but it costs extra. Yan Moxie's excitement instantly cooled, as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water on his head. He really couldn't afford to pay that much more. If he did, he could sell the entire revolutionary army to the 7 deadly sins. Never mind then. Sumu nodded, saving himself the trouble of lying, because that was the information he had about the Supreme Heaven. Any further information would have to be fabricated. Please wait a moment, Your Excellency. I'll go report to headquarters. The technology for mithril activation will be sent to you shortly. Yan Moxie hurriedly left. He had to quickly transmit the information about Supreme Heaven to the Revolutionary Army headquarters. After a long while, Yan Moxie returned with a sigh of relief, holding a thin booklet in his hand with the words "Mithril Activation" written on it. He respectfully handed it to Lust. Master Xuanqing pretended to look through it carefully, then nodded to Sumu. He was just a fortune teller, so what technical skills did he know? But he figured the Revolutionary Army wouldn't dare to provide fakes. Vice Commander Yan, I look forward to our next collaboration, Sumu said indifferently, and then the two figures slowly disappeared from the spot. After Sumu left, Yan Moxie finally breathed a sigh of relief. Facing an arrogant and lawless powerhouse like Owlman, he was always on edge, afraid that a single word could lead to a fight. Bronze Coffin Company. Can you understand it? I recognize all the individual characters, but I don't recognize them when they're put together. Nangong Mengli pouted playfully. Since Mirong Zhuo's death, she has become less and less pretentious when facing Sumu, and even occasionally reveals the demeanor of a young girl who is appropriate for her age. Sumu's eyes flickered slightly. He was good at seeing through people's hearts, so he could naturally see through Nangong Mengli's mind. However, he didn't say much, but instead acted aloof, which is commonly known as keeping her hanging on. He highly valued Nangong Mengli's abilities and deeply understood a principle. Those who govern people with profit will dissolve. When the profit is gone, those who govern people with power will be abandoned when the power is lost. Only by governing people with heart can one achieve lasting success. The owner of the highest sequence of the Silver Law deserves to be treated this way. Looks like we need to find a professional. Yes, this involves a large number of extraordinary materials. The activation effect is achieved through the interaction of multiple extraordinary materials with mithril. If you want to find an expert in this field, I'm afraid you'll have to kidnap one from the Federal Pharmaceutical Company. No need for that. I have a better candidate. Sumu pictured a girl in a JK uniform with a princess-cut hairstyle. Mu King. Judging by the time, the never-ending recovery potion that Mu King prepared should be almost ready. Who? You'll meet him when you have the chance. Oh, and here, this is for you. Sumu took out a silver-white mask and handed it to Nangong Mengli. Nangong Mengli took the mask, looked at the jealous smile etched on it, and couldn't help but smile. The 7 deadly sins have lost a great general. Are you asking me to replace him? Arrogance. Your Excellency? Sumuwen said gently. It's not a replacement. Blood Abyss is fake, but you are real. This position was originally reserved. Nangong Mengli smiled gently, her eyes curving into crescents, and accepted the jealousy mask with a smile. Are you implying that I am jealous? Sumu smiled silently and did not answer. Knight. Sumu examined the black staff in his hand in the room. It was one of the legendary 12 swords of kingship, the demon sword Void Devourer. The moment he grasped the Void Devourer, he could feel a greedy hunger emanating from it, and his physical and mental strength was rapidly draining away, surging into the sword. Does it need to be fed first in order to use it? Interesting. Sumu's lips curled up slightly, and he immediately mobilized his vast spiritual power, surging it into the Void Devourer. After a moment, his spiritual power was completely devoured. But the Void Devourer was not satisfied and wanted to devour the power in his body. You have a good appetite. He covered the Void Devourer with a black cloth, then hypnotized himself to sleep. A minute later, he opened his eyes, his mental energy instantly replenished, and the crystalline blue light in his eyes flashed brightly. He poured his spiritual power into the Void Devourer once more, and this time, the feeling of hunger from the Void Devourer gradually dissipated. Clang! The black sword was drawn, its snow-white blade gleaming with a sharp, cold light under the moonlight. Are you full already? Sumu tried to wield the Void Devourer. He didn't use any force, just waved it lightly, and the surrounding air was instantly stirred up. Boom! The violent sword energy exploded like a thunderclap from a clear sky. Bang! The windows of the entire room shattered with a deafening roar. Shards of glass scattered all over the floor. Moreover, it was as if the room had been swept by a powerful gust of wind. Wardrobes, bookshelves, tables, and chairs were all overturned by this terrifying pressure. Sumu narrowed his eyes and carefully examined the Void Devourer, its gleaming blade reflecting his handsome face. Is the power determined by how much energy it absorbs? Then let me see your limits. he hypnotized himself into sleep again, replenished his mental energy, and continued to pour it into the sword. The Void Devourer emitted a pleasant chirp, as if acknowledging the generosity of its new master, Sumu. However, the infusion continued. Sumu repeatedly fell asleep and woke up, and then fell asleep again, repeating this dozens of times. A massive amount of spiritual energy was poured into the Void Devourer. This amount of energy had already surpassed that of a gold-level expert. And this time, the sword cry of the Void Devourer was even louder. However, it was no longer pleasurable. It was more like trembling, as if it was about to burst. Sumu casually swung the Void Devourer, and the terrifying sword pressure from before disappeared, becoming obedient and moving at his will. He even discovered that the void devouring technique was beginning to nourish itself. A cool power was flowing from the sword into his body, and his previously depleted physical and mental strength was rapidly recovering. At this point, he finally understood the true function of the Void Devourer. This sword was clearly a storage device that could store the absorbed energy and then unleash it or use it to nourish its master. However, the downside is that there are storage fees. The Void Devourer consumes a certain amount of energy. If you store your power in it and don't use it for a period of time, you will find that the power inside is gone when you try to use it again. It has all been swallowed up by the Void Devourer. A greedy memory tea. This is Sumu's definition of Void Devourer. It is indeed very strong. If two gold-level experts were to fight, and one of them possessed Void Devourer, and continuously put energy into it for a month in advance, filling it with the full size of a gold-level expert, then when the battle took place, it would be equivalent to 2 against 1. However, the drawback is that the energy is not stored permanently. If the user wants to keep the total amount of energy in the sword constant, they need to pour it into it every day and pay the Void Devourer a storage fee every day. Otherwise, the Void Devourer will line its own pockets. This can be understood as meaning that once you acquire the Void Devourer, it means that it will be difficult for the user to maintain their peak condition, because something is constantly sucking your blood. With such distinct advantages and disadvantages, it's no wonder the Revolutionary Army would choose to trade with the Void Devourers. Even when there's no battle, simply raising the Devourers is enough to drive anyone crazy. Silver-level experts can hardly afford it, while gold-level experts are unwilling to bear it. If they are devoured by the void every day, won't they stop improving? Although gold represents the pinnacle of extraordinary beings, it doesn't mean that gold-level experts have no room for improvement. A veteran expert who has accumulated experience in the gold realm for over a decade is definitely stronger than a newly promoted gold-level expert. Fortunately, this drawback is not a big deal for Sumu, because his mental strength is virtually limitless. The only downside is that nourishing the Void Devourer will exacerbate the increase in his total mental energy. Just those dozens of times he fell asleep repeatedly have already caused his total mental energy to surge significantly. It was thanks to the recent increase in his physical strength that he was able to overcome the strain of what he had just done. Even though he was already immortal, being in an overloaded state was like forcing an adult to wear a child's clothes. Not only comfortable, but also extremely inconvenient to move around in. Sumu put away the overfed Void Devourer, took out his pocket watch and glanced at it. It was already 3 in the morning, and most people should be asleep by then. It was about time. So he entered the dream world and searched through it to find Mu King's dream. He took a step, as if traversing endless dimensions, and finally landed in Mu King's dream. Duan Mu King, you can't escape. The destiny of your Duanmu family for generations is to refine extraordinary potions for the company. Your father is like that, and so are you. A blurry figure in black was Chaster Mu King. To be precise, it was Duanmu King. Duanmu King fled in terror, but more and more men in black appeared around her, leaving her with nowhere to run. I'd rather die than help you refine medicine. With a resolute expression, she pulled out a mithril dagger from her body and slashed it fiercely at her own neck, blood gushing out from her delicate. Her body collapsed to the ground, her eyes gradually becoming vacant. The coldness and darkness around her enveloped her, with only her warm blood still flowing. Crimson and darkness intertwined on the girl's body, exuding an unusual beauty. A man in black walked over with a cold smile, holding a bottle of pale gold, extraordinary potion that seemed to flow with starlight. Do you recognize this? It's a miraculous healing potion. This is a masterpiece of Duanmu family. With it, you won't die. Duanmu King, who was gradually losing her vitality, showed an extremely complex of terror in her eyes after seeing the bottle of medicine. The scene ends there, and Duanmu King wakes up from her nightmare. In the cold, silvery white room, a woman wearing a silver metal collar curled up on the pristine white bed. She was suddenly jolted awake from a nightmare, her petite body already drenched in cold sweat. Awake? A cold male voice sounded outside the door, the sound coming into the room through the small window with bars on the silver alloy door. Upon hearing the male voice, Duanmu King's body trembled instinctively, and a deep-seated hatred surfaced in her eyes as she stared intently at the face outside the fence. He was a man with a gloomy face and a hooked nose. The man gave a mocking smile. Have you thought it through? As long as you agree to work for the Federal Pharmaceutical Company, you'll be free immediately, and the collar around your neck will be removed. Duanmu King remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on the man. Your Duanmu family is really stubborn. You could have obtained unimaginable wealth simply by agreeing, but you insist on resisting. I know what you're thinking. You just think that the Duanmu family is the founder of the Federal Pharmaceutical Company, and that we, the newcomers, have taken over your company, so you're unwilling to cooperate with us. But as it turns out, it was precisely because of us newcomers who joined the company that it was developed into the world's #1 company. Now, who in the world doesn't know Federal Pharmaceuticals? It's because you're too stubborn and stuck in the old ways. The chairman is kind-hearted. He didn't eliminate you losers, but instead kept you on the company, yet you show no gratitude. Xu Shang, you're a beast. How can you say such ungrateful things? Duanmu King said expressionlessly. You are my father's only disciple. He helped you refine the golden potion to make you into gold. But you repaid kindness with enmity, helping the company capture my father, imprisoning him, and forcing him to refine extraordinary potions for you day and night. Chu Shang's mocking smile gradually turned cold. Master's current predicament is entirely his own fault. Who told him to block the chairman's path to making money? You call releasing plagues and then selling treatments making money. Do you know how many people have died in this world because of you? Duanmu King's anger flared even higher. Heh. The reason they died was because they didn't work hard enough to earn money and couldn't afford the medicine. Who can they blame? You're a beast. Duanmu King, you should understand the principle of the victor is king, the loser is villain. Your Duanmu family is finished. As the last remaining member, if you don't want the Duanmu family to be completely wiped out, then you should obediently cooperate with us. You're dreaming. Ah! The collar around Duanmu King's neck suddenly crackled with electricity, and countless tiny blue currents shot out, raging wildly across her petite body. She screamed in agony, convulsing on the bed. A minute later, Chu Shang released the button on the remote control and sneered. Duanmu King, although the chairman instructed me that you are the only heir of the Duanmu family and the last owner of Wood Spirit Breath, and told me not to hurt you and only to punish you slightly. If you remain stubborn, then don't blame me for not considering our past relationship. Thanks to your Duanmu family, the company now possesses over 1,000 types of extraordinary potions, including some that are essentially hidden. If it weren't for concerns about causing irreversible damage to your soul and affecting the future refining of extraordinary potions, I would have used them on you long ago. I'm giving you one last day to think it over. Make sure you've thought it through. After saying that, Chu Shang ignored Duanmu King, who was as lifeless as a corpse, and turned to leave on the pristine white bed. Duanmu King lay with a blank, desperate gaze fixed on the equally ceiling. Dad. Mom, everyone. Her relatives who'd been persecuted kept flashing through her mind, and those happy scenes now turned into tears that silently streamed down her face. She was still just a young girl. Faced with her current predicament, unwilling to compromise, the last resort she could think of was suicide, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. Because the collar around the neck can constantly monitor the wearer's strong thoughts, it will immediately trigger an electric shock if there is any suicidal behavior, thus stopping the suicide attempt. Moreover, this Federal Pharmaceuticals Red Flame branch has far too many excellent healing medicines. Even if someone successfully commits suicide, medical personnel will immediately come to treat their wounds and bring them back to life. Prisoners of her caliber might even be able to use healing potions, making them virtually invincible. As for using the nightmare world to escape, she had considered it, but Chu Shang was more thorough in his planning. There are at least 2 weeks before she enters the nightmare world again. Chu Shang has already prepared an anti-potion, which he will give her when the time comes. A bottle of sleep-inducing potion can keep a person awake for a month. Chu Shang's initial plan was to have her take the sleep-inducing potion indefinitely and give up sleep forever. Although people will die if they don't sleep for a long time, Chu Shang will use various rare medicines to keep her alive. Even though this will greatly shorten her lifespan, the company doesn't care about the life or death of a tool. It only cares about how well this tool creates value while she is alive. Duanmu King tried every possible method, but in the end, she still couldn't find a way. She realized that she might never be able to take revenge, and might even be controlled by her enemies and imprisoned for eternity to make medicine. The most terrifying thing is that the company will squeeze out her last bit of value, and in the final stage of her life, force her to conceive and give birth to a new wood spirit breath. Despair, endless despair. Why is this world always filled with despair? Duanmu King murmured to herself, staring blankly at the ceiling. Miss Mu, is my medicine ready? Sumu's gentle voice rang in Duanmu King's ear. Duanmu King's previously empty eyes quickly focused. She struggled to sit up and looked toward the source of the sound, where she saw a composed and elegant figure standing quietly before her. At that moment, she seemed to come alive again, her black gem-like eyes regaining their luster, as if her body had been infused with a new soul. Mr. Su. She looked at Sumu in front of her, trembling, afraid that this was just her imagination. Sumu smiled slightly, and that smile, in Duanmu King's eyes, was like the warm spring sun, the first ray of light illuminating her dark life. Long time no see, Mu. It's been a long time, Mr. Su. Duanmu King said tremblingly, the sudden surprise making her tears, which she had been holding back, seem about to burst forth. When people are in their most desperate moments, they may truly be moved to tears if they encounter a savior. Duanmu King was especially certain that as long as Sumu made a move, she would definitely be saved. She still vividly remembered the scene in this kingdom, where Sumu single-handedly overthrew the Sea Kingdom and defeated the Sea God's followers. "Mr. Su, did you come to save me?" Duanmu King's voice was filled with trembling anticipation. Sumu shook his head. "I'm here to get the medicine." Duanmu's eyes dimmed. "I'm sorry, Mr. Su, I hadn't gathered all the raw materials before I was arrested by the company." Sumu's smile remained unchanged. "I really can't do anything with you. It seems I have no choice but to save you first. Remember to help me refine medicine after we get out." Duanmu Jiao's body trembled, her beautiful eyes fixed on the man in front of her. The gentle smile on his lips quickly filled the emptiness and despair in her heart. Suddenly, she burst into laughter through her tears and nodded vigorously. "Okay, it's a deal." She paused, then added softly, "Thank you, Mr. Su. You're welcome. Tell me what happened first, and then I'll figure out how to get you out." Duanmu King was about to speak when her expression turned tense. "Mr. Su, someone checks my cell every now and then. If they find you, don't worry, they won't be able to find me." As soon as Sumu finished speaking, he disappeared without a trace, as if he had never existed. Duanmu King was slightly surprised and asked cautiously, "Mr. Su?" "I'm here." Sumu's voice rang in Duanmu King's mind. "This is a mental link. You don't need to speak. You can communicate with me directly in your mind." Duanmu King nodded her little head, then lay back down on the bed, reverting to her previous expressionless state. "Mr. Su, can you hear me?" "Yes, I can hear you." "How long have you been detained?" "I was arrested in the last 2 days. Actually, I lied to you before. My real name is Duanmu King, and I am not from the Crimson Flame Empire. I know, the Duanmu family of the Longyuan Empire." Sumu had just learned this information in Duanmu King's dream. The Duanmu family is a noble family in the Longyuan Empire. Although they are not strong in combat, they are famous for their alchemy. Their ancestors founded the Federal Pharmaceutical Company, which initially only operated within the Longyuan Empire. Later, as its reputation grew, more and more people enlisted, not only in the Longyuan Empire, but also in other empires, and more branch companies were opened. However, as the number of shareholders increased, the Duanmu family, who were only good at alchemy, began to be sidelined, and the two sides' philosophies began to diverge drastically. The Duanmu family originated from a family of doctors, whose ancestral motto was to heal the sick and save lives. Later, by chance, they became extraordinary individuals, and eventually the first gold-level expert was born, thus joining the ranks of the nobility. Even after becoming nobles, the Duanmu family remained true to their original aspirations, using their abilities to develop new drugs to help people and save lives. However, all of this changed after the establishment of the Federal Pharmaceutical Company. As various forces invested, the Duanmu family gradually went from being the leaders to being marginalized, and eventually they were only responsible for refining medicine. When the Duanmu family had researched more than 1,000 kinds of extraordinary medicines, enough to meet the various needs of the market, their value was gradually squeezed dry. The major shareholders wanted to make more money, so they planned to release plague medicine and then sell the antidote. This plan was stopped by the Duanmu family, and the persecution began. Faced with the desires of the human heart, the Duanmu family was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Their attempt to expose the company's actions ultimately resulted in massacre and imprisonment. Those who were not considered valuable were slaughtered, while those who were considered valuable were imprisoned and used to make medicine. Of course, some of them escaped. Duanmu King was one of those who escaped. A common man is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing a treasure. This saying is most fitting for the Duanmu family, who possess exceptional alchemy skills, but lack the corresponding strength to protect them. Mr. Su, I didn't expect you to know so much about the Longyuan Empire. Our Duanmu family has been gone for decades, and even many locals in the Longyuan Empire have forgotten about this family. Duanmu King was slightly surprised, amazed by Sumu's extensive knowledge. Then she began to recount what had happened after she returned from the Sea Kingdom. It turns out that her arrest was ultimately related to Sumu. Duanmu King initially fled from the Longyuan Empire to the Cheyenne Empire to escape the company's pursuit. There was also a branch of the Federal Pharmaceutical Company in the Cheyenne Empire, so she usually kept a low profile and rarely went out. After meeting Sumu in the Sea Kingdom, she was entrusted by Sumu to refine the extraordinary potion of endless recovery. Due to a lack of raw materials, she went to the black market to search for them, but was discovered by the branch company and eventually arrested. I never imagined this matter would be related to me. Duanmu King quickly said, "This is not your fault, Mr. Su. It was my own carelessness." Sumu agreed, "Indeed." Duanmu King, "By the way, where are they holding you? This doesn't look like a company building, it looks more like a secret base." "That's right. This is an experimental base of the Federal Pharmaceuticals Red Flame branch, where many people are imprisoned and used for human experiments." Sumu's eyes flickered slightly. "Then are there many extraordinary potions here?" "Most of what's here are worthless but highly profitable junk. Medicines, as well as various plague medicines. High profits despite no value." Duanmu King sneered inwardly. In this world, only by selling garbage at high prices can one enjoy high profits. Take, for example, the strong foundation drug that the Federal Pharmaceutical Company is promoting. The ingredients in the strengthening base drug are all useless junk. Drinking it will not benefit the human body in the slightest, and may even cause gastrointestinal discomfort if consumed in excess. However, it is claimed to prolong life and strengthen the body. It is a highly profitable business. There are also gene-healing essences that claim to cure all diseases, treat internal and external injuries, showing significant effects after consumption. However, they actually deplete the body's potential, and long-term use can lead to a shortened lifespan. The company's tactics impressed Sumu. He realized they really knew how to make money. "Mr. Su, do you know that these are not the most profitable products? The most profitable product of Federal Pharmaceutical Company is the Chosen One." "Chosen One? Could it be related to the Chosen One?" "That's right. The Chosen Potion is said to help Nightmare Apostles become Chosen Ones. Countless Nightmare Apostles flock to it. Everyone knows that in the Nightmare world, only by becoming a superhuman can one survive. However, those superhuman potions that can help people directly obtain the law are too expensive and difficult to buy. Thus, the Chosen Potion was created, which can increase the probability of Nightmare Apostles becoming Chosen Ones, and the effect is better with continued use. Everyone wants to be a Chosen One, because once you awaken your own consciousness, you don't have to worry about subsequent potions or extraordinary pathways. Furthermore, Nightmare Apostles are inherently precarious individuals, and in order to survive, they often spend their entire fortune to purchase the Chosen Potion. Then, once they enter the Nightmare world, the most exciting part begins. Those who are chosen by nature do not need to take the Chosen One potion to awaken on their own. But after they awaken, they attribute it to the Chosen One potion and become the best promoters. Those without talent, unable to awaken their abilities, naturally cannot survive in the Nightmare world with extremely high mortality rate. This resulted in the Chosen One potion truly becoming a miracle drug that had absolutely no effect, yet received 0 negative reviews. Listening to Duanmu King's slightly indignant explanation, Sumu couldn't help but exclaim. Brilliant! No wonder Federal Pharmaceuticals has become #1 in the world. There's a reason for it. They really have one trick after another. Mr. Su, why is it that these upper-class people are so evil when they are all human beings? Duanmu King felt somewhat gloomy. Whenever she thought of the Federal Pharmaceutical Company's methods of fooling and exploiting the people, she couldn't help but feel angry and sigh. Because human desires are limitless, it's not accurate to think that people at the top are bad and people at the bottom are kind. Many times, some seemingly kind people at the bottom are only good because they don't have the ability to do evil. Once they reach the position of the upper class, they can easily make 10 times the money by selling medicine, and they will also be unable to resist the temptation. Duanmu King was taken aback and subconsciously retorted, "But our Duanmu family doesn't have that." Sumu smiled slightly. So, the reason why this world has not collapsed is because there is a group of truly noble people. If the Duanmu family colludes with them, what do you think the consequences will be? With your alchemy skills combined with their money-making methods, do you believe the company could wreak havoc on the entire world? With unlimited money, they would begin to pursue power, wage wars, and attempt to overthrow the 7 empires. It was the Duanmu family's refusal that prevented the Federal Pharmaceutical Company from reaching this point so quickly. It remained just as a company. The world is broken and dilapidated, but there are always people who patch it up. Sumu's words deeply moved Duanmu King. This was the first time she had heard someone affirm her family, and from a perspective she had never imagined. She used to simply think that her clansmen were doing the right thing, that the Duanmu family had not colluded with these scumbags and had upheld the family's bottom line. But Sumu recognized the Duanmu family from the perspective of the entire world. It made her clearly realize where she was right. "Mr. Su, are you also someone who sews and mends?" Duanmu King asked in her heart, her voice trembling slightly, like the faint cry of a deer in the forest. "You want me to be, don't you?" Sumu's gentle voice touched her heart. Duanmu nodded vigorously. Sumu smiled slightly. "Then that's me. Would you like to come with me?" "May I?" Duanmu King's voice trembled slightly, carrying a pitiful timidity, as if every word was carefully chosen. Sumu's smile widened. He knew he had tricked another new member into joining. "Of course, you're welcome to join the 7 deadly sins." Duanmu King, who was just feeling moved, was stunned when she heard the words 7 deadly sins. Her petite body even shuddered. The 7 deadly sins? Although she kept a low profile and avoided being caught by the company, she wasn't so out of touch that she hadn't even heard of the 7 deadly sins. On the contrary, she had not only heard of it, but it was also very well known to her. The 7 deadly sins are famous not only in the Crimson Flame Empire, but also throughout the world. In particular, the 7 deadly sins recently killed a nobleman of gold. A gold-level expert is someone who stands at the pinnacle of the world. In peacetime, openly killing a gold-level expert is essentially equivalent to declaring war on the empire, a fight to the death. No matter how much the 7 empires are at odds, they would never kill the gold-level experts of the other country, because doing so would mean the outbreak of a full-scale war. But they committed the 7 deadly sins. "Mr. Su, you're a member of the 7 deadly sins?" "Exactly." "Then you are arrogant." Duanmu King's pupils suddenly contracted, and her cherry-pink lips formed an O shape. Pride, the first of the 7 deadly sins. After a brief moment of shock, Duanmu King did not feel any sense of unease. After seeing the news about arrogance, she had wondered who arrogance was. Now that she knew that arrogance was Sumu, she felt that it made sense. Only a strong person like Mr. Suk could build such a powerful organization. After learning Sumu's true identity, Duanmu King felt even more confident about escaping. She asked expectantly, "Su, how do we get out of here? What do you need me to do?" Sumu's lips curled into a mysterious smile. "Why do you want to leave?" Duanmu King was taken aback. "Not leaving? But don't you think this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get free stuff from federal pharmaceuticals?" Duanmu King became increasingly confused, completely failing to understand what Sumu meant. Sumu explained, "They captured you to make you refine extraordinary potions, so will they provide you with the raw materials for free?" "You mean?" Duanmu King's eyes widened as she instantly realized what was going on. "That's right. You should agree to them tomorrow and make medicine for them. The federal pharmaceutical company is arresting you, not to make those trashy medicines, but rare medicines with extremely high technical difficulty. This also means that the raw materials they provide will be exceptionally precious. They are even unavailable on the market. Moreover, the rare potions they refine will definitely not circulate on the market. They will contact some powerful clients, or even nobles, to purchase them. Imagine if, after those major clients paid their deposits, I switched to drugs, and the federal pharmaceutical company delivered counterfeit goods on time. What would the consequences be?" Duanmu King's lit up instantly. She hated the federal pharmaceutical company to the extreme, and now that she could trip up the federal pharmaceutical company and even swindle a large amount of extraordinary materials, she was extremely to do so. As for whether Sumu could take the refined extraordinary potion from the company, she wasn't worried at all. The next day, Chu Sheng returned to the cell where Duanmu King was imprisoned. Unlike last time when he was empty-handed, this time he was holding a bottle of light pink potion. His cold eyes peered through the bars of the silver alloy gate. "Have you made up your mind? If you're still so stubborn, then I'll have no choice but to use drugs to control you." "I agree." Chu Sheng was slightly taken aback, staring intently at Duanmu King's expressionless face. "You agree?" "Yes, I agree to work for the company." Chu Sheng frowned, feeling that something was off. Why had Duanmu King, who had been so resolute, suddenly changed her mind? He still had so many methods he hadn't used yet, and she had already given in. "Don't try anything funny. This base is heavily guarded, you can't escape. Furthermore, you'll be closely watched during the potion-making process. If you try to concoct any illegal drugs..." "Chu Sheng, I know I can never leave this place in this lifetime, so I accept my fate. I will help you refine potions, but I have one condition." "What are the conditions?" "My condition is that during the time I work for you, I want the best material comforts in the world. Although I will lose my freedom, I want to live comfortably." Suddenly Chu Sheng laughed. "It seems you've finally come to your senses. That's the right way. Why make things difficult for yourself in this life? If your Duanmu family had realized this earlier, you wouldn't have ended up like this." Duanmu King's eyes suddenly turned icy cold, a chilling, killing intent swirling within them. "I have a second condition, and that is that you get out of here. I don't want to see you, you beast, when I'm refining medicine, and not just when I'm refining medicine, but forever. Forever disappear from my sight. If these two conditions cannot be met, I would rather die than work for you." Sensing Duanmu King's disgust and anger, Chu Sheng smiled happily. He didn't care what she thought. As long as he could make money, that was enough. Compared to Duanmu King's value, these two conditions were insignificant. "Okay, I promise you. Let's get started." Chu Sheng turned and left, and he never appeared again. Two staff members in white protective suits arrived and led Duanmu King to a sealed laboratory. The head of the laboratory was an elderly man with gray hair. He seemed to have known Duanmu King's identity for a long time. He nodded slightly, and then coldly pointed to the experimental table, and said, This is where the divine healing potion, invented by your Duanmu family, is being developed. Although the company has already the formula, the part about the fusion of extraordinary materials is technically very difficult. Without the help of a wood spirit breath, the success rate of the potion is less than 1%. Since you're here, let's refine a batch of divine healing potions first to increase the success rate. Duanmu King glanced at the other person expressionlessly, her disgust undisguised. Without a word, she walked to the lab table and began her work. Inside the monitoring room, Chu Shang smiled as he watched the footage on the monitor and nodded in satisfaction. With Duanmu King's addition, the success rate of the divine healing potion will be greatly improved, which will save the company a lot of costs. A female secretary standing nearby smiled and said, "President Chu, this time it's all thanks to you for capturing Duanmu King. With her around, our branch's performance will definitely reach new heights. Perhaps you'll even have a seat on the board of directors next year." Ha ha ha. Chu Shang laughed heartily, but the coldness in his eyes did not fade at all. That's true, but we must send someone to keep a close eye on Duanmu during this period. I know her. She has always been a stubborn person since she was a child. I don't know if she has really come to her senses this time, or if she is going to do something naughty. Don't worry, President Chu. This base is full of our people. Duanmu King alone can't cause any trouble. After a busy day, Duanmu King successfully produced a bottle of healing potion. Everyone in the laboratory was excited, because in addition to their fixed salary, they also received a commission for each finished product. The divine healing potion is a priceless medicine coveted even by gold-level experts. The commission from just one bottle could equal several years' salary for them. Dragging her tired body, Duanmu King returned to her room, which had been completely transformed. The silver walls were now covered with pink bear wallpaper. The thin flat bed was now covered with a soft mattress, and a brown bear was thoughtfully placed next to her pillow. The table in front of the bed was filled with delicious food, all delivered from high-end restaurants, including dishes, juices, cakes, and ice cream. These adorable things were once her favorites, but now she only feels utterly disgusted by them. If it weren't for Sumu's request, she would never have made such a request to her enemy. Miss Duanmu, you've done a great job. I've already seen a new batch of extraordinary materials being transported here. Sumu's gentle voice echoed in Duanmu King's mind. That's wonderful, Mr. Su. Do you know where Chu Shang hid the new healing potion I just concocted today? On the top floor, in the safe in his office. The combination is 2733984. Duanmu King's mood instantly brightened. Using the extraordinary materials provided by Chu Shang, she would refine her own potion, which would definitely cause the Federal Pharmaceutical Company heavy losses this time. Mr. Su, your method is fantastic. Sumu smiled slightly. Don't be too happy yet, because even happier things are yet to come. Duanmu King's eyes brightened slightly. Mr. Su, what other plans do you have? What is truly valuable is not extraordinary medicine. What is that? These are the prescriptions in Chu Shang's mind. The Federal Pharmaceutical Company has been developing for decades. Even without the help of the Duanmu family, with its huge financial resources, it has created many new extraordinary drugs over the years. What we need to do next is to get these prescriptions. Duanmu King was slightly taken aback. How do I take this? It's very simple. Enter the dream. Late at night, after Chu Shang and his female secretary had fallen asleep, Sumu took Duanmu King into his dream. Because the extraordinary prescription involved too much specialized knowledge, he took Duanmu King with him as a caution, so that he could better steal the prescription. The plan proceeded very smoothly. Even though Chu Shang was a gold-level expert, he would not be on guard in his dream. With Duanmu King's help, some of the confidential drug formulas developed by the Federal Pharmaceutical Company were stolen. Sumu did not steal too much at once, because stimulating Chu Shang to recall a large number of complex prescriptions in a short period of time would easily wake him up and arouse his suspicion, just like it's difficult for a person to complete a math exam in a dream. However, he wasn't in a hurry. He had plenty of time and could take his time. Days passed by like this. Duanmu King worked very diligently, completing her tasks with high quality and quantity every day. Perhaps because she was working so hard, the raw materials for the healing potion were all used up. Chu Shang then found other rare and extraordinary materials and asked her to refine other potions, which she agreed to one by one. During this time, in order to fulfill Sumu's previous instructions, Duanmu King deliberately claimed that she wanted to improve the extraordinary potion Endless Recovery, tricked Chu Shang into giving her the raw materials for Endless Recovery, and successfully refined it. Later, Chu Shang also locked the Unending Recovery Extraordinary Potion in the safe, preparing to ship it out together later. That very evening, Sumu switched the bottle of medicine, and it ended up in his hands. Seeing that he had obtained the Unending Recovery effortlessly, Sumu drank it all in one buzz. The bronze law's net reappeared, and the star representing Endless Recovery descended its light, falling upon Sumu. With this, he finally reached Bronze 3. That's right, Bronze 3. Because he had too many laws within him, which were far beyond the limit, it was impossible to judge his level based on the quantity. For convenience, he simply used the three-piece set of a true man: Mighty Fist, Iron Will, and never-ending recovery to judge his level. The Immaculate Heart, all things in the universe, and endless demonic sound were all removed and not included in the calculation. Finally, I have the qualifications to advance to silver, Sumu muttered to himself. The laws within his body were too chaotic. Apart from the power servant path, which was clear, he didn't know how to advance to silver with the other laws. In particular, the laws inherent in dreams cannot be found in any relevant information in the world today. Speaking of which, based on past experience, the laws inherent in dreams should have appeared by now, right? Sumu frowned slightly. This connection with Endless Recovery mainly improved his physical body, but it also brought some spiritual enhancement. It seems that my mental strength is not enough. He couldn't help but marvel. This third law was even more difficult to enact than he had imagined. He had already increased his mental strength dozens of times in order to feed the Void Devourer. And now with the mental strength provided by Endless Recovery, it was still not enough. This piqued his curiosity. So, Sumu stopped waiting and started a mental power surge mode. That is, constantly falling asleep and waking up and falling asleep. After this was repeated 6 times, the long-awaited third law finally appeared. When this third law appeared, the spiritual boost it brought caused his spiritual power to surge to another level, faintly reaching the limit that his current body could accommodate. However, after he learned about this third law, he couldn't help but feel that it was all worthwhile. The third law of dreams awakening from a stunning loss. The ability of soul awakening is quite simple. It can directly affect the soul. The reason why people can feel warmth, pain, and all sorts of emotions is that the physical body first comes into contact with these sensations and then transmits them to the soul. The immortal siren has no soul, so it cannot perceive these things, and that's the reason. The function of awakening from the fall of the soul is to bypass the physical body and transmit these sensations directly to the soul. To give a simple example, if Sumu uses all things in the world to simulate a ball of fire and throws it at an enemy. The enemy will only be startled, but will not feel the burning sensation. However, when combined with soul awakening, the burning pain of the flames will be transmitted to the soul. But in reality, it does not cause any harm, only a sensation. Sumu increasingly felt that the laws he obtained in his dream were complementary, somewhat similar to Yang Dongqing, a chosen one who awakened autonomously, formed his own system. Now that he has soul-shattering awakening, his illusion magic is becoming more and more perfect. With all three laws in effect, it's no exaggeration to call it manipulation of the five senses. He experimented with his new abilities for a long time, until he took Duan King into his dream at night to steal the extraordinary formula before he stopped. As always, they guided Chu Shang's dream, causing extraordinary formulas to appear within it. This time, they stole the formula for the Berserk Potion. Berserk Potion is a best-selling product of the Federal Pharmaceutical Company and is used as a trump card by many superhumans. Although it has the side effect of overdraft in life-or-death battles, a bottle of Berserk Potion that can temporarily enhance strength can definitely save lives. Before long, the recipe for the Berserk Potion was successfully stolen, but Duan King was stunned when she saw the recipe. "What's wrong? Is there a problem with the formula?" Sumu asked. Duan King shook her head and bit her cherry lips lightly. "The formula is fine, but I didn't expect that the main ingredient of the Berserk Potion would be blood." "Blood? Troll blood from gold level. Transcendent. Even though it's diluted, it's still incredible. There are many Berserk Potions on the market. Even if one drop of troll blood can make 100 Berserk Potions, how much blood would that take?" Sumu's eyes flickered slightly as he recalled the extraordinary path he had obtained from Yan Moxie regarding the troll. Troll is an advancement of Power Servant, composed of 3 silver laws: Power Servant plus Bloodthirsty Berserker plus Demon Heart Soul. Both the Bloody Berserker and Demon Heart Soul have similar berserk effects, which may be why Berserk Potions require the blood of trolls. However, this blood certainly couldn't have been bought from a troll gold-level expert. A gold-level expert has too many ways to make money. They wouldn't stoop to something as degrading as selling blood. Perhaps the Federal Pharmaceuticals Corporation is imprisoning a troll? Moreover, this troll is most likely cultivated by the company itself, rather than an outside noble. Otherwise, the risk of exposure would be too great. This is not the war-torn period of decades ago, but a time of peace. The disappearance of a member of a wealthy and powerful family in peacetime is a very serious matter. Sumu shared his speculation, which was immediately confirmed by Duan King. "Mr. Su, you are absolutely right. The company is capable of doing this kind of thing, and we have the capability to do it." Cultivating a gold-level expert is extremely difficult because it cannot be achieved simply by administering extraordinary potions. Taking extraordinary potions does not eliminate the possibility of failure. This probability is not very noticeable when you are at the bronze level, and as long as your talent is not too bad, you can basically succeed. However, when you reach the silver level, the probability of failure increases significantly. Many bronze-level Tier 3 extraordinary individuals have gone bankrupt buying a bottle of silver potion, but all of them have ended in failure after taking it. At the gold level, the probability of failure is terrifying. Therefore, those who reach the gold level are exceptional geniuses, 1 in a million. Only a company with the financial resources to support large-scale trial and error can ultimately cultivate a single gold-level expert. Sumu continued to speculate, following her words. This method of cultivating gold-level experts is extremely costly, even exceeding the value of the gold-level experts themselves. If it were to enhance the company's strength, they could simply hire them. Therefore, their only purpose in doing this is to obtain the Berserk Potion. Yes, a gold-level expert can live for 100 years. If used properly, he is a cash cow for the company. One person can guarantee 100 years of profit. They definitely can't resist. At this point, a hint of pity flashed in Duan Mu King's eyes. With just a simple guess, she could imagine what kind of life this gold-level expert had led in the past. They were in a similar situation to me, but even worse off, because I was a pharmacist, while they were the medicine themselves. While Duan Mu King was sighing, Sumu quietly had an idea. A gold-level expert who was being kept in captivity. Wouldn't that be perfect for his use? He even began to look forward to what crazy things a dignified gold-level expert, if he were imprisoned like livestock and had his blood drawn every day, once he was released from his cage. The other party's life, even worse than that of the pigs in the pigsty. At least no one cuts meat off the pigs every day, sells it piece by piece, and then endlessly recycles it once the pigs have grown up. Where will this powerful golden-level expert be imprisoned? After a moment's thought, Sumu had his answer. First of all, the fact that Chu Shang knew the formula for the Berserk Potion speaks volumes. The scandal of imprisoning a gold-level expert and drawing blood is something that the fewer people who know about it, the better. Anyone who knows about it must be a participant. Since Chu Shang knew this, and he was the CEO of the Crimson Flame branch of the Federal Pharmaceuticals, it was highly likely that this gold-level expert was imprisoned in the Crimson Flame Empire. Compared to other empires, the Crimson Flame Empire is undoubtedly the most turbulent, as evidenced by the existence of the Revolutionary Army, which demonstrates the Crimson Flame Empire's weakened control. Therefore, this is the most suitable place for it to thrive. Chu Shang's decision to imprison such an important tool as Duan Mu King in this base indicates his high level of confidence in its defensive capabilities. Therefore, with this thought in mind, Sumu was almost certain that it was true. To find the answer, he once again entered Chu Shang's dream. A moment later, Sumu returned. As expected, this gold-level expert was being held in this base and in an extremely secure location, at a higher level than Duan Mu King. Located 3 underground, it is guarded by layers of security and has walls of mithril, making it impossible for even a fly to get in. However, none of this could stump Sumu. Under the cover of the dream, he didn't even need to search for the entrance to the 3rd underground level. His body gradually sank and slowly disappeared into the ground. After descending dozens of meters, he finally arrived at the 3rd underground level. Passing through layers of walls and guards, he found a prison made entirely of mithril at the deepest part. Upon entering the prison, there was a mithril cage inside, with countless mithril chains extending from the prison walls and eventually connecting to the skeleton-like creature inside. Why, it described as a skull shape. The person imprisoned in the cage was no longer human. He was emaciated like a skeleton in human skin, with long hair tangled like a mess, covering most of his face, revealing only his sunken eye, sockets, and cracked lips. Those empty eyes held no life, only endless despair and numbness. More than a dozen thin, transparent tubes were connected to his body. The top 5 or 6 transparent tubes were filled with various colored liquids, which were constantly being poured into his body, while the bottom semi-transparent tubes were bright red, slowly but continuously drawing blood from his body. Sumu stepped forward, passed through the fence, and entered the cage. His eyes kept looking at the transparent tubes on the cage. He discovered that these tubes were actually delivering various medical and nutritional drugs. To put it bluntly, they're just keeping this gold-level expert on his toes. Judging from the moldy and blackened food scattered around, this gold-level expert must have wanted to commit suicide by starvation for a long time, but the company wouldn't give him the chance. You don't want to eat? Then we'll give you intravenous nutrition. Sumu circled around the gold-level expert, marveling at the body pierced by mithril chains, the steel needles protruding from his wrists, ankles, and major joints, and the collar around his neck. This was absolutely the most miserable, gold-ranked expert he had ever seen, without exception. Lin Kanyang. A cold voice suddenly rang out in the prison. Lin Kanyang remained motionless, like a corpse, without even a flicker of emotion in his eyes, as if he hadn't heard a thing. Do you want revenge? The indifferent voice echoed in the narrow cell, like the whisper of a demon. At this moment, color reappeared in Lin Kanyang's lifeless eyes for the first time. He slowly raised his head, like a rusty machine that hadn't moved for a long time. The mere act of raising his head caused his neck to crack. A person came into his line of sight. A person who stands in the darkness, yet still shines brightly. A crisp tailcoat, a jet-black gentleman's cane, an elegant top hat, and a silver mask with a disdainful smile. Lin Kanyang stared at the man in front of him for a long time. He opened his mouth, but it seemed that he hadn't spoken for a long time. When he opened his mouth, no sound came out. He paused for a long time, feeling the long-lost vibration of his vocal cords, and tried to make some indistinct sounds, but he eventually gave up. She slowly lowered her head and closed her eyes, as if she had fallen asleep. Sumu chuckled softly, knowing that Lin Kanyang had completely lost his fighting spirit. Perhaps Lin Kanyang once thought of revenge, but after enduring endless suffering and imprisonment, he now only wants to die. It's a perfectly normal thought. When life is nothing but suffering, people will naturally think about ending their lives. However, Sumu didn't come here to help Lin Kanyang find relief. No desire to live? It's simple, I'll help you rebuild. Humans can endure darkness, provided they have never seen the light. Since Lin Kanyang has forgotten what that looks like, let's help him find it again. Sumu's figure slowly disappeared, like a ghost entering Lin Kanyang's dream. Thick gray smog obscured the sky, the land was barren. Cracks spread like spider webs on the streets, and weeds sprouted from the cracks. Abandoned vehicles lay scattered about, their bodies rusted and worn. The once grand buildings had lost their color, windows broken, walls crumbling. The wind howled through the empty corridors, making an eerie sound, like the city wailing. There was no sound here except for the wind. There were no humans, no birds or beasts, and even the main body of the dream, Lin Kanyang, did not exist. Seeing a dream without a subject for the first time, Sumu's interest. Based on his understanding of dreams, he guessed that Lin Kanyang's consciousness was probably on the verge of self-destruction. Unable to commit suicide, Lin Kanyang's intense desire to die, suppressed for so long, gradually manifested in his self-awareness, causing his consciousness to weaken and ultimately leading to his self-destruction. This is similar to a person going insane. When faced with unbearable stimuli, people will erase their rationality and turn themselves into madmen in order to escape reality. Snap! Sumu snapped his fingers, and the dream instantly changed. The abandoned city was suddenly transformed into a sunny beach. The bright sunshine, like a golden veil, gently blanketed the enchanting beach, shimmering against the backdrop of the azure sea and sky. The fine sand, illuminated by the sunlight, resembled countless tiny gems. The waves gently lapped against the beach, making a soothing sound and creating layers of white foam. A warm sea breeze caressed Lin Kanyang, who stared blankly at the beautiful scenery before him like a stone statue. while the sounds of children running and laughing on the beach reached his ears. Beautiful women in bikinis lounged lazily on beach chairs, their faces behind sunglasses radiating relaxation and joy. This is... Lin Kanyang raised his hands in disbelief. His once thin and bony arms were now full of flesh and blood, healthy and strong. He reached out and grabbed a handful of sand, the fine, moist texture mixed with the warmth of the sun. A tear rolled down his cheek. No one could understand his feelings at that moment, just as no one could know what it was like, who had been imprisoned in a dark and sunless cell for decades, to suddenly see a bright, open beach. "Sir, here is your meal and drinks." A waiter presented Lin Kanyang with a plate full of food. Lin Kanyang blankly accepted the food, and seeing something that had once been out of reach now so close, he felt a sense of unreality. Am I dreaming? But why does it feel so real? He picked up a chicken leg and took a small bite. The tender and juicy chicken meat exploded on his taste buds. His eyes widened suddenly, and he grabbed the food in front of him like a madman, stuffing it into his mouth. Having not chewed for a long time, he soon choked. Just then, a pleasant chuckle sounded beside him, followed by a fair, delicate hand holding a drink appearing before him. Lin Kanyang looked up and was dazzled. It was a young woman wearing a bikini, with a bright smile on her face. There were still many water droplets dripping from her fair body, like a mermaid who had just emerged from the water. "Honey, have some beverage, don't choke." The woman's sweet laughter carried the unique doting affection between lovers. Lin Kanyang took the chilled drink and downed it in one gulp. The refreshing sensation spread throughout his body, but then he paused for a moment, slightly taken aback. "What did you just call me?" "Honey, what's wrong? You slept and forgot about your wife?" The woman rolled her eyes at him, then lay down on the beach chair next to him, lazily stretching out her graceful body. "Come over here and help me apply sunscreen. I'm going to get a tan soon." The woman tossed the sunscreen to him, and Lin Kanyang caught it blankly, looking even more dazed. Is it a dream? Is this a dream? Or was that period of imprisonment a dream? "Hurry up," the woman said reproachfully, even kicking Lin Kanyang with her fair little foot. Lin Kanyang's heart suddenly burned with excitement. This familiar yet unfamiliar feeling made him feel unreal. But touch of the woman's delicate skin when applying screen felt exceptionally real. "Ouch, where are you touching? How annoying!" Lin Kanyang could no longer hold back. His previously suppressed emotions and even his physical instincts erupted at this moment. He pounced on her, and then he missed. He fell face first onto the beach, his mouth full of sand. When he looked up again, everyone on the beach had disappeared, and only the lonely waves continued to surge. What? He was shocked and opened his eyes wide. The cold, dark cell came into view. He instinctively tried to move, but his joints were pricking with needle-like pain, and the mithril chains binding him rattled. The pain instantly brought him back to reality. This feeling of going from heaven to hell almost drove him to the brink of collapse. "Awake!" A detached voice rang in his ear. Lin Kanyang suddenly raised his head and stared intently at the man wearing the silver mask. "Who are you? What just happened?" His voice was unusually hoarse, like two pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. "You can call me arrogance, and everything that just happened is your future." "The future? What are you talking about? That was a dream, wasn't it?" Sumu nodded. "You can think of it as a dream, but isn't it also your future? As a gold-level expert, having beautiful women on the beach is a piece of cake. That's something you can enjoy at will, as long as you can get out of here." Lin Kanyang's breathing became heavy. Clearly the wonderful dream he had just had stirred up desires in his heart. Despite being a gold-level expert, he liked life worse than a dog. Some dogs may be locked in cages their whole lives, But at least they don't have to have their blood drawn every day, and they still have food to eat. Now, I'll ask you one more time, do you want revenge? Sumu's deep voice was like the seductive whisper of a devil, and the power of the endless demonic voice continued to activate. How could I not want to? Lin Kanyang's eyes turned bloodshot like a man-eating beast. I dream about it. But so what? I'm already a cripple. My body is so weak it's weaker than an ordinary person's, and my mental energy is depleted. How can I possibly take revenge? Sumu's lips curled into a smile. You don't need to worry about these things. You just need to tell me, do you want or not? Think. Very well, remember this. From this moment on, your life is spared by the 7 deadly sins. The 7 deadly sins? A look of confusion flashed in Lin Kanyang's eyes. He had no information about the 7 deadly sins in his mind because he had been imprisoned for far too long. What are the 7 deadly sins? An organization? Sumu nodded. That's right. The 7 deadly sins is an organization I created. As for what kind of organization it is, you'll find out once you get out and buy any newspaper. You want me to join the 7 deadly sins? Heh. A contemptuous laugh echoed in the empty cell. Lin Kanyang, not just anyone can join the 7 deadly sins. As a cripple, you need to prove your worth, and then I will decide whether you are qualified. So what is your purpose? Purpose. A deep voice slowly rang out from beneath the silver mask. I just want to see what interesting things someone like you, who has suffered so much abuse and harbors a devil deep within, can do once you're unleashed. You're planning to let me out? Lin Kanyang chuckled self-deprecatingly. It's no use. See this collar? It's a device that can absorb mental energy. It's because it absorbs my mental energy every day that I can't activate my abilities. And it's indestructible. It has a self-destruct device inside. If you try to destroy it, it will explode, blowing my head off in the process. The Super Control Smart Binding Type 3 neck collar developed by Federal Pharmaceuticals is specifically designed to control superhumans. Don't worry, I know more about this stuff than you do. The one you're wearing around your neck is the highest model, capable of absorbing and storing the total spiritual energy of 3 units of a gold powerhouse. Once the internal spiritual energy is full, it needs to be released to ensure that it can absorb the wearer's spiritual energy at all times, keeping the wearer in a perpetually weakened state. Chu Sheng comes every 7 days to remove the neck ring, release the spiritual energy within, and then put it back on. Lin Kanyang was suddenly startled. He hadn't expected that the mysterious man in front of him would know all of this so arrogantly. Who exactly was this man? And what was the 7 Deadly Sins organization? He suddenly realized that he hadn't heard the lock being opened, so how had that arrogant person gotten in? The arrogant mystery ignited hope in his heart. You plan to kill Chu Sheng when he unlocks the collar for me, and then let me out? Humph. Sumu let out a contemptuous snort. He raised his chin slightly, looking down at Lin Kanyang with a condescending gaze. Lin Kanyang, do you think I'm your nanny? I just happened to discover your existence in this base, found it interesting, and decided to release you on a whim. As for such a trivial matter as avenging you, I have neither the obligation nor the interest to do it for you. I will take care of the neck ring for you, and all you have to do is escape from here alive. Only if you survive will you be qualified to join the 7 Deadly Sins. You can consider this a test. If the 7 Deadly Sins hadn't recently lost a member, someone of your caliber wouldn't even have needed the opportunity to be tested. Hearing Sumu's arrogant words, Lin Kanyang fell silent. Given his current physical condition, even if he removed the neck ring, it would be difficult for him to escape the base alive. However, he did not question the harshness of the test. He knew this was an opportunity, a chance to completely change his fate. The worst outcome was death, which was a better result than imprisonment. Aren't you afraid that after I escape, I'll run away without joining the 7 deadly sins? No one in this world can refuse the invitation of the 7 deadly sins. Not even a gold saint. Lin. Kanyang fell silent once again at Lin's confident, almost arrogant, words. Okay, he mumbled. A wise decision. Come closer, I'll take care of your neck ring. Lin Kanyang's heart began to pound wildly. He struggled to move his body, and even the slightest movement made him break out in a cold sweat and his body tremble. But he finally managed to slowly bring his head closer to the silver mithril fence. At that moment, a hand wearing a white glove gently reached out and landed on the neck ring. Suddenly, a massive surge of spiritual energy began to flow into the neck ring. Lin Kanyang was shocked. You plan to fill the neck ring with your mental power? He understood the arrogant behavior. It turned out that the other party's proposed solution was in this way. It was indeed a good method. As long as the neck ring was filled with mental energy, it would be unable to absorb his mental energy. He could use the time before Chu Sheng arrived to recover his mental strength, and then launch a surprise attack when Chu Sheng opened the neck ring. The solution is perfect, but the problem is, it's simply impossible. Because the storage capacity of this neck ring is enough to hold the total spiritual power of 3 gold-level experts. Even though the neck ring contains the mental energy that he recovers every day, it currently only stores half the total mental energy of a gold-level expert. This means that arrogance would have to expend at least 2.5 times the mental energy of an level expert to fill. That's 2.5 times. Even a gold-level expert in the mental realm couldn't possibly possess 2.5 times more mental power than an ordinary gold-level expert. Stop. This is simply impossible. Sumu glanced at him indifferently and said calmly, Shut up and watch quietly. A vast amount of spiritual energy surged into the neck ring. Time passed second by second, but that spiritual energy was like an endless ocean. Gradually, Lin Kanyang suddenly let the suction force from the neck ring begin to decrease. His mental energy, which he usually recovered on his own, was usually sucked away instantly after recovering only a little bit. But now, he actually felt the existence of mental energy again. How is this possible? He looked at arrogance in horror, the tall and slender figure making him feel even more unfathomable. A moment later, the suction on the neck ring completely disappeared, which meant that the neck ring was filled. Lin Kanyang was completely numb. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to believe that someone in this world could possess such immense mental power, 5 times greater. No. That's not right. His arrogant demeanor shows no signs of fatigue. His mental energy hasn't been exhausted. Just how much mental energy does he have? While mental strength cannot be considered the decisive indicator of combat power, it is still a manifestation of strength. In a situation where both sides are of the same level, if someone's mental strength is more than twice that of yours, then there is no need for the two sides to fight at all. Sumu slowly withdrew his hand and said indifferently, I've already taken care of the neck ring for you. The rest is up to you. If you still die in the end, it just means you're not qualified to join the 7 deadly sins. Lin Kanyang took a deep breath. I understand, Your Excellency. The 7 deadly sins have granted me a chance to be reborn. If I can truly leave here alive, I will sell my life to the 7 deadly sins. Sumu smiled slightly, and his figure slowly disappeared into the darkness. In Lin Kanyang's sight, Sumu vanished into thin air, just as the other party had appeared out of thin air. Mysterious and powerful, That was the impression Sumu left on him. Unbeknownst to him, the mysterious and powerful Lord Arrogance was currently sleeping warily in the corner of the cell. Using the last bit of spiritual energy he had left, Sumu activated all things in the world, concealing his figure in the darkness. Given Lin Kanyang's exhausted state, he was not worried at all about being discovered. This time I really messed up. I almost drained my mental energy. Luckily, I had the Void Devourer. Sumu thought with a slight chuckle. Although his spiritual power was enormous, it had not reached the gold level. The reason he was able to infuse so much spiritual power was because he had repeatedly slept dozens of times to feed the Void Devourer. It can be said that the mental energy that was just filled into the neck ring was basically provided by the Void Devourer. Sigh, this leader of the 7 deadly sins is really going to great lengths to expand his power. Fortunately, he managed to deceive another one. He must maintain his mysterious and powerful persona. How could he keep the members of the 7 deadly sins in check? After falling asleep, Sumu used dream teleportation to quietly leave the prison. After returning to the Bronze Cough Company, he emerged from his dream and felt the hunger emanating from the Void Devourer in his hand. Helpless, he could only continue feeding it. After all the mental energy was poured in, the greedy Void Devourer expressed dissatisfaction, meaning it wasn't full. Sumu, slightly. Sure enough, the last time he let the Void Devourer experience the long-lost feeling of being full, it became even more insatiable now. Strands of devouring power emanated from the Void Devourer. Without the nourishment of spiritual energy, it began to devour the energy within Sumu's body. Sumu naturally didn't indulge it and sealed it up in a black cloth bag. It wasn't that he didn't want to feed the Void Devourer, but his body had already reached its limit. If he performed the sleep-inducing operation dozens more times, his body would inevitably be overloaded. His immortality only guaranteed that he wouldn't die, but it didn't guarantee that he wouldn't end up in a wheelchair. After a simple dinner, Sumu calculated the time. Judging by the time, Yang Dongqing should have arrived in the capital by now. In his spare time these past few days, he would enter his dreams to observe Dongqing's situation. Despite losing Jasmine, Yang Dongqing still harbored illusions. He believed that Jasmine was not dead, but had been captured by the royal family. He thought the royal family had arrested the wrong person, and that Jasmine was also a victim. So he wanted to go to the capital to rescue her. In fact, everyone knew that Jasmine was dead, especially after Sumu learned more about Supreme Heaven. It was almost certain that Jasmine was dead. Even Yang Dongqing knew this in his heart, but his emotions made him unwilling to face reality. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, he still wanted to go to the capital to verify it. In the capital city, inside a dark and gloomy prison. "Hey, young man, what did you do to get in here?" A disheveled, bearded man patted Yang Dongqing on the shoulder and asked familiarly. At this moment, young Dongqing was like a puppet without a soul, staring blankly, as if he hadn't heard anything at all. "Hey, are you stupid?" The man stretched out his dirty hand and waved it in front of Yang Dongqing. Jasmine. Jasmine. Yang Dongqing murmured absent-mindedly, the words of the law enforcement officers who arrested him during the day still echoing in his ears. What a madman! He came all the way to the capital for a vampire? Is he illiterate? Didn't he see the royal announcement? All vampires within the entire Crimson Flame Empire have been wiped out. Hey, this madman is connected to the vampires and walked right into our trap. Isn't this giving us brothers credit? Let's arrest him quickly. The law enforcement officer's words were like a heavy hammer blow, shattering all of Yang Dongqing's illusions. At this moment, in the prison cell, the man sitting opposite Yang Dongqing said thoughtfully, So your girlfriend is a vampire. Yang Dongqing was startled. Coming to his senses, he stared intently at his fellow inmate. How did you know? Who are you? The fellow inmate chuckled. Because I can read minds. Anyone who can be locked up in prison number 749 is a superhuman. There's nothing to be surprised about. As for who I am, cough, cough, listen carefully, my surname is Ba, and my given name is Ba. You can just call me Baba. Upon hearing that it was mind-reading, Yang Dongqing's expression darkened again. In the past, if he had encountered a superhuman who could read minds, he might have been interested. Now his mind was filled with only Jasmine. Why? Why did Jasmine, who was clearly a victim, have to die like this? Why did the Crimson Flame royal family have to eliminate her too? Heh. Do you think the royal family is anything good? They don't care whether someone is innocent or not. Whoever they deems deserving to die, that person must die. Baba read Yang Dongqing's thoughts again, but Yang Dongqing ignored them completely. He hated it. He felt it was extremely unfair. It was clearly Murong Yun's fault, and these nobles were arbitrarily bullying common women. But when it came time to settle accounts, the royal family even killed the victims. Hate is the right thing to do. It is because of the existence of nobles that so many tragedies occur in this world. The royal family is the greatest noble family. To be honest, my wife and children all died because of nobles. I joined the Revolutionary Army because I wanted to avenge. Dan, I'm just unlucky this time. These bastards caught me. Don't let me out, or one day I'll overthrow the aristocracy, drag all these high and mighty nobles down from their horses, and make them kneel on the ground, repenting before all the common people they've oppressed. A fiery light ignited in Baba's dark, bright eyes, like flames burning fiercely. Hey, young man, do you want revenge? Yang Dongqing slowly raised his head. He seemed like a completely different person. The passion and kindness in his eyes had been replaced by deep-seated hatred. When he learned of Jasmine's death, his heart died completely. Now, the only thought that kept him alive was revenge. Looking into Yang Dongqing's eyes, which were filled with hatred, Baba's smirking expression slowly disappeared. If you want revenge, then join the Revolutionary Army. Everyone in the Revolutionary Army is just like you, persecuted by the nobles and oppressed by this damned era. Join us and overthrow the rule of the nobles with us. I'm not interested in any of that. I just want revenge. Whoever killed Jasmine, I'll kill them. Yang Dongqing said expressionlessly. His deep voice no longer had the innocence of the past. It was filled only with piercing hatred. What if it was the Red King who killed your girlfriend? Then I will kill the Red King. Ha ha ha! Baba laughed maniacally, tears welling up in his eyes. Little brother, it's good that you want revenge. But do you know who the Crimson King is? She is the supreme ruler of the Crimson Flame Empire, and even those high-ranking gold-level experts have to obey her orders. And you? Bronze? Yang Dongqing remained expressionless. Even the title of Red King could not shake his resolve. After laughing for a while, Baba's smile faded. Little brother, it seems you're serious. I can read minds, so I know what you're really thinking. Good! You've got guts! The Revolutionary Army welcomes you. Can joining the Revolutionary Army help me get revenge? Baba smiled mysteriously. Not only can it avenge you, it can even bring your little girlfriend back to life. What? Upon hearing the word resurrection, Yang Dongqing's expression suddenly turned urgent. Are you serious? Do you know how your girlfriend and those vampires died? The image of Jasmine disappearing from his arms that day involuntarily flashed through Yang Dongqing's mind, and he shook his head. Baba leaned forward slightly, getting closer to Yang Dongqing, and lowered his voice, saying, Supreme Heaven. What is the highest heaven? The Supreme Heaven is the royal treasure of the Crimson Flame Empire, one of the 7 most powerful treasures in the world. Each royal treasure possesses a unique ability, and the Supreme Heaven's ability is to grant a wish. Make a wish? Yingdong King's eyes suddenly burned with fervor, and he vaguely realized something. Baba continued, "That's right, it's about making a wish. Legend has it that as long as the price paid is enough, the Supreme Heaven can grant any wish. This time, the vampires of the Crimson Flame Empire were wiped out because the Crimson King made a wish to the Supreme Heaven. Otherwise, do you think there is any power in this world that can ignore time, space, and distance and directly and indiscriminately wipe out all the vampires within its borders? This is the power of wishes." "You mean, Jasmine died because of the Supreme Heaven, so if I obtain the Supreme Heaven, I can resurrect?" Young Donking's heart began to pound wildly. He saw a glimmer of hope. Baba nodded. "That's right. Great. Jasmine can be saved. Don't be too happy yet. Everyone locked up here is a death row mate. They'll be executed in a few days. You'd better figure out how to survive." Yang Dongking clenched his fists. "I will definitely survive." Now more than ever, he didn't want to die. He had to live and resurrect Jasmine. Looking at Yang Dongking's excited expression, Ba's dark eyes flashed with a meaningful smile. "Ambitious, but useless. Everyone who comes to prison 749 thinks the same way, but they all die in the end." "You have a way, don't you?" Yang Dongking suddenly asked. "What can I do?" Baba held his head in his hands and leaned against the cold wall. "No, you must have a way. You don't seem worried about dying at all, and you don't need to recruit a death row inmate into the Revolutionary Army." Yang Dongking stared intently at Baba. Since Jasmine's death, he has changed more and more. Baba smiled but didn't say much. Instead, he changed the subject, saying, "Young man, your accent doesn't sound like a local. Where are you from?" "Star City." "Star City?" Baba sat up abruptly, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Have you ever heard of the 70 sins?" "I've heard of it. Pride, the first of the 7 deadly sins, first appeared at a banquet hosted by Murong Zhuo, a nobleman in Star City. Everyone in Star City knows about it. Young man, could you tell me about the 7 deadly sins? I'm very curious about this organization that dares to kill nobles. As a local, you should know more about it, right? Have you ever seen Pride with your own eyes? I haven't seen it, but I know some people have." "Who? Tell me how to escape from prison 79 first." "Heh." Baba chuckled smugly. "Sumu Murong. Right? The bronze coffin, right?" Yang Dongking's face turned cold. He knew he had been mind-readed again. Come, think of some more information about arrogance, and let me hear it." Yang Dongking turned around, lay down against the cold wall, and stopped talking. Baba stared thoughtfully at his retreating figure. Sumu watched Baba's retreating figure thoughtfully, a slight smile playing on his lips. Interesting. The fact that this person is able to clearly know information about the Supreme Heaven suggests that he holds a high position within the Revolutionary Army. But here's the question. Why was this person able to be locked in the same cell as Yang Dongking? He had just glanced at the layout of the cells in prison 749. All prisoners were housed according to their level of danger. Yang Dongking is only at the bronze level too. Yet he's imprisoned with high-ranking members of the Revolutionary Army. This can only mean one thing. This Revolutionary Army member named Baba is suspicious, and has likely concealed his true strength, deliberately allowing himself to be captured and imprisoned in prison 749. The law enforcement misjudged Baba's strength, which is why he was placed in a low-ranking cell. What is the purpose of Baba? Sumu had a vague guess in his mind, but he needed some time to verify it. About an hour later, Baba's breathing began to stabilize, and his dream gradually took shape, with Sumu entering it like a ghost. In the dream, Baba was a completely different person. His hunched body became upright. The dirt on his face disappeared, revealing a face with distinct features, sword-like eyebrows that slanted into his temples, thin lips that were slightly pursed, and a tall and slender figure. Every step he took with his straight long legs was steady and powerful. A black trench coat was draped over his body, fluttering in the strong wind. Sumu guided his dream, wanting to see what the other party really wanted to do. As the saying goes, what you think about during the day, you dream about at night. What a person plans during the day can appear in their dreams at night with a little guidance. Deep inside Prison 749, countless prisoners were escorted in long lines to an empty square. The square was surrounded by towering walls, with heavily armed soldiers standing in a circle against the walls, preventing any prisoner from escaping. In the very center of the square stood an enormous cage, almost like a villa, where prison guards roughly kicked prisoners one by one into the cage. "Hurry up! Move faster!" After all the prisoners were in their cells, a stunningly beautiful figure above the square, his gold phoenix robe fluttering in the wind as he looked down at all the prisoners. Sumu narrowed his eyes, staring at the familiar figure, who was none other than the supreme ruler of the Crimson Flame Empire, the Crimson King. It's unbelievable that this revolutionary soldier, Baba, dreamed of the Red King, and could even construct an image of the Red King in his dream. This means that Baba has definitely seen the Red King, knowing about the Supreme Heaven and having even met the Crimson King. Could it be? At this moment, the Crimson King slowly extended his fair, white hand. His wide sleeves slid down little by little with gravity, until his fair wrist was revealed. His crystal-clear, jade-like skin radiated a delicate luster in the sunlight, as warm and smooth as mutton fat jade, and as pure as snow. The delicate blood vessels were faintly visible beneath the fair skin, adding a vibrant touch to the hand. Sumu's attention was not focused on this hand, but on the dark gold ring on the other person's ring finger, which was engraved with mysterious patterns, although the patterns were somewhat blurry, as if they been pixelated. Upon seeing this scene, he couldn't help but smile slightly. The reason why the Supreme Heaven was blurry was because Baba had never seen it with his own eyes, so it was blurred in his dream as well. He could roughly guess that he must have told Yan Moxie what the Supreme Heaven looked like, and then Yan Moxie passed the message on to the Revolutionary Army, which is why the Supreme Heaven in Baba's exists now. Seeing this, Baba's purpose is self-evident. The Supreme Heaven seems this matter is still related to me, because I provided information about the Supreme Heaven, so the Revolutionary Army is preparing to attack the Supreme Heaven. The role of the prisoners in the cage is obvious. Since the High Heaven's power to grant wishes is based on equivalent exchange, these prisoners are naturally sacrifices. Buzz. The highest heaven emitted a dark, golden light, but at that moment, a sudden change occurred. Suddenly, Yang Dongqing roared from inside the cage, and a black light like water appeared out of thin air, surging across his entire body. In an instant, the black light transformed into a ferocious Shura armor, enveloping his entire body. A jet-black longsword appeared in his hand. Swish! A jet-black blade flashed out, instantly slicing a large hole in the cage. Yang Dongqing then rushed out of the cage. The other prisoners were stunned for a moment, then began to run away like madmen, and the scene instantly turned into chaos. Just as everyone present was drawn to the chaos before them, Baba appeared. He teleported to the Red King's side as if by magic and struck with lightning speed, severing the Red King's wrist with a single blow. His fair, soft hand fell along with the highest heaven. Baba grabbed the bloodied hand and ran away without pausing. All actions were performed in one smooth, fluid motion. "Is this your plan?" Sumu shook his head slightly, feeling that the plan had too many variables and was not perfect at all. It could only be perfectly implemented in a dream. But he also knew that every plan has its flaws, and for the Revolutionary Army, this was a risk they had to take because it was their only chance to reach the high heaven. Just then, something unexpected happened. With a cracking sound, a huge, pitch-black crack appeared in the once clear sky, followed by countless tiny cracks spreading wildly from it. Sumu's eyes flickered slightly, and almost instantly, a silver-white mask appeared on his face. Baba, who was running away at top speed, stopped and turned to look in the direction of Sumu, as if he had sensed something. His pupils contracted sharply, and he said in a cold voice, "Arrogance." The world was utterly shattered, and everything returned to nothingness. In this void, only two figures existed, facing each other in a tense standoff. "Heh!" A slow laugh came from beneath the silver mask. "As expected of the Revolutionary Army commander, you actually managed to detect my presence." Baba's face was gloomy, and there was a dark undercurrent in his deep eyes, making it impossible to tell what he was really thinking. "You have mistaken me for someone else." Sumu shook his head slightly. "Although you and I have never met, the only person who would dare to plan to seize the supreme heaven from the Red King, who is also a member of the Revolutionary Army, is the famous Revolutionary Army commander, the legendary #1 under the king, Yuing. No matter how famous you are, you can't compare to the first of the 7 deadly sins, pride." Shadow's eyes flashed with fear. This was the first time he had been spied on like this. If he hadn't noticed in time, the entire Revolutionary Army's secrets would probably have been known to the other party. "Let's skip the mutual flattery. I should thank you for putting on such a good show. I never expected you to deign to be here as a prisoner, all for the sake of the high heaven. Don't you think it would be interesting if I told the Crimson Flame royal family this?" Shadow suddenly chuckled. "It is indeed interesting, but I don't think you have any reason to do so. Fun is the biggest reason. Don't believe me? Aren't you supposed to be able to read minds? You can see if I'm just fooling you." A hidden light flashed in Yuing's eyes as he activated his mind-reading skill. The result made him change his expression suddenly. Because what Oman was thinking at this moment was actually that he wanted to tell the Crimson Flame royal family the news. And the reason was simply it was interesting. Damn arrogance. Damn madman. Being able to detect my presence and possessing the ability to read minds, if I'm not mistaken, your ability should be mental. Sumu analyzed with interest. This was the first time he had encountered someone who could see through his existence. Even a powerful gold saint like Sikong Zen couldn't do it. But the Revolutionary Army leader Yuing had. Yuing didn't reply, but said solemnly, "Your Excellency, we have a common enemy. I don't think there's any need to be so confrontational. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Perhaps we can sit down and talk things over. I don't have a single friend who would stab me in the back." Shadowy narrowed his eyes slightly. "What do you mean by this, Your Excellency? We have already cooperated once, and the cooperation was very pleasant. How can you say that I'm stabbing you in the back?" Sumu smiled contemptuously. "Smart people don't need to beat around the bush. Do I have to spell it out for you? Your Revolutionary Army's real purpose in coming to me was probably to lay the groundwork for day, wasn't it?" The Shadow's face grew increasingly gloomy, and he remained silent. The condition for using the Supreme Heaven is an equivalent exchange, which means that before it can be activated, the Supreme Heaven needs to be charged and the corresponding energy needs to be provided in order to make a wish. The only opportunity for the Revolutionary Army to come into contact with the Supreme Heaven is when it is charged. However, as long as the Crimson Flame royal family delays using the Supreme Heaven, you will never have the opportunity to recharge. Therefore, someone has crossed the bottom line of the Crimson Flame royal family, forcing them to use the Supreme Heaven. This person cannot be too weak, otherwise it will not be enough to force out the Supreme Heaven. Although your Revolutionary Army can also do it, once the Supreme Heaven is drawn out, the Revolutionary Army will be finished. So you plan to use other forces to force the Crimson Flame royal family to submit, and the 7 deadly sins are your first choice. Killing nobles in broad daylight, and yet remaining at large, is exactly what you want. If I'm not mistaken, Gongsun Quan, whom you had the 7 deadly sins kill, must have had a close relationship with the Red King. Killing him would naturally enrage the Red King. Although the process went awry, you achieved your goal. The 7 deadly sins took the brunt of the attack from the Supreme Heaven for you. In that sense, it's also thanks to envy being a vampire that the Crimson Flame royal family focused their attention on the more threatening vampires. We would have suffered heavy losses. Sumu analyzed slowly and methodically, and with each sentence he spoke, Yu Ying's face darkened a little more. Once suspicion arises, the charge is established. In that case, there is no need for me to defend myself. However, I believe that Your Excellency is not a person who acts impulsively. Right and wrong are not important to you or me. What truly matters is our interests. Your sabotage of my plan will do you no good, nor will it cause me any loss. I can simply abandon this plan. If I want to leave, Prison 7-9 cannot keep me. Therefore, it would be better to discuss and find a cooperative solution that benefits both parties. Sumu admired Yu Ying's attitude, neither admitting nor denying, and at the same time, not refusing to cooperate. Those who aspire to great things always prioritize maximizing their benefits, faced with threats, attempting to turn enemies into friends. That depends on your sincerity, Sumu said. Differently. A batch of extraordinary materials worth 1 billion, in exchange for Your Excellency's assistance once. The target is not limited, as long as it can cause turmoil in the near future. Shadowy said 1 billion right off the bat. You want me to draw the attention of the Crimson Flame Empire, making them focus on the 7 deadly sins, so that it will be easier for you to steal the Supreme Heaven? Shadow nodded. That's right. As long as the 7 deadly sins can attract the attention of the Crimson Flame Empire, my chances of success will be much greater. Heh. Sumu smiled contemptuously. You bear the risks of the 7 deadly sins, but the Revolutionary Army reaps all the benefits. It's a pity. Go into business. Now that I know your goal is the Supreme Heaven, do you think I will let the Supreme Heaven fall into your hands? What is a mere billion compared to the highest heavens? Yu Ying remained expressionless, his cold face seemingly concealing all his emotions. Your Highness, you are unaware that although the Supreme Heaven is powerful, only those of royal blood can use it to make wishes. This item is utterly worthless in the hands of those outside the royal family. My goal has never been to use the Supreme Heaven for anything, but to prevent the royal family from possessing it. A royal family that possesses the Supreme Heaven is unshakable. This is why, despite internal and external troubles and continuous decline in recent years, the Crimson Flame Empire has remained standing. Oh, is that so? This matter was a secret from the early days of the nation's founding. I learned about it by chance from an elder. After the Crimson Flame royal family obtained the Supreme Heaven, The first thing they did was to pay a huge price, a wish that the supreme heaven could only be used by those who possessed their own bloodline. Sumu's eyes flickered slightly as he became increasingly interested in the operating mechanism of the supreme heaven. As expected of a wish-granting artifact, it could actually be used in this way. Therefore, possessing the supreme heaven is not important to you or me. What is important is that the royal family cannot possess it. I have made myself very clear. I wonder if Your Excellency agrees to this cooperation. Cooperation is possible, but more money is required. Your Excellency, you are arrogant. You are offering extraordinary materials worth 1 billion just to get the 7 deadly sins to make a move once. This price is already very high. I'm talking about a different price. The 7 deadly sins gave your revolutionary army this opportunity to seize the high heaven. Doesn't that cost money? Shadow fell silent. He knew that bargaining with someone as arrogant was pointless. The other party had the strength and courage to break off relations, so for the sake of caution, he could only go along with him. All right. Add another piece of gold-grade extraordinary material, dragon blood jade. This is the greatest sincerity the revolutionary army can offer. Sumu nodded. Deal. He wasn't greedy. The extraordinary materials worth 1 billion and the dragon blood jade were a windfall. Completely expected surprise. Life is full of surprises. I originally wanted to visit Yang Dongqing, but I unexpectedly stumbled upon the Revolutionary Army commander's plan, and was even able to extort money from him. As for helping the other party create chaos, it was simply going with the flow. Even without Yueying, he planned to cause a ruckus at the Federal Pharmaceuticals Crimson Flame branch, and had already begun making arrangements. Only the final roundup was left. This is truly a case of taking other people's money to do one's own thing. Seeing that arrogance agreed, Shadow breathed a slight sigh of relief. Unless absolutely necessary, he really didn't want to give up this plan. He had finally had a chance to contact the Supreme Heaven, and if he missed this opportunity, he didn't know when he would have to wait for the next one. This is also why I'm willing to bleed so much. In fact, even without the 7 deadly sins, he had secretly organized a recent uprising by the Revolutionary Army to attract the attention of the royal family. Now that pride has emerged, he naturally has a better option. With the cooperation reached, the atmosphere between the two eased slightly, and Yueying couldn't help but ask the question that had been on her mind. Why did Lord Arrogance suddenly appear in my dream? What do you think? Mo asked in return. Shadow pondered for a moment and said, My whereabouts have not been revealed even to the Revolutionary Army. Your arrogance has probably not come here specifically to find me, but rather to see other people at prison 749. It's so much easier to talk to smart people. Shadow received praise from Arrogance. The person your highness wishes to see is... Shadowy's eyes flashed and he said with certainty, Yang Dongqing. Oh, how do you know? My concealment is not perfect, but even if the Crimson King were to appear before me, I would never be discovered unless we were in proximity. The Shadow's words revealed an absolute confidence in his own strength. Moreover, I have been lurking in prison 749 for many days without ever revealing any flaws. The only flaw was my contact with Yang Dongqing, the young man, who came in from Xingguan today, and Yang Dongqing is also from Xingcheng. Slap, slap, slap. Sumu clapped his hands. This world is not boring because of people like you. Yueying, I have high hopes for you, so I hope you don't die here this time. I look forward to seeing you again. Yueying frowned slightly, sensing that there was something implied in the arrogant words. Is Yang Dongqing also one of the 7 deadly sins? No, he's not qualified yet, but I have high hopes for his future. Ying was slightly startled. Could it be that Yang Dongqing was hiding some unknown secret, since he was valued by arrogance? He pondered carefully but couldn't find the answer. In his view, Yang Dongqing, as a chosen one with a firm will, was a very good prospect, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a genius. That was why he chose him, but it didn't deserve to be valued so highly by arrogance. At their level, it's no exaggeration to say that genius is merely the threshold to their level. There are countless geniuses in the world, but only a handful can ultimately achieve great things. Your arrogant vision is also unique. To be honest, the reason I took the initiative to reveal information about the Revolutionary Army to Yang Dongqing this time was mainly to get him to cooperate with my actions and to cause a riot when the prisoners were sacrificed. Yes, I already saw it in your dream. Ying nodded. That's my plan. I have a treasure called 7 Kings of Hell, which is the armor that Yang Dongqing wore in his dream. Although this item is powerful, it contains the power of a curse that erodes the user's soul every moment. Those with weak wills will become completely puppets of 7 Kings of Hell after wearing it once. Those with strong willpower may use it multiple times, but in the end they cannot escape the fate of puppets. I chose Yang Dongqing because of his strong will. Although he is weak, he can still create chaos with the help of the 7 Kings of Hell. However, since Your Excellency is so impressed with Yang Dongqing, I can choose someone else. Sumu smiled slightly. No need. If this is all he's capable of, then he's dead, so be it. After saying that, the silver-white mask disappeared into the shadow's dream. 3 days later, Sumu looked at the extraordinary materials worth 1 billion that the Revolutionary Army had sent, as well as the gold-grade dragon blood jade. He held the jade in his hand and examined it carefully, a smile involuntarily creeping onto his lips. He had already learned about the effects of the dragon blood jade from Duanmu King. As a descendant of a family of alchemists, Duanmu King knew very little about extraordinary materials on the market. Dragon blood jade is a relatively rare gold material. Legend has it that it was formed from drops of dragon blood. The veracity of the legend is debatable, but it is indeed a superb gold-level material. Its effects are simple and singular. After use, it can enhance physical strength and prolong life. It sounds ordinary, and its effect is not even as powerful as a bottle of silver-level extraordinary potion. But the reason it is listed as gold-level is because of the Dragon Abyss Empire. The royal family of the Longyuan Empire has been searching the world for and acquiring dragon blood jade. The high prices they offer are almost irresistible. Many people say that dragon blood jade is a key ingredient in the Longyuan Empire's exclusive gold potion. Therefore, the greatest value of the dragon blood jade lies not in its personal use, but in its sale to the Dragon Abyss Empire. In the hands of the Dragon Abyss Empire, it is worth the price of gold. This is probably why the Revolutionary Army has never used the dragon blood jade. For an organization whose future is hanging by a thread, it would be crazy not to use such a valuable item. They kept the dragon blood jade, intending to sell it to the Dragon Abyss Empire. But now this treasure is in Sumu's hands. Sumu looked at the dragon blood jade in his hand and crushed it without hesitation. The golden jade shattered it into pieces, and a drop of thick golden blood dripped down his palm. He opened his mouth and swallowed the drop of golden blood. Instantly a hot, warm current surged through his body, as if a raging fire was burning within him. Immediately afterwards, a tingling sensation surged through my limbs and bones, as if countless tiny electric currents were coursing through my muscles and bones, awakening every cell and giving it unprecedented vitality. His skin began to flush slightly, radiating warmth, and his heartbeat quickened like a beating war drum, sending fresh blood to every part of his body. Sumu could feel his strength growing rapidly. He could feel the powerful explosive force contained in his muscles when he clenched his fist, as if he could easily shatter a boulder. His body also became lighter, and he could move with the wind with a light leap. As time went on, this wonderful feeling grew stronger and stronger. His physique continued to improve, and his endurance, speed, and strength reached a whole new level as if he had been reborn. "Who?" Sumu slowly exhaled, gathering the surge of power. He was originally a Bronze 3 power servant, with extraordinary physical strength. Now, after absorbing the dragon blood jewel, his physical attributes were almost comparable to a Silver I power servant. If we also consider his immortality in pure hand-to-hand combat, even power servants are no match for him. He was quite satisfied with this power. He was not short of money, so he naturally would not consider selling the Dragon Blood Jade to the Dragon Abyss Empire. With his methods, getting money was a piece of cake. All he needs is physical strength, which is the root of his power limitation. As long as his physical body can keep up, he can become stronger simply by sleeping. He only needs to lie in bed and sleep all day, and it won't be long before he reaches the peak. That's why he used the most wasteful method, directly absorbing the Dragon Blood Jade. But it was all worth it. Now we can feed the Void Devourer. Sumu took out the Void Devourer and began to continuously charge it. After sleeping for more than 10 times, the Void Devourer was fully charged. For him, his mental strength increases with sleep. So the number of times he needs to recharge naturally decreases, which is normal. Just as he finished a series of operations, he suddenly discovered that the 3 dream laws within his were acting strangely. A strange thing happened. All things in the world, endless demonic sound, and soul-shattering awakening actually showed a tendency to merge with each other. Originally, they were like 3 parallel lines, not interfering with each other. But now these 3 lines are showing a tendency to overlap, as if they are about to form a thicker line. This is... Sumu narrowed his eyes slightly, a vague guess forming in his mind. This was a sign that he was about to break through to the silver level. The advancement from bronze to silver requires the fusion of 3 bronze laws into 1 silver law. Of course, the prerequisite is that these 3 bronze laws must come from the same source. All the laws of dreams are obtained from dreams, so they naturally share the same origin. However, what he didn't expect was that the way these 3 laws were promoted was the same as the bronze laws. It seems that the repeated falling asleep has caused my mental strength to reach the critical point again. Now it's time to break through. Sumu waited quietly. About an hour later, the fusion of the 3 dream laws stopped. He frowned slightly, looking at the 3 laws that had not been fully fused and examining them carefully. All things in the universe and endless demonic sound have been fully fused, but the newly acquired soul-shattering awakening has only been fused halfway. Why is that? After a moment's thought, he had an answer. It was probably because he hadn't mastered soul awakening for long enough and hadn't fully digested yet. He needed to use it more often, and only after fully digesting it could he break through to the silver level. Come to think of it, for an ordinary superhuman, his breakthrough speed is simply too fast. So fast that once it is announced, it will immediately cause a huge uproar. In just 2 months, he went from an ordinary person to Bronze Earth 3, and even achieved 2 Bronze 3s, not to mention the Immaculate Heart. This speed cannot be described as fast. It is simply astonishing. Afterwards, Sumu spent half a day getting used to his newfound power before going to find Duanmu King again. "Mr. Su, didn't you tell me to keep an eye on those law potions? Today I finally got to see them." This time, Chu Shang asked me to refine the bronze law ghost walk. Duanmu King, exhausted from a long day, happily reported to Sumu. Information about Ghost Waka immediately came to Sumu's mind. Bronze sequence 200 Ghost Waka allows the user to move through walls like a ghost, ignoring most physical attacks and greatly increasing their speed. It's a bronze law with a sequence number as high as 200. Keep in mind that the highest known bronze law sequence, Foresight, is only rank 241, so you can imagine the value of a Ghost Waka. With such a high sequence, its value even surpasses some low-sequence silver law potions. So it's no wonder that Chu Shang, the branch manager, would have Duanmu King refine it. If it were a regular bronze law potion, there would be no need to refine it. But a potion with a sequence of 200 is different. If it falls into the hands of someone who needs it, this potion can be sold for a higher price. You've done a great job, Sumu praised. You've worked hard these past few days, and it's about time to wrap things up. Duanmu King shook her head. It's not hard work. As long as I think about how these potions, which cost the company a lot of money to make, will not end up in the company's hands, I don't feel it's hard work at all. Once the delivery date arrives, Chu Shang's time as the branch manager will be over. The combined value of these medicines is equivalent to the branch office's revenue for the past few years. Chu is finished. Not only is he finished, he's going to die. Duanmu King's eyes lit up, a hint of excitement flashing across her delicate face. Mr. Su, could it be the... Sumu smiled slightly. Just wait and see. Tomorrow. The next day. In a good mood, Chu Shang arrived at the 3rd basement level. Today was the day to unlock Lin Kanyang's neck ring and release his spiritual power, one of his few tasks. As the head of a branch office, he doesn't have much to do on a daily basis except for making decisions. His main activities are enjoying life, attending parties, making connections with the powerful and influential people of the Crimson Flame Empire. The thought of having just sold all the extraordinary potions in the safe and receiving all the final payments from the various nobles brought him a broad smile, even though he was a gold-level expert. After all, those weren't cheap potions available on the market. Each bottle was a potion that couldn't be bought elsewhere and was exclusively supplied to the nobility. Besides the life-saving healing potion, the noble's favorite is the Life No. 1 potion, which can extend lifespan. Orders for Life No. 1 are already booked until next year. If he hadn't captured Duanmu King this time, he wouldn't have been able to refine these Life No. 1 seconds. With this performance, I'm sure I'll be able to join the company's board of directors by the end of this year. Soon, after passing through layers of checkpoints, he arrived alone at the cell where Lin Kanyang was being held. Lin Kanyang's existence was related to the company's secrets, so only he had the right to contact him. Looking at the dark and enclosed cell, Chu Shang frowned and took out a handkerchief from his pocket to cover his mouth and nose, thus blocking out the putrid stench in the cell. He glanced at Lin Kanyang casually and found that the other man was still the same dead man as before and did not even react to his arrival. He didn't notice anything unusual because he had been doing this for years. At first, he had some desire to communicate with Lin Kanyang, but as time went on, it felt more like a repetitive, mechanical task. He just wanted to complete the task as soon as possible and leave this godforsaken place. Chu Shang opened the cell door, disdainfully lifted the hair around Lin Kanyang's neck, and then reached out to touch the neck ring. With a snap, the collar was removed. It was at this moment that Lin Kanyang, who had been hanging his head, suddenly opened his eyes, which were bloodshot, like a demon from hell raising his eyes. Go to hell! With a roar, the Golden Law Troll was activated instantly. Lin Kanyang's skin turned crimson, and his originally withered body swelled up at a visible speed. Countless muscles surged up, and the mithril steel needles that had been deeply embedded in his wrists, ankles, and even various joints were ejected by his muscles at this moment. Like bullets, they struck the walls inside the cell, making a dense clanging sound. In the blink of an eye, Lin Kanyang clenched his right fist, the veins on his crimson fist bulging, and unleashed a powerful blast carrying countless tiny, scorching streams of air. Chu Shang was shocked and caught completely off guard. The look of horror that had just appeared on his face froze instantly. A simple, unadorned punch landed on his chest, and a faint light appeared, the light of a noble phantasm. The light of the treasure transformed into a protective shield that enveloped her, but it shattered instantly under Lin Kanyang's punch, which was filled with hatred. His fist finally landed on Chu Shang's chest, caved deeper into his chest cavity, and the sound of bones breaking rang out. Ah! With a piercing scream, Chu Shang's figure flew backward violently. Bang! He crashed into the mithril alloy wall, smashing a deep crater into the incredibly hard mithril. Puffed! Crimson blood gushed from his mouth and nose as he stared in horror at Lin Kanyang, who had stood up completely and looked like a demon. You! This is impossible. How can you use your abilities? Lin Kanyang's eyes turned completely blood red, and wisps of black energy rose from his body, making his skeletal face even more ferocious. Take this question with you, and go to hell. Bang! Lin Kanyang kicked the cage that had imprisoned him for many years, and the cage door flew out instantly, heading towards Chu Shang like a cannonball. Chu Shang was ultimately a gold-level expert. Although he was ambushed by Lin Kanyang, who's already exhausted, could not exert his full strength. He dragged his badly injured body and moved sideways in a strange manner, dodging the impact of the cage door. Almost without hesitation, he burst out of the door and ran outside. Lin Kanyang quickly gave chase. The violent movements caused his battered body to groan in agony, but he paid no attention, his eyes filled with hatred. Quick, stop him! Chu Shang shouted. Years of pampered life had made him forget many of his fighting instincts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have failed to react at the first moment of being ambushed. The magical artifact he used just now bought him a moment. But people are like that. Use it or lose it. Even a professional athlete, who maintains high-intensity training year after year, will experience a decline in reaction speed if he doesn't train for a long time. The piercing alarm sounded instantly throughout the base, and countless heavily armed soldiers clad in mithril armor rushed out, among whom the leaders were powerful superhumans. Upon seeing his men, Chu Shang was overjoyed. Quick, shoot! Don't shoot in the head, leave them alive. Even now, he still cherishes the value of Lin Kanyang. The sound of countless bullets being chambered rang out, and Chu Shang took the opportunity to pull out a bottle of healing potion from his body. As the head of a branch company, he naturally possessed this precious gold potion. The healing potion had just been placed to my lips when, pop, 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 a barrage of gunfire erupted, but the mithril bullets that shot out were not aimed at Lin Kanyang, but rather Chu Shang. Chu Shang's expression suddenly changed drastically, and he dodged to the side, but he was still hit by several mithril bullets. Even the healing potion that he had just taken a small amount of was blown up, and the crystal liquid spilled all over the ground. He was completely stunned. He never dreamed he would be ambushed twice in such a short time. To be honest, with his strength, he could have easily dodged both sneak attacks, but he didn't. His pampered lifestyle was one reason, but the more important reason was that these two sneak attacks were something he never dreamed of. They were completely unexpected. He never dreamed that Lin Kanyang, who had been imprisoned for many years and had his blood and mental energy drained every day, would still have the strength to launch a sneak attack. It felt like a person who had been lying in a vegetative state for many years suddenly jumped up and slapped you, which was impossible to defend against. He never imagined that his usually loyal subordinate would shoot him at such a crucial moment. Sumu, the mastermind behind the scenes, quietly watched Chu Sheng get injured one after another, a slight smile playing on his lips. During his time at the base, he did much more than just sit idly by. Putting a master hypnotist in a closed environment is like a mouse falling into a rice bin. In just a few days, he had already hypnotized all the ordinary soldiers in the base, including some bronze-level superhumans. He did not hypnotize the silver-level superhumans because the risk was too great and they would easily be detected. But that's enough. Apart from the silver transcendent and in Chu Shang, it's no exaggeration to say that the entire base is his people. Bang bang. A barrage of gunfire rang out as soldiers fired wildly at Chu Sheng. "What are you doing?" A silver transcendent roared in shock and anger, but only bullets answered him. For the leader, the soldiers shouted like fanatics. "What on earth is going on?" Chu Sheng was even more confused than before. He didn't have time to think because Lin Kanyang had already caught up with him. Suddenly, a deep red flame ignited on his right hand, its terrifying temperature scorching and distorting the surrounding air. Boom! He threw a punch, which struck the wall of the passage, and the incredibly hard wall was instantly pierced by the flames, creating a huge hole. Chu Sheng suddenly burst out of the hole and escaped into the outside world. Meanwhile, the soldiers were locked in a chaotic battle with the silver-level superhumans. Upon seeing this scene, Lin Kanyang's eyes flashed with surprise. He immediately realized that this was most likely the work of arrogance, and his awe of arrogance's methods grew even stronger. He chased after him, while Chu Sheng had already taken out other healing potions from his body. Although they were not as effective as the divine healing potion, they were still somewhat useful. After taking the medicine, Chu Sheng's injuries immediately stopped worsening. "Chu Sheng, can't escape. Escape?" Chu Sheng, whose injuries had healed somewhat, finally calmed down. Even if he was a novice, he was still a gold-level player. If we hadn't been caught off guard by two surprise attacks at the beginning, we wouldn't be in such a sorry state now. Lin Kanyang, with your broken body, if it weren't for the advantage of a sneak attack, do you think you could still be standing here talking to me? Chu Sheng's expression turned icy. "Speak! How exactly did you regain your strength? And what about my men?" Lin Kanyang grinned maliciously. "Go ask me in hell." He suddenly exerted force with his legs, and the ground beneath his feet cracked continuously, forming patterns like a spider web. Lin Kanyang, entangled in black energy and resembling a demon, charged towards Chu Sheng. His speed was so great that he left after images in the air. Chu Sheng's eyes turned cold. In terms of close combat ability, he was naturally inferior to the troll, which was why he insisted on escaping to an open space. Now that the space is vast, a troll weakened to the extreme is no match for him. He suddenly waved his hand, and a huge pillar of fire shot into the sky in Lin Kanyang's path, like a volcanic eruption, turning the entire base crimson. Lin Kanyang's body was immediately engulfed by the pillar of fire, but the next second he swung his arms forcefully, breaking through the endless flames with his body, which was entangled in terrifying black energy. Seeing this, Chu Sheng retreated rapidly, creating distance between himself and Lin Kanyang. He extended his 10 slender fingers, which danced rhythmically. Sparks gathered at his fingertips, transforming into fireballs that shot out, scorching the air with streaks of intense heat. 5-finger flame bullet? Sumu muttered to himself. It seems that one of the laws contained in the flame demon path is the 5-finger flame bullet. Chu Shang's golden law is flame demon, a fact he learned when he hypnotized the people in the base. Seeing the two fighting now reminded him of the first time he entered the nightmare world, when Yi Fanyu fought Yang Dongqing, one using E5 fingers flame bullet, and the other using iron heart. However, the battle now is between the flame demon and the troll, the endpoints of their extraordinary paths. At this moment, Lin Kanyang had already charged to Chu Shang's side, despite the countless fireballs. His eyes were filled with violent rage, and wisps of black energy swirled around his fists as he slammed them down on Lin Kanyang's head. Bang! The punch, fueled by years of hatred, landed squarely, but Chu Shang's body instantly exploded, transforming into a sky full of lava-like flames. The scorching fire wave sent Lin Kanyang flying. He groaned and stumbled back several steps before regaining his balance. Large areas of his body were burned, but the wounds were healing at a visible speed. Lin Kanyang, you think you can kill me? Don't even mention now, you couldn't even do it back in your prime. A flash of fire appeared on the east side of the square, and Chu Shang walked out of the flames with a cold smile. The blazing flames, like a tamed pet, quietly coiled around his body. He approached Lin Kanyang step by step, gently raising his palm. Countless flames gathered in his palm, transforming into a pillar of fire that shot into the thick clouds below the sky. In an instant, the thick clouds in the sky seemed to be ignited, turning incredibly red and forming a magnificent yet terrifying sea of fire. The sea of fire surged and churned, like a sign of the end of the world, radiating a chillingly high temperature and oppressive force. Go back to your cage. Against the backdrop of the sea of fire, Chu Shang resembled a fiery god descending from the heavens, his every move exuding an indescribable, terrifying aura. Lin Kanyang clenched his fists, his previously unsteady body standing straight, like a drawn sword. The sea of fire was reflected in his crimson eyes, as if the flames were burning. Don't make me say it a second time! Chu Shang roared, and instantly the sea of fire surged. A dazzling light pierced the sky, and the clouds dispersed, revealing a crimson fireball, as red as the sun, slowly emerging. With its appearance, the temperature of the entire base rose rapidly, and the surrounding scenery became distorted, as if the whole world was covered in crimson. Faced with such a terrifying scene, Lin Kanyang suddenly laughed, his lips curled in a mocking smile. Haven't you always wanted to know how I regained my abilities, and why your subordinates betrayed me? The answer is simple. Someone helped me. Chu Shang narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Lin Kanyang. Who helped you? Lin Kanyang grinned, and in that instant, an unimaginable confidence and strength seemed to erupt from his battered body. He slowly uttered 3 words. The 7 deadly sins. What? The words 7 deadly sins caused Chu Shang's pupils to tremble. In the Crimson Flame Empire, these 3 words were legendary. Even a powerful gold rank expert could not ignore the magic contained in these 3 words. Lord Pride, the leader of the 7 deadly sins, has taken a liking to me. He has promised me a chance to join the 7 deadly sins. A hint of madness appeared on Lin Kanyang's face. Chu Shang was increasingly horrified. He was not afraid of his subordinate's betrayal, nor was he afraid of Lin Kanyang's escape, because he was confident in suppressing everything. But all of this was shaken by the words 7 deadly sins. If I pass the test, I can join the 7 deadlies, and the test is you. Ha 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 ha. Lord Pride, I know you are watching me, and I will certainly not let you down. Pride, the first of the 7 deadly sins. Chu Shang's pupils suddenly contracted, and he looked around uneasily. Just the thought that arrogance might be lurking around him filled him with a chilling sense of panic. In the instant he was distracted, Lin Kanyang revealed a sinister smile of triumph. The black energy surrounding him suddenly erupted, and he rushed in front of Chu Shang in a flash. The terrifying black energy frantically condensed on his fist, eventually transforming into a huge, ferocious wolf head. "You!" Chu Shang's expression changed drastically as he looked at the wolf's head that was so close to him. He wanted to turn into flames, but it was too late. He could only raise his arms to defend himself. A surge of flames erupted from his arms, colliding with the wolf's head from black mist. Boom! A visible shockwave emanated from the two individuals, spreading wildly in a circle outwards. The air was compressed and distorted by this powerful impact, producing a deafening explosion. Dust and gravel on the ground rose into the air as if swept up by a gale, forming a murky curtain of dust. "Ah!" Chu Shang screamed in agony, the sound of bones cracking faintly coming from his arms, and his body flew backward uncontrollably. In a battle between masters, the worst thing to do is to lose focus. However, under Lin Kanyang's verbal onslaught, he still lost focus and was given the opportunity to get close by. Power servant is the most common path to transcendence, and it is the only path that has been made public by the Empire. This shows that this path is not valued. Even if one becomes the pinnacle of this path, troll, one is still at the bottom of the hierarchy of contempt within the gold rank. Every gold saint looks down on the troll, but every gold saint doesn't want to be approached by the troll. The trolls that didn't get close were just dumbfounded, human punching bags, easy to toy with. The troll is right in front of me. Daddy, be gentle. Die! Lin Kanyang's eyes were completely covered in blood. The hatred that had been suppressed for many years was released at this moment. He grabbed Chu Shang, who was about to fly backward, and pulled him back. Then, grabbing the other person's arm with one hand and clenching the other into a fist, he frantically pounded on Chu Shang's body. Bang, bang, bang. Chu Shang was repeatedly knocked away, pulled back, knocked away again, and pulled back again, in a continuous cycle. Sumu, who was watching closely, was enjoying the brutal scene before him with great interest. Unexpectedly, Lin Kanyang gave him a pleasant surprise. The original test for Lin Kanyang was that he would pass the test if he successfully escaped the base. But he underestimated the hatred in Lin Kanyang's heart. When Lin Kanyang successfully launched his sneak attack and saw that Shang's subordinates had turned against each other, he actually chose to take the opportunity to kill Chu Shang. Between saving his life and seeking revenge, Lin Kanyang clearly chose the latter. He was well aware that this was the best opportunity to kill Chu Shang. He was willing to risk his life if he could not miss it. Even more cleverly, when Lin Kanyang was clearly outmatched, he took the initiative to bring up the 7 deadly sins, pretending to be fearless to distract Chu Shang, and finally succeeded in getting close. Bastard! Chu Shang, who was being brutally beaten, suddenly roared and seized the opportunity when Lin Kanyang was attacking. He kicked out with his right foot, which was wrapped in flames, and broke Lin Kanyang's ribs, knocking him back several steps. Turned to ashes. Blazing wrath. He swiftly swung his hand down, and the brilliant sun that had been hanging in the sky crashed down. Rumble! The blazing sun descended from the sky, trailing a long, fiery tail like a falling meteor. The surrounding air was quickly ignited, and a powerful wind pressure swept over them. The entire steel-cast base began to melt like a candle. Lin Kanyang's face showed a look of madness. He hated that his body was too weak. Otherwise, he could have killed Chu Shang directly instead of letting the other party seize the opportunity to counterattack. Even now, he still did not choose to give up. Instead, he endured the pain in his body and pounced on Chu Shang, grabbing him tightly. "You want to kill me? Then we'll die together!" He clung desperately to Chu Shang's body, enduring the other's frenzied attacks. Chu Shang was filled with shock and anger. "Let go!" Bang, bang, bang. Lin Kanyang's broken body became increasingly broken, his mouth filled with blood and foam, but he still did not let go. Finally, the scorching sun fell to earth, completely engulfing the two of them. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. A dazzling light burst forth, followed by a deafening roar. The earth trembled violently, like a magnitude 10 earthquake. A violent shock wave of fire spread wildly in all directions, destroying everything and forming a huge mushroom cloud. After a long while, the dust settled. The figures of Chu Shang and Lin Kanyang were revealed. Lin Kanyang had already collapsed to the ground, his body charred like charcoal. Even one of his eyeballs had melted away. If it weren't for his faint breathing, one might have even suspected that he was dead. Chu Shang remained standing in the arena, looking extremely disheveled and covered in blood, but he managed to hold on. "Damn it! Damn it! You deserve to die!" He endured the excruciating pain and kicked Lin Kanyang repeatedly, venting his anger wildly. "It's all because of you. My years of hard work have been destroyed!" He looked at the ruins of the base, his heart breaking. "Arrogant, Your Highness." Lin Kanyang's weak voice came from his charred body, his only remaining eyeball moving slightly. "You still want to lie to me when you're about to die?" Chu Shang roared. "If the 7 deadly sins were really here, they would have appeared long ago. How could you, a cripple, possibly deal with me?" Lin Kanyang ignored the furious Chu Shang, staring into the distance with a weak smile. Tap, tap, tap. 2 sets of footsteps approached from a distance. Chu Shang, who was kicking Lin Kanyang, was stunned. He seemed to realize something, raised his head in disbelief, and his body trembled violently. Amidst the ruins and sea of a fire, 2 figures dressed in black tailcoats and wearing silver masks slowly walked out. The billowing black smoke blurred their figures, but the 2 silver masks were exceptionally conspicuous. One was disdainful, the other lazy. "The 7 deadly sins?" Shang was instantly horrified. Without the slightest hesitation, he dragged his heavily injured body and turned to run, leaving a trail of bloody footprints in the ruins. Pride and sloth approached Lin Kanyang's side, their indifferent gazes peering down through the cold, silver-white mask at the charred human form, whose single remaining eyeball moved listlessly. "Your arrogant lord, I have failed. I dare not hope for anything. I only beg you not to release Chu Shang." Lin Kang weakly stretched out his charred palm and grabbed Sumu's trouser leg tightly. Even in his plea, there was resentment and hatred. "Don't worry, he can't escape." Sumu's indifferent voice rang out, and the next moment, he moved. Arrogance, like an elegant gentleman, slowly picked up his straight, jet-black cane clang. A clear, crisp sound rang out, like a silver bottle suddenly shattering, or a crane crying in the sky. Gradually, a black sword without a guard appeared in Lin Kanyang's line of sight. The clear blade was as white as snow, reflecting a contemptuous silver-white mask. Sumu aimed his sword at the direction Chu Shang was fleeing and gently slashed out. The Void Devourer, one of the 12 swords of royal power, burst forth with unimaginable light at this moment, and the massive amount of spiritual power stored in the sword exploded out. A dazzling sword light pierced the silent air, and the sword's cry was high-pitched and sharp, carrying an indescribable sharpness that seemed to penetrate one's soul. A terrifying and chilling aura spread out, and in an instant, the sword energy blazed across the sky like a blazing sun, drawing out an incomparably domineering sword energy rainbow that pierced through the heavens and earth, tearing through the air, and fiercely slashing towards Chu Shang. As Chu Shang fled, he heard the sound of a sword ringing in his ears. The next moment, he felt his hair stand on end, as if there were thorns on his back. A great terror between life and death enveloped his entire body. He turned around in disbelief and saw a dark sword light coming towards him. His pupils instantly shrank to pinpoints, his face changed drastically, and he desperately raised his hand to block it. However, crimson flames had just risen from his body. Whoosh! The flames died down, and the head fell to the ground. Chu Shang's body collapsed limply, kicking up a cloud of dust. His once magnificent head rolled on the ground, finally coming to a stop against a piece of rubble, the horrified expression on his face frozen in place. Sumu slowly withdrew the Void Devourer, and the peculiar, guideless black sword transformed back into a cane. With a smile of triumph on his face, Lin Kanyang finally let out the last breath he had been holding on to. His hand, which had been gripping Sumu's trouser leg, slipped silently, and his battered eyelids slowly closed. "Thank you so much. Your arrogance, I will be eternally grateful in the next life." His words came to an abrupt end. He was too weak to utter the last word. "I told you, your life is spared by the 7 deadly sins." This was the last thing Lin Kanyang heard before he died. Immediately afterwards, the cool liquid flowed into Lin Kanyang's mouth, turning into a warm current that spread throughout his body. A soft light emanated from his body, parched land receiving the nourishment of spring rain. The charred blackened areas on his body began to crack, as if the wildly regenerating flesh and blood were pushing them open. The shattered muscle fibers reconnected, and the charred skin slowly closed up, as if an invisible hand was meticulously stitching it together. His breathing also changed from weak to steady and powerful, and his chest rose and fell rhythmically. Even the fused eyeball is regrowing at a speed visible to the naked eye. I'm not dead." Lin Kanyang's son suddenly opened his eyes, staring in disbelief at his rapidly regenerating body, his hands trembling slightly. This is a healing potion." As a former member of the Federal Pharmaceutical Company, he naturally recognized the company's prized possession, the divine healing elixir. It was said to be able to bring the dead back to life and heal the wounded, a treasure that even gold-level experts coveted. It can be said that the rapid rise of Federal Pharmaceuticals to become a monopolistic giant in the extraordinary medicine industry is inseparable from the miracle medicine. Back when numerous pharmaceutical companies were established, Federal Pharmaceuticals quickly stood out and grew into a major player thanks to its unique healing agent. Although the healing potion is very effective, it is not enough to bring the dead back to life. It is only thanks to your troll path that you have a recovery ability far exceeding that of ordinary gold-level experts that you are already dead. A lazy female voice rang out. Lin Kanyang was taken aback and looked at Lazy, who was speaking. Only then did he realize that Lazy was actually a woman. Laziness stood quietly beside Pride, dressed in an exquisite lady's tuxedo. The black fabric shimmered slightly in the sunlight, and the tailored cut accentuated her petite figure. A white shirt peeked out from the neckline of her tuxedo, adding to her elegance and competence. A black bow tie around her neck resembled a graceful butterfly. As if with arrogance, she also held an exquisite cane in her hand, but it was shorter. Her trousers had a great drape, making her legs look long and straight, but more importantly, they made her legs look longer. Despite her petite stature, this outfit gave her a powerful aura, and even Lin Kanyang, a gold-level expert, only dared to glance at her before looking away. "Thank you both for saving my life. I, Lin Kanyang, will now sell my life to the 7 deadly sins." Sumu let out a cold, mocking laugh. You're not qualified to serve the 7 deadly sins yet. Do you remember the test? Lin Kanyang lowered his head in shame. I was blinded by hatred. I thought that since the sneak attack was successful and Chu Shang's men were under your control, I could take revenge. Remember, there shouldn't be a next time. I don't like people who think they're so clever. As he spoke, Sumu spat out a silver-white mask. Lin Kanyang quickly caught it. He stared blankly at the silver-white mask, without any facial features, as it was clearly different in style from the 7 deadly sins masks. What puzzled him even more, that there was a number engraved in the center of the mask 3. From this moment forward, you are a candidate for the 7 deadly sins, holding the 3rd position. 3 candidates for the 7 deadly sins. A look of surprise flashed across Lin Kanyang's eyes. So, above him, there were 2 seats and the chief? Only above the chief were the official members of the 7 deadly sins? He was deeply shocked and also developed a profound sense of awe for the 7 deadly sins organization. Although he was a half-crippled gold saint, he was still a gold saint. He originally thought he could become a formal member of the 7 deadly sins, but he didn't expect to be ranked 3rd even as a candidate. There are still some superhumans alive in the base ruins. I'll leave the cleanup to you. Also, the commotion just now has alerted the Law Enforcement Bureau. I understand, Chief. I will clear the battlefield before the Enforcement Bureau arrives. Sumu shook his head slightly, and under Lin Kanyang's puzzled gaze, said indifferently, I want you to kill all the living people in this base in front of the Law Enforcement Bureau, and make as much of a commotion as possible. Lin Kanyang was shocked. Murder in front of the Law Enforcement Bureau? Is this the 7 deadly sins style of things? What kind of organization have I joined? He gripped the mask tightly, lost in thought for a moment, only to find that the figures of arrogance and laziness were gradually fading into the distance, eventually disappearing completely into the thick smoke. He nodded heavily, slowly straightened up, and finally put on the silver mask engraved with the number 3. The healing potion did not fully heal his injuries. More than 10 years of imprisonment had caused his body to suffer a great depletion, which could not be made up for in a short time by the potion. Without exaggeration, Lin Kanyang at this moment is definitely the weakest gold-ranked player, without exception. However, even the weakest is still gold-ranked. Chu Shang's flaming wrath burned down the base, and everyone in the base, except for a few powerful silver-level superhumans, perished. Even if he were twice as badly injured, dealing with these silver-level beings would still be a piece of cake for him. The next day, the headlines of the entire Crimson Flame Empire were once again dominated by the 7 deadly sins. This time, instead of any of the 7 deadly sins, a man with the number 3 engraved on his mask appeared on the front page. News headline: 3 of the 7 deadly sins candidates openly kill Chu Shang, president of the Crimson Flame Empire branch of the Federal Pharmaceutical Company, in an attempt to pass the organization's test. The accompanying image shows a scene of ruins and flames. A man with crimson skin, surrounded by black mist, wearing a silver mask with the number 3, stands amidst the flames, holding 2 corpses in his hands, facing a group of law enforcement officers. The image is very blurry, clearly taken from a great distance. It is precisely this blurriness that adds to the mystery and terror surrounding this candidate for the 3rd seat of the 7 deadly sins, making him seem like a demon emerging from flames. This news caused an earthquake in the Crimson Flame Empire. Even the nobles of the capital did not expect that the 7 deadly sins would be so audacious. Not long ago, the royal family had just wiped out all the vampires in the country, including the 7 deadly sins envy. But not long after, the 7 deadly sins killed another gold-level expert. This was a blatant act of contempt for the Crimson Flame Empire, an act of revenge. Ordinary people might just find this news amusing and marvel at the arrogance of the 7 deadly sins organization. But those powerful superhumans, and even nobles and royalty, saw more details. The man in the picture has crimson skin, and is surrounded by black energy. This is clearly the effect of the Golden Law Troll, another golden powerhouse. The most terrifying thing is that this gold-level powerhouse is actually only a candidate for the 3rd seat of the 7 deadly sins. According to information from the Enforcement Bureau at the scene, this 3rd seat member of the 7 deadly sins was extremely arrogant. Not only did he kill someone in front of the Enforcement Bureau, but he was also very happy, saying that he had completed the organization's test and become a candidate for the 3rd seat. Although the troll path is at the bottom of the gold-level hierarchy, it is still a genuine gold-level powerhouse. When did a gold-level powerhouse become unable to even become a formal member of an organization? A candidate? And 3 seats at that? The Crimson Flame royal family was furious and vowed to eradicate the 7 deadly sins at all costs. They also mobilized several gold-level experts overnight to hunt down 3 of the 7 deadly sins. Meanwhile, Lin Kanyang had already changed into a decent new outfit, cut his hair short, and was hiding in the kitchen of a restaurant, enjoying a hearty meal. After finishing the chef's prepared dishes, he even started rummaging through the trash can, greedily eating the leftovers, which he considered the ultimate delicacy. It wasn't that he didn't want to eat at a restaurant openly, but rather that he was currently being hunted by law enforcement. He had barely managed to escape yesterday before the main force of law enforcement arrived, so naturally he didn't dare to show his face easily. After finishing his meal, Lin Kanyang activated his troll ability, causing his muscles to bulge and transforming him into a burly, strong man before leaving the kitchen. On the street, he casually swiped the wallet of a lucky passerby and then bought a newspaper at a newsstand. "Boss, give me a copy of all the newspapers from the last few days." After paying, Lin Kanyang found a sparsely populated street, squatted down in a corner, and began to read today's newspaper. After seeing the photo that took up a quarter of the page, he grinned, his white teeth gleaming coldly. The leader said the bigger the commotion, the better. Should the commotion we've made this time meet the leader's requirements? He started flipping through old newspapers again. He had never forgotten what the arrogant man had said when he first met him. If you want to know what the 7 deadly sins are just buy any newspaper and you'll know. He kept searching and finally saw the words 7 deadly sins in the newspaper. Upon closer inspection, his pupils contracted. After a long while, Lin Kanyang gasped. At this moment, he finally understood what the 7 deadly sins was, a terrorist organization composed entirely of gold-level experts who openly killed imperial nobles, surrounded and killed 2 gold-level experts, resulting in 1 death and 1 injury, and killed nearly 100 elite law enforcement officers. No wonder they look down on me, this troll. In an organization composed entirely of gold-level powerhouses, I, this troll, am indeed not even in the running. Sikong Zhen and Shentu Lai, 2 gold-level powerhouses who were killed and injured respectively, were well known to him. Before he was imprisoned, they had already risen to fame in the empire and were considered veteran gold-level powerhouses. Sikong Zhen, in particular, possesses unparalleled lightning abilities, making him a standout among the gold-level powerhouses and highly valued by the royal family. Even at the height of his power, such a figure would have to give way. Yet he could only flee in terror when faced with the 7 deadly sins. Looking back at the big commotion he had caused, Lin Kanyang suddenly felt somewhat bored. His sneak attack had failed to kill Chu Shang, but instead, the leader had made a move and killed Chu Shang with a single sword strike. In order to save him, Chu Shang had also used up a bottle of healing potion. In comparison, he felt that he was already incredibly lucky to have become the 3rd seat. However, at the same time, a sense of ambition slowly rose in his heart. The Federal Pharmaceutical Company was a powerful entity with branches all over the major empires. He had completely turned against the Federal Pharmaceuticals. And it could be said that only an organization, the 7 deadly sins, could protect him. Although he didn't know the true strength of the 7 deadly sins, the fact that they had been causing trouble in the Crimson Flame Empire without any incident was enough to prove how terrifying they were. The unfounded speculations in the newspapers, such as that the 7 deadly sins envy is a vampire, and that the 7 deadly sins are possibly supported by the Blood Moon Empire, further strengthened Lin Kanyang's belief. Perhaps I could go even further and become a full member of the 7 deadly sins, instead of a substitute who can be discarded at any time. Only then could I truly rest easy. However, the most urgent task is to recover from the injuries, make up for the losses of the past few years, and strive to return to his prime as soon as possible. Inside prison 749, the Revolutionary Army commander Yoyoing suddenly opened his eyes, a look of surprise flashing in his deep gaze. I didn't expect arrogance to act so quickly. It was only a candidate member of the 7 deadly sins who made the move. A candidate member has the strength to kill the president on the territory of the Federal Pharmaceutical Company? When did the troll path become so powerful? Perhaps there are other members of the 7 deadly sins secretly cooperating with this, but just how many gold saints are hidden within the 7 deadly sins? I previously thought that the 7 deadly sins had 7 gold saints, which was already an overestimation. I didn't expect that even the 3rd seat was a gold saint, although it was only the weakest troll path. Even if the 7 deadly sins are powerful, we're not enemies now. Their strength can actually help restrain the Crimson Flame Empire. Our focus should be on the Supreme Heaven. I have already taken control of the 7 kings of hell. When do we make our move? A cold voice rang out in the cell. It was Yang Dongking. Yuing turned to look at Yang Dongking and discovered a fierce and malevolent aura hidden deep in the other's eyes. That was the influence of the U7 kings of hell on the user. If the user could not overcome this influence, he would eventually become the puppet of the U7 kings of hell and completely lose his mind. He knew that Yang Dongking had a strong will, but he did not believe that the other party could completely control the 7 kings of hell, because Yang Dongking's heart was full of hatred, and this hatred was a fatal flaw in his mind. But it doesn't matter. To him, Yang Dongking is just a pawn, and the only special thing about this pawn is his arrogant high regard for him. He also wanted to know what exactly pride valued in Yang Dongking. Perhaps pride possessed some means of predicting the future, which was why he said he was very optimistic about Yang Dongking's future. Yuing stopped thinking about it. His arrogant high regard for Yang Dongking only slightly changed his mind, making him value Yang Dongking a little more, turning him from a pawn that could be discarded at any time into a valuable pawn that did not need to be discarded unless necessary. It'll be soon. I've already noticed some unusual activity at prison 749. They're probably making preparations. They'll definitely take action within half a day to a day. Just as Shadow had predicted, late at night, the superhuman prison 749 woke up the sleeping prisoners and urged them to leave their cells. Yueying and Yang Dongqing silently followed the crowd towards the outside world, and were soon taken to an underground plaza deep inside prison 749. The building here was very simple, with the dome, walls, and floor covered in silver metal. Shadow immediately recognized it as a mithril alloy, although the amount of mithril mixed in was relatively thin. The sheer size of the plaza made it easy to imagine how much mithril had been used just to build this place. On the one hand, it was to prevent prisoner riots and intruders, and on the other hand, it was to prevent outside investigation. Even those with extraordinary abilities who possess the means of detection can only sigh in despair when faced with walls made of mithril alloy. Soon, the prisoners were herded into a huge cage. Bang! The cage door slammed shut, and all the prisoners' faces were filled with unease and fear. They didn't know what was going to happen next, but judging from the situation, it wasn't going to be good. Some people shouted that they were innocent, while others frantically pounded on the cage. However, the law enforcement officers standing guard in the square all had stern expressions and remained silent. Yueying gave Yang Dongqing a wink, then found a corner to stand quietly, waiting for the Crimson King to appear. He was somewhat heavy-hearted, because he was not confident of winning this operation. But he had no choice but to take the risk. It would be difficult for anyone to remain calm when facing the legendary Red King. Outside the cage, under the watchful eyes of everyone, a figure dressed in a tuxedo and wearing a silver mask stood there swaggering about, seemingly oblivious to everyone present. The person who arrived was Sumu. He naturally wouldn't miss such a wonderful scene. Anyway, with the dream teleportation feature, he had long since ignored the limitations of distance. After settling Duanmu King, he rushed over. As a non-combatant member of the 7 deadly sins, Duanmu King's task, given by Sumu, was simple: to refine the Silver Law Potion Power Servant and to convert the supernatural materials, worth 1 billion, given to her by the Revolutionary Army, into various usable supernatural potions. Poor Duanmu King had just escaped her life as a slave at the company, only to join the 7 deadly sins and continue to be a slave. Codenamed Sloth, she was definitely the most determined person in the entire 7 deadly sins. Sumu waited quietly for the show to begin. His purpose in coming here was not to watch the show, but also to get a share of the pie and see if he could take advantage of the chaos to steal the supreme heaven. The legendary royal treasures were not enough to tempt him, but the ability to make a wish was a different story. In fact, he had his eye on the supreme heaven's abilities as soon as he learned about them, because he found that this treasure was just right for him. Equivalent exchange can fulfill wishes. Although we don't know the upper limit of wishes, surely we can't not even do the simplest thing like improving physical strength. Once he obtains the supreme heaven, he can use it to transform his virtually limitless spiritual power into physical strength, thus freeing him from the problem of his spiritual power growing infinitely. To be precise, it means transforming both the physical body and spirit into a state of infinite growth, at which point one can truly become stronger while sleeping. As for the fact that the Supreme Heaven cannot be used by anyone outside the royal family, that's simple. Just control a member of the royal family. The idea was wonderful, but it was fraught with difficulties. Taking the Supreme Heaven from the Red King and the Shadow King was no easy task. Moreover, most importantly, Sumu did not believe that the Red King was completely unprepared for this. There are too many clever people in this world. If Shadow could think that this was the only chance to reach the highest heaven, then did no one in the royal family think of this? Before long, a commotion arose in the square. A stunningly beautiful young woman, dressed in a dark gold phoenix robe, walked gracefully towards them, surrounded by a group of guards. It is the Red King. With the appearance of the Crimson King, the entire square fell into an eerie silence, and even the most vicious prisoners began to tremble unconsciously. Some people are born to be the main characters. Just by standing there, even in a crowd, they unconsciously draw everyone's attention. The Crimson King was just like that. Her face was cold and beautiful, her eyebrows were like distant mountains, her eyes were like cold stars, and her slightly pursed lips beneath her high nose bridge exuded an undeniable domineering aura. Her domineering presence made the surrounding air freeze. All living beings were silenced by this powerful pressure. However, even though the Crimson Queen was dazzling, a young man beside her also attracted a lot of attention. The person's skin was so white it was almost transparent, as if it had never been exposed to sunlight. The body was also very weak and frail, and the whole person exuded a sickly aura. The bloodless face was like white jade covered by frost and snow, cold and fragile. But the other person's eyes were incredibly deep. Even with thick glasses, they couldn't hide their brilliance. Through the glasses, you could see the focus and contemplation in their eyes, as if they were constantly thinking about difficult problems. The Red King and Gongsun Quan. Yueying opened her eyes, subtly observing the two of them, a hint of apprehension flashing in her gaze. If the Crimson King is a top-tier powerhouse who dominates the world, then Gongsun is an unparalleled strategist with unmatched wisdom. This young man won the emperor's favor at a young age and repeatedly pushed the revolutionary army into perilous situations. If we were to discuss who the shadow fears most in the Crimson Flame Empire, the Crimson King and Gongsun Quan would definitely be among them. Of course, now we must add one more. The mysterious and unpredictable arrogance. The Crimson King walked gracefully, and everyone who passed by bowed their heads in submission. No one dared to look directly at her face, except for Sumu. This was the first time Sumu had seen the real Crimson King. He found that the oppressive aura emanating from the Crimson King was even stronger than that in Sikong Zenmeng's dream. Simply gazing at the other person creates the illusion that the two are on different dimensions. This feeling seems to be an instinct in our genes, giving us a natural sense of awe when facing a higher-level species. Incredibly strong, terrifyingly strong. This was definitely the strongest being Sumu had ever seen so far. However, the Crimson King's pressure had no effect on him whatsoever. No matter how strong he was still only within the realm of humans, and could not compare to the gods he had seen. The Crimson King stepped onto the high platform in the square, and a pair of jade-like hands emerged from his wide sleeves, holding a small, dark gold gourd in his palms, which he pointed at the cages, where the prisoners were held. She didn't say a word, because there was no need to talk to a dead person, and directly began the charging ritual. The shadowy figure in the cage stared intently at the gourd in the Crimson King's hand. How could it be a gourd? As he was shocked, he caught a glimpse of the fair hand holding the gourd out of the corner of his eye, and on the ring finger of that hand was a dark gold ring. Shadowy narrowed his eyes slightly. So that's how it is. The gourd was just a cover for the supreme heaven. It seems that the information given by arrogance was indeed correct. The ring on the Crimson King's hand is exactly the same as the information he sent. Such a blatant attempt to cover up the truth makes it clear that the ring undoubtedly belongs to the Supreme Being. Just then, buzz. A grand buzzing sound rang out, and a dazzling dark golden light burst forth from the gourd, like a galaxy gushing forth. The Crimson King waved his jade hand lightly, as if dragging a galaxy from the heavens, scattering the dark golden galaxy onto the prisoners in the cage. The prisoners were all stunned by the beautiful scene. The dark golden starry river was reflected in their pupils, and some even looked fascinated and reached out to touch the starlight. Among the prisoners, Yang Dongqing, with a cold expression, suddenly clenched his fist. A black light suddenly seeped out from his body, instantly forming a black armor that covered his entire body. As the visor fell off, a hint of ferocity appeared in his eyes, the only part of his body that was exposed. He roared, and black light surged from his right palm, causing a jet-black longsword to appear out of thin air. Many prisoners noticed his unusual movement, but before they could react, Yang Dongqing had already unleashed a slash, and a terrifying black light surged out, forming a crescent-shaped streak. The prisoners who stood in front of Yang Dongqing were instantly cut in two, and the black light, undiminished in its momentum, finally landed on the mithril cage. Boom! The cage door snapped open instantly, revealing a huge hole. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone, but Yang Dongqing didn't hesitate at all, stepping over the severed limbs and debris as he rushed out of the cage. The prisoners stood there stunned for a moment, and then someone "Run!" Immediately afterwards, the crowd surged forward, rushing to escape from the cage. Click. At the moment the prisoners rioted, their handcuffs, shackles, and neck collars all snapped open. The shadowy figure silently withdrew its hand and disappeared into the crowd. Sumu witnessed the entire process of Yueying's attack. With just a slight movement of her 5 fingers, she instantly unlocked everyone's shackles. Is this the strength of the Revolutionary Army's leader? What exactly is this ability? Seize the criminal! A minister beside the Red King shouted angrily from the high platform. Looking at the chaos before her, the Crimson King frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure flashing in her phoenix eyes. The moment she frowned, the entire square seemed to be enveloped by an invisible pressure. Yang Dongqing, who was the first to rush out, was the first to be attacked. None of the people who could work here were weak. A silver-level transcendent drew a mithril dagger from his waist. Flames suddenly ignited on the blade and slashed fiercely at Yang Dongqing. The terrifying flames distorted the air. Bang! Dongqing was sent flying. Even with the help of his treasure, he was still too weak. At only bronze dew, his armor was already ripped open, and the skin inside was scorched black by the flames. Excruciating pain surged throughout his body. But Yang Dongqing remained silent, his eyes blazing with even more ferocity. The next moment, the shattered armor on his chest began to writhe as if it were alive, and in the blink of an eye, it came together and became perfectly intact. He raised his black knife and charged forward. The silver-level transcendent's eyes turned cold, and he unleashed another slash. A terrifying fiery blade of energy pierced through from top to bottom, as if to cut Yang Dongqing in two. This time, however, Yang Dongqing was only knocked back a few steps, and his armor developed spiderweb-like cracks, but it did not shatter. He charged forward again, and in the process, the armor called Seven Kings of Hell had already been restored. Several terrifying fiery blades were unleashed in succession, but apart from being constantly repelled, Yang Dongqing's armor remained completely unscathed. Seeing how difficult he was to deal with, the other guards all tried to attack him, but their attacks were only effective the first time. After that, the effect became weaker and weaker. Yang Dongqing was knocked down again and again, but he got up again and again. His eyes were completely covered by ferocity, and no human reason could be seen anymore. His jet-black armor emanated a terrifying aura, making him appear like a demon emerging from hell. Meanwhile, the prisoners who were not bound by shackles also began to fight with the guards. making the scene increasingly chaotic. Amidst the chaos, Shadow made his move. His speed was so extreme that no one noticed how he appeared beside the Crimson King. By the time the guards around the Red King realized what was happening, it was too late. They were horrified. "Protect the Emperor!" Whoosh! A flash of cold light, and the Crimson King's right hand, which was holding the gourd, was severed at the root. The gourd fell from his hand, but Yuying didn't even glance at it. Instead, he grabbed the Crimson King's broken hand and flew away. That's right, it's flying. This was the first time Sumu had ever seen a flying superhuman. Even those gold-level experts had never mastered the power of flight. At most, they could only glide briefly in the air. But Yuying was actually flying. It was as if an invisible force was supporting his body, allowing him to fly at high speed like a missile. We succeeded! Yuying was overjoyed, but he didn't notice the cold smiles on the faces of the Crimson King and Gongsun on the high platform. Seeing this, Sumu shook his head slightly. He knew that Yuying had failed this time. Sure enough, just as the shadowy figure was about to reach the edge of the square, a sudden change occurred. Suddenly, the supreme heaven on that hand, which resembled a work of art, erupted with an extremely cold aura. With a soft sound, the supreme heaven shattered. Immediately afterwards, a thin, black snake-like curse power emerged from the shattered high heaven and instantly entered the shadow's hand as if struck by lightning. A chilling aura swept over his entire body, causing him to stiffen abruptly and plummet straight down from mid-air. "Commander Yuying of the Revolutionary Army, we finally meet." On the high platform, Gongsun Quan looked down at the disheveled Yuying and said calmly. The shadowy figure remained silent, his face icy cold. Instead, he looked at his right arm, which was now entangled in cursed power. Countless tiny, black snake-like cursed energies were raging wildly across his arm, and dense black runes were even appearing on his skin. The runes continued to spread, showing a faint tendency to extend towards the torso. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, he suddenly activated his ability, and it seemed as if an invisible blade was falling heavily from the air. Whoosh! His right arm snapped off, and crimson blood was about to gush out from the wound. But it was blocked by some invisible force and did not spurt out. Yuying slowly straightened up, glancing around out of the corner of his eye. His heart sank as he saw that the silver walls around the plaza, including the dome, were covered with dense black runes. He tried to probe them with his mental energy, but his mental energy was completely devoured as soon as it touched the black runes. This is a trap! On the high platform, the Crimson King's amber eyes were fixed on the shadow. Her severed hand had already grown back, still smooth as jade. Isn't this the known law? It seems we can move around a bit now. The Crimson King's red lips curled into a cold smile, a smile as sharp as ice breaking, chilling to the extreme. As she finished speaking, the whole world seemed to freeze because of the Crimson King's cold laugh. "How did you find me?" Despite being in dire straits, Shadow maintained his composure, his sharp gaze fixed on Crimson King, showing no sign of weakness. The Revolutionary Army commander is always elusive. If we could find you, the Revolutionary Army would have ceased to exist long ago. Gongsun Quan said calmly. The shadowy figure, instantly, vaguely realizing something. However, there is a saying that those who are willing will take the bait. If you, Shadow, can think of this as the best opportunity to make contact with the Supreme Heaven, do you think we can't? Actually, I am not sure if you will come, but that does not prevent me from making arrangements in advance. If you do not show up, it will just be a feint and a waste of effort. Gongsun Quan spoke calmly, his face showing no joy at the success of his scheme. only indifference, as if success or failure was of no consequence. At this moment, Ying was suddenly startled. He suddenly remembered what Omen had said earlier, telling him to be careful not to die here. At that time, he felt that the other party was implying something. Could it be that Aoman had already foreseen this scene? What? Do you regret it? Gongsun, Quan asked, noticing the slight change in Ying's expression. Shadow shook his head. There's only one chance. Sometimes, even if you know it's a trap, you still have to take the risk. And thank you for explaining so much to me, which gave me plenty of time to recover. Sizzle. The sound of flesh writhing rang out, and Shadow's severed right arm regrew. No one present noticed that Shadow had secretly injected himself with a healing potion while they were talking. A syringe, hidden inside his clothes, floated up on its own to administer the injection. Gongsun, Quan said calmly, no need to be polite. You are waiting to recover, while I am waiting for this great formation to be fully formed. The most vulnerable time for this formation is when it is just formed. Once it is attacked, it is likely to collapse. I should thank you for not taking action directly. Alright, stop wasting your breath on him. It's my turn to have some fun. I am. An old man behind the Crimson King coughed twice and whispered, Your Majesty, manners! Mind your manners! The Crimson King frowned, wanting to argue, but seeing the large number of people present, she ultimately held back. She put her hands behind her back, slightly raised her chin, and her eyes revealed endless majesty and domineering aura. Shadow, surrender now, and I will spare your life. Don't make a mistake. Ying took a deep breath. He knew he might die here today, but there was no fear in his eyes. Instead, it was as if he had unloaded some kind of burden, and a burning fighting spirit slowly rose up. He cupped his hands and said, Putting aside my identity as the leader of the Revolutionary Army, I am deeply honored to be able to fight against the legendary Red King. Please enlighten me. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes like cold lightning meeting the Crimson King's gaze. Two completely different gazes collided in the air, one dominating the world, the other full of fighting spirit. At this moment, the chaos in the square seemed to have nothing to do with the two of them, and all sounds were ignored. Is it finally going to be a fight? Sumu, a bystander, found a seat near the front row and watched with great interest. One is Shadow, the Revolutionary Army leader, who is known as the number one person under the king, and the other is one of the 7 kings in name only, but is not recognized by the kings of other empires. The clash between the two was second only to the War of the 7 Kings. Just then, Quan suddenly exclaimed in admiration. Excellent! Even in such dire straits, he still managed to choose his opponent. Your Majesty, I believe there's no need to fight these treacherous officials one-on-one. If it were your Majesty being besieged by the Revolutionary Army today, I think they would certainly not uphold martial ethics either, so. Upon hearing these words, the originally spirited Shadow almost lost all the momentum he had painstakingly built up. Gongsun Quan! However, the Crimson King, who could no longer contain herself, was unwilling to listen. She leaped down from the high platform, her dark gold phoenix robe fluttering wildly in the air. Whoosh! A golden flame rose from beneath her feet, steadily supporting her graceful figure and hovering in midair. Fortunately, her phoenix robe was very wide and had many layers inside, unlike a skirt which was prone to revealing too much. Otherwise, with just her hands standing in the air, the prisoners and guards below could have had a good look if they just looked up. With a solemn expression, Ying also slowly rose into the air, confronting the Crimson King from afar. The two stared at each other for a long time. In the end, the young Crimson King couldn't stand it and launched the first attack. She raised her hand, and countless golden flames instantly appeared around her. The wisps of fire gathered in her hand, highly compressed, and transformed into a miniature sun. An extremely bright and dazzling light burst forth, as if the sun had fallen to earth. With a flick of his wrist, a small golden sun emerged, spinning as it hurtled toward the shadowy figure. The terrifying heat it contained caused space itself to distort. Sumu watched with great interest. As expected of the Crimson King, the energy contained in his casual strike surpassed Chu Shang's ultimate move, Flaming Wrath. Although Yan Tianu's power appears more astonishing, like the real sun falling, in terms of sheer force, Qi Wang's attack is definitely superior. If Yan Tianu is the sun, then Qi Wang's casual strike is like compressing the sun into a small sphere. Faced with the Crimson King's casual attack, Shadow clearly felt the pressure. Although his face was ashen, he did not make any move. However, as the golden sun attacked, there seemed to be endless resistance in the air. The little sun's flight speed began to slow down, and it even rubbed violently against the invisible forces in the air, producing a piercing hissing sound. Finally, the little sun went out completely when it flew less than a meter away from the shadow. The Crimson King's eyes lit up instantly, as if she had found a fun toy. Her figure vanished abruptly, leaving behind a dazzling golden flame. The next instant, a golden flame suddenly appeared in front of the shadow, and the Crimson King emerged from the flame, striking out with his palm enveloped in golden flame. Bang! With a sonic boom, the shadowy figure crashed to the ground like a falling meteor, leaving countless cracks in the earth. Just when everyone thought the battle was over, the earth began to tremble violently. Countless pebbles on the ground began to slowly float into the air, and the shadowy figure also rose from the ground. He waved his hand suddenly, and the overwhelming pebbles were accelerated 100 times in an instant, causing the air to explode violently, and shot fiercely towards the Crimson King. The Crimson King did not dodge at all. Golden flames rose from his body, forming a barrier of fire that instantly vaporized all the incoming stones. The shadow's attack did not stop. The sound of steel twisting echoed all around. It was the mithril cage that had imprisoned everyone before. Now, the cage seemed to be lifted up by a pair of invisible hands and then frantically dismantled into mithril rods, which surrounded the shadow. Not only the mithril cage, but also the high platform, where Gongsun, Quan, and others were located began to crumble, turning into huge rocks that slowly rose into the air. A shocking scene unfolded. On the ground, everything except people seemed to defy gravity, surrounding the shadow. This is telekinesis, Sumu's eyes flashed. Based on the methods that Yueying had shown before, he had roughly judged the other party's ability. Telekinesis. It can be considered a variant of mental power, a materialized form of mental power that can directly interfere with real objects. The reason why the shadow can fly is also due to the effect of telekinesis. Can this method be used to my advantage? Sumu tried, but found that he couldn't do it at all. He couldn't materialize his mental energy. This had nothing to do with the quantity of mental energy, but rather with its quality. If one's own mental power is gaseous, then Shadow's telekinetic power is solid. This is the difference between the two. However, Sumu didn't care. After all, he was only at the bronze level. If he could use the methods of a gold level now, that would be truly bizarre. Boom! With the aid of telekinesis, countless floating objects surpassed the speed of sound and hurtled towards the Red King. The Crimson King did not dodge. The golden flames burning on her body were like an insurmountable chasm. Everything that touched the golden flames was instantly vaporized, including mithril. I'm getting a little bored, the Crimson King said listlessly, watching the shadowy figure struggling to control its telekinesis. She suddenly had a craving for potato chips. She had initially thought that the Revolutionary Army commander might give her some fun, but after a couple of blows, she decided it would be better to go back to the palace and eat some potato chips. Yoing's heart sank as he looked at the Crimson King, standing in the void. For the first time, he wavered. He once thought, as long as he seized the Supreme Heaven, he would have a chance to defeat the Crimson Flame Royal family. But now it seemed that even without the Supreme Heaven, the Crimson King was still unshakable. Not only is the Golden Flames fence all-encompassing, but the Crimson King's own power is equally terrifying. The Crimson King's attack just now knocked him down, nearly breaking through the psychic shield on his body. It should be noted that, for his own safety, always places a layer of telekinetic shield 1 millimeter deep on the surface of his skin. This shield can defend against all kinds of attacks, even attacks from gold-level experts of the same level, except for some mystical attacks, such as the previous curse. However,